speaking at noon. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Ziwei Continent, Illusory Star Cave. Chen Yi rushed back to the dojo with disheveled hair, then ripped open his dark blue Taoist robe and frantically pulled out various materials that blocked perception to block the entrance. At this moment, the lightning protection array patterns carved throughout the cave were faintly glowing, and countless tiny electric arcs could be seen crackling in the space. Rumble! Outside, dark clouds rolled in, and a colorful thunder dragon appeared and disappeared in the sky, circling and swimming around as if it had lost its target, and did not land for a long time. A moment later, hearing that there was no more movement outside, Chen Yi cautiously opened a crack, not daring to use his divine sense, and only using his naked eyes to observe. After confirming that the tribulation lightning had dissipated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Why? Why is this happening? The heavenly secrets clearly indicated that the limit of the tribulation to become an immortal was 49 bolts of purple, heaven divine lightning. How come after we barely survived them, there are even more terrifying chaos tribulation lightning bolts to follow? Isn't this bullying honest people? Chen Yi couldn't help but question the meaning of life. This was his 81st failed attempt to ascend to immortality. To be honest, it's not that he's bad at it, but that the Ascension Tribulation was just too outrageous. According to ancient records, during the Ascension era 100,000 years ago, the tribulation of cultivators in the Transcending Tribulation stage only involved 9 ordinary, heavenly lightning bolts. As long as their foundation was solid, they could easily overcome it with a little preparation. For some unknown reason, the tribulation to become an immortal has become increasingly abnormal since 10,000 years ago. Not only has the number of tribulation lightning increased, but its quality has also jumped from ordinary, heavenly lightning to purple divine lightning, causing countless great cultivators to shatter at the slightest touch, and ascending to immortality has even become a legend. Chen Yi, who transmigrated from 800 years ago, did not live in a good era and did not have any cheat codes. He could only rely on perseverance and hard work to break through to the tribulation stage and become the only tribulation stage cultivator on the Ziwei continent. Yes, that's right, the only one. There's no other reason than the other old fogies in the integration realm are all suppressing their cultivation and refusing to break through, fearing that they might be targeted by that monstrous tribulation of becoming an immortal if they are not careful. Only a fool like myself, who sees everyone as a scoundrel, could be so brave. It wasn't until the abnormal tribulation of becoming an immortal taught him to be humble and not arrogant that he regretted his past actions. Transmigrator information detected. The Multiverse Transmigrator Mutual Aid Chat Group invites you to join. Suddenly, a notification sound rang in my ear. Chen Yi was taken aback at first, then alarm bells rang in his mind. Oh no, it's my inner demons at work. As a transmigrator, he was naturally aware of the existence of system cheat codes, which possess the power to turn the rotten into the miraculous. But it didn't come early or late. It just happened to come when I was trying to avoid the tribulation of becoming an immortal. This is definitely a despicable tactic of the tribulation of becoming an immortal. They really try to use any underhanded tricks on me, hoping to make me succumb to inner demons and illusions and perish. Absolutely not. Chen Yi cleared his mind of distractions and focused his spirit, eventually discovering a strange point of light that did not belong to this place in a corner of his sea of consciousness that was not easily noticed. Heh, you still showed a weakness. After 81 rounds, you still can't kill me with your dirty tricks this time. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yi immediately unleashed his immense primordial spirit power, slamming it down. A moment later, do you accept the invitation to join the Multiverse Transmigrator Mutual Aid Group? The notification tone remains clear. Chen Yi. This doesn't seem like it's caused by inner demons. I'm not sure. Let's observe further. After carefully examining the strange light for a long time and repeatedly confirming that it would not have any effect on him, Chen Yi then carefully cut out a part of his sea of consciousness, together with the strange light, instantly refined it into an external avatar. In this way, whether it's a cheat or something else, it won't affect the original entity. Agreed to join the chat group. The next second, a bright blue virtual panel immediately appeared in front of the avatar outside the body. It was quite smooth to control, even through the clone, with no delay. The transmigrator information confirmed. The name, Chen Yi Tage, 818 years old, the cultivation level, tribulation transcending stage, combat power, 900,000 to welcome to the multiverse transcender. Mutual aid group. Please enter your group nickname. Oh? Using data to quantify strength. That's interesting. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yi casually picked a nickname and joined the group chat. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. I've joined the group chat. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 118, a group owner. Runner-up in the cultivation world. Foundation Establishment Level 8. Combat Power 85544. The group member. The God of Light is unemployed. A sword immortal with nothing to his name. The runner-up in the cultivation world. Group owner. Who's here? Who God of Light is currently unemployed. At TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Buddy, that's a pretty cool nickname. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Could he really be a tribulation transcending stage expert? Hiss. This familiar feeling reminded Chen Yi of the happy days he spent in the online gaming community on Earth when he was young. Just as Chen Yi was about to happily join the chat, a group chat system. Ding. TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me, is the highest ranking member in this group, and has been automatically promoted to group owner. That current group owner, TMD Immortal Tribulation, is still chasing me. Tribulation Transcending Stage, Combat Power 900,000. Well, runner-up in the cultivation world? The God of Light, currently unemployed. Holy crap. Dude, are you serious? A sword immortal with clean sleeves. 900 million battle power? Dude, is this still a newbie group? What are you doing here? A runner-up in the cultivation world. Yeah, aren't we all newbies who just transmigrated? How did a big shot sneak in? I've only been the group admin for a few days, and I haven't even had a chance to warm up before I'm back to second place. The God of Light is currently unemployed. Never mind, group admin. Look. At my nickname, I'm so poor I'm practically peeing blood. Have pity on this poor kid. Beggar JG, a sword immortal with clean sleeves. I want one too. Even a little bit of it between the fingers of the transcending tribulation master would be enough to fill my stomach, but Chen Yi didn't have time to deal with them right now. His attention was completely drawn to the group owner's privileges. Introduction of the administrator of the Multiverse Transmigrator Mutual Aid Group. 1. As the group leader, please help other group members to the best of your ability to build a harmonious and loving community. 2. Helping weaker group members overcome difficulties is not free. The chat group system will generate tasks based on the needs of group members. After completing the task in the corresponding world, you can receive the corresponding reward. You can choose whether to accept the task or not. 3. When the difficulty of a task exceeds the capabilities of this group, it will be announced in the public chat channel for other capable chat group members to accept. However, this will also lower the group's level, preventing the unlocking of higher-level features and rewards, including but not limited to the multiverse shop, spatial teleportation, hacking, recycling, and primordial spirit enlightenment. 4. Completing tasks and increasing the combat power of group members can accumulate experience to upgrade the group level. 5. Group owners have special privileges, priority in receiving tasks, an extra 50% share of task rewards from group members, the ability to mute members, and the ability to remove group members. Huh? This is somewhat similar to a game where you develop and upgrade your power to dominate. I'm getting into it. Let me see how this multiverse shop works. Chen Yi stroked his chin, and with a thought, he had his avatar open the shop section. A celestial king Dao fruit. Exchange points 99,999,999,999. Details can be expanded at time alteration disk. Redeem 888 points. A details can be expanded to Chaos Profound Origin Technique. Exchange points 66666. The details can be expanded to Pangu's Essence Blood. Details can be expanded to Hiss. I must say, these lobby managers are really tempting. Chen Yi's heart immediately burned with excitement. The reason he couldn't become an immortal, because he lacked the spiritual essence of immortality to nurture his Dao body into an immortal form. Now, as long as he can exchange for immortal essence from the Myriad Realms Mall, he can become an immortal in the lower realm. What kind of bullshit immortality tribulation is this? It's a complete idiot. Mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 108. The act of begging for money is still ongoing. The God of Light is currently unemployed. Dear group owner, I'm so hungry. You wouldn't want your dear group members to starve to death, would you? Crying emoji. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Dude upstairs. Please stop your idle chatter immediately. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Group owner, please stop lurking. I don't want any red envelopes. I just have a question. I just refined a batch of Foundation Establishment pills, but they're a bit blackish in color. What's going on? Please advise. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Do I even need to ask the group admin? I can tell you, turning black is perfectly normal. Last time, the pills I refined even emitted green smoke, though the taste was a bit strange. I had diarrhea for 3 days, and my cultivation level increased. The God of Light is unemployed. I'm so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Chen Yi glanced at the chat content and raised an eyebrow. ETMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner, were you guys just asking for help? A runner-up in the cultivation world. Boss, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. We're not at the level to trigger the quest yet. It only happens when we're truly in mortal danger, like when I, at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, provoke a golden core cultivator, and he tries to kill me. Oh. There's a process to follow? After listening to the former group leader's explanation, Chen Yi pondered for a moment, and then a plan came to him. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. I have a bold idea. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. I received a lucky bag worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones with the message. If there's no danger, I'll create one. I'll quell the chaos you've caused. Receiving this means you agree to the adventure. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Bro, what you're doing, A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Which big shot is this? This is a matter of life and death. Even if I'm very adventurous, I need to pay extra. Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. Is he stingy? No! It's because the group level is too low, so the daily limit for sending red envelopes is only that much. Just as he was about to explain, fortunately, there was still a brave soul in the group who dared to take the lead. The god of light, currently unemployed. Damn. A horse won't get fat without night grass, and a person won't get rich without windfall gains. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. The god of light received a red envelope while unemployed. At the same time, West Sea World. In a dilapidated church on the outskirts of Bolin City, in the southwestern region of the Hit Empire. The man in the white priest's robe suddenly stood up, looking in surprise at the glowing stone that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the crystalline light, the patches on the priest's robe could be vaguely seen. Adolphe Enlen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, I'm rich, I'm rich. These 1,000 low-grade spirit stones can be sold as third-grade energy or hard currency, worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Finally, we have money to pay the nuns' salaries. However, I'm still too weak. I don't have enough power, and I'm easily targeted. I need to think of a way to intimidate those with ill intentions. Luckily, the group leader with 900 million battle power has handed me the knife, and Lan's eyes flickered, and she gradually came up with an idea. The god of light is currently unemployed. Group owner, I'm entrusting my life to you. I'll give you something big, guaranteed to earn you tons of mission points. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. Oh? How big is it? The god of light is currently unemployed. This is a third-tier mage from the Beast Hunting Guild in our county. He's the strongest I've encountered, with a displayed combat power of 95,526. I estimate that's roughly equivalent to a 9th stage golden cultivator in the cultivation world. What do you think? A golden core at the 3rd rank. And from a county-level beast hunting group, how high must the level be in this world? Chen Yi frowned, sensing that something was amiss. According to ancient records, the immortal realm is merely the homeland of immortal beings among all the heavens and myriad realms, possessing the richest and most abundant immortal spiritual energy. However, not every immortal chooses to join the immortal realm. Some worlds can generate immortal spiritual energy and give birth to beings at the level of immortals. However, due to the suppression of the immortal realm, the laws of immortality in the lower realms are not perfect, so they are not considered true immortals, but rather pseudo-immortals who have achieved enlightenment in another way. The corresponding worlds are also called pseudo-immortal realms. The Ziwei continent was once a pseudo-immortal realm, but it was later downgraded. This is why cultivators, after reaching the bottleneck of the world, can only undergo the trials sent down by the immortal realm to become immortals, and thus transcend tribulations and ascend. Chen Yi got angry just thinking about it. If the immortal realm didn't want beings from the lower realms to ascend, they could have simply closed the immortal path and cut off cultivators' hopes of becoming immortals, instead of raising the tribulation to the level of purgatory and targeting it relentlessly. It seemed like they were giving some hope, but in reality, it was all despair. Suppressing his surging emotions, Chen Yi calmly confirmed the information again. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Is it confirmed that the 3rd tier is already the golden core stage? What level of existence do you know of the strongest being? The strongest one? And Lan glanced at the majestic statue of the god of light in the church and replied cautiously. The God of Light is currently unemployed. The strongest being I know is the Lord of Light. His level is uncertain, but one thing is certain. He has lived for a very long time, and the Holy Light Scripture, which has been passed down for millions of years, was written by him. As expected, it's the pseudo-immortal realm. Chen Yi's eyes gleamed brightly. 1,000,000 years. No one in the tribulation transcending stage can live that long. Even a pig could become an immortal in 1,000,000 years. The tribulation of ascension will only trouble cultivators who have not yet become immortals, but whose strength has already exceeded the standard. But it will not target pseudo-immortals who have cultivated immortal bodies and achieved enlightenment in an alternative way. I originally planned to take things slowly through the myriad realm small, but now the pseudo-immortal realm is right in front of me. You better hurry up and get to your damn immortal tribulation. Having made up his mind, Chen Yi couldn't wait to start encouraging the lovely group members. TMD's immortal tribulation is still chasing me. At God of Light is unemployed. It's okay. No one can help you. Just trigger the help request quest, and I'll come over and bring you some good stuff. This crappy chat group is too low level. The daily limit is only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the other groups next door see this, they'll think I can't afford to send them. The God of Light is currently unemployed. Boss, I trust you, a runner-up in the cultivation world. So the daily red envelope limit is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? I knew the big shot wouldn't be that stingy. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Boss, do you think I still have a chance? I want to improve too. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Don't rush. The road is long. Everyone has a chance. The warship. Wow. X3, the God of Light is currently unemployed. Give me 2.5 hours, and a group quest will definitely trigger. After sending the message, his profile picture went dark, clearly, indicating that he had started to cause trouble. Chen Yi stopped chatting with the other 2 group members, and instead began preparing for the invasion of the other world. After all, he was no small fry. If he went there, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the local powerful figures. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. To be on the safe side, it's best to send an avatar to scout out the situation before taking further action. West Sea World, Balin City, Hittite Empire. And Lan, dressed in a patched priest's robe and carrying a large sack, strode arrogantly into the Imperial Gold Bank branch with an air of utter disdain for his family. Pushing through the crowd, I headed straight for the VIP service window, which was still empty. Snap! Quickly! And Lan slammed the sack on the counter and shouted loudly, "Exchange all 1,000 1-pound level 3 energy ores for gold coins." Moment. All eyes in the room were immediately drawn to it. Look at the foolish behavior of this priest. Is he holding an umbrella when the goddess of wisdom sprinkles rain? It's so foolish it's almost heartwarming. Oh? It's Pastor and Lan from the unofficial church in the north of the city. Soon, someone in the crowd recognized the identity of this sucker. Didn't he already struggle to pay the nuns' wages? Where did all these level 3 energy mines come from? Wait, is he really that brave? He has no connections, yet he dares to flaunt his wealth? Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. I don't care about this or that. Hey friend, can I talk to you for a moment? Many people's eyes flickered, and they quietly retreated to the back. And Lan had naturally anticipated this, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he felt that he was about to get damp. That's it. Stimulate. I'm just a lowly first-level priest, but I have a huge amount of wealth in my hands. I'm a fat sheep that can't get any fatter. Come and kill me! The stronger the attackers are, the more excited I get. Dear esteemed guest, after verification, the 1000 Jin of grade 3 energy ore is accurate and correct. We will exchange it for 100,000 gold coins and deposit it into your account. This is our bank's class A gold card. Please keep it safe. The teller presented the savings card with both hands, beaming with smiles, and Lan didn't take the card immediately. Instead, she smiled and grabbed the teller's fair hand, saying in a serious tone, "Beautiful lady, has anyone ever told you that your hands are like treasures left behind by the gods, making people unable to resist touching them? It's so hot today. Shall I treat you to a glass of iced tea?" The pretty clerk blushed instantly. "Mr. Lan, please have some self-respect. I still have to work, but I'm off tomorrow. If you're really sincere, I'll consider going on a date with you." And Lan knew she was subtly reminding him, but he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he pressed his advantage and said, "Beautiful lady, may I take that as you being concerned about me? It is my duty to care for every VIP. I suggest you seek the protection of the security team as soon as possible. If you are confident in your ability to handle it yourself, that would be even better." The receptionist politely pushed away the man's groping hand. "All right, it seems I can only invite you to dinner tomorrow. Can you tell me if it's okay to drink something cold lately?" And Lan remained true to her original intention. The saleswoman blushed and nodded, and Lan understood, gave a wicked smile, and without lingering any longer, turned and left, closing the door behind her. If nothing unexpected happens, at least 10 second-tier powerhouses should have received the news and are heading this way by now. But that's not enough. His target is that third-tier leader of the demon spirit hunting group. 100,000 gold coins might not be a concern for an average third-tier expert, but the demon spirit guild leader, known for his greed and cruelty, would definitely be tempted. Since there are defense troops in the city, and you can't do your best, I'll take the initiative to go to the outskirts. At this moment, Lan was no longer a cowardly priest who only hid in the back row to heal. He was going to be a warrior who initiated the raid. On the other side, Chen Yi had already prepared a clone with 30% of his own strength. He was idly browsing through past missions in the public area channel. E-Group 66 request for assistance. A member of the Xuanyuan Qingxian group has transmigrated to the Dharma ending age and is about to be corrupted by evil cultivation. This is beyond the group's capabilities. We request assistance from capable members of other groups. The combat power requirement: 30,000 or above. Mission rewards: 100,000 points, 3,000 group experience points. Ye note. Task completed. E-Group 85 request for assistance. A member of the turkey-flavored rice crackers group has transmigrated into a black dragon. Due to the aphrodisiac properties of its blood, it is currently being imprisoned and having its blood extracted, and its life is in danger. This is beyond the capabilities of this group. We request assistance from capable members of other groups. A combat power requirement: 130,000 or above. Mission rewards: 200,000 points, 20,000 group experience points. Add a note. Task completed. E-Group 6 request for assistance. A member of the group believe in the light has been transported to a world embroiled in dark turmoil and is about to have their life essence drained by a powerful cultivator nearing the end of their lifespan. This is beyond the group's capabilities. We request assistance from members of other groups who are capable of helping. A key combat power requirement: 80 million or more. Mission rewards: 300 million points, 50 million group experience points. And note, this quest has timed out and no one has accepted it. The group member believe in the light has died, and the quest is invalid. I thought the other chat groups were full of hidden talents. But it turns out there aren't even any members with 80 million combat power. Chen Yi was quite surprised and looked at the two external avatars in front of him with a strange gaze. One is used to carry the chat group itself, and the other is used to carry out missions. Both contain 30% of the original body's power and display a combat power of 900 million. He can also split this external avatar into 47 more, making a total of 49, which corresponds exactly to the 49 purple heaven divine lightning bolts before the damned tribulation of becoming an immortal. As for the 50th chaos divine lightning that was upgraded, he really had no way to deal with it. An avatar with only 30% of its power couldn't withstand the chaos divine lightning, while the main body could. However, since it was uncertain how many chaos divine lightning bolts there were, if it got bogged down and consumed a lot of energy, then it would truly be unable to escape the cunning tribulation of becoming an immortal. Having fought 81 times, and each time fleeing when things looked bad, Chen Yi knew that the ascension tribulation, which had been provoked for so long, would not let him go. Just then, a notification sound rang in the chat group. A byte. PDA request for help has been generated in Group 1-8. A member of the group Light God is unemployed, has carelessly flaunted his wealth, and is now being targeted and surrounded. He is in a dangerous situation. We request that capable members of the group lend a helping hand. A combat power requirement, 100,000 or more. A task rewards, 150,000 points, 20,000 group experience points. Please consider whether to accept the task within 30 seconds. If you fail to do so, the task will be uploaded to the public area and taken over by a capable member from another group. 3 countdown, 30, 29, 28. As the group owner, Chen Yi has higher priority. If he does not choose to abandon the task within the first 15 seconds, other group members cannot accept the task. The God of Light is currently unemployed. Oh my God! Group owner, come quick! I'm surrounded by a bunch of big men. Their eyes are practically glowing with lust. It's so exciting, so thrilling. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Dude, is this some kind of insane game? Teye sword immortal with clean sleeves. My sword is straight, and so am I. But you my friend, you seem a little bent? TMD, the ascension tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner, don't be afraid, I'm here. I will quell the chaos you've caused. The group owner has accepted the quest and is about to open the spatial portal. Chen Yi sat cross-legged on the futon, and ripples appeared in the space in front of his avatar, which carried the chat group's main body as a dazzling portal emerged. Immediately afterwards, another avatar opened its eyes and stepped into the portal without hesitation. You have chosen to perform the mission as a clone. The clone's combat strength has been verified and is ready for teleportation. In an instant, Chen Yi sensed that his avatar had traversed endless time and space. If the mutual connection between the intertwined thoughts were not limited by time and space, the avatar would probably have lost contact with the original body in an instant at the same time. West Sea World, a forest path outside Bolin City in the southwestern province of the Hit Empire. And Lan, still wearing her patched priest's robe, was surrounded by 12 men in black. Hey friend, why are you all fighting like this? We're all here for that damn money. We should share the blame for our sins. If the crab isn't meaty, my suggestion is to divide it among everyone for 100,000 gold coins. Okay, I'll compromise and take 8,000. Then, Let's split it, clang! In an instant, swords clashed, and the men in black, who had just been on good terms and about to split things evenly, were suddenly locked in a stalemate. Ha ha, that's not fair. Why did you draw your sword when we agreed to split it equally? Heh! You didn't even slow down in drawing your sword. It seems everyone wants 100,000. Let's see whose swordsmanship is better. May the Lord bless me. And Lan was left out in the middle, completely ignored and not treated as a person. If it weren't for the requirement that he be present in person to withdraw money from the Imperial Gold shop, he would probably have been beheaded long ago. However, Lan didn't care at all, because this was also part of his plan. As long as you don't get instantly killed, you're as safe as a rock. The group leader had already accepted the mission and arrived. He felt very safe and even watched with great interest as the men in black fought desperately to take him away. Boom! Just as the 12 men in black were about to smash the dog's brains out, a terrifying pressure swept in from all directions. The men in black paused, looking up at the sky in disbelief. A cloud of black mist rolled in like a dark cloud, and above the sky, a tall figure holding a staff and wearing a silver mask appeared, radiating an oppressive aura that was impossible to look directly at. He looked down at the crowd below and spoke in a deep voice, which boomed like thunder. Despicable plunderers, this is not an opportunity for you to covet. Retreat at once, and I will spare your lives. The men in black trembled under the immense pressure, and one of them exclaimed in a trembling voice, a third-tier expert, the leader of the demon Spirit Guild. Demon leader, whose name had been called out, immediately narrowed his eyes and shouted in a deep voice, "You ignorant fool!" The words had barely left his mouth. Puff, puff, puff. The 12 men in black instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. And Lan was forced to the ground by the oppressive aura, looking disheveled, but she laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, I've been waiting for you for so long, you've finally come. The third-tier powerhouse, the leader of the Demon Spirit Guild, who was suspended in midair, coldly glanced at him. Stop your foolishness. I have already investigated and found out that you have no one backing you. If you don't want to experience the wonders of dark magic, then you'd better obey me. Ha 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 ha. And Lan continued laughing. Are you sure the person you see is the real me? Oh, goddess. Wisdom, look at this child you have abandoned. The demon spirit leader shook his head, said no more, and raised his hand to grab Lan below. And Lan seemed genuinely terrified, not only failing to dodge but almost roaring. Then let's reverse the situation. Open. The words had barely left his mouth. The void trembled. A vast and powerful pressure suddenly descended, causing the surrounding space to tremble and cracks to appear in the void. The next second, a man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, slowly walked out. His extraordinary temperament was like that of a celestial being descended to earth. Thump. The demon leader, who had been suspended in midair, suddenly plummeted to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. This power, is this the descent of a god? How is this possible? And Lan was so excited that she trembled all over and shouted loudly, "Welcome to the group leader. What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, then used his divine sense to collect the memories of several remnant souls nearby, quickly grasping the basic information and common language of this world. That god of light is unemployed, and your name is Adolphe Anlan. And Lan was slightly taken aback, then belatedly realized what she meant and exclaimed in shock, "Yes, sir. You're truly amazing." Not only did you learn the common language of this realm so quickly, but you also learned my name. My admiration for you is as boundless as the Yangtze River and as unstoppable as the Yellow River overflowing its banks. Stop. Chen Yi waved his hand, then glanced at the Demon Spirit Guild leader in the distance and asked calmly, "And Lan, you're the one who triggered the quest. How should we deal with that guy to complete the quest?" He was eager to explore this world and get out as soon as possible, lest the chat group system keep blocking his power and prevent him from completely infiltrating this place. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Demon Spirit Guild on the other side felt as if struck by lightning and exclaimed in sudden realization, You're here for me! Have you mistaken me for someone else? Your aura is like that of a god. Why are you targeting a mere third-tier mage like me? I'm not some filthy goblin. Did I offend you somehow? But how could I possibly offend you? The third-tier demon leader was bewildered in the wind. Didn't you offend me? And Lan glared at him. If it weren't for the group owner's help, I probably would have been killed by you long ago, right? I only thought about it. I didn't actually do it. So I admit I was wrong, okay? Anyway, you weren't hurt, so I'll give you 18,000 gold coins as compensation, and we'll call it even, the demon spirit captain said matter-of-factly. Pa! Why were you so unreasonable when you killed those 12 men in black, and now you want to reason with me? And Lan spat. Looks like I've been a priest for too long. I've become a bit too merciful. Cuff, cuff. Yes, I'm getting into it. I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. With that, he bowed deeply to Chen Yi and said, word by word, Great Lord Group Leader, please execute this scoundrel. No way. Demon Spirit Captain argued, I know I was wrong, what more do you want? Even if this goes to the Imperial Court, I'm only guilty of attempted crime, not a capital offense. You can't just. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yi, having confirmed the mission conditions, casually waved his hand. An invisible energy wave swept across the area, causing the leader of the Demon Spirit Beast Hunting Group, who had dominated Bolin City for over 100 years, to fall silent. As the breeze blew, his body and soul turned into wisps of smoke, disappearing completely. Ding. Mission complete. Reward has been sent to your personal account in the chat group. Please check your account. You currently have 2 options. Yai. Immediately open the portal to return to this world. NC. Free choice of return time. Friendly reminder. The chat group's ability to block secrets will be disabled in 2.5 minutes. As a visitor from another world, you are far too powerful and will inevitably be expelled by the local heavenly Tao. The process is extremely dangerous, so we recommend choosing to return immediately. Returning is impossible, and Chen Yi isn't afraid of danger. It's just an external avatar. He has 48 such avatars, so even if he loses one, it won't matter. He can just spend another 2.5 years nurturing a new one. Moreover, the chat group's ability to block secrets is what truly hinders him. When it comes to concealing heavenly secrets, he is the true expert, having fought the tribulation of becoming an immortal 81 times. He could dodge the trials sent down by the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, let alone a mere pseudo-immortal Tao. I choose option 2. I'll return at a later time. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi, in his true form, made a decision by controlling the avatar that housed the chat group. Have a pleasant journey. At the same time, West Sea World. Chen Yi's avatar immediately pulled out a cloak made of a sensory isolating material and put it on. He then activated the runes engraved on it to minimize his presence and began to eliminate the aura he had just created in order to deceive the Western Sea Heavenly Dao's perception. However, at this moment, the chat group's blocking function suddenly disappeared. Boom! The clear sky suddenly darkened as rolling dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and the overwhelming power of the heavens, like a vast ocean, instantly locked down the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Damn it, didn't you say 2.5 minutes? Chen Yi's lips twitched violently, and then without any hesitation, he slapped the trembling and ran away. His avatar was fine. He was used to being struck by lightning and could usually survive. But Lan was different. He was too weak. Even a slight aftershock would annihilate him. He couldn't die. Otherwise, it would be difficult to lead the team in the future. After confirming that Lan had broken free from the lock of the Western Sea Heavenly Dao, Chen Yi finally sat cross-legged with peace of mind, transforming directly into an ordinary stone. Like I said, being struck by lightning is nothing. He's used to it. Anyway, it's not like the monstrous purple heaven divine lightning of the Immortal Tribulation. Could the ordinary heavenly lightning descended by the Western Sea Heavenly Dao break through his defenses? Go ahead and chop away, but when you can't chop anymore, see how I'll train you. Rumble! A deafening thunderclap resounded throughout the heavens and earth as streaks of azure lightning poured down. Some struck the spot where the demon spirit leader had fallen, some struck the tall trees nearby, some struck the water and electrocuted many fish, and some even killed a silly roe deer passing by in the forest, but none of them struck the ordinary stone that Chen Yi had transformed into. West Sea Heavenly Dao. Ah, I can clearly smell it, so why can't I catch it? I was originally planning to tough it out, but you couldn't find me at all? Chen Yi smiled amusedly. If this were a tribulation of immortality, it would have taken less than 2.5 seconds to find him. But the Heavenly Dao of the Western Sea slashed wildly for half a day and didn't even touch a hair on his head. It's really too lame. Rumble! The dark clouds on the horizon grew even thicker, and the heavenly thunder turned into plasma. The enraged Heavenly Dao of the Western Sea decided to unleash a heavenly thunderbolt upon the earth. That day, a dense barrage of thunder fell like a torrential downpour. Chen Yi's avatar remained unmoved despite being subjected to the heavenly lightning, while his true self even had the mood to chat online. Ding! The group owner has claimed the task reward. 20,000 experience points for Group 1 and 8, where Group 1 and 8 has reached level 3, still 9527 experience points away from level 4. The group's daily sign-in system is now open. Group members can receive 100 points for signing in daily. The daily limit for group red envelopes has been increased to items worth 3,000 points. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. The group members were immediately excited by the series of system notifications. Runner-up in the cultivation world. Woohoo! Group admin is awesome. Beye sword immortal with clean sleeves. Signing in every day earns 100 points. Isn't that equivalent to a daily allowance of 1,000 spirit stones? 30,000 a month. Holy crap, I'm rich! Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. You're all spineless. Is living on welfare enough for you? If the people in the next group see this, they'll think I can't afford to send out red envelopes. The group admin sent out a lucky draw red envelope containing 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Come on, everyone get 10,000 each. Cultivate diligently. Increasing your combat power will also grant you group experience. The runner-up in the cultivation world snatched 8,544 low-grade spirit stones. A sword immortal with clean sleeves snatched 12,138 low-grade spirit stones. The god of light is unemployed, managed to snatch 9318 low-grade spirit stones, the runner-up in the cultivation world. Thank you, group owner. Boeing, JPA, a sword immortal with clean sleeves. Wow, if only I had met a boss like the group leader in my past life. No empty promises, just pure money. It makes it impossible for me not to work hard. I must become a true sword immortal. The god of light is currently unemployed. Thank goodness the group admin is all right. I was transported so far away, yet I could still hear the booming thunder. It was terrifying, the runner-up in the cultivation world. Huh? Is the group admin undergoing tribulation? Everyone, please don't send messages. Don't disturb the group admin. A sword immortal with incorruptible hands. We must win. I can't live without you, just as a sword immortal can't live without his sword. Chen Yi was quite pleased to see that the group members cared about him so much. Although they are a bit weak now, they can't stay weak forever. As long as their combat strength improves, they will be able to take on missions on their own, and I, as the group leader, can just wait for the extra 50% share. Some items in the chat group's multiverse mall are quite appealing. For example, the Immortal Essence Stone that nourishes the immortal body costs 200,000 points each, and he only had 150,000 points after completing his first task. For someone in the tribulation transcending stage to transform their mortal body into an immortal body, they would need at least 100 Immortal Essence Stones. Even if they could cultivate an immortal body by invading the pseudo-immortal realm of the Western Sea, what about the subsequent cultivation and continued practice? One cannot enter the immortal realm without passing the tribulation of immortality, and the pseudo-immortal realm cannot support a true immortal who strives to improve. One will be demoted. Therefore, the resources in the Myriad Realms Mall are very necessary. Even if he worked himself to death, he wouldn't earn enough points by relying solely on himself to take on missions. There is strength in numbers. He can't possibly handle every trivial task personally. For example, today's task requires him to personally deal with a small enemy with 150,000 combat power. Isn't that like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? 150,000 points have considerable purchasing power in the Myriad Realms Mall, and would be a considerable fortune for those at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages. But for Chen Yi, who is at the Tribulation Transcending stage, it is simply insignificant. So there still needs to be group members to work for him. However, to be fair, 3 group members is indeed a bit few. Thinking of this, Chen Yi glanced at his clone, which was still being slashed wildly by the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea. Judging that it wouldn't end anytime soon, he happily started looking up ways to increase the number of group members. Recruitment Regulations, E1. The system is automatically searching and assigning chat groups. Currently, there are still 38 chat groups waiting in the queue for assignment. ADI2. Member trading is available between other group owners within the public chat channel. This feature unlocks after the chat group reaches level 5, as A3. In the free channel, if a member has been removed from the group chat by the group owner for any reason, and no other chat group is willing to accept them, the group owner can choose whether or not accept them. This function is enabled after the chat group reaches level 3. Hiss? This looks strangely familiar. Chen Yi's expression was quite odd. Isn't this just the capitalist way of doing things? Once you reach level 3 in the chat group, you can receive a reward of 100 points per day, which is equivalent to a basic salary. When group members accept tasks, it's like they're doing sales work, while the group owner gets a share of the profits without doing anything. If a group member doesn't listen, they will be kicked out of the group chat, which is equivalent to being expelled. Members not in the chat group are essentially unemployed, with no job security whatsoever. Oh no, I've become a capitalist. So be it, he's a capitalist, but Chen Yi thinks he's a good boss. After all, he doesn't make empty promises. He simply distributes a maximum amount of red envelopes every day to invest in the group members. After nurturing them to adulthood, isn't it reasonable to collect some interest? With this thought in mind, Chen Yi felt much better and happily opened the free channel to see which little ones were homeless. Upon closer inspection, they actually discovered a rare treasure that was all alone, and no one dared to take it over. Tianshu Star Region. Yunshu. Fang Family Main Hall. It was clearly Wang Teng of the Wang family, who was outmatched and killed by the young patriarch, despite being of a higher rank. Why should the young patriarch pay with his life? The young clan leader has the potential to become an emperor. Given time, he will surely surpass the ancient ancestor. We will never compromise. Our Fang family has been in decline for far too long. We had just managed to ignite a glimmer of hope, and they intend to wipe it out. Do they really think we are afraid to draw our swords? We've compromised so many times, only to have them become even more aggressive. This time, I'd rather fight to the death. They've already gone to retrieve the quasi-emperor's artifact. The clan's protective formation will surely break in 3 days. Rather than waiting to be killed, we should rush out now and take them on. Getting one isn't a loss, getting two is a huge profit. As long as the young Peng patriarch is still alive, the Fang family will still exist, and he will definitely avenge us. As the clan chief, Fang Zhang looked down at his indignant clansmen. His heart sank. He was actually a transmigrator, and his cheat system arrived right after he transmigrated. He was immediately pulled into a chat group for transmigrators from all over the world to help each other. But, for some reason, as soon as the chat group owner heard that he was from the Tianshu Star region, he kicked him out of the chat group without hesitation. Later, he learned from the public area channel information that there were members from the Tianshu Star region before him, but because of the dark turmoil that broke out at that time, no member was able to take on the mission. In the end, the mission failed due to timeout, which caused the group that triggered the mission to be downgraded. Therefore, all group leaders naturally kept their distance from group members from the Tianshu Star region. Then there's nothing that can be done. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain, and no kind-hearted group owner will take him in. After being kicked to the desolate and deserted free channel, I couldn't use any of the functions of the chat group system. This cheat code is basically useless. Fortunately, his transmigrated identity was quite good. He was the young patriarch of the Fang family back then. Although his talent wasn't particularly outstanding, at least he didn't have to worry about suddenly dying. He later became the clan chief, married a beautiful woman, and had a big, healthy son. He lived a happy and fulfilling life, and his life was not in vain, but he never expected this. His own son, Fang Fan, was no ordinary man. Lost at the age of 3, he was carried back by a pure-blooded Qilin. After that, he would often disappear for 1 or 2 months at a time, and each time he returned, he would have undergone a complete transformation. At the age of 6, he accidentally entered the inheritance site of the true martial emperor and obtained part of the demon-slaying scripture. At the age of 9, he broke into the fallen dragon cave and obtained the blood of the true dragon to cleanse his marrow and refine his essence. At the age of 12, he cultivated the bitter sea divine bridge and swept through the younger generation of Yunshu. He is definitely a template of a protagonist with great luck. As we all know, the protagonist's parents have always had a high-risk profession. Fang Zheng looked at his overly promising son with a mixture of relief and fear. I am gratified because my son has the potential to be an emperor. It's only a matter of time before he takes off. His panic stemmed from the fact that he knew his son was too dazzling, and that he, as the father, would likely have to sacrifice himself to the heavens sooner or later. As expected, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. The Wang family, the most powerful clan in Yunshao, could no longer sit still and planned to take action against Fang Fan in a secret realm. I have to say, his son is really impressive. Despite his advanced cultivation level, Shen Qiao managed to kill the young master of the Wang family, who was at the Purple Mansion realm, along with a group of lackeys and thugs, and then escaped, unscathed, disappearing without a trace. If given enough time, he will surely be able to elevate the Fang family to a level that is beyond his own. Unfortunately, the Fang family is still too weak now. Fearful, the Wang family surrounded the Fang family with a large force, threatening to slaughter the entire clan if Fang Fan did not show himself. In just 3 days, they will be able to retrieve the clan's quasi-emperor artifact and shatter the Fang family's protective formation in an instant. Given Fanner's personality, he'll definitely come back to his death after learning what happened. Sigh. Although I don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, I can't become a flaw in my son. Let me be the first stepping stone on your invincible paths. Fang Zheng sighed, made up his mind, stood up, and walked out without looking back. The Fang family members fell silent and followed behind their patriarch. They all understood that appeasement would not bring lasting peace, and that the only way to ensure the survival of their race was to fight to the very end. However, at this moment, the clan leader, who was walking at the very front, suddenly straightened up. A deep blue virtual panel that only he could see reappeared before his eyes after 20 years. A TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me, invites you join the group chat. Do you accept? Yes. Without any hesitation, Fang Zheng accepted the invitation. He is now in a dead end and doesn't want to give up any hope. Clan leader? What is that? An elder from the back asked, puzzled. Fang Zheng remained silent, staring blankly at the group leader's 900 million combat power on the virtual panel. How outrageous is this? My own cultivation at the early stage of the spirit-nourishing realm is only 300,000 combat power. The strongest ancestor of the Fang family is only slightly over 1 million, while the aggressive ancestor of the Wang family at the Sendai realm outside has more than 2 million combat power. All of them combined don't even have 1% of the group leader's combat power. Moreover, the difference in their cultivation levels is like an insurmountable chasm. Even if 10 people with the same 300,000 combat power at the early stage of the spirit-nourishing realm were added together, they would still be no match for the Wang family patriarch, who was at the second level of the Immortal Platform realm and had 2 million combat power. How terrifying would a group owner with 900 million combat power be? Could he be someone on par with the ancient emperors? Fang Zheng immediately became excited. If he could ask the group leader for help, the Fang family's siege could be lifted in an instant. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 108. The group admin invited I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens to join the group chat. The runner-up in the cultivation world. Group owner, aren't you undergoing tribulation? Why are you still distracted by recruiting new members? Are you that confident? The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. There's no other way, but practice makes perfect. The god of light is unemployed. The group owner is awesome. But this guy doesn't seem to be a newbie. His profile shows he's been registered for 73 to 74 days. And there's a mark indicating he was removed from 36 groups. Hey, a sword immortal with clean sleeves. Dude, what's going on with you? The Fang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but recall some dark parts of his history. After hesitating for a moment, he prepared to tell a lie. But then I thought, the group leader has a combat power of 900 million, which is many times stronger than my original arrogant group leader. He dared to invite me in, so he must not be afraid of the so-called dark turmoil at all. The fact that they even invited me to the group is very likely, because they want to trigger that dark and chaotic mission again. With that in mind, he decided to tell the truth. I really didn't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Because I came from the Tianshu Star region, Group 36 kicked me out, and I spent a full 20 years in the dark and hopeless free channel. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Tianshu Star region? That looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. The runner-up in the cultivation world. The world where dark turmoil occurred. He, the god of light, is currently unemployed. Holy crap, I remember. Now, it's Group 6, the one where I dropped so low my level that my group number was cancelled. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Yes, it's that one and only failed quest world in the public. Chat. If your group is also afraid of losing levels, then I'll leave. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. You're still pretending to be high and mighty? Needs to be disciplined, huh? Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Since that's how it is, then you can leave. Fang Zheng was immediately stunned. Why isn't this group leader following the expected pattern? With such high combat power, shouldn't he stand up confidently and make me feel no need to worry? I was just being polite. Why are you telling me to leave? No! Note: this new group member was originally named Fang Yuan, but the name was considered extremely dangerous and resulted in a ban on his path. The name has been corrected. Please understand if there are any discrepancies in the name later, and feel free to add the author to correct it. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Group owner, please don't kick me out of the group. I've been abandoned in a neglected corner for 20 years, and I've finally felt some warmth. I really don't want to go back. The runner-up in the cultivation world. Ha ha ha, why are you showing off for no reason? He, the god of light, is unemployed. This is called following one's heart. Ira sword. Immortal with clean sleeves. If you don't cultivate, meeting the group leader is like a frog in a well trying to see the moon. If you do cultivate, meeting the group leader is like an ant trying to see the blue sky. But I really didn't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I'm so sorry. ATMD's Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. If sorry were enough, what would be the point of rules? I'll punish you by sending you to incite a dark upheaval. Any objections? I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, huh? Me? Fang Zheng was stunned on the spot. Although he had expected that this group leader would definitely restart that dark turmoil mission. But aren't you overestimating me a bit? I'm just a lowly cultivator in the spirit-nourishing realm. How dare I provoke those supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone who have severed their own great Emperor Dao fruits? They'd probably be treated like wild monsters and easily killed before they even got to the entrance of the restricted area. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Is it that hard to handle? When the group admin sent another inquiry, he quickly replied, afraid that the next thing he would say would be, "If it's too difficult, then don't bother. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Of course I'm willing to follow your instructions, but I'm surrounded by my enemies, and my life is entirely in their hands. I'm truly powerless, group owner." So the work has already started? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "I originally planned to wait until I had fully explored the Western Sea before making any plans, but it's fine to come early. After all, he still has many avatars that have free time and can do things on their own. ETMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. What's the situation on your end? How much combat power does the enemy have? A runner-up in the cultivation world? Seriously, are you serious? Aren't you undergoing tribulation? The God of Light is currently unemployed. Even if thunder is rolling down, shouldn't you still care about the group members? Group owner, you, EA Sword Immortal with incorruptible hands. The group owner is awesome. But I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Group owner, are you undergoing tribulation? Then you go ahead with your work. I can hold on for another 3 days. As long as my son doesn't show up, I'll be fine. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Oh, and one more thing. My son is the protagonist of destiny, possessing the potential to become an emperor. At 3 years old, he was recognized as a master by a pure-blooded Kilin, and at 6 years old, see details. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. The runner-up in the cultivation world. Hey, so that's why I had that nickname. Turns out it's a high-risk profession. EDA Sword. Immortal with incorruptible hands. This story sounds so familiar. May I ask if your surname is Wang? Yi, the God of Light, is currently unemployed. My son, Wang Teng, has the potential to be an emperor. Sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. There is someone named Wang Teng, but he's not my son. My name is Fang Zheng, and my son's name is Fang Fan. It was because he killed Wang Teng, a man of higher rank, that we were besieged by the Wang family. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Wait, what's your name? The God of Light is unemployed. Don't you have an older brother? The runner-up in the cultivation world. Alert, JGE. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I'm the eldest son, and the head of the Fang family. I don't have any older brothers. Thank you. The Fang Zheng felt quite helpless, experiencing a sense of powerlessness as if a cause and effect had been imposed upon him. This was the case when I first joined Group 36, and it's still the same now. What? Have really that many people seen it? The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Since it doesn't exist in reality, I'll create one. And you can have it. As Chen Yi sent this message, a slight smile crept onto his lips. To be honest, you really need to be a fellow time traveler to understand these kinds of tricks. Nobody else would know them. Having traversed 800 years, he found no one in the world who could resonate with him, and his incompatible values and perceptions made him feel particularly lonely. It was only today that a few scoundrels in this chat group made him feel a sense of camaraderie, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Group admin, are you serious? The Fang Zheng was drenched in sweat. It's one thing for other people to use memes, but why are you still doing it after you've already passed the tribulation? Where is the majesty of a powerhouse with 900 million combat power? TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Of course. There's nothing we can do about that. If the group admin insists on playing, Can he refuse? I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fine, to be honest. I have an older brother. He is sword immortal with incorruptible hands. Has he gone, after all? Haji, you bastard. The god of light is currently unemployed. Ha ha ha. I never expected the group admin to be a kindred spirit. I love him. A runner-up in the cultivation world. AUV. Greetings, Lord Fangzhang. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Of course, jokes aside, I, Fang, would never betray you. TAA. Sword immortal with clean hands. Yes, that feels so right, bro. Seeing that Fang Zhang still had the leisure to chat in the group, Chen Yi shook his head slightly. It seems he wasn't in a hurry, and instead turned his attention to the Western Sea. At this moment, after 2.5 hours of being struck by lightning, the area within 100 miles was turned into ruins. The heavenly Tao of the Western Sea thus completely lost the aura of Chen Yi's external avatar. Even though it could still faintly smell the annoying aura of the extraterrestrial demon, it had no choice but to retreat abruptly. There's nothing I can do. I really can't find it. You think I can't defeat the Ascension Tribulation, but I can't defeat you. A mere pseudo-immortal realm heavenly Tao. Chen Yi chuckled, raised his hand to brush away the ash that clung to his avatar's body and vanished in a flash. At the same time, the Western Sea Realm, a divine domain. In a magnificent white jade palace, the god of light, the ruler of the divine realm, lay on a soft bed, holding a pure and beautiful six-winged angel in his left arm and a stunningly beautiful succubus in his right, having a great time. Sudden, he shivered. The alluring succubus trembled slightly, licked her swollen red lips, and asked in confusion, "Lord God, are you not feeling well today?" The god of light frowned, a dark light flashing in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Just now, a strange fluctuation suddenly passed by, but it disappeared in an instant. A stranger has broken in." A stranger? The pure-looking six-winged angel flapped her wings, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "I'll go and find out right away." "It's all right. Probably just some mortal cultivator breaking through his shackles again." The god of light pulled the angel back, laughing contemptuously. "His concealment skills are quite good, but he can't cause any trouble in my divine realm. Let him be happy for a while, and I'll find time to capture him and refine him later. As for now, little Angie, it's your turn to be baptized." "As you wish," the six-winged angel said solemnly, bowing down as if performing an extremely sacred act. Not bad. The spiritual energy in this so-called divine realm is very rich, and the strength of its laws is much higher than that of the Zuai continent. It truly lives up to its reputation as a pseudo-immortal realm. Chen Yi sighed repeatedly as his avatar floated around the divine realm like a ghost. Finally, they stopped before a magnificent white jade palace, and he said solemnly, "The source of the essence of immortality has been suppressed here." It seems we're bound to have to fight. If he could, he actually wouldn't want to clash with the local overlord, since this was their territory, and if he pushed them too far and caused the heavenly Tao to go berserk, he wouldn't gain anything. But there's no way around it. If you want to take food from someone else's bowl, you have to subdue them completely, or they'll become possessive and bar their teeth. Therefore, it is necessary to strike a balance in this process, both to obscure the perception of the heavenly Tao and to persuade the master of the heavenly palace. Hopefully, this overlord of the divine realm will be reasonable, so that no one ends up suffering the consequences. Having made up his mind, Chen Yi immediately and quietly slipped into this magnificent heavenly palace. However, plans never keep up with changes. He had just reached the core area when he heard a beautiful sound coming from there. Oh, having fun? You're really showing off your skills. Chen Yi looked at the swaying bed in the center of the palace with a strange expression, confirming that the master of the heavenly palace had entered a state of deep meditation and had reduced his external senses to a minimum. It floated over without making a sound, without even a ripple. He was enjoying himself, so he went in to get something. There was no need to disturb him. The journey was smooth and uneventful, and they soon found the source of the essence of immortality in this world. It was a square pool, 10 feet long and wide, filled with celestial liquid, the most scarce celestial substance in the lower realm. Good stuff. Chen Yi's gaze immediately turned fervent. At the same time, the god of light was vigorously performing a holy baptism on the pure six-winged angel, while the alluring succubus was also working hard to create a pushing sensation. The atmosphere inside the gilded bed curtains was quite heated. Sudden, he shivered again, his body tensed instantly, and large beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. My lord, is it over? I felt your divine power. The six-winged angel's beautiful eyes were glazed over. The god of light remained silent, but solemnly rose, dressed, and rushed out of the palace. Just now, when he was in the middle of his excitement, he suddenly felt the soul imprint in the heavenly palace sacred pool being touched. At the same time, the heavenly Tao also sent a stern message, solemnly stating that an extraterrestrial demon had invaded the divine realm, and that he should find it. Someone who can make even the heavenly Tao so solemn must be no ordinary person. The strange fluctuation I sensed earlier must have been caused by this extraterrestrial demon. I was careless at the time and didn't go to check immediately, which gave it an opportunity to take advantage of me. Just then, we arrived at the heavenly palace sacred pool. This is the very foundation of his godhood, and he will not allow anyone to touch it. However, at this moment, a young man dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe was floating on the sacred pool, spreading his sleeves and continuously collecting the source power for becoming a god. Ah! Damn extraterrestrial demon, stop right now. Stop right now. The god of light, his eyes blazing with fury, looked at the nearly drained holy pool, pulled out a long spear shrouded in black mist, charged forward in uncontrollable rage. Good timing! After scraping away the last drop of immortal liquid, Chen Yi, without any further hesitation, threw a punch. Boom! The aftershocks from the collision of the two powerful forces swept across the surrounding area, annihilating all matter within a radius of 100 miles. A terrifying aura shook the entire divine realm, and countless female angels and succubi rose into the air in terror, trembling as they gazed toward the sacred pool. Eek! Who is fighting against my lord? You actually forced our lord to reveal his true form as a god or demon? With a single thought, one can become a god or demon, invincible in the world. No matter who it is, they will all perish at the hands of my lord. Here at the sacred pool, at this moment, one of the arms of Chen Yi's avatar had already exploded. It was still too difficult for him to fight against the pseudo-immortal's 1.2 billion combat power, with 900 million combat power. Therefore, it can be seen that the chat group system's overall assessment of combat power is quite accurate. His external avatar was indeed unable to defeat a pseudo-immortal whose combat power was higher than his own. However, he showed no fear and instead took out 2 purple beads and held them in his palm. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. It's not like the mighty dragon can't cross the river. Chen Yi even looked at the god of light with interest. Looking at your half-black, half-white appearance. You remind me of an old friend. May I ask if your name is Lei Sin? The god of light, unaware of the trick this man was playing, saw his aura change drastically after he pulled out the 2 purple beads and immediately raised his invincible demonic spear, shouting fiercely, "Enough with the nonsense, you extraterrestrial demon! Return my things, or die. How boring." Chen Yi shrugged and said seriously, "What do you mean why don't you say something and see if it responds?" Buzz, the void trembled once more. This god of light was a ruthless and taciturn man. He immediately drew his spear and thrust. Smack, a sound like a drop of water falling into the sea rang out. Chen Yi's avatar raised 2 purple beads, which rippled strangely. The surrounding space froze instantly, as if a stop button had been pressed. The god of light, in his divine and demonic form, froze in midair, his demonic spear spitting out black flames, yet unable to take another step closer. "Merge," Chen Yi murmured, and the 2 purple beads burst forth with dazzling light, revealing 2 more avatars. The next second, the 3-star Chen Yi's external avatars merged and sublimated, while the 2-star Chen Yi's external avatars manifested in the world. When Chen Yi was at the 1-star level, his avatar's strength was only 30% of his original strength. At the 2-star level, it jumped to 40%, and the combat power data displayed by the chat group system instantly surged to 3 billion. Having cultivated to Chen Yi's level, he faces the pressure of the immortal ascension tribulation above, and the unbearable challenges of the world below. Naturally, he needs the ability to disperse his power. This resulted in every bit of his strength increasing exponentially, so it's not surprising that the difference between 30% and 40% strength was significant. But this was nothing short of a blow to the god of light. What's going on? How did this extraterrestrial demon suddenly become so terrifying? All his anger instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Why didn't you say you had this trick up your sleeve? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have dared to bare my teeth. Senior, if you want the power of the divine source, just say so. If you insist, how can I refuse? Why make things so tense? Boom! Just as the god of light was filled with regret, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the sky, and rolling dark clouds surged in. The Western Sea heavenly path has intervened once again. After all, it was the pseudo-immortal realm's heavenly Tao. Its vast heavenly might instantly crushed the power that had solidified the surrounding space, and at the same time locked onto Chen Yi's 2-star avatar. Seeing this, the god of light, who had resumed his activities, immediately felt that he was capable again. So what if you're strong? This is my territory. With the help of heaven, and the power of the entire world crashing down upon you, can you withstand it? Hey, you think you can stop me with your little pseudo-immortal realm heavenly Tao? Bring on the tribulation to immortality. Chen Yi smiled indifferently, completely disregarding the other party. Damn extraterrestrial demon, you, the god of light roared in a sinister voice, but before he could finish his harsh words, he felt an even more terrifying aura descend upon him. The power of Chen Yi's avatar at the 2-star level is far beyond what's allowed. While far exceeding the limits of the lower realm, and without yet having condensed an immortal body to avoid lightning, it will naturally attract the attention of the ascension tribulation. Rumble. A muffled rumble of thunder came from beyond the Western Sea. At first, it sounded like drumming, but upon closer inspection, it felt like a heavy blow to the heart, causing an uncontrollable sense of panic. Click! The sky cracked open, and the dark clouds formed by the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea instantly dissipated, revealing a cloud of tribulation clouds for immortality. inhabited by purple thunder dragons. A terrifying aura descended, as if an enormous beast had opened its eyes, and was looking down upon all living beings in the Western Sea realm. Old friend, are you surprised? It's me again. Chen Yi looked at the familiar guy, greeted him warmly, and then chose to return, instructing the chat system to quickly open a portal. The immortal essence that I finally obtained must not be left behind by this damned tribulation of immortality. On the other side, the previously nonchalant Ascension Tribulation was clearly taken aback, as if it had confirmed something, and in an instant it squeezed into the Western Sea realm. However, it was too late. The portal has been successfully opened. Ha ha ha, you lost again. Chen Yi laughed loudly, then fell backward and disappeared. Remember us. huandenwanwanshu.com boom. Sensing that Chen Yi's aura was disappearing again, the Immortal Tribulation became anxious and skipped the process of the first 49 purple Heaven Divine Lightning bolts and forcefully cleaved a Chaos Divine Lightning bolt towards the teleportation gate. The portal, which was not yet fully closed, was forced to swallow most of the lightning, while the remaining small portion exploded on the spot, instantly annihilating half of the Western Sea Divine realm. But Chen Yi still disappeared. The Immortal Tribulation could no longer find him. Rumble! The deafening thunder roared. The immense pressure shook the heavens and earth, and the clouds of tribulation for immortality surged endlessly, refusing to dissipate for a long time. The God of Light was terrified, fearing that the terrifying calamity cloud would target him. It is known that there are also legends of ascension to the higher realm of gods in the Western Sea, but that happened a very, very long time ago. Since the previous God Realm Lord ascended, he chose to stay in the Western Sea Realm to enjoy his new life after taking office, rather than going to the Supreme God Realm to start from scratch. Unexpectedly, that damned extraterrestrial demon attracted a test from the Supreme God Realm. Wow! That lightning was terrifying. Those damned extraterrestrial demons not only stole people's things, but also wanted them dead. You deserve to die! On the other side, inside the teleportation channel. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Damn it! 2-star Chen Yi's avatar was chased and leaped about by the great crippled Chaos Divine Lightning. He never expected that the tribulation to become an immortal would be so unethical, disregarding the proper procedures and resorting to all sorts of underhanded tricks against him, directly striking him with 50 bolts of chaotic divine lightning. Chen Yi's 2-star avatar couldn't withstand the attack. If it were hit, it would be instantly annihilated, and the hard-won immortal essence would fall into the void turbulence. Fortunately, he was very fast, and he also had the experience of fighting against the Ascension Tribulation for many years, so the Chaos Thunder Dragon could not catch up with him for the time being. However, his power was also consumed very quickly. After all, Chen Yi's 2-star clone was not the real body, and did not have such a strong reserve of energy to replenish it. It was only a matter of time before he was caught up. The Chaos Thunder Dragon, imbued with a wisp of the will of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, was also very excited. After all, it had never killed a Chen Yi before, but today, this Chen Yi couldn't escape. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi himself pondered for a moment, then raised his hand and summoned 27 1-star avatars that rushed into the teleportation portal, heading from the finish line to the starting point. The teleportation channel was originally very short, and it would take less than 2.5 seconds to traverse it. But now it has been forcibly stuffed into by the Chaos Divine Lightning, expanding to a length it shouldn't have, or even an infinite length. If this chaotic divine lightning cannot be eliminated, then the 2-star Chen Yi's avatar will never be able to leave the teleportation channel. Soon. Chen Yi's 27th avatar, a 1-star being, arrived at the scene. Seeing the menacing chaos divine lightning, he immediately began to merge and sublimate it. Sizzle! The 27 1-star avatars merged and sublimated into 9 2-star avatars, then merged into 3 3-star avatars, and finally the 4-star avatar of Chen Yi appeared. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated, and the teleportation channel could not withstand it, collapsing in a flash, with everything inside falling into the space-time rift. Boom! The Chaos Divine Thunder, which had transformed into a 10,000-foot-long thunder dragon, was full of spirituality. After sensing the appearance of a more powerful aura, it immediately abandoned the 2-star Chen Yi's external avatar and roared as it charged towards the 4-star Yi's external avatar. Good timing. Chen Yi was also considering weighting the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. The reason I didn't dare to touch it before was because I wasn't sure how many Chaos Divine Lightning bolts the Ascension Tribulation could cleave through, and I was afraid that I would run out of steam, so I avoided its sharp edge. Now it's just a stray bolt of lightning. Why bother avoiding its sharpness? Throw a punch. This strike pierced through the thunder. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the very space-time rift, the towering chaotic thunder dragon was annihilated inch by inch until it vanished into nothingness. The 4-star avatar, possessing 60% of the original's power, was unharmed, only slightly overexerted. Its form no longer is solid. Wow, that's got some skill. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi, who could perceive everything, gasped in shock. A single, not at its full strength, chaotic divine lightning bolt was enough to consume 30% of the power of a 4-star avatar. If it were to truly face the tribulation clouds of immortality, it would probably only be able to withstand about 2.5 bolts. Even with the addition of other clones, there would be no more than 5 Chaos Divine Lightning bolts. The rest would have to be borne by the main body. If the latest celestial secrets are revealed, the limit is 81 tribulations of immortality. Then after 49 purple heaven divine thunders, there should be 32 Chaos Divine Thunders. If that's the case, Chen Yi is confident he can give it a shot. But is that really the case? The secret deduced by countless great cultivators in the past was that the limit was 49 purple heaven divine lightning bolts. As a result, Chen Yi fought 81 rounds and finally succeeded in passing 49 purple heaven divine lightning bolts. However, what awaited him was not the opening of the Immortal Gate, but an even more abnormal Chaos Divine Lightning. Even the Celestial Realm probably didn't expect that someone in the barren lands of the lower realm could actually withstand 49 bolts of purple heaven divine thunder. Now they're quickly changing their tune and revealing the latest 81 heavenly secrets. Guess whether I believe it or not. So you're just using all sorts of underhanded tricks on me? Chen Yi's gaze was deep. He remained silent for a long time before finally sighing softly. Fine, since you don't welcome it, I won't force it. Anyway, I can exchange immortal essence stones in the chat group. It was at this time. The disintegrated clones have returned. There was nothing that could be done about it. The laws of the Ziwei continent were not perfect enough to support clones of 2 stars or higher. The array runes in the illusionary star cave were all used to support Chen Yi's main body, and therefore could not support another clone of 2 stars or higher. Therefore, whether it is a 4-star or a 2-star, they can only disintegrate into a 1-star clone with a maximum combat power of 900 million and return. This pool of immortal liquid is roughly equivalent to 365 immortal essence stones, enough to transform 3 one-star avatars into immortal bodies. This is a worthwhile investment. Looking at the immortal essence he had obtained from the Western Sea realm, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. He immediately waved his hand, and the 3 one-star clones instantly transformed into purple light spheres that fell into the light and began to be refined and nurtured. The process of a mortal transforming into an immortal body is very slow, but this is only the beginning. The subsequent nurturing and advanced cultivation are the main part. However, the lower realm is barren, and the essence of immortality is scarce. Opportunities like this, where one is lucky enough to encounter a pseudo-immortal realm, don't come every day. We still need to continue to increase the source of resources. Thinking of this, Chen Yi, whose hands were still hot, immediately opened the chat group panel again. The chat group is quiet right now. No one is chatting. I guess everyone is focused on their cultivation. Only Chen Yi, who has already reached the end of the world, has so much free time. Without hesitation, he broke the silence immediately. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 108 TTMD's Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. At all members, why is everyone so quiet? What are you doing? Come out and have some fun. The damn Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Does anyone need help? The God of Light is currently unemployed. Has the group owner successfully overcome his tribulation? Have you become an immortal? I just felt a terrifying pressure emanating from you. Was that you? The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. That's the pressure of the Ascension Tribulation. I failed, so I'm quitting and leaving. But I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Hey boss, do you think you can just take the Ascension Tribulation whenever you want, or avoid it whenever you want? The damn Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. What else can I do? Should I knowingly walk into it and offer myself up? I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, but how can I ascend to immortality without undergoing the tribulation during the tribulation stage? Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Only those who overcome it become immortals. Those who can't even become ghosts. To escape unscathed from the Ascension Tribulation's relentless pursuit is a skill in itself. Many tribulation transcending cultivators can't escape it, even if they wanted to. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I get it. The 36 stratagems of positioning. As long as the green hills remain, there's always firewood to burn. Group owner, I want to learn this. Is that okay? Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. We'll talk when you get there. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Dear group owner, I also have a small question I'd like to ask. Is that all right? Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Tell me, a sword immortal with clean sleeves. When I use my sword-wielding technique, I always find it difficult to precisely control the sword's flight trajectory, such as sudden stops, accelerations, and flips. The operation is very clunky, and I usually dodge before even touching the enemy. How can I solve this? The God of Light is unemployed. The controls aren't smooth. It's definitely because your old phone is too laggy. I recommend... Oops, wrong script. ITMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. At 2 sleeves of pure breeze is a sword immortal. This kind of problem means your basic skills are not practiced enough, and your mental energy is scattered and unfocused. I suggest you practice more if you're not good at it. The group admin shared the file, The Art of Spirit Control. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Great stuff. Thanks to the group leader for sharing. and I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Holy crap! A primordial spirit cultivation method. Thank you, group admin. The god of light is currently unemployed. Although I don't quite understand it, this technique looks incredibly powerful. I love you, group admin. The runner-up in the cultivation world, group owner. Are you available now? I'm about to do something big, and I might need your help. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Oh? What do you mean? In a misty, mountainous region, a plump man sat on a large rock, holding a large wine jar in his arms. He used a hollow bamboo stick as a straw and sipped the wine vigorously. His face flushed and his eyes glazed over as he mumbled to himself. You're getting married, but the groom isn't me. In this deserted corner, I secretly wipe away my tears. Runner-up in the cultivation world. Dear group owner, my white moonlight is getting married. We were so in love. The runner-up in the cultivation world. 2106 days. A full 2106 days. What do those beautiful past days matter? A runner-up in the cultivation world. Group owner, what should I do? Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Haha, the white moonlight. It's just lust at first sight, plus a bit of deep-seated inferiority, which cloaks her in a divine glow. In the end, after the weight of unrequited love, she becomes the white moonlight, and you, my friend, you become a slave to that light. Te a sword immortal with clean sleeves. Holy crap. Bro, are you possessed by a true immortal? The god of light is currently unemployed. This tastes just right. The runner-up in the cultivation world. Should I try to win her back? I really don't want to sacrifice myself to the heavens. The great path shouldn't be so narrow. You should look forward, instead of stubbornly hoping she'll change her mind. The god of light is currently unemployed. Yes, Lord Fangzheng is right. Don't be a clown. Don't let everyone else be showing their resentment while you're still not over it. A runner-up in the cultivation world, but I cultivate for her sake. If I lose her, even if I become an immortal, I will never be happy again. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. You're so stubborn, aren't you? The god of light is currently unemployed. Is it possible that cultivating immortality is merely a way to become a better version of oneself, and also to meet a better fairy? A runner-up in the cultivation world. She's my fairy. I love her. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Big fool. Chun, what are you trying to do? What a runner-up in the cultivation world. Thank you all. You've finally made me understand what I truly wanted. I'm off. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. What the hell are you thanking us for? Did you even listen to a word we said? A sword immortal with clean sleeves. This guy's gone mad. The god of light is currently unemployed. Group admin, please say something. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. What's the opponent's cultivation level? A Chen Yi didn't care. He only cared about how many points he could earn. However, the avatar of the runner-up in the cultivation world went dark, clearly indicating that he was already running wild for love. Seeing this, Chen Yi didn't care and instead started talking about Fang Zheng. ETMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me, and I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zheng, what's the situation on your end? Are they really just surrounding you and doing nothing? Logically speaking, the cruel world of cultivation shouldn't be so harmonious, especially when there's crushing power imbalance. They shouldn't have broken Fang Zheng's leg in public on the first day. If his son didn't come out, They should have pulled out Fang Zheng's tendons and skinned him the next day, making things as miserable as possible. Otherwise, how could they quickly force Fang Zheng's son out? I really don't want to be sacrificed. Group admin, I understand what you mean, but it's not that they don't want to torture me to break my son's mental defenses. It's that they can't. Either. Tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. What do you mean? I really don't want to sacrifice myself to the heavens. Even at my worst, the Fang family has produced a saint-level ancestor. With a saint-level clan-protecting formation, we're temporarily safe as long as we don't leave. If they want to break the formation, they must retrieve the clan's quasi-emperor artifact, and these 3 days are their time to obtain it. TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. What's the highest combat power of your enemy, Fang family? Fang Zhang, who had just calmed down the clansmen, remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, looked up at the Wang family patriarch, who was sitting cross-legged high in the sky, indifferent to everything, as if he had made up his mind. I really don't want to be sacrificed. The highest combat power is 2.3 million, boss. Should we take him down now? Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Wan Fang Zheng understood and immediately took advantage of the fact that the clansmen were not paying attention and rushed outside. The incident happened suddenly, and by the time the Fang family members reacted, Fang Zheng had already left the range of the clan's protective formation. Chieftain! Why did you go out alone? Was what they said about a mysterious powerful being coming to your aid just a lie? This won't do, Chieftain. We agreed to face this together. How can we let you bear it alone? It's nothing more than death. You've been cowardly for so long. I can't bear it anymore. I'll help you. There are no cowards in the family. The Fang family member's passion, which had just subsided, was once again ignited. I knew it. Fang Zheng sighed inwardly. Seeing that his people's eyes were already red, he had no choice but to draw his long sword and hold it to his own neck, shouting in a deep voice, "Don't come any closer. Go back. I will take full responsibility for the trouble my son has caused. If you come any closer, I'll kill myself." Sometimes, having too much unity within a family isn't necessarily a good thing. It can easily lead to everyone being wiped out by someone who gets carried away. Fang Zheng dared to do this because he had a trump card, but the clansmen didn't know that. They only knew that their clan leader was sacrificing himself to give the entire clan a chance to survive. But is this really useful? The Wang family is notorious for its ruthlessness and domineering nature. Once they mobilize, they wipe out the entire family, eliminating any potential threats at the root. The patriarch's sacrifice was probably meaningless, but seeing his resolute appearance, the Fang family members still stopped in their tracks. At the same time, the Wang family patriarch, who had witnessed everything from high above, landed in front of Fang Zheng and sneered, "How touching, Fang Zheng. If you had known this would happen, would you regret not disciplining your son properly back then?" Fang Zheng said calmly, "I don't think Fanner did anything wrong. I just hate myself for not being strong enough to help Fanner. Instead, I became his weakness." "Ha ha ha, you're quite self-aware." The Wang family patriarch laughed loudly. "That's right, weakness is the original sin. If you tell me Fang Fan's hiding place now, I might consider giving you a quick death." Fang Zheng remained silent for a moment, then looked at him with a deep gaze. "So, even if I agree to cooperate with you, it won't save the entire Fire Fang family from death? Ha ha ha, don't joke around." The Wang family patriarch sneered. "The reason my Wang family has been able to dominate Yunzhou for so long is Because of two things. First, we are ruthless. Second, we never show mercy. Now you only have two paths before you. Either the entire Fang family dies a quick death, or you watch them suffer torment until they die. Ding! You have been detected as being threatened by a powerful individual, and you are unable to resolve the situation using your own strength. But a request for help has been generated. Group member I really don't want to be sacrificed, has attracted the jealousy of powerful figures due to his son's extraordinary talent, and is now in a dangerous situation that he cannot resolve on his own. He requests assistance from capable group members. Emission combat power requirement, 2.5 million or more. At task rewards, 3 million points, 250,000 group experience points. This post will be uploaded to this group simultaneously. All members have 30 seconds to consider whether to accept the position. If the time limit is exceeded, the post will be uploaded directly to the public area. E, the God of Light, currently unemployed. Holy crap, as expected of Lord Fang, he really goes all out. Do at this. Point. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Hanana1K1, K1K1, TDA Sword Immortal with clean sleeves. It might be difficult for us, but it's just a piece of cake for the group leader. With 200,000 group experience points, the benefits will be upgraded again. Following the group leader is truly a win-win situation. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Group owner, save me. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will quell the chaos you've caused. The group owner has accepted the task, and will soon initiate spatial teleportation. Fang Sheng immediately felt reassured and full of security, and without hesitation said, "Okay, I agree." After saying that, he took out his son's birth year jade pendant. Of course, he didn't really want to call his son over to die, but rather to buy some time. He even genuinely wanted his son to come and watch the show. The father might not be very capable, but he could get people to come. Even if that brat is incredibly powerful, he still needs to keep a low profile. After all, he only has the potential to become an emperor, while the group leader with 900 million battle power might actually be a true emperor. Inside the Fang family compound, seeing him pull this abstract maneuver again, the most powerful elder of the Fang family cried out in grief, "Fang Zhang, what are you doing?" Without Fang Fan, my Fang family truly has no hope of rising again. Fang Zhang was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Simple, I'm invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, the void above his head suddenly twisted, and a dazzling spatial vortex slowly emerged. The sudden strange phenomenon startled the Wang family patriarch, who instinctively took a half-step back. Snap! But Fang Zhang didn't care about all that, and suddenly went up and gave him a big slap. "You damn old bastard! I've been putting up with you for ages!" "You're asked for death!" Caught off guard, the Wang family patriarch took a solid slap and was immediately enraged. He raised his palm and slapped Fang Zhang. At that moment, the palm was only 1 meters away from the square top of his head, but after a strange wave swept by, it could no longer fall down. The surrounding space froze instantly, and everyone present seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Fang Zhang, who was only protected by the chat group system, was unaffected. He was so excited that he trembled all over, and his eyes were burning as he looked at the calm figure that slowly walked out of the spatial vortex. Before he even emerged, a mere wisp of his aura had already suppressed the Wang family patriarch. Is this the powerhouse with a battle strength of 900 million? Welcome to the group owner, the great god. Chen Yi nodded slightly. This time there were no communication barriers. The language code of this world is a universal language, saving him from having to search souls to decode, and thus becoming tainted by the aura of the heavenly Tao of this world. Not far away, the Wang family patriarch, who was suppressed in place, trembled with fear and said in a trembling voice, The great emperor! This oppressive force, subtly crushing the void, even caused his own quasi-emperor-level laws to crumble uncontrollably. It can't be wrong. The man before me is the emperor. But how could that be? The previous emperor had only severed his Tao fruit and joined the dark forbidden zone less than 1,000 years ago. His heavenly heart imprint hadn't even been reformed yet. How could an emperor-level being possibly appear? And it looks like they were hired by Founder Group. No, on what grounds? What merit does a nobody like him possess? Chen Yi glanced at him indifferently, then turned to Fang Zheng and asked softly, What are the mission requirements? Fang Zheng pondered for a moment and replied, Group owner, this is an upgradable task. It says that to eliminate future troubles, the Wang family will be eradicated. The task rewards will also increase accordingly. You can choose to accept it or not. Without hesitation, Chen Yi replied, Answer it. Why aren't you answering? The previous mission only yielded 150,000 points, not even enough to buy a single immortal essence stone, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. The 3 million points for this mission are quite substantial, but they only amount to 15 immortal essence stones. He certainly wouldn't mind if he could earn more. Yes, group owner. Fang Zheng nodded slightly, then turned his icy gaze to the Wang family patriarch and said in a deep voice, Please execute this scoundrel. Upon hearing this, the Wang family patriarch, who was standing some distance away, had his mind go blank. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? What virtue or ability does Fang Zheng possess to command a being that is suspected to be an emperor? What merit or ability do I, Wang Chen, possess to be able to stand against the great emperor? No, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Senior, please don't. Chen Yi was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the Wang family patriarch was instantly reduced to ashes and scattered cleanly. From the moment I embarked on the path of cultivation, my fate was already in the hands of destiny. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and dangers. One must contend with heaven, earth, and even more so with other people. In this dog-eat-dog world, dying halfway through is quite normal. Chen Yi has two bottom lines. First, he will not kill ordinary people. Second, he will not kill those who have accumulated merit. Clearly, this Wang family patriarch doesn't meet any of the criteria, so it's only right that we help him cultivate. Yuding! The first phase of the mission is complete. 3 million points and 200,000 group experience points have been distributed to your personal chat group account. Please check your account. Phase 2 mission initiated. To ensure the safety of group member really don't want to be sacrificed, please eliminate all remaining forces of the Wang family too. Prevent future trouble. Yo combat power requirement. Over 10 million. ID task rewards varies. The note. The chat group blocking effect will remain in effect throughout the mission. You will not be expelled by the heavenly Tao of this realm. 3 million points may seem like a lot, but in reality, it's not a small amount at all. For Chen Yi, it was barely enough to fill a gap between his teeth. After all, his cultivation level was very high, but the difficulty of the assigned task was very low, so the reward was naturally not good enough. This is equivalent to a max-level player refreshing the task. It's very simple, and you can clear it in no time, but the rewards are not entirely useless, just better than nothing. 3 million points can't even buy 20 Immortal Essence stones, let alone enough for a 1-star clone to transform into an immortal body. You still have to do those high-difficulty, high-profit tasks. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. It's a pity I joined the group too late and missed the Dark Turmoil quest. That's 300 million points, equivalent to 1/500 Immortal Essence stones, enough to transform 15 1-star clones into immortal bodies. Moreover, the required combat power is only 80 million, which is still a simple task for Chen Yi, whose 1-star clone has a combat power of 900 million. What a huge mistake. Fortunately, there is still a chance. Although the unlucky guy who triggered the Dark Turmoil mission last time is gone, he picked up a square one. Once this advanced quest is completed, and Fang Zheng is thrown into that forbidden zone of life, where is the Wang family? Point me in the right direction. I feel the heat in my hand, Chen Yi asked calmly. Fang Zheng pondered for a moment and slowly said, "It's in the northwest, in the center of Yunzhao, at the summit of Chixia Mountain, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is most abundant." The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Yi flipped his palm and raised it, and the clear sky suddenly darkened. A colossal hand, capable of blotting out the sky, appeared from beyond the heavens, slowly pressing down, stirring up the wind and clouds, and a powerful shockwave swept across the entire Yunzhao. The terrifying phenomenon caused panic among the people, and the overwhelming aura terrified the cultivators. Ah! What happened? What a terrifyingly large hand! Which old codger in the restricted area is it that's finally dead again? Wasn't the last Dark Turmoil less than 1,000 years ago? It's happening again! Last time, half the people died, and I barely survived. This time I'm afraid I'm doomed! Oh no, Mom, I'm doomed. At the same time, there were also unusual movements within the Forbidden Zone. Pairs of aged and decaying eyes slowly opened, their gazes filled with surprise and uncertainty as they looked up at the sky. Such a heavy pressure. Has another great emperor emerged? No, it's not the great emperor. I've only been a Tao-severing cultivator for less than 1,000 years, and my heavenly heart imprint hasn't even been reformed yet. He has such great abilities. He's using his own Tao to suppress the heavenly Tao. Who is he? Why does he have such an unfamiliar aura, as if he is not a being from this world? Could he be a demon from beyond the realm? If he were an extraterrestrial demon, the heavenly Tao would probably have already revived and suppressed him. How could it allow him to be so rampant and arrogant? For some reason, I suddenly felt a tremor in my heart. The appearance of this strange emperor does not seem to be a good thing. What a worrywart. How many high-minded people have ultimately succumbed to the ravages of old age and committed suicide? It has been so since ancient times. He alone is not enough to shake the Forbidden Zone. If he is sensible, that's fine. But if he is not, a great emperor at his peak is worth the life essence of billions of living beings. Even if we only experience a brief period of extreme sublimation, we can still make up for it. The price of reaching the pinnacle of power is still too high. It would be troublesome if it couldn't be made up for. Hopefully, this unfamiliar emperor will understand. The old men, barely clinging to life in the restricted area, whispered amongst themselves. At the same time, wails of agony came from the Wang family, who were directly below the giant hand. It's over! Everything's over! The clan's guardian artifact has shattered, and the clan's protective formation collapsed in an instant. We're doomed. Why? Why has such a calamity befallen my royal family? My Wang family has a history of tens of thousands of years. We have always been kind to people in Yunzhao and never easily make enemies. We have no enemies at all. Why are we still facing such a catastrophic disaster? It must be that we didn't completely eradicate them. I remember now, the previous patriarch once said that when they destroyed a fallen imperial clan, they couldn't find a single infant. They searched for a long time but couldn't find one, and even when their lifespan was about to end, they kept talking about it. Unfortunately, we didn't take it seriously. It must be him who has returned. It must be the last bloodline of the 9 Sons Emperor who has returned. Heaven is condemning my royal family. Rumble! The enormous hand slowly pressed down, and the heavenly Tao of this realm, which had been deceived, finally realized that something was wrong and emitted a series of booming sounds. This power has exceeded the limits of the laws of this realm, a level that is impossible for any living being in this realm to reach. So, this is the work of a demon from beyond the realm. The heavenly Tao, realizing what was happening, immediately intervened. Dark clouds rolled in, and the immense power of heaven clashed with the giant hand in the void, forcefully halting its downward pressure. It resolutely reveals the will to never allow the extraterrestrial demons to harm the people under its rule. Warning! Your arrogance has exceeded the chat group's blocking capacity. The heavenly Tao of this realm has detected you. Do you wish to return immediately? I finally realized it, but you're not qualified to stop me. Chen Yi shook his head, ignoring the warnings in the chat group, and pressed down harder with his raised palm, resisting the power of the heavenly Tao from a distance. Rumble! The collision of the 2 enormous forces caused the entire world to shake violently. Damn it, it really is an extraterrestrial demon. Dozens of aged figures within the restricted area stood up, their expressions solemn as they gazed into the distance, their eyes sweeping across mountains and seas towards the territory of Yunzhao. At the same time, the heavenly Tao, which was evenly matched with Chen Yi, began to resort to underhanded tactics. Rolling dark clouds gathered directly above Yunzhao, and bronze-colored lightning flashed, ready to strike the source. Standing next to Chen Yi, Fang Zheng suddenly trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. The suffocating sensation, like a python coiling around him, made him open his mouth wide, desperately trying to breathe in fresh air. That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. If you get even a little closer to the group owner, you'll feel like you're about to melt. Any closer, and you'll feel like you're about to explode. He desperately wanted to run, but he couldn't escape at all. An invisible force imprisoned the surrounding space, preventing him from even uttering a word. Lightning bolts hovered overhead, and he felt a chill on his head, as if he would be struck by lightning at any moment. Fortunately, the chat group was still working, and feeling extremely insecure, he quickly tagged the group owner. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. At TMD, the tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Group owner, please stop your supernatural powers. I'm about to explode. Trembling, Jiggy, Fang Zheng's sudden statement quickly attracted the attention of the group members. A god of light, unemployed. Hey, is it about to explode? Let me guess, is the group admin about to undergo another tribulation? AAA sword immortal with clean sleeves. Expected of the group leader. He guides people wherever he goes. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Group owner, did you see this? I'm so scared. Yi, the tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Don't be afraid, it's all part of a plan. With me here, you'll be safe. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi calmly replied to the message, then directed his one-star clone in the Tianshu star region to begin operations. The reward for eliminating the Wang family was not ideal, only a few million points, which translates to just over 50 immortal stones, not even enough for a clone to transform into an immortal body. In the Western Sea realm, one can at least find compensation from other places, but in the Tianshu star region, it's far less feasible, because the level of this world is not very high. Upon arriving, he immediately understood the general level of the Tianshu star region as soon as he came into contact with the laws of this realm. The basic laws can only support the emergence of beings equivalent to the integration realm. The so-called great emperors are beings who have merged with the heavenly heart imprint, nurtured by the heavenly Tao, taking a step further to suppress all the myriad paths in the world, surpassing the basic laws, and thus proving themselves to become great emperors, equivalent to the tribulation transcending stage. It must be said that although this kind of tribulation transcending stage is invincible, it relies too much on the heavenly Tao. Once it leaves the scope of its own realm, it cannot be compared with the tribulation transcending stage that truly relies on its own abilities. Of course, none of that matters. What matters is that he cannot obtain the essence of immortality in this world. Apart from doing missions, nothing else can attract Chen Yi. Since we're already here, we can't just go back after earning only a few task points, right? Therefore, Chen Yi immediately came up with a bold plan. He wants Fang Zheng to stage an accident involving the so-called self-destructive emperor in the restricted area. Considering that those old fogies had only recently stirred up the dark turmoil and were currently in a period of dormancy, hiding in the restricted area and refusing to come out, his goal now was to force them out. What could be more serious than the invasion of extraterrestrial demons? No matter how much trouble they cause within the Tianshu star region, that's their own business. If outsiders break in and try to tear down the house, and they can still remain calm and stand still, then heavens will definitely not let them off the hook. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The heavenly Tao of the Tianshu star region was indeed very angry, and the roar was deafening. Chen Yi's clone calmly arm wrestled with him, still pressing down hard on his palm. A gigantic hand formed in the sky, slowly pressed down again against the overwhelming power of heaven, its terrifying aura causing the Wang family members to cough up blood. At the same time, the dark clouds that had gathered above the Fang family also began to unleash heavenly lightning. A total of 81 thick bolts of lightning twisted the void and swept towards Chen Yi, demonstrating the heavenly Tao's resolute will to eliminate the extraterrestrial demons. But what about it? This is completely useless. If it were a pseudo-immortal realm like the Western Sea realm, Chen Yi would still have some reservations about the heavenly Tao. However, the limit of the laws in the Tianshu star domain lies in the strength of the integration stage. Even if the heavenly Tao that evolves all things is one level higher than the basic laws, it is still not at the strength of the tribulation stage. Chen Yi's one-star clone was a genuine tribulation transcending stage cultivator. The idea that one person can defeat an entire realm is not unfounded. The 81 bolts of heavenly lightning struck Chen Yi without causing him any pain or discomfort. Not even a fraction of the damage he would suffer during the tribulation to become an immortal. Chen Yi remained unmoved, but Fang Zheng beside him had a flushed face and was trembling with excitement, feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Just now, the group leader instantly refined the 81 bolts of heavenly lightning, condensing them into a ball of pure heavenly lightning essence, which he then casually stuffed into his mouth. With a crackling sound, he felt his tongue exploding, and the thick essence flowed down his throat and into his lower abdomen. An incredibly wonderful feeling spread throughout his body along his limbs and meridians, and he instantly climaxed. Breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water. Fang Zheng had only seen it happen to his own son, but he never imagined that it would happen to him one day. Nourishing the Spirit Stage 1, Nourishing the Spirit Stage 2, Nourishing the Spirit Stage 3, 300,000 combat power, 400,000 combat power, 500,000 combat power. His combat power skyrocketed to 1 million, reaching the first level of the Sendai realm. 80% of the heavenly thunder essence that the group leader had stuffed into his body was still left. Fang Zheng couldn't control himself anymore and still wanted to break through to the next level. However, at this moment, a gentle force suddenly slapped him away, forcibly suppressing his weak and erratic power, and slowly floated into the Fang family's main hall. When Fang Zheng regained consciousness, he discovered that he had a beautifully crafted round seal in his arms, while the powerful group leader had vanished without a trace. The next second, the chat group notification sound rang in my mind. ATMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me, and I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zheng, the advancement quest is complete. I'm leaving. Keep an eye on things. I've made some arrangements. Those self-mutilated old bastards in the Forbidden Zone should be coming after us soon. The star-suppressing seal I left you can protect your Fang family. Just go ahead and provoke them. I'll quell any resulting chaos. Founder. I knew it! I knew it! No wonder the group admin made such a big fuss. It's clearly for that dark turmoil mission worth 300 million points. Dear group owner, are you using me as a pawn? Fang Zheng glanced at the faintly glowing Zhengxing shield in his arms, and then felt the vast heavenly thunder essence within his body. He couldn't help but smile slightly. This work wasn't for nothing. The things the group admin gave him were more than enough to buy his life. With a Zhengxing seal that is suspected to be an ultimate imperial weapon, and a heavenly thunder essence that is enough to support cultivation to the quasi-emperor realm, if there are no accidents, he will surpass the ancient ancestors and lead the Fang family to the top of Yunzhao and the top of Tianshu Star region without relying on his troublemaking protagonist son. The so-called Immortal Imperial family must have a place for Fang Jia. What? You're saying the Fang family has never produced an emperor? Believe it or not, if you push me too far, I'll show you a living emperor. As long as you cling to the group leader's coattails, even becoming an emperor might not be the end. In short, all the words can be summed up in one sentence. Hey, group admin, just you wait and see. My death will be beyond your imagination. At this moment, seeing the patriarch's barely suppressed smile, the Fang family members immediately surrounded him with burning eyes. Clan leader, you're really not bragging? Where did you get to know that supreme being? When did you meet him? I've never heard you mention him before. That one looks like an emperor to me. His mere presence made my soul tremble uncontrollably, and I instinctively wanted to submit. Chieftain, that person left you a round mark, letting me touch this precious treasure, and get some of their good fortune. Father, you kept this from me for so long. Do you know how I've been these past few days? Almost along with the Wang family. Do you know that? Suddenly, a loud and clear shout rang out. Fang Fan, the young patriarch of the Fang family, appeared at the door with red eyes, carrying a coffin that exuded a faint aura of death on his shoulder. He never expected that his unreliable father would be able to invite such a terrifying figure. With nowhere else to turn, he had already carried the coffin that suppressed the evil thoughts of the great emperor to the Wang family's ancestral land, intending to use his own life to force the Wang family to back down. Result: that terrifying giant hand suddenly descended from the sky, nearly crushing him to death as he arrived at the Wang family's doorstep. Fortunately, the owner of this giant hand had no ill intentions and even inexplicably showed kindness. While crushing the Wang family, he also took the opportunity to send the trembling man back to the Fang family. It wasn't until he stepped into the house that he realized the owner of that giant hand was actually a helper his own father had hired. The seemingly certain death he had been in had been resolved so easily. What about his actions these past few days, trying every possible way, jumping around, risking his life to save his father and the Fang family? In an instant, a flood of grievances welled up in my heart. Dog Daddy, why didn't you tell me you had such a powerful trump card? Am I still your proudest son? Seeing his son, the main character, sulking, Fang Zheng's smile became increasingly difficult to suppress. At the same time, within the illusionary star cave, as Chen Yi's clone returned, the chat group notification sounded. Ding. Advanced quest completed. Settlement in progress. EA total of 252. Wang family cultivators were eliminated this time, including 198 with a combat power of over 100,000, 19 with a combat power of over 1 million, 3 with a combat power of over 5 million, 2 with a combat power of over 8 million, and 1 with a combat power of over 10 million. A task rewards 50 million points, 2.5 million group experience points. The reward has been sent to your personal account. Please check your account. Is 50 million points a lot? Well, to be honest, there are quite a lot. But for Chen Yi, it was still somewhat insufficient. After all, even the most basic immortal essence, the Immortal Essence Stone, costs 200,000 points per stone, so 50 million points can only be exchanged for 250 stones. It's still not as good as the job I did in the Western Sea. However, compared to the Western Sea realm, where one can only pull off a quick heist and run away, the Tianshu Star region has much greater potential. There's no other reason than here, a one-star clone can unleash its full power, becoming invincible, and without having to worry about attracting the tribulation of becoming an immortal. Basically, this is the easiest dungeon he's encountered so far. Neither going up nor down. As long as you provoke those old fogies hiding in the restricted area, you can earn hundreds of millions of points with just one run. If you run it a few more times, you can earn several 100 million. It's much more lucrative than that one-shot deal in the Western Sea realm. Ding! The group owner has claimed the task reward. Group 108 experience points plus 200,000. Ding! The group owner has claimed the advanced task reward. 2,500,000 group experience points. Group 118. Group 118 has reached level 22, still needing over 480,000 experience points to reach level 23. The group's daily sign-in system rewards have been upgraded. Group members can now receive 2,200 points for signing in daily. The daily limit for group red envelopes has been increased to items worth 22,000 points. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. A daily group red envelope limit has been updated. The series of chat group notifications immediately sent the group members into a frenzy. The God of Light is unemployed. Oh my God, there's a Tongxiandai in the group. I'm already lying down. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Keep going. Don't stop. Eyes roll back, JPG. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Wait, let me do the math. I get 2 to 200 points a day just from signing in, which is a minimum of 22,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's 60,000 a month. Ha ha ha, even my sect isn't as rich as me. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky to have been invited to join this group by the group owner. It's a blessing I've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Sharing is caring, so here, have a share. The group admin sent out a lucky draw red envelope caning. 220,000 low-grade spirit stones. The person named Light God is unemployed, managed to snag 60,000. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, managed to grab 110,000. The user. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. 120,000 yuan. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. It's ruined, and I have the worst luck again. The god of light, currently unemployed. I was wrong. Following the group leader isn't just about eating 9 meals in 3 days. It hasn't even been a day yet, and I'm already eating 9 meals. The group leader's vision is truly amazing. I love it. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. It's laughable, but thousands of members of my Fang family have worked hard for a month. And we still don't earn as much as this one red envelope from the group leader. What's the point of hard work? What's the point of perseverance? How difficult is it for one person to persevere? Be a sword immortal with clean sleeves. Lord Fangzhang, please wait. Let me do it. He, the god of light, is unemployed. I'm joining too. Some people persevere because of a sense of responsibility, while others see details. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Hey, don't steal my lines. I once shouted it out, but gradually see details that I really don't want to offer sacrifices to the heavens. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi himself let out a long-awaited, hearty laugh. Even if the group members are a bit slow, having a few funny people around makes the lonely and solitary journey of cultivation much more enjoyable. But then again, it seems like someone is missing? What about that love-struck runner-up? Why would someone not even bother grabbing such a generous red envelope just for that? White moonlight. Ideal romantic partner. If I remember correctly, he was only at the foundation establishment stage, right? What kind of white moonlight can cost 30,000 spirit stones? With the purchasing power of 30,000 spirit stones, it's no exaggeration to say that it could even make an ordinary golden core cultivator put down their pride. Can't you get it? Or can't you even click on it? What's more, he can't even have her. And even his white moonlight is about to get married. Those who are troubled by love will never achieve great things. If you really can't let go, just get rid of it. The most taboo thing on the path of cultivation is to have pent-up emotions in your heart. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi, feeling frustrated and disappointed, tagged the former group admin in the group chat. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. At runner-up in the cultivation world, what's going on your end? Come out and say something. This is a serious warning. This group doesn't accept sycophants. As the god of light is currently unemployed. Did you hear that? Runner-up. The group admin has spoken. This group doesn't accept sycophants. Fawning JPG, I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. At runner-up in the Immortal Cultivation world. Stop struggling. She's getting married soon. She doesn't love you. At 2 sleeves of Pure Breeze is a sword immortal. At runner-up in the cultivation world. Buddy, instead of wasting time humbly trying to win him back, why not use that time to improve yourself? When you reach a higher vantage point and see a more magnificent view, you'll realize that the so-called white moonlight is nothing special. Hurry up and claim your red envelope. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. This is the second warning. If you don't come out and kick me out, as it turns out, the group admins. Stern warning was very effective in deterring others. The runner-up replied immediately. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Sorry, I just got away and couldn't reply to messages earlier, so I wanted to ask, if people are solely driven by desires, what is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of existence? Runner-up's philosophically insightful remarks immediately sparked enthusiastic responses from the group members. A two sleeves of incorruptible sword immortal. Holy crap, we've been talking for ages, and you've entered a state of sagehood. The god of light is unemployed. What are you doing when you're not? Replying to messages. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, but I'm doing it. A swordsman who is incorruptible and honest. This is a fair and insightful observation. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. At runner-up in the cultivation world, tell me more. The god of light is unemployed. Is it moral decay or a lack of humanity? A young man, desperate to win back his beloved's hand in marriage, inexplicably enters a state of enlightenment? Stay tuned for the year's grand drama at runner-up of the Immortal Cultivation world for a detailed analysis. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Holy crap, this has to be a cultured person. Starting with a sensationalist headline. At runner-up in the cultivation world, explain in detail. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, +1. In a pink-themed room, the overweight runner-up leaned against the headboard, his clothes disheveled, his eyes clear and devoid of worldly desires. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a piece of ice candy spirit fruit, put it in his mouth, and carefully considered his reply. A runner-up in the cultivation world. I've loved. This answer is clearly unsatisfactory. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Account ban warning. A god of light is unemployed. Don't tell me? You might lose your account. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Didn't you say you were going to do something big? Is this the big thing you were talking about? I really don't want to be sacrificed. Did we win or not? Sigh. I knew you guys would dig deep. This wine is really no good. Acting impulsively has put me in a very passive position. Inside the erotic room, runner-up sighed softly, struggled for a moment, and then decided to tell the truth. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Everyone, do you think looks are really that important? A sword immortal with clean sleeves. That's definitely important. For example, when I went down the mountain to eliminate demons, I saved many beautiful women from dangerous situations. They all wanted to repay me with their bodies, and they would be my slaves in their next life to repay my junior brother. Ati, the god of light, is unemployed. That's a realistic situation. I really don't want to be sacrificed. I disagree. I believe perseverance and hard work are more important. A beautiful face alone is a dead end, without strong capabilities to support it. It's just a pretty vase that breaks easily. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. That can't be right. Runner-up, didn't you already reach Foundation Establishment? After undergoing the marrow cleansing and rejuvenation, you couldn't possibly look bad, right? A runner-up in the cultivation world. Wah! Group owner, you don't know, I used to be really handsome, but I got fat after embarking on the path of cultivation. I have an innate spiritual body, and it's fine when I'm not cultivating, But once I start cultivating, the spiritual energy in my body becomes unbelievably abundant, and I can't refine it all. My body is so swollen. A runner-up in the cultivation world. My master said things would be better after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but that takes too long. My white moonlight doesn't want to wait at all. She said she loved me before because I was handsome, and now that I'm not handsome anymore, she doesn't love me anymore and has turned around and thrown herself into the arms of that pretty boy. She's so cold and heartless. Every word she said was like a sharp blade, cutting my fragile heart until it bled profusely. The god of light is unemployed. So, you didn't win back your white moonlight? Then who put you into a state of enlightenment? A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Oh? Could it be a runner-up in the cultivation world? Yes, nothing to do today, so I'm going to listen to music at a brothel. Now I really don't want to be sacrificed. If you can't get it, you just click on one, right? Runner-up, you really know how to play. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. You bastard, you're so pathetic. The group admin shared the file, the Great Evolution Devouring. Heaven Technique. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. This method can consume a large amount of spiritual power to improve cultivation and is extremely suitable for innate spiritual bodies with excessive spiritual power. Others can also try it out. The points earned from daily check-ins are enough to cover the consumption. Despite the criticism, Chen Yi, as the group admin, still has a responsibility to help group members solve their problems. After all, every group member is a valuable asset to him, the group owner. When they are weak, they can trigger tasks to earn points, and when they are strong, they can take the initiative to accept tasks to earn points. Their value is immeasurable. Runner-up in the cultivation world. Thank you so much, group owner, for bestowing this power upon me. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase a chicken, I will never run over a dog. The god of light is currently unemployed. Group admin is awesome. Do you guys know how many points this cultivation technique is worth in the multiverse mall? The god of light is currently unemployed. I checked the controlling god technique that the group admin shared earlier costs 500 million points in the multiverse mall, and this great evolution devouring heaven technique is even more outrageous, costing a whopping 800 million points. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Doesn't this mean that if I learn these two techniques, it's equivalent to getting 1.3 billion points for free? Wow, invincible. I really don't want to be sacrificed. In this situation, I can't help but say, the group admin's vision is truly amazing. Everyone knows I used to be in group 36. Stingy group admin bought a cultivation technique in the multiverse mall, then immediately shared it in the group and made it available for paid download. His behavior was extremely ugly. How fortunate he was to have kicked me out of the group chat, which allowed the great group 108 admin to pick me up. ETMD Immortal Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Is it even possible to offer paid downloads? Light God is unemployed. Huh? Group owner. EA sword immortal with clean hands. No. Poor thing type PPE. The ETMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Just kidding. Don't be nervous. The best way to repay me is for you all to work hard to improve your cultivation and take on other missions. The runner-up in the cultivation world. Let's do it. With no woman in my heart, I'll draw my sword like a god. Give me 3 days, and I'll surely form my core. that I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. The group leader has spoken. How dare I not give it my all? I'll continue refining the essence of heavenly lightning right now. As the god of light, currently unemployed, is this the start of a new challenge? I was planning to pick up a girl, so since that's the case, I'll start one too. Increase my combat power by 1,000 within 3 days, or I'll punish myself by abstaining from women for a day. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Damn it. The person upstairs is ruining the atmosphere. Get out. Ha. Chen Yi chuckled. These interesting group members truly delighted him. After chatting in the group for a while, I finally closed the group chat, feeling satisfied. The situation on Fang Seng's side is still developing, and Tiandao and those Forbidden Zone supreme beings won't come knocking on the door to investigate anytime soon. It's estimated that they'll need to test the waters for a while longer. However, Chen Yi was not in a hurry. After all, good things come to those who wait, and the longer it takes to brew, the bigger the storm will be. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. If we make a big splash, we might be able to gather enough resources to transform 49 one-star clones into immortal bodies. As for now, let's properly digest the resources we seized from the Western Sea realm. The 3 one-star clones that were initially nurtured into immortal bodies have begun to undergo some kind of wondrous change, which the main body needs to calm down and carefully experience. What is the biggest difference between mortals and immortals? This is a question worth pondering. After years of exploration, Chen Yi finally obtained the accurate answer today. The reason why a mortal body is a mortal body is that it is still within the world and within the laws of the great Tao. It relies on replenishing the natural spiritual energy generated by the outside world to maintain its state. However, the body will develop resistance as a result, which will cause the natural spiritual energy to gradually lose its effect, and eventually the body will die from the decline of its vital energy. Even someone as powerful as Chen Yi, whose 2-star clone can suppress a pseudo-immortal, and whose 3-star clone might even be able to defeat a true immortal, still needs to replenish the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, he is still very young and his blood and energy are at their peak, so his dependence is not that heavy. The reason why a true immortal is a true immortal is that they achieve an internal world cycle within their body, relying on their own constantly generated spiritual energy to maintain their state. They do not rely on the outside world, so they naturally do not develop resistance, and thus they can live a long and healthy life. Therefore, the most fundamental difference between immortals and mortals lies in their interaction with heaven and earth. To break free from dependence on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the most important thing is to cultivate an immortal body capable of internal circulation. To cultivate an immortal body, one must have sufficient immortal spiritual essence. The question then arises. The current Ascension Tribulation is extremely abnormal, and since he can't enter the immortal realm no matter what, where will Chen Yi find so much immortal spiritual essence to consume? The pseudo-immortal realm is a barely acceptable way out, but unfortunately, the reserves of immortal spiritual essence are very small, at most enough to support the consumption of one immortal body, making it impossible to continue cultivation. Moreover, pseudo-immortal realms are not something you encounter often. In the 108-member group, only the Western Sea realm, where Enland is located, is a pseudo-immortal realm. The world levels of the other guys are not high enough. If we take this as the way out, we will only be heading towards our doom. Therefore, the multiverse mall in chat groups becomes particularly important. Being able to reliably obtain immortal essence stones means he doesn't have to worry about where his next meal will come from. However, the origin of the chat group is mysterious, and the items it produces may be imbued with some unknown power. Using it too much may cause him to lose himself and eventually become a pawn of some being. As the old saying goes, every gift in fate comes with a price tag and secret. If you like to get something for nothing, you will definitely pay a heavy price. Therefore, Chen Yi did not intend to use the immortal essence stones produced by the Myriad Realms Mall on his own body. He planned to nurture all his clones into immortal bodies before clashing with the tribulation of becoming an immortal. Since he couldn't get past the regular trials of the immortal realm no matter what, he would just fight his way in. 81 times. Full 81 times. And it's still a lie. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation. I'll beat you to a pulp sooner or later. Chen Yi's gaze was resolute, filled with the desire to take revenge on the immortal realm. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Fang Zheng has been living a very comfortable life during this period. During the day, he cultivated the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique to refine the essence of heavenly lightning left in his body by the group leader, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Just by looking at the rapidly increasing numbers on the chat group's combat power panel, you can tell that 3 days ago, he was a newbie with 300,000 combat power, and now he already has 1.3 million. Of course, 700,000 of those combat power were due to the heavenly thunder essence that the group leader forced in that day, but it is undeniable that the subsequent increase of 300,000 combat power was due to Fang Zheng's persistence and hard work. After practicing the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique during the day, I would then use the Controlling God technique to temper my primordial spirit at night. A two-pronged approach, both stable and fast. The next morning, after finishing his spiritual cultivation, he felt refreshed and checked in the group, collected 200 points, and immediately exchanged them for 20,000 spirit stones to deposit into the clan's treasury. Then wait patiently for a moment, and the beloved group owner will send out a lucky draw red envelope with a maximum amount of 220,000 stones. If you're lucky, you might snag 100,000 or so. If you're unlucky, you'll still be guaranteed 30 or 40,000. We can't use it all. We simply can't use it all. In the past, the entire Fang family worked hard for a month, and each member of the clan could only receive a stipend of 20 source stones. Sometimes, the stipend was not even fully paid, and they lived a relatively poor life. Now, 20 stones a day, 20 stones per person. The higher your cultivation level, the more you receive, and these are spirit stones with a higher energy quality than source stones. Although it is still just a small family residing in a corner of Yunshao, its treatment is already equal to, or even slightly better than that of the world's top-tier families, only slightly inferior to the most prestigious immortal imperial families. But how many people are there in the immortal imperial clan? Only a few hundred. His Fang family has over 1,000. While the per capita amount is lower, the total amount distributed is almost the same. From this perspective, the Fang family also possesses the potential to become an immortal imperial clan. The members of the Fang family, who had never lived such a comfortable life, all bowed down to their patriarch and shouted, "Long live the patriarch!" Even Fang Fan, the young master of the Fang family, who possessed the potential to become an emperor, began to look at his father Gu with new respect. Not only is he so good at acquiring cultivation resources, But he also somehow got to know a mysterious emperor and obtained 2 extremely high-quality emperor-level cultivation techniques. Is this still his unreliable and cunning father? Old Deng, the great evolution devouring heaven technique is great, and the controlling God technique is also very comfortable. It's just that I've used up all 1,000 spirit stones. Give me some more resources. Fang Fan didn't want to delve into Gu's secret. It just so happened that things were turbulent outside recently, and it wasn't safe to go out. So he simply spread his hands and asked for it. Founder. 1,000 spirit stones gone in one night. Even a typical purple mansion realm cultivator couldn't do that, right? This little money-devouring beast will do? In the past, the Fang family would never have been able to afford to raise a son who consumed so many resources. He would have had to make his own way in the world on his own. Now, as expected of his protagonist son, he truly possesses the qualities of an emperor. Here, this storage ring contains 100,000 spirit stones. Go ahead and spend them freely. Your father has plenty of spirit stones. The Fang clan chief casually gave the Fang family a month's income, without even blinking. Who told him to be the luckiest person in today's lucky draw for red envelopes? He has so much to use, he can't possibly use it all. Being invited to join the group by the group admin is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to him. Not only did it save the Fang family from their crisis, it also gave them a bright future. All the words can be summed up in one sentence. To repay your kindness on the Golden Terrace, I would gladly die for you. Wielding the Jade Dragon Sword, the group owner's kindness is endless. After expressing his sincere gratitude to the group leader, Fang Zheng began preparing for today's cultivation. The group chat is buzzing with excitement. Everyone is working hard to improve, especially the runner-up, who, with his exceptional talent, is constantly clamoring in the group chat to reclaim his runner-up title. Undeniably, his pursuit was indeed very fast, but to think he could overtake someone on our side, absolutely not. Unfortunately, he is destined not to become the king of papers today, because after 3 days of silence, the Heavenly Tao finally dispatched a group of supreme beings from forbidden zones to come and check the water meter. Those who rise to fame must possess extraordinary qualities. In recent days, the Fang family has become incredibly famous in Yunshu. It truly is a legendary event. The terrifying lightning strike 3 days ago is still fresh in my memory. Legend has it that the Fang family produced an unparalleled emperor who annihilated the former overlord of Yunshu, the Wang family, with a single palm strike. This even aroused the fear of the Heavenly Tao, and the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Tao swept across the land, creating a scene resembling the end of the world that made all the people of Yunzhao tremble in fear. For some reason, that epic showdown suddenly came to an abrupt end, ending abruptly without any follow-up. After 3 days of calm, the battle that had been inexplicably interrupted finally resumed. 24 imposing figures descended upon the Fang family simultaneously, their immense pressure spreading outwards. The land of Yunzhou could hardly withstand it, causing the earth to shake violently. All living beings teetered on the brink of collapse, screaming in panic as they fled. We can't survive. 3 days ago, the mysterious emperor defied the Heavenly Tao, and now the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones have all come out. What are they trying to do? What exactly does the Fang family want? Heavens above, in the past, during the dark turmoil, at most 7 or 8 supreme beings would emerge, and at most half of all living beings would die. Now they have all emerged. Is there still a place for them in this vast world? Where can run to? This is probably the biggest dark upheaval in history. We're really facing death. No! there's still hope. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones have clearly come for the Fang family's mysterious emperor. If only... What do you mean? As long as... Do you think one can win against 24? Even if the flawless emperor is unparalleled and invincible, the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone was once an emperor. Oh, I think I look too cute. People lay prostrate on the ground in despair, their hearts filled with gloom. Meanwhile, the Fang family members were also trembling with fear. Of course, they weren't trembling out of fear, but rather out of an uncontrollable life instinct. In fact, if you ignore their unsightly appearances and look into the hearts of each member of the Fang family, you will find that they are all incredibly excited and thrilled. There's no other reason than the beloved patriarch stood proudly atop the dome, holding a circular seal in his hand. Under the dazzling light, he forcefully repelled the outstretched hands of 24 supreme beings, preventing them from infringing upon the Fang family's ancestral land in the slightest. At the same time, he arrogantly launched into a tirade against the supreme beings. A bunch of wretched bastards trying to survive dare to think they can make me submit? Absolutely not! Fang Zheng shouted loudly, then raised the Zhengxing seal and released another restriction. The terrifying force instantly distorted the surrounding space. Even the 24 supreme beings did not dare to confront its sharpness head-on, and had to retreat 100 miles away from the Fang family's territory. The star-suppressing seal, consisting of 49 restrictions, was created by Chen Yi by casually refining a large star. It is incredibly heavy. If all the restrictions are broken, it will turn into a small black hole. Anyone below the tribulation transcending level will be unable to escape its terrifying gravitational field and will be instantly crushed into dust. Although Fang Zheng only unlocked 36 restrictions and did not unleash the full power of the Zhengxing seal, those supreme beings were not at their peak tribulation transcending strength. They were just a group of weakened great remnant fusion beings. How could they dare to confront them head-on? Fang Zheng, a supreme being shouted sternly, "You are also a being of this realm. Do you really intend to follow that extraterrestrial demon down the same dark path? Who do you think you are?" Fang Zheng retorted without any politeness. "I can judge for myself who is good and who is bad. Extraterrestrial demon. I am an extraterrestrial demon. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider the thousands of people in your Fang family, right? If you insist on resisting to the end, the extraterrestrial demons can't protect your entire clan. If you don't want your entire clan to be wiped out, why don't you confess honestly?" Another supreme being coldly threatened. "So what if you wipe out my 10 clans?" Fang Zheng was extremely arrogant, pointing his finger at the other party's nose and cursing. "You are nothing but a beast hiding in the Forbidden Zone, clinging to life and relying on plundering the spiritual essence of all living beings to prolong your life. You dare to bark and howl in front of me? I have never seen such a shameless person." The other party is still hesitant about something and hasn't taken any real action yet, so the conditions for triggering the request for help haven't been met. Fang Zheng felt he should be more arrogant, otherwise he wouldn't be able to trigger the mission and would really be letting down the group owner's kindness. At this moment, another supreme being slowly spoke. "Fang Zheng, today destiny is in our hands. The extraterrestrial demon's power is waning. If you still cling to your delusions..." Before he could finish speaking, Fang Zheng interrupted him with a string of curses. "Shut up, you shameless old thief! Do you think I won't recognize you? Just because you're wearing a tattered mask? Emperor Yunlin, you are the only emperor in the history of Yunshao. and also the last emperor. You've only been gone for less than 1,000 years, and you've already forgotten your roots? You've been more ruthless than anyone else when it came to attacking Yunzhou. How pitiful that this land that gave you birth and nurtured you is now awash in blood, slaughtering hundreds of millions. Just to prolong your life by 1,000 years. How can you sleep at night? You're so arrogant. Emperor Yunlin was furious when his identity was exposed. What are you barking about, you beast? Fang Zheng became even more arrogant. Don't you know that the people of Yunzhou would love to eat your flesh alive? How dare you utter such nonsense here? Very well indeed. Emperor Yunlin's gaze grew even colder. You son of a bitch, if you're not happy, come and fight me, stop your nonsense. Simple foul mouth, ultimate enjoyment. Fang Zheng had a good scolding. Tell me, which cultivator in the world would dare to point his finger at a former emperor and curse him like that? And using the crudest, most direct, and purest language at that? Besides someone on our side, who else is there? Fang family members. Clan leader is awesome. Voice cracks. The remaining supremes were also shocked by Fang Zheng's foul mouth. Such an audacious person had already met his demise, so they were unwilling to talk to a dead man and remained silent, only setting up formations to exert pressure. But Fang Zheng felt that they probably wouldn't dare to come up and get scolded by him again, since they were all doing bad things and couldn't retaliate even if they were criticized, because what he said was true. But did you think that nothing would happen if you didn't say anything? What? Are you all mute? Turn on your mics. Oh? You're glaring at me. The Supreme Emperor, huh? I think you're just a noob. Fang Zheng, holding up the Zhengxing seal for protection, arrogantly called out names and launched a face-to-face attack. At the same time, they can multitask, recording the scene and sharing it in the group to show off their achievements. EA video was shared by I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. My mouth alone commands 3,000 emperors. My 2 palms sweep across 14 continents. I really don't want to be sacrificed. It wasn't Fish Liang who gave me the courage, but the group admin. Oh, I really don't want to be sacrificed. Group owner, don't you think I'm awesome? One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and the quiet chat group suddenly becomes lively. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. I'm not watching. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Identified as a needle. A god of light is currently unemployed. This isn't quite right. Is it? Dude, how about I take a look? How big is it? EA sword immortal with clean sleeves. Something's really off upstairs. I suspect my house is haunted. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Dude, I'd rather be stabbed in the back. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. No. I was clearly talking about something very serious. How did you all veer off to this point? A short video was shared by the God of Light is unemployed, eating. Suspected of violating pornography rules. This group has been blocked, and 100 points have been deducted from the member's account as a warning. The God of Light is unemployed. At 2 sleeves of clean wins a sword immortal. Did you see that? I just won over that foreign girl. If you dare slander me as gay again, believe me, I'll drag you out for a one-on-one fight. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me? The Chen Yi was stunned. Is Xiao Anlin really this warm and generous? I remember the fastest online novel website. 10. They started with a live broadcast, and it was in high definition and uncensored. Is it really okay to share such private matters so casually? A runner-up in the cultivation world. Holy crap, whose subordinate is this? He's so brave. A 2 sleeves of pure wind is a sword immortal. Dude, are you really that generous? Sharing your girlfriend's private information with us. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Western girls do have a certain exotic charm. Wait, are we even discussing this? Look at me. Look at the video I shared. I'm the main character today, not him. The god of light, currently unemployed. Hey, it's all just idle talk. As everyone knows, the world I transmigrated to has a strong Western influence, so being a bit open is normal. I even get a little excited when people stare at me, so please don't mind it. The runner-up in the cultivation world. No way! This is way too open. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Wicked. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Does nobody even notice me? Putting on a show and having nobody watch is worse than being killed. The god of light is currently unemployed. Hey guys, wanna come over and have some fun? Young, beautiful foreign girls, easy to get, and the exotic passion is amazing. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Ahem, I have a friend, a sword immortal with clean hands. Hemph, am I that kind of person? I'm a scholar who has studied the spring and autumn annals. ATMD's Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Stop. This group focuses on healthy and wholesome topics. Please refrain from discussing those lewd subjects. Chen Yi solemnly ended the digression. These arrogant group members were working hard to improve their skills just a few days ago, but now they're slacking off as soon as the topic of women comes up, right? Is this reasonable? Lust is a double-edged sword. How can one achieve great things if one cannot control one's desires? If he doesn't amount to anything, how will I work for him in the future? I gave you cultivation techniques and spirit stones, and this is how you repay me? I really don't want to be sacrificed. The group admin is right. Look at all of you useless noobs. My combat power is already 1.1 million. Once we resolve this trouble, I'll soon be able to take on some simple tasks to generate revenue for the group. What about you? A bunch of noobs. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Like this post, and I'll reward you with a few million spirit stones after the help request is triggered. The runner-up in the cultivation world, and I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zheng, you just wait. I've reached core formation, and my combat power has skyrocketed to 25,000 in just 3 days, while your combat power growth slows down as you progress. I'll take back my runner-up title from this group sooner or later. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Hey, I'll give you time to catch up, until you can no longer see me. God of Light is currently unemployed. As expected of Lord Fangzhang, his domineering aura is truly overwhelming. Sword immortal with clean sleeves. Ha ha ha. Lord Fangzhang's demeanor in debating with the emperors is truly stunning. With only 1.1 million battle power, he made a group of old fogies with nearly 100 million battle power. Dare not even look him in the eye. He's really impressive, and I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Believe me, you'll love this feeling too. Eating. The Cold Palace holdout has joined the group chat. A sudden group announcement brought the lively atmosphere to a halt, but then it became even more heated. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Who's here? A god of light is currently unemployed. At Cold Palace, a stubborn resident. Are you a young lady? A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Newcomers' photos. Revealed. Excitedly slapping table, JPB, yeah. In a secluded palace, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in elegant robes looked troubled. She gently stroked her flawless chin, and her long eyelashes fluttered, making her clear eyes seem to brighten the dim room. Liu Ruyan's lips parted slightly, looking incredulous, and she exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful." The group leader of this mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms has a battle power of 900 million. How powerful is that? Could it be that I'm saved? She only had 5,000 combat power, and her cultivation level was just at the beginner level within the Great Zhao dynasty. She didn't have an accurate understanding of the strength represented by 900 million combat power. But that didn't stop her from calling for help, because it was her last straw. "TA resident of the Cold Palace, group owner, help me. The dog emperor wants to execute me. Selfie with tears in the rain.jpg. For runner-up in the cultivation world. Wow, baby, don't be afraid, I'm here. The god of light is currently unemployed. Handsome selfie.pg. The god of light, currently unemployed. Oops, I accidentally posted my selfie in a group chat. The god of light is currently unemployed. Many girls think I'm someone who loves raising fish, but that's not true. I've been single for a long time, so who can I complain to? I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. LAA sword immortal with incorruptible hands. 2 simps. The group owner has muted. Member runner-up in the Immortal Cultivation world for 2.5 hours. The group owner has muted member Light God unemployed for 2.5 hours. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. You 2 simps better reflect on your actions. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Group admin, you're awesome. EA sword immortal with incorruptible hands. Group owner is awesome? Wow. Such high prestige, and the 2 cultivation techniques shared in the group files are at least of heaven grade. The group owner with 900 million combat power must be extraordinary. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but gasp, and her dim, beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with intense light. Although her cultivation aptitude was poor, she had once been a concubine and was quite knowledgeable. She could tell at a glance that the great evolution devouring heaven technique and the controlling god technique were even more powerful than the top-grade heavenly rank cultivation techniques in the Royal Collection. And how weak could a man be who can easily share these 2 cultivation techniques? In the Cold Palace holdout, dear group owner, the Emperor's death warrant has arrived. If I don't act dignified by noon tomorrow, someone else will do it for me. What should I do? I'm so scared. Trembling JPG, DA resident who's stuck in the Cold Palace, looking pitiful JG. It cannot be denied that the stubborn holdout is indeed quite attractive. Even a single high-definition, uncensored selfie exuded a captivating allure, causing Chen Yi to frown slightly. You must know that he is an old monster in the tribulation transcending stage who has seen all kinds of stunning beauties and goddesses. His Tao heart is firm and eternal, and he basically no longer has any special feelings because of a woman's appearance. But this stubborn resident succeeded because her beauty is pure, natural, and unadulterated. It is her innate, original appearance, not something that has been artificially enhanced to achieve perfection. Very good. It seems that my Tao heart is not yet solid enough and still has some flaws. It needs to be tempered and refined further. Fairy, I need you to help me cultivate. Chen Yi's eyes sharpened. Youth is an advantage, but sometimes it can also become a disadvantage. He immediately suppressed the strange emotions in his heart and spoke calmly. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Don't rush me. Send me a high-definition video first. Aya sword immortal with clean sleeves. Wait, no group owner, you... I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Haha, the group admin is truly a man of feeling. To be honest, I want to see it too. The two friends who were banned also had something to say, but unfortunately, less than 2.5 hours had passed, and they could only jump up and down in frustration. Liu Ruyan, who was in the cold palace, was taken aback and said strangely, "Why does this group leader seem a bit unreliable? She knew she was irresistible. Otherwise, that damned emperor wouldn't have insisted on taking her as a concubine even on his deathbed, and wouldn't have tried to take her with him even as he was dying. But this damn charm of mine should only work on some mid-level cultivators, right?" Top experts would only glance at it a couple of times, mostly with an appreciation in mind, without any worldly desires. How come you, the old group admin, with 900 million battle power, are still like this? Could it be that a group leader with 900 million battle power is only about the same as a mid-level cultivator in the Great Zhao dynasty? Am I doomed? It's too difficult. It's just too difficult. I don't want to play this pathetic, weak-willed script anymore. TA user who has remained in the cold palace shared a short video titled, 8 Steps to Acting Cute. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. I really don't want to be sacrificed to heaven, a sword immortal with empty sleeves, runner-up in the immortal cultivation world. The god of light is unemployed are currently watching. Please. Is that all right? Her alluring yet aloof voice, clear yet soft and sweet, echoed softly. Chen Yi remained calm, unmoved by the affected mannerisms of the palace-dressed beauty in the video. It's nothing special. Is this used to test someone's ability to transcend tribulation? Which one undergoing tribulation cannot withstand such a test? Of course, Chen Yi wasn't particularly moved to begin with. He only discovered that his Dao heart still had some flaws, so he used this opportunity to temper it. Naturally, he wouldn't lose his composure. But the other group members were different. Every single one of them couldn't control their guns. Lord Fangzhang, with a serious expression and unwavering gaze, said, "This mere beauty can't sway me." Look again. Zhao Zheng, whose sword is described as humble and honest, released his sword, clasped his hands together, and trembled all over. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form and emptiness are both emptiness. Where there is emptiness, there is form. One of the duo who had been silenced, Adolphe Anlan, suddenly pushed aside his wild, exotic attire and muttered to himself, "How could I have fallen so low, indulging in Western passions for so long, leaving me so haggard?" The runner-up Chen Bo was the most pathetic, drooling and grinning like a pervert. After a long silence in the group chat, Liu Rian suddenly revealed a look of disdain and gave a cold laugh. "Ha! Man, the resident who's stuck in the cold palace. Brothers, situation is urgent. Is there anyone who can save me?" Pitiful, JPG. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Baby, would you repay me with your body? The group owner has muted member 2 Sleeves of Integrity is a sword immortal for 2.5 hours. Group admin, are you trying to monopolize this? Don't think that just because you're powerful, you can do whatever you want. Forced relationships are never sweet. Zheng let out a scream. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I'll follow the group admin's arrangements. The square one on the other side is much more stable. Although he was indeed tempted, he already had a son and was no longer as vigorous as he had been in his youth. Cold Palace holdout. If it's the group admin, then it's not impossible. Shy JPG, it's clear that the desperate Liu Rian desperately wanted to grasp at that straw. Unfortunately, after undergoing rigorous training, Chen Yi, whose Dao heart was now extremely stable, was completely unmoved by this approach. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. No, Fangsheng, how's things going on your end, Liu Rian? No, I'm seriously asking for help. If you want to save someone, then save them. If you don't want to save someone, then don't save them. What's with this no treatment nonsense? Just now when I asked someone to send a video, I called her little sweetie. Now you're considered a stubborn old woman, meaning someone who has lost their wife's favor. Ha, man, you've successfully piqued my interest. Cold Palace holdout. Group owner, let's give it a try. It's so easy to get. You just need to come over. The group admin has banned member Cold Palace stubborn resident for 2.5 hours. Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean by that damn group? Admin? Liu Rian blushed. She was quite angry. On the other side, Fang Zheng, the sole survivor, couldn't help but gasp. The group admin went on a killing spree today. Who provoked him this time? Why are you so irritable, silencing people at the slightest disagreement? Calm down. As long as I behave myself, I'll be fine. Fang Zheng dared not be mischievous anymore, and carefully considered his reply to the group owner's question. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Group admin, the situation on my end is getting tense. Those 24 supreme beings are ignoring me now. They're all focused on setting up formations and applying pressure. They've already forced me to release 45 of the restrictions on the star-suppressing seal, and I expect to release all the restrictions within half an hour before I can fight them. Ah, damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. You have 2.5 minutes. Use whatever method you have to trigger this help request immediately. I'm waiting online. It's urgent. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. No problem, leave it to me. I guarantee it'll be fine. After sending the message, Fang Zheng's profile picture went dark. Meanwhile, inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi's expression was unusually solemn. He is indeed a bit irritable right now. Just now, the 3 avatars of the one star successfully transformed into immortal bodies, forming an inner world that began to circulate and generate its own spiritual energy, even continuously. Nourishing the original body, allowing it to stop consuming its lifespan without relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus achieving an alternative form of longevity. At this point, some people might ask, isn't this a fantastic thing? Shouldn't Chen Yi be happy? Why is he getting so agitated? Of course, Chen Yi was quite excited at first, and even had the mood to chat with his friends in the group, and even let the Cold Palace holdout act coquettishly to temper his Dao heart. But as he delved deeper into the organization, he suddenly discovered a huge pitfall within it. As everyone knows, normal cultivators would never create a large number of clones, let alone allow the clones to communicate with each other and merge and sublimate into higher-level clones. This is because it would cause the source to be greatly dispersed, which is not conducive to cultivation. Normal cultivators can only create a maximum of 3 clones. Any more than that will cause the power of their primordial spirit to dissipate, thus weakening their control over the clones. Ultimately, this could lead to a scenario where whoever is stronger is the original body, a reversal of the natural order. Therefore, Chen Yi was not a normal cultivator. In order to resist the tribulation of becoming an immortal, and to prevent the world from collapsing due to its inability to bear his power, he created a total of 49 clones to distribute his power. As for why the situation of whoever is stronger is the original body did not occur, it is mainly because the main body is transcendent and all 49 clones are on the same level. The main bodies can smoothly switch between each clone without causing any blockage in will or subconscious divergence. But now, my lord, let me go on this mission. I'm stronger, and I'm not afraid of being struck by lightning. The real one? I am the real one. Whoever is stronger is the true master. The three of us probably can't beat the freakish original. I suggest we fuse and sublimate into 2 stars before we clash with the original. This is good. I'm fine with anything. Clearly, 3 of the 1-star immortal body clones were far beyond the normal level. The switching of the main body's will was not smooth, causing the subconscious to begin to reverse the heavenly order. Chen Yi's lips twitched. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't manage it. The reason I wanted to laugh was that the thoughts of these 3 clones were different manifestations of the original body's will. The reason why he couldn't laugh was because the main body's will was not switching between the 3 clones in time, resulting in a delay. As a result, when faced with a situation, the subconscious mind had already acted before the main body had made a decision. This is equivalent to your heart acting faster than your brain. For example, when you come to a fork in the road, one road is marked life, and the other is marked death. 2 little voices will appear in your mind. One will say that to be on the safe side, take the road of life, while the other will urge you to take the road of death. At this point, the prudent original will choose the path of survival, while the desperate clone will take the risk. Let's do it. I want to see if this dead end will actually lead to death. Therefore, people are contradictory individuals, and different thoughts arise at every moment. If the main body's will doesn't switch in time, who knows what kind of crazy things these 3 clones will do. You all better stay put. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, instantly clearing his mind of all sorts of fancy ideas. The 3 1-star immortal body clones finally calmed down and stopped clamoring to compete with the main body. But this is only temporary peace. As time goes by, due to the delay, these 3 1-star immortal body clones that are above the horizontal line will still go offline, thus representing different ideas to argue with the main body. There is only one way to resolve this situation of the reversed heavenly stems. That means bringing all the other ordinary 1-star clones to the same level. Therefore, he is currently short of points. Meanwhile, 1 or 2 jerks in the group were harassing the female members instead of doing anything productive, and on top of that, 3 clones were constantly nagging and telling him what to do. How could he not be furious? On the other side, Fang Zheng, who had received the order, immediately began to pull off some crazy maneuvers. The condition for triggering a group help request is very simple. Your life is threatened. Previously, he was protected by the Zhengxing seal, so no matter how close he got to the enemy and used his ultimate skill, he was safe as long as the enemy could not break through the Zhengxing seal's domain. Now, Fang Zheng proactively deactivated the 3 restrictions of the Zhengxing seal, glanced back with an arrogant expression, and calmly called out, "My son!" Fang Fan, on the ground, was taken aback, and asked in confusion, "What?" Fang Zheng took a deep breath. You'd better watch this carefully." Fang Fan frowned. "Why?" "Because it will be very cool." Before Fang Fan could even show a look of disgust, Fang Zheng's lips curled into a smirk. They immediately stopped hiding it and revealed it. The Zhengxing gravitational field, which was originally able to suppress the opponent, suddenly weakened, and the terrifying power of the 24 supreme beings descended in an instant. Fang Zheng, however, was completely unafraid. Instead, he arrogantly raised his middle finger with a contemptuous expression, as if the people opposite him were not the most powerful beings in the Tianshu Star region, but a bunch of chickens and dogs. The 24 supreme beings, who had been concealing their figures, lowered their gazes. From the arrogant demeanor of this scoundrel, they had already guessed that he intended to summon the flawless, emperor-level extraterrestrial demon. Therefore, they did not advance, but instead cautiously maintained their domain in place, ready to face the terrifying being that was about to arrive. Pieft, Fang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Because he had not controlled his strength well, the Zhengxing seal, which had only released 42 restrictions, was unable to completely protect him. As a result, he was shaken by the terrifying power of the field and instantly suffered a minor, fatal injury. "Father!" Fang Fan's eyes widened in fury as he looked at his father, whose aura was extremely weak. His heart burned with rage, and he wished he could immediately become a great emperor and kill all those supreme beings outside. "I'm fine. Just keep an eye on Dad." Fang Zheng forced a reassuring look at his son, then immediately burned his life force to restore himself to peak condition, gazing intently into the distance. "Diding! You are in danger of death, and this cannot be resolved by your own strength. Hey, a request for help has been generated. Group member I really don't want to be sacrificed has been deeply entangled with extraterrestrial demons, attracting the attention and threats of the local strongest beings. He is now in grave danger, and his own strength is insufficient to break this deadlock. He requests assistance from capable group members. The mission combat power requirement, 300 million or more. At a task rewards, 500 million points, 30 million group experience points. At this post, B. Uploaded to this group simultaneously. All members have 30 seconds to choose whether to accept the role. If the time limit is exceeded, the post will be uploaded directly to the public area. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Group owner, come quick, I can't take it anymore. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Here it comes. The chaos you've caused will be quelled by me. The group owner has accepted the task and will soon initiate spatial teleportation, although the banned group members cannot chat in the group. It does not stop them from excitedly worshipping the group owner in real life. They dared not even dream of 500 million points, but those 30 million experience points were a real benefit. Putting aside the fact that signing in after the group level is upgraded will earn more points for basic support, just considering the maximum daily limit for red envelopes with the group owners. Great vision, would they treat them unfairly? That's definitely not the case. There are people in the group who can get ahead of them. They just need to lie down and relax. Being able to join this group is truly a blessing they couldn't have accumulated in 8 lifetimes. The only one who didn't quite understand the group owner's greatness was Liu Ruyan, a new member of the group. This woman was even drawing circles and cursing someone in a resentful mood, because she was banned from speaking. I wonder if they'll be so excited when they finally realize how good it is that they won't be able to stop smiling? The sky was as black as ink and lightning flashed. When the familiar spatial vortex reappeared above Fang Zheng's head, the heavenly Dao of the Tianshu Star region immediately intervened once again. Last time, the battle with this extraterrestrial demon ended in a draw. Just when we were about to use all the power of heaven and earth to fight to the death, we let him escape. After all, the heavenly Dao of Tianshu did not want to pay a huge price to eliminate an extraterrestrial demon and cause the world to drop in level. But what he shouldn't have done, what he absolutely shouldn't have done, was leave his mark on this world while running away. At that time, Tianshu Tiandao felt that he was no longer clean, and that he might be allowed to enter through the back door by this extraterrestrial demon at any time, and might even be transformed into his shape in the future. Is that right? That's not right. The Tianshu star domain belongs to all living beings of Tianshu, and no extraterrestrial demons are allowed to trespass upon it. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of Tianshu immediately mobilized its troops, sending a group of supreme beings who were barely surviving in the Forbidden Zone to the Fang family to erase the mark left by the extraterrestrial demons, while it hid in the shadows, ready to strike with lightning speed at any time. As soon as that damned extraterrestrial demon dares to show its face, it will be instantly killed. Rumble, 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 rumble. The moment Chen Yi stepped halfway out of the spatial teleportation channel, the most terrifying thunderbolts instantly crashed down. This strike not only contained the boundless rage of the heavenly Tao of Tianshu, but also carried the immense will of trillions of living beings in the Tianshu star region. With the combined power of heaven and earth, even a flawless emperor at his peak would be either killed or crippled if he were to take this blow head-on. Unfortunately, Chen Yi's one-star clone was not a pseudo-tribulation crossing emperor who achieved the same level as the heavenly Tao by relying on the so-called heavenly heart mark. Instead, it was a visitor from another world, an extraterrestrial demon who suppressed the heavenly Tao with his own Tao and reached the peak of the tribulation crossing stage. Rumble! Despite being washed away by the thunderous magma poured down by the heavenly Tao of Tianshu, Chen Yi remained unmoved. He even had the leisure to refine the immense power of the heavenly thunder and condense a ball of essence, which he then casually stuffed into Fang Zheng's body. This kid was seriously injured while triggering the request for help, and his internal energy is in chaos. He's only holding on with his last bit of tenacity. If we don't take care of him soon, he'll die once his life force is exhausted. As the group owner, Chen Yi certainly couldn't watch his beloved group members die before his eyes. A surge of celestial thunder essence, brimming with boundless vitality, entered his belly, and his fate was now in his own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Pieft. Fang Zheng was spurting blood all over his body, but his vitality was growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, his thick and turbid blood, accumulated over many years, was drained away, replaced by essence blood-stained with the aura of the tribulation transcending stage and fragments of the heavenly Tao's will of this world. At this point, Fang Zheng was, to some extent, able to stand on equal footing with the heavenly Tao. His cultivation aptitude had broken through the limitations of heaven and earth, reaching an absurd level. Compared to his son Fang Fan, who is said to have the potential to become an emperor, it can't be said that he is completely outmatched. It's just that your father is still your father. Hiss, hiss. Upon seeing this scene, gasps of astonishment rose and fell in the distance. The eyes of the 24 supreme beings were wide open like copper bells. Even the flawless great emperor couldn't withstand the full force of the heavenly Tao's attack, yet he so easily grabbed it and refined it in an instant. Isn't this sinister? I'll eat it if you don't cheat me! What exactly are they fighting against? If they were at their peak, all 24 of them working together might still have a chance. But now, both of them are exhausted and their vital energy is depleted. Even if they can temporarily restore their peak by sublimating to the extreme, it will not last long. Can they really defeat this terrifying extraterrestrial demon? Some of the supreme beings have already begun to consider retiring. They hid in the Forbidden Zone because they were afraid of death and used the spiritual energy of all living beings to prolong their lives. Now, facing an unfathomable enemy, Why would they not run away but go up and offer themselves up for death? What? The heavenly Tao said that if we don't go up and fight now, we might be killed by this extraterrestrial demon later. Sorry, I can't hear you. Even if he really comes, can't I just run away? Anyway, it's better to die for your fellow Daoists than for me. Whoever runs the slowest gets to be in the front row. As if they were of one mind, one or two old men couldn't tell who was faster. In an instant, half of the supreme beings retreated silently to the rear, while the other half, who were still considering whether to fight to the death, immediately made their decision and scattered. And fled. All the supreme beings were tacitly betting that the extraterrestrial demon wouldn't chase them, and at the same time, they were also betting that no matter how strong the extraterrestrial demon was, it wouldn't be able to kill everyone due to the delays of the heavenly Tao. Boom! The heavenly Tao, enraged by the betrayal, redirected several bolts of lightning intended to strike Chen Yi towards the supreme beings, but they were easily dodged. Chen Yi's expression was also quite strange. These guys are such cowards. She didn't even have the courage to face him, and just gave in? To be honest, if they really joined forces with the heavenly Tao to fight against the enemy, my ordinary one-star clone with only 900 million combat power might not be able to withstand it. I would have to summon another clone to suppress everything. It seems this backup clone is no longer needed. What do you say? Are you still going to resist? Chen Yi shook his head, revealed a purple sphere, and looked mockingly into the depths of the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble! A deafening roar resounded throughout the universe. The heavenly Tao of the celestial pivot star region descended with its ethereal will, and a grand voice echoed, "Powerful visitor from another world, what do you want?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he said calmly, "Oh? You're not calling me an extraterrestrial demon anymore. I still prefer your unruly self. Why don't you revert to your old self?" Rumble? The heavens trembled, and the heavenly Tao of the celestial pivot responded coldly, "Don't go too far." Hey! Chen Yi chuckled coldly. Am I going too far? I'm just a guest here, and you strike me with lightning without even asking me anything. Isn't that going too far? After a moment of silence, the heavenly Tao of Tianshu slowly said, "You wantonly slaughtered the living beings of my domain without my consent. Is this in accordance with the principles of courtesy? Therefore, it is only right that I bring down this calamity. Don't play the high and mighty with me." Chen Yi flicked his sleeve and said in a deep voice, "When those supreme beings were slaughtering living beings and plundering spiritual energy to prolong their lives, why didn't you care? When all living beings were crying and begging the heavens to open their eyes, were you blind? I only killed 1,000 or so people, and you're already getting worked up. Who do you think you are? You dared to tell me how to do things." The heavenly Tao of Tianshu remained silent. Can these be the same? That's utterly unreasonable. You should know that whatever family members do is their own business, and the breakdown is only to usher in a greater era. What right do you, an uninvited outsider, have to point fingers? Just because you're strong. Okay, it's definitely because he's strong. In principle, conflicts within the world should never be interfered with by outsiders, but now the principle is in his hands. In this world, whoever is stronger is right. After much hesitation, the heavenly Tao of Tianshu finally yielded. Honorable visitor from another world, you seem to have no ill intentions. May I ask what brings you to our realm? With the most stubborn heavenly Tao bowing down, Fang Zheng's deadlock was completely broken. At the same time, the chat group notification sounded. Yiding. Mission complete. D. The task reward of 500 million points and 30 million group experience points has been sent to your personal account. Please check your account. As should I choose to return? Is that all? Chen Yi was quite surprised. Given the nature of the mission, shouldn't the goal be to eliminate all potential threats? For example, after taming the heavenly Tao, in order to prevent those 24 supreme beings from harboring resentment, we also have to find them and kill them all. Could it be that those 24 supreme beings didn't take this matter to heart at all? No, given their cowardly nature, they probably wouldn't even dare to have the thought of revenge. Ha ha! He can even endure being verbally abused by Fang Zheng to his face. No wonder he is one of the most outstanding people in the world. But do you think you can get away with it by hiding? I haven't earned enough points yet. Chen Yi's mind raced, and a plan gradually took shape. Heavenly Tao, first of all, I have no intention of interfering in your realm's internal affairs, but you cannot protect those 24 supreme beings. Do you have any objections? After a moment of silence, Tianshu Tian Dao cautiously asked, but what if I lose a level? The way of heaven is the manifestation of the world's will. The stronger the beings within the world, the more stable the laws, and vice versa. If all 24 supreme beings were to perish, the absence of top-tier experts who could suppress the fundamental laws would cause turmoil throughout the world. At that time, rivers and seas will overflow, mountains and rivers will collapse, and the end of the world will come. If heaven wants to save the world, it must automatically downgrade itself to restabilize the world. It has taken billions of years of evolution to reach its current state, and everything is thriving. The heavenly pivot and the heavenly Tao are truly unwilling to regress. Why are you so concerned about those cancerous tumors? Chen Yi calmly said, you used billions of lives to support them, and what was the result? They still abandoned you and fled. After hesitating for a long time, Tianshu Tian Dao finally hardened his heart and said, then let's cut it off, cut it cleanly. What do you plan to do? Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction and continued, this is the second point I wanted to make. Do you see that outstanding human below? His name is Fang Zheng. He will exercise the power of pursuit on my behalf. You just need to seal off the heavens and earth, so that those supreme beings cannot escape. Tianshu Tian Dao asked in confusion, with your strength, you could have directly suppressed and killed them, so why go through all this trouble? Of course it's to trigger the help request quest. Otherwise, do you think I'm just sitting around doing nothing? Chen Yi shook his head and said calmly, just do it. Don't ask any other questions you shouldn't ask. The heavenly Tao of Tianshu paused for a moment, then said in a humble voice, can I use the star-suppressing seal that you bestowed upon Fang Zheng? I need a supreme treasure sufficient to suppress the fundamental laws, so as to prevent the world from turbulent and all living beings from perishing. Look at your pathetic self. Chen Yi scoffed. And 3 star-suppressing seals immediately appeared. To put it bluntly, he has plenty of these things. In order to fight against the abnormal tribulation of becoming an immortal, he refined 365 stars in the star field near the Zaiwei continent into the star-suppressing seal, just to form the Zhou Tian star array to withstand more Zixiao divine lightning. However, the difficulty of the Ascension Tribulation was still beyond imagination. The first attempt was indeed a success, and the Great Formation withstood 9 bolts of purple, heaven divine lightning, before it was broken. As a result, the second tribulation to become an immortal evolved to have the effect of breaking formations. The Zhao Tian star formation, which had withstood even a single bolt of purple, heaven divine lightning, was crushed. This tribulation to become an immortal won't be a trap for him. As a result, the the Zhou Tian star array became useless, and the 3 U-65 Zhengxing seals were thrown into the tribulation transcending warehouse by Chen Yi to gather dust. Of course, the Zhengxing seal is useless to Chen Yi, but it is an unparalleled magic weapon for others in the tribulation transcending stage. It's a waste to leave it gathering dust in the warehouse. It's perfect to see it put to good use now. 3-star suppressing seals? Such weight, such power, are they really for me? Tianshu Tiandao was greatly shocked. Take them, Chen Yi said nonchalantly, casually pushing the 3-star suppressing seals into the depths of the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled. Very well, very well. The basic laws of suppression are more than enough. Please feel free to kill. I have long been disgusted with those wicked creatures. The voice of Tianshu Tiandao, unusually excited, seemed to be faintly taking the shape of Chen Yi. Okay, you can leave now. I have something to discuss with Fang Zheng. Chen Yi waved his hand. All right. Tianshu Tiandao obediently withdrew, a stark contrast to his previous shouts of fighting and killing. On the other side, seeing the group leader's gaze fall upon him, Fang Zheng immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying with a strong voice, "Group leader, please give me your orders. I will go through fire and water, even if it means dying 10,000 times." Clearly, compared to the still somewhat reserved Tianshu Tiandao, Fang Zheng had completely transformed into Chen Yi's shape. There was no way around it. The group admin gave just too much. Selling his life not only resulted in a comprehensive improvement in his physique, but also made the heavenly thunder essence within his bitter sea even more abundant, which would be enough to support his cultivation to the quasi-emperor level. This is just the most obvious favor. The real benefits are the various hidden perks. To give a simple example, his protagonist Sun Fang Fan is favored by the heavens and blessed with good fortune. His cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds, and he has the potential to become great emperor, right? But that was only because heaven favored him. If heaven no longer loved him, would he still be able to have such a smooth life? The answer is no. If heaven can give, it can also take away. But what about Founder? With the group owner standing behind him, even the heavenly Tao would have to address him as a brother. He couldn't even imagine how wonderful life would be in the Tianshu Star region in the future. And all of this stemmed from the day he was invited to join the group by the group admin. The group admin was like a warm ray of light, redeeming him from endless darkness. You could say that the group owner saved his life, so how could he not be willing to risk his life for him? What's more, the group admin gave so much. I can't repay the kindness of the group admin. All right. Chen Yi waved his hand and said calmly, I won't waste any more words. You know what to do. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed his sword at Fang Zheng's brow, leaving a mark in his sea of consciousness. This mark would not only block the chat group detection, but also protect Fang Zheng's primordial spirit from destruction. This allows Fang Zheng to trigger help requests at will without worrying about losing a valuable group member. After doing all this, Chen Yi had no more worries and immediately recalled the one-star clone. Fang Zheng was left standing there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until Fang Fan, with a burning gaze, came up and elbowed him that he snapped out of his daze. Has the group admin left? We've walked for about 150 breaths now, Father. Why do you suddenly smell so good? It feels like your body has turned into an elixir of immortality. Get out. Get out. Fang Zheng disdainfully shoved his son aside, then twisted his neck and glared unfriendly towards the restricted area. Still thinking of hiding? We're here to take you in, within the illusionary star cave. After the one-star clone that went to carry out the mission returned, Chen Yi calmly opened his personal account in the chat group and began to tally up the gains from this trip. First, there are 500 million points, which is no small amount. Although they still can't afford the top-ranked items in the Myriad Realms Mall, they can still easily exchange for basic Immortal Essence Stones. 2,500 can be bought for the price of 200,000 points. Adding the more than 53 million points accumulated from the previous two tasks, a total of 7,065 can be exchanged. That's enough to transform the 27 one-star clones into immortal bodies. However, considering the imbalance among his clones, Chen Yi did not plan to immediately exchange for Immortal Essence Stones to begin nurturing and transforming them. After all, the three incessantly instructing him on how to do things was already quite a headache. If another 27 came, he probably wouldn't be able to manage them all. It would be better to wait until you've accumulated enough points to upgrade all your clones to the same level before taking any action. After deciding not to use the points for the time being, the biggest gain from this trip will be the 30 million group experience points. The higher the group chat level, the more features are unlocked, and the higher the weight in the public area. For example, the chat group's group owner communication channel was opened as early as level 5. He went to greet other group owners as the group owner of a level 22 chat group, but none of them paid any attention to him. The reason is simply that the hierarchy within the public areas is exceptionally strict. That day, at the 22nd, in the public area, he stood like a lackey. Seeing that the group owner of Group 98, who was level 28, was online, he greeted him politely and prepared to have a friendly conversation. 3 days passed, and the other person still hadn't replied after reading the message. I have no idea what he's pretending for. So what if the group was created a little too early and a few tasks were done a little too much? You've been in the group for over 30 years and you're only level 28. What's there to brag about? Yesterday you ignored me. Today you will be unable to reach me. Claim your reward. Chen Yi himself immediately commanded his one-star clone, which was carrying the chat group, to begin operations. Ding! 500 million points have been credited to your account. Your current points balance is 553,150,000 ding. 30 million group experience points have been added to the 108th group level system. The next second, a series of system announcements rang out in the silent chat group. Yiding. The group owner has received the task reward. 108 group experience points plus 30 million. A group route 108 has reached level 32, still needing over 7 million experience points to reach level 33. Vice. Group's daily sign-in system rewards have been upgraded. Group members can now receive 3,200 points for signing in daily. The group red envelope system has been upgraded. Points can now be awarded. For daily group red envelopes, with a maximum limit of 320,000 points, the list items in the Multiverse Mall feature is now available. Group members can list their unused items for sale on the mall's secondary page. The team-based exorcism dungeon feature is now open. Group members can team up to venture into this special secret realm to vanquish evil spirits. The better the performance, the greater the points and group experience rewards. A note: minimum combat power requirement is 30 million. Minimum team size is 3 or more. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, immediately becoming interested. He had anticipated this items listed in the Multiverse Mall section, since the mall contained many items not operated by the system itself, such as Saintess's personal belly band. 3 tricks to make a man devoted. Dragon Root Special Horn, and so on, all listed by anonymous group members. It's all flashy and fancy, with no after-sales guarantee whatsoever. Whether you can find a treasure depends entirely on luck. To be honest, he doesn't have a good opinion of this kind of second-hand marketplace, because there are basically bad reviews from ripped-off customers for every item. His reputation is completely ruined. Even if he puts some genuine second items on the market, I doubt anyone will buy them. Moreover, can anyone in other chat groups afford the things he took out? To give a simple example, he shared the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique for free in the group. The Myriad Realms Mall sells it for 800 million points. He can't possibly lower his standards and sell it off at a huge loss, can he? Instead of spending time managing this thing, you'd be better off doing more high-value quests and running more dungeons. Speaking of dungeons, we have to mention the second section that unlocks in the chat group after reaching level 30. Team up for an exorcism dungeon. The minimum combat power requirement is 30 million, which means that the rewards for points and group experience are higher than those for ordinary missions. This makes it much more fun to play. Keep in mind that after reaching level 30, each level requires 10 million group experience points. With so much experience in these groups, you can't earn it just by having group members recklessly trigger help requests. After all, the other world's top experts aren't stupid. They wouldn't blindly rush into their deaths knowing that a tiny, jumping insect would summon powerful extraterrestrial demons. Furthermore, as the strength of the group members increases, the probability of triggering a request for help will decrease. They can only take advantage of the early stage when they are weak to do more things and develop and level up quickly. This path will naturally not work when they become strong in the later stage. Therefore, the Exorcism Dungeon section, which unlocks after the chat group reaches level 30, becomes particularly important. Logically speaking, this should be the main source of points and group experience after getting through the weak early stage and reaching the mid stage. So here's the problem. Has the current 108 group really reached the mid stage of development? Aside from Chen Yi, the group leader who has reached the highest level, Fang Zheng, the highest ranking member, only has 1.3 million combat power. And this old guy was even hiding his true strength in the group chat, saying he only had 1.1 million combat power. I don't know who taught him this, playing dumb to fool others, trick revealing a little, hiding a little, and then cultivating a little more. Of course, none of that matters. What matters is that Group 108 simply can't gather 3 members to form a team for a dungeon run. Isn't that awkward? The group owner is an incredibly powerful being, but unfortunately, all the group members are like cavemen. How long will it take for them to develop to a combat power of 30 million? Take Fang Zheng, whose cultivation aptitude has already become abnormal, for example. If he wants to break through from more than 1 million combat power to 30 million combat power, it is roughly equivalent to breaking through from the initial stage of the nascent soul stage to the early stage of the body integration stage. It would take at least 10 years, and this only barely managed to gather one teammate. As for the rest of the misfits, who knows how long it will take for them to break through? Sigh, I really can't carry this team. Teammates, hurry up and level up. Stop playing so passively. Chen Yi sighed softly, glanced at the quiet chat group, and casually sent a maximum amount of red envelope. The group admin sent out a red envelope with a code worth 320,000 points. The code to claim it is, the group admin is the coolest. Wow, that's fast. Founder replied instantly. I really don't want to be sacrificed. The group admin is the coolest. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Got 90,000 points. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Love you. Group admin, see you later. I'm almost at the Supreme's lair. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. No rush, this matter can be put on hold. Let them be fearful for a while. We can deal with them later. Your main task now is to cultivate diligently and strive to break through 30 million battle power as soon as possible. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Don't worry, group leader. I know what I'm doing. Closed-door cultivation is far less effective than fighting a supreme being while wielding the star-suppressing seal. Using battle to sustain myself, fighting to the peak, that's the path that best suits me. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. With a former supreme being who once proved himself an emperor serving as my whetstone, I'm confident I can break through to the quasi-emperor level within 10 years, which is equivalent to a battle. Power of 30 million. How I truly do not wish to be sacrificed to the heavens. At that time, your will be the direction of my struggle. Wherever you point, I will be your vanguard. Hiss, Chen. I couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Those eloquent words made him feel refreshed and invigorated. Haha, your founder is truly delightful. The group admin shared a file titled The Art of Fighting, which was designated for download by the group member who wrote, I really don't want to be sacrificed. Be the tribulation to become an. Immortal is still chasing me, Fang Zheng. Take this and study it carefully. Don't disappoint me. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Thank you so much, group admin. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Straight. You deserve to die. Some of the band. Group members roared in anger, their eyes red with envy. It was at this moment that Chen Yi delivered another blow to them. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Why isn't anyone else saying anything? Are they just quiet? Why don't you reply to my messages in chapter 24, even though they've been read? 10,000 critical hits! 10,000 critical hits! The group admin's remarks instantly shattered the fragile hearts of the group members. Inside the Western Sea, Adolf Anlin ruthlessly kicked the sales clerk out of the door, then slapped himself twice across the face, weeping bitterly. Group owner, I was wrong. I really know I was. Wrong, please lift my ban. I'll never dare to flirt with female group members again. Regardless of whether the group admin could hear or see it, and Lan sincerely bowed and kowtowed 3 times to beg for forgiveness. At the same time, on the Azure continent, inside the Sacred Void Sect's treasury hall, Zhao Zheng, the warehouse manager on duty, suddenly ran into an empty side hall, bursting into tears. Group owner, I was really just joking. I'm not a simp. I, Zhao Zheng, would rather starve to death, die outside, or jump off this cliff than be a woman's simp. Please believe me. Please believe me! On the continent of Piaoi, in the residence of the second-ranked inner disciple of the Flying Steed sect, runner-up Chen Bo was also sobbing uncontrollably. I'm never being a simp again. Women are no match for cultivation. He's already won the group leader's favor. When will I ever be able to reclaim my runner-up position? Unlike the 3 veterans, Liu Ruyan, a newcomer to the group and unaware of the group admins. Greatness was still resentfully drawing circles and cursing. Damn group admin. What's wrong with me? Am I not pretty? Why won't you date me? Are you even a man? You banned me because you're afraid my Dao heart will be unstable. Dare to look me in the eye. I don't believe your eyes are empty." Unfortunately, no matter how much they pleaded, Chen Yi, a man of his word, would never change his mind so easily. He made them all reflect on their actions honestly for 2.5 hours first, close the chat interface, and log into the strictly hierarchical public area. This time, as the group owner of the level 32 chat group, he is no longer keeping a low profile. Just then, the group owner of Group 98 was also online, and Chen Yi immediately greeted him in a friendly manner. "You little brat, look me in the eye. Why don't you reply to my messages?" Group owner of Group 108, level 32 asked at the same time, in a secret realm somewhere on the Zhuai continent. Mu Chen, who was trying to comprehend the Tao intent left behind by Venerable Yu Jai, suddenly shivered and fell into deep thought as he looked at the group leader of Group 108, who was greeting him. Again. Did this guy open it? How can a chat group be upgraded 10 levels in just 3 days? That's quite impressive. My nickname is TMD Immortal Tribulation, and it's still chasing me. Could it be a powerful being in the tribulation transcending stage? Wait a minute. Group 108 was created much later than I joined Group 98, right? How could such an old guy possibly have gotten into a newbie group? Oh no, I think I've gotten myself into trouble. Mu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. As everyone knows, the public area is strictly hierarchical, with severe suppression from above. To disobey superiors is simply ungrateful. A higher-level group leader has greater authority. While they may not necessarily help you succeed, they can definitely ruin your plans. I was ignorant before and didn't think much of the group owner of this small 108 group. Now that he has a high level, I'm the one who's ungrateful and has a low score. Thinking of this, Mu Chen immediately changed his attitude, no longer aloof, and even took the initiative to initiate a private chat. Back to all beings, group owner of Group 98, fellow Taoist, I apologize. I've been focused on meditation and cultivation lately, and haven't been paying much attention to the public area notifications. Please forgive me. Chen Yi remained silent, only letting out a cold laugh. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Not reading means I didn't notice, but reading and not replying, what's the meaning of that? Damn it. Can't you just give me a way out? Why do you have to keep harping on this? Mu Chen was sweating profusely, but there's nothing that can be done. That's just how the rules are for public areas. The group owner of a high-level group is like a boss, while the group owner of a low-level group has to act like a grandson. No one can guarantee that there won't be any unsolvable tasks in their group. If you upload them to the public area and the other party comes to cause trouble, you're doomed. The consequences of failing a mission are severe. One group demonstrated this firsthand, resulting in their group number being cancelled and subsequently causing no group leader to dare to recruit members from the Tianshu Star region. Right. Speaking of which, that member who was thrown into the free channel by Group 36 was apparently taken away a while ago. Could it be this guy who took him away? Since he dared to accept it, it proves that he is not afraid of failing the Dark Turmoil mission. And it also means that his combat power is at least 80 million. Good heavens! It really is an old guy in the tribulation transcending stage. However, on the other hand, Mu Chen did know a person who had reached the tribulation transcending stage, and that person was also a transmigrator who had transmigrated for 800 years. His rise to power was exceptionally terrifying, as if he had a cheat code. He broke through the tribulation transcending stage in just 100 years. and in the following 700 years, he fought the Immortal Ascension Tribulation 81 times without dying. He was known as the Tribulation Control Venerable. That's right, the Tao he is comprehending is what was left behind by that person. If he doesn't have some kind of cheat system, then he's very likely joined a chat group for transmigrators from all the worlds, and might even be one of the old guys in the group. I remember there was a group member with the screen name Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerable, which is very likely his alias. Humph, you're not going to give me a way out, are you? Don't blame me for asking that person to mediate. With his mind racing, Mu Chen decided to use the tiger's skin as a banner. Back to all beings, group owner of Group 98. It's nothing much, just a token gesture. I wonder if you know Venerable Yu Jie, Chen Yi? Chen Yi? No, you open an account for me. In the autumn of the 108th year of the Imperial Tribulation era, Venerable Chen Yi of the Imperial Tribulation era passed down 3 verses. He once said that if anyone could match the second verse to his liking, he would grant him a promise. Talented people all over the world flocked to him, but unfortunately, none of them could satisfy the Venerable. The first stanzas of these 3 lines are as follows. Odd changes, even remains the same. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Which company has the best excavator technology? The moment his real name was called out, Chen Yi's brain momentarily went blank. You asked me if I knew Venerable Yu Jie, Chen Yi. How could I not recognize myself? Is this a targeted attack on me? Someone who can reveal your real name, just from an online chat, seems to have bitten off more than you can chew. It's important to know that chat groups use nicknames and screen names, and even the group owner has no right to view the personal privacy information of group members, let alone other group owners in the public area. So how exactly did the owner of Group 98 open their own account? Could it be some supreme being who can see through the cause and effect of all things in the heavens and the myriad worlds? Or perhaps a master of destiny who has reached the pinnacle of divination? Hey, you idiot! Is this still a newbie chat group? I thought I was one of the few who got pulled into the newbie chat group after reaching the tribulation stage, but it turns out there are experts too? From this perspective, his failure to reply after reading the message wasn't an act, but rather a sign of genuine ability. It's actually the other way around that we were being immature. No, that's not right. After calming down, Chen Yi still felt that something was wrong. If the group owner of this Group 98 is truly an extraordinary being, then his group level shouldn't be so low, and he shouldn't be so humble and polite when faced with his own overbearing questioning. The mighty have their own majesty, and the majesty of the mighty cannot be offended. He was probably playing a trick? For example, this person actually traveled to the Ziwei continent, and after seeing the 3 lines he left behind, he knew that he was also a time traveler. Then, he boldly guessed that he had joined the chat group, and with his distinctive nickname, he figured out that he was talking to him. So he used this to intimidate him and make him back down. Yes, that's very likely the truth. His change in attitude, from initially being humble and slightly submissive to suddenly becoming assertive, also proves this point. But it's better to be safe than sorry. What if the group owner of this 98 group is the kind of shameless, cunning, and extremely wicked person? To be on the safe side, Chen Yi decided to temporarily lower his stance and test the waters. At TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group 108 owner. What tribulation controlling venerable? Don't give me that nonsense. Tell me, why didn't you reply to my message after I read it? What are you pretending for? Himph, so arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? Mu Chen's gaze darkened, and he immediately began his performance. Back to all beings, group owner of Group 98. So what do you want? I can tell you that Venerable Yuji's nickname in the group is Celestial Venerable of Tribulation Crossing. If you don't know him, open the second level page of the Myriad Realms Mall and search for the reputable merchant from Group 1. I have a good personal relationship with him. Chen Yi. That's it. This guy is really wise. He initially seemed quite shrewd and calculating, but now it seems he didn't understand anything at all. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation, is still chasing me. Group 108 owner. From what you've said, you seem to have a good personal relationship with the Tribulation trolling Venerable. Are you sure? Seeing that the other party's attitude had softened, Mu Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slowly settled down. Turning my back to everyone. Believe it or not, but I apologize for my previous rudeness in not replying after reading your message. I hope you will forgive me. Apologies should naturally be made differently depending on the circumstances. Before bringing up the banner of Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, the other party was being aggressive, and it was unclear what price one would have to pay to gain their forgiveness. But once the flag is raised, even if the other side is dissatisfied, they have to keep their sharp edge hidden. However, Mu Chen had no idea how ridiculous his self-righteous little trick would look in front of the real person. Chen Yi made them all laugh. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group 108 owner. How come I didn't know about this? Oh, right, I'm Chen Yi. You should have also transmigrated to the Ziwei continent, right? Are you coming to find me yourself, or should I come to find you, Mu Chen? Holy crap! Wait a minute. My mind is a little confused right now. You're Chen Yi. Venerable Chen Yi, the master of tribulation control? Are you kidding me? That old bastard, Chen Yi, has been through 800 years of time travel. How could he possibly be in a newly created newbie group like Group 108? You must be joking, right? Right? Mu Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. He really wanted to deceive himself, but unfortunately he couldn't. After all, the other party has already mentioned the Ziwei continent, so it would be impolite to continue talking nonsense. But he really didn't want to see Chen Yi. If the other party is the Crossing Tribulation Celestial Venerable, I'm guessing, that's fine. After all, they're a bunch of old fogies. If I go to find him, I'll at most lose some harmless things, and I won't suffer a huge loss. But Chen Yi happens to be the group owner of the newbie group, which is like a startup company. Mu Chen was also a newbie once, so he naturally knows what he lacks most at this stage. If I go to him, will I get away with anything? He wouldn't believe he wasn't skinned alive. After more than 30 years of hard work, I finally managed to grow Group 98 to its current size, managing over 50 elite members. I have them complete tasks for each other every day, while I sit back and earn hundreds of thousands of points without lifting a finger. It's the carefree life of being a boss. Is it a journey from which there is no return? No! I absolutely refuse to work for anyone, not even Chen Yi. It's one thing to brag a little online, but you expect me to confront you in person? Dream on! The more Mu Chen thought about it, the more heartbroken he became. He closed the private chat window, and then, driven by a wicked impulse, blocked Chen Yi and went offline, not giving him any chance to find him. On the other side, looking at the grayed-out avatar of the group owner of Group 98, which was no longer active, Chen Yi suddenly curled his lips into a smirk. Tieske. I was already a little embarrassed to make a move against a fellow townsman from the same region, but aren't you just handing me the knife? Why did you have to do this? playing hide-and-seek with me on the Ziwei continent. You really don't know your own limitations. He is Ziwei here. Chen Yi smiled calmly and tapped the ground to summon the heavenly Tao of his own realm. Soon a grand and ethereal voice echoed in the void. Yes, what are your orders? As the only one in this world to undergo tribulation, Chen Yi survived 81 tribulations to become an immortal, served as the most important pillar for stabilizing the fundamental laws, and was the greatest hope for leading the Ziwei continent back to its pseudo-immortal status. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, Chen Yi held immense weight. While he wouldn't grant every request, the Ziwei heavenly Tao could even take his shape if he wanted to. Find someone for me, Chen Yi said calmly, slowly raising 3 fingers. First, its primordial spirit and true soul do not possess the aura of reincarnation in this world. Secondly, the amount of spiritual energy consumed by him is inconsistent with his cultivation level. Third, they always inexplicably disappear from this realm for a period of time, and then reappear. Upon receiving the clear information, the Ziwei heavenly Tao immediately began to operate. Please wait. Searching based on your criteria, a total of 9 beings have been identified who meet the criteria, including 3 demons, 4 humans, and 2 insects. The corresponding coordinates have been marked. After you find the target you are looking for, if it's convenient, could you also help verify whether the other 8 beings are reincarnations of extraterrestrial demons? The heavenly Tao of Ziwei has always been fair and dignified in its treatment of the world. Anyone who dares to disobey its will be annihilated with the most terrifying thunder. But she was somewhat humble in front of Chen Yi, often listening to him on important matters and discussing the minor ones with him. Just like now, the extraterrestrial demons have made a comeback, sending spies to secretly infiltrate the Ziwei continent and cause trouble. Heaven has long since discovered them, but it has no way to deal with them. If they are not dealt with in time, they could very likely lead to serious consequences, such as the collapse of heaven and earth, and the destruction of all living beings. But the heavenly Tao of Ziwei remained completely calm, simply because it had Chen Yi. He couldn't fathom what kind of extraterrestrial demon could possibly stand up to a powerful figure who had survived 81 tribulations to become an immortal, and yet managed to escape unscathed. It doesn't exist, Chen Yi forced him. Even the heavenly Tao itself couldn't withstand the power of one of his 2-star avatars, and he even had to disperse his own power to protect the Ziwei realm. Who could possibly afford to offend him? However, Chen Yi had just completed his 81st Ascension Tribulation and needed to rest properly. The heavenly Tao did not disturb them, but secretly marked these puppets of the extraterrestrial demons, preparing to ask Chen Yi to deal with them after a while when he had settled down. Unexpectedly, only 3 days later, Chen Yi took the initiative to ask him to find someone, which gave him the perfect opportunity to offer his opinions. I always listen to you on important matters, but you have to help me with this small thing, right? Okay, I understand. Chen Yi nodded slightly, then his gaze sharpened, and he said coldly, I didn't expect the extraterrestrial demons to dare to come again. Have they not been heard enough? Or do they think I was too badly struck by the chaos divine lightning this time? 101can.com is a website with all content typed by hand and is error-free. The fact that you merged your 2-star clones would bring about the tribulation of immortality, which is why you're barely clinging to life. Now, well, before he could finish speaking, the 3 quiet, 1-star immortal body clones suddenly lit up and stood up abruptly. Ha ha ha, you just stay here obediently. I'll be right back. Last time I failed to clear the dungeon of the Aldeator Demon's Lair. This time I'm going to turn it upside down. Alright, you guys go in. Exorcise the demons. Leave the matter of finding the group leader of Group 98 to me. The 3 avatars of the 1-star immortal body each represented different thoughts of Chen Yi himself. And they rushed out of the illusionary star cave with loud laughter. At the same time, in a secret place somewhere, Mu Chen felt extremely uneasy after blocking Chen Yi, sensing something was very wrong, as if disaster was about to strike at any moment. Wanla, my gut tells me he's coming. How could he have locked onto me so quickly? He's such a pervert. Group members, please trigger the help request. I can't take it anymore. Mu Chen's legs were trembling uncontrollably as he anxiously urged all the group members in the chat. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 98 back to all. Group owner. At all members, brothers, hurry up. The back to all beings, Group owner. The enemy has at least 80 million. Combat power. If I get caught, you don't need to tell me how much the group's level will drop after such a big request for help is issued, right? A turning away from all, group owner. Nobody wants their group. Number to be cancelled, and their members scattered and reassigned to other groups like in the previous Group 6. Right? I don't eat cilantro. Group owner. Do you think there's a chance I might be reassigned to the highest ranking group, a Yu Sheng Xing Chen? This is a path I've never considered before. Perhaps, group admin, you could sacrifice yourself. O group member 16-21 toward 12. Everyone, stop joking around. What if our group number is really cancelled and we're reassigned to some newbie group? I don't know. That makes sense. The Ancient Sword Victory Angel. Group owner, don't panic. We're searching for demons. We've caught wind of it, and a help request will definitely trigger within half an hour. Please come to our rescue then. The villain's self-redemption. Group owner, I'm off to cause trouble for the protagonist. Remember to come and save me. A back to all. Group owner. Brothers, hurry. Up! I feel like he's... Before the last word was even fully typed, the group owner's avatar suddenly went dark. Yugyujian Victory Angel. Holy crap! Group owner, I don't know. No to that kind of thing. The rest of my life spicy. The Maru spicy. Plus 53. All members of Group 98 observed a moment of silence. At this moment, their group leader was trembling, looking at the venerable Yuji, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Will the evil deeds committed online ultimately be punished offline? Yaiji, don't come any closer. Hello. Chen Yi gave a friendly smile. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to eat you. Get up and talk. As he spoke, he gently lifted the group leader of Group 98, who was kneeling on the ground, and at the same time soothed his flustered spirit. Should I call you Turn Your Back to All Beings, or Mu Chen? Gulp. Mu Chen swallowed hard and readily agreed. You can just call me Xiao Mu. Chen Yi nodded slightly and asked with a smile, then Xiao Mu, you've clearly been in the past for over 30 years. Why didn't you come to find me? Don't tell me you haven't heard of those 3 lines of the first part. Mu Chen paused, looking into the other person's deep and unyielding eyes, and finally decided to confess honestly. Your Excellency, to be honest, I feel that I have my own special abilities, and I don't make enemies everywhere, so there's nothing I need to trouble you with, and naturally I won't bother you any further. The implication is that they can live a comfortable life without you, and only come to you when they have nothing better to do. What if you have ulterior motives? Chen Yi naturally understood what he meant, smiled, and didn't delve into it. Instead, he said kindly, "Xiao Mu, it's rare that we've both transmigrated to the Ziwei continent. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land is a great blessing in life. There's no need to be so distant. There shouldn't be a sad, thick barrier between us." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he inexplicably felt as if something was about to leave him, just as expected. The next second, Chen Yi patted his shoulder with his warm hand, looking at him with admiration, as expected of a prodigy who joined the chat group right after transmigrating. He broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage at only 30 years old. Even I, in my younger days, would have to give way to this cultivation speed. I'll accept you as my younger brother. From now on, just call me brother. Calling me venerable one is too distant. Come on, say it to me. Brother Yai. Hey, that's more like it. You even blocked your Yai, Ji. Is that reasonable? Are you afraid I'll steal your group members? Do you think your Yi Ji is that kind of person? No. It was just that I was momentarily blinded by greed and judged you with my own petty mind. By the way, how many people are in your group? Spice. Mu Chen closed his eyes in pain, feeling a chill on his neck, as if an invisible knife was being held against it. What is the most urgent need for a newly established chat group? That's right, it's talent and projects. Each group member represents a brand new global project with immeasurable value. Take Fang Seng, for example. The Tianshu Star domain behind him isn't particularly high level, but as long as you know how to farm, you can get a lot of points from the chat group system to exchange for advanced cultivation. Resources. Chen Yi earned over 550 million points from just clearing out one Fangzhang, enough to exchange for over 2,700 Immortal Essence Stones. This profit was much higher than the one he made by directly invading the Western Sea Realm. Moreover, this is only the income in the early stage of the project. After the Tianshu Star region is completely cleared, Fang Zheng's combat power will also be improved. At that time, he will be able to put his work into practice, allowing Chen Yi, the group owner, to sit back and wait for dividends. Not only do they bring their own projects, but they can also earn income through part-time work. We can never have too many of these wonderful group members. Therefore, in order to grow bigger and stronger and create new glories. When Chen Yi confirmed that Mu Chen, the group leader of Group 98, was in the same realm as him, he suddenly began to sharpen his knife, intending to bleed Mu Chen dry. Similarly, Mu Chen, who had also come from the early days of the startup group, naturally understood very well what Chen Yi was thinking. But what good will it do to know? Can they possibly resist? Honest cooperation might allow him to retain his status as the group leader of Group 98, but if he resists stubbornly, Brother Yi is ruthless. Wow, not bad. Xiao Mu, you actually have 38 group members. Are you sure that's all? Chen Yi looked at him with a half smile. Mu Chen was speechless for a moment. He's been blinded by greed, actually trying to lie to someone at the tribulation transcending stage. Let alone being at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even if I were to break through to the integration stage, I would have no secrets in front of this formidable person who had withstood 81 heavenly tribulations and emerged unscathed. There's no way around it, he's just too twisted. Mu Chen even had a premonition that even if he broke through to the tribulation transcending stage, he might not be able to survive a single round against this old man. I've never heard of anyone in the tribulation transcending stage who could withstand 81 tribulations to become an immortal without dying. Normally, Shouldn't the best outcome be to be struck by lightning and have their physical body shattered after failing, while preserving their primordial spirit and becoming a wandering immortal too? Start over? How come he's done it 81 times and still looks perfectly fine? It even gives people an incredibly ethereal feeling, as if it has transcended this world and become an immortal. Isn't this sinister? No one, not even Yin Muchen, would dare to eat it. Brother Yi, I'll be honest, there are 53 members in my group, plus me, making 54. The group owner's personal account currently has a balance of 33,47 million points. If you want them, you can take them all. Consider it a little brother's way of showing respect to you. Mu Chen confessed everything with a mixture of pain and relief. He can't protect anything. So since he can't hold on to anything, he might as well let it all go. You can have it all. I don't want it anymore. As the older brother, you can't just take your younger brother's things for nothing, can you? However, to Mu Chen's surprise, Chen Yi said with a hint of disdain, "Little Mu, you've been in the group for over 30 years, and this is all the points you've accumulated. Have you even tried hard enough? Have you been diligently completing the tasks?" Mu Chen was already heartbroken, and hearing such hurtful words made him feel like he wanted to vomit blood. Do you really think everyone is as twisted as you? How about this? You package up 10 of the highest-ranking members in your world and sell them to me, and each of them will get 10 million points. Mu Chen was taken aback. His sullen face immediately changed, and he smiled. Brother Yi, is this really true? Although he can earn hundreds of thousands every day, and on average tens of millions of points per month, that comes with risks. After all, there are several high-level members in the group, and he is genuinely afraid that one day, these guys might offend someone they shouldn't, something beyond his control that could cause chat group to go bankrupt on the spot. If we kick these guys to the free channel, the help requests they trigger are the most valuable. If we don't kick them, we'll be living in constant fear. So all he could do was keep instructing the group members to play it safe and to quietly retreat behind the others when in doubt. It might be a bit cowardly to do that, but it's really safe to avoid getting into arguments out of spite. Now that Brother Yi has come to the fore in person, and he wants it, how can I refuse? There are only about 10 slightly difficult group members. It's still acceptable for the points income to be reduced by half. At the same time, Brother Yi also gave compensation. No matter how you look at it, it's not too bad. Introduce me to the person, and I'll make the payment right away after I've chosen them. Chen Yi nodded slightly. If it weren't for the fact that the group owner couldn't trade, he would have even wanted to recruit Mu Chen into his ranks. After all, this guy is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with a combat power of 9.5 million. With a little more training, he can quickly gather 3 team members to go to the exorcism dungeon. Unfortunately, the group owner doesn't allow trading. Huh? What if he's not the group admin anymore? Chen Yi's eyes flickered as he began to ponder the possibilities. Mu Chen, unaware that Yi Ji was plotting against him, was still happily introducing the group members, his slightly fawning demeanor resembling that of a brothel madam. Just as Chen Yi was selecting promising members from Group 98, on the other side, the outer space of the Zhuai continent, a cosmic void, emanating a thick black aura, is also facing annihilation. This is the lair of the extraterrestrial demons, inhabited by tens of thousands of wicked offspring who feed on the spiritual essence of all living beings in the world. These guys are incredibly terrifying. Even in their juvenile form, they possess power equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator on the Zhuai continent, and in their mature form, they can easily overpower a tribulation transcending cultivator, posing a tremendous threat to the Ziwei continent. However, these tens of thousands of powerful demons are now being brutally beaten by two immortal clones from the Ziwei continent, and they are really suffering. Roar, roar, roar! It's that man! Why is he here again? Didn't he just overcome his tribulation a few days ago? Why isn't he resting properly, instead coming here to cause trouble? So what if they come? As long as they don't dare to combine three of them into one, what can they do besides beat us half to death? Useless! 700 years. A full 700 years. Do you know how I've spent these 700 years? I haven't had Ziwei people in so long I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it. Wow! Have you guys noticed that he smells much better than before? Awoo! Brothers, wear him down! Tens of thousands of demons roared, howled, and went mad as they surrounded Chen Yi's two one-star immortal body clones, spewing out all sorts of extremely filthy breaths, which gathered into wave after wave of terrifying torrents, surging towards Chen Yi's two clones. Although the demons had a good plan, it was a pity that Chen Yi's two clones were immortal bodies. Without being restricted by the tribulation of becoming an immortal, their level had far surpassed that of ordinary one-star clones. Ha ha ha, well done. A celestial clone wielding a staff stepped forward, laughing, and planted the staff into the void. Then, he formed a hand seal and said, word by word, invulnerable to all laws, open. The words had barely left his mouth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A burst brilliant golden light erupted, transforming into a spherical barrier that completely shut out the terrifying torrent of filth. At the same time, another immortal clone wielding a halberd also began to wield the halberd. Ultimate path to destroy demons, by imperial decree. He swung the halberd in a wide arc and unleashed a crescent-shaped slash. The terrifying crimson energy instantly melted away the demonic attacks, and then, ignoring defenses, he annihilated the demons one by one as easily as mowing grass. A moment later, waiting for the aftermath to subside, only 9 demonic brethren remain standing on the field. Ah! You're a demon! You're a demon! No! Don't come any closer! The remaining 9 mature demons were terrified. They not only babbled incoherently, but also lacked the courage to face Chen Yi. They turned and fled deep into their lair. The 2 immortal clones did not chase after them. Instead, they took out a gourd and drank the remaining immortal essence from the Western Sea realm. In fact, the 2 clones were also a bit exhausted. Although it was cool to use this combination move to kill tens of thousands of demons, it also consumed about 60% of the vast immortal energy in their bodies. After all, it is no longer an ordinary one-star clone. It can only be restored through immortal spiritual essence. Absorbing ordinary energy will cause the immortal body to degenerate. 2.5 minutes later. Once they were back to their peak condition, the 2 one-star immortal body clones slowly stood up, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked into the depths of the cosmic void. Inside, there lies the mother of evil offspring. If it is not uprooted, it will soon return. However, the mother body is not simple. It is not very strong, only about the same level as a 2-star clone, but it is quite difficult to maintain such a level naturally in the lower realm. 200 years ago, Chen Yi sent 18 clones to sneak in, but before they could find the location of the mother body, a pair of crimson double pupils flashed by, and the terrifying power almost annihilated all the clones. If it weren't for the crucial moment when the 18 one-star clones merged into 2 3-star clones to scare him away, Chen Yi would probably have suffered a huge loss. Although they didn't suffer a loss from the sneak attack by the evil mother, the damned Immortal Tribulation immediately jumped out and delivered a heavy blow because they fused with an extremely powerful 3-star clone. It chased and bit like a dog, and once it bit, it wouldn't let go, forcing the 2 3-star clones to pay a huge price to barely escape. As a result, Chen Yi's main body had to recuperate for a full 2.5 years before his clone could recover, and all of this was caused by the mother of that evil offspring. If it weren't for the close watch of the Immortal Tribulation and the fact that the evil mother herself was very good at hiding, Chen Yi would have gone to seek revenge long ago. Of course, a gentleman takes his revenge, even after 200 years. Now that Chen Yi has sent out an immortal body clone that is no longer bound by the tribulation of becoming an immortal, how should the evil mother body deal with it? Your Majesty, it's terrible. Chen Yi has sent another clone, and this time he's ridiculously strong. A devil! He's a devil. Tens of thousands of his people were all slaughtered with a single blow. Your Majesty, run. It'll be too late if we delay any longer. The surviving 9-headed demon returned and began to weep. The Eurasian mother, who had just been awakened from her slumber, was momentarily bewildered before she grabbed her bucket and ran away without hesitation. This guy is someone you can't mess with. He's too abnormal. The fusion and sublimation of 3 clones can suppress me, and the fusion and sublimation of 9 clones makes me tremble uncontrollably. It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying creature exists in this barren lower realm. Now he's back, and he's brought an even more sinister clone with him. Are we just going to wait to die without running away? Wow, that's fast. In just 2.5 seconds, the evil mother dragged the 9 remaining demons into the deepest part of the cosmic void. There are countless space-time rifts here, and behind each rift lies an unknown space. The evil mother first skillfully separated hundreds of millions of auras and shot them into different cracks, then eliminated her own aura before randomly choosing a crack and drilling into it. In this way, with so many possibilities in the mix of truth and falsehood, the pervert will never be found. The Eurasian mother was very confident because she had performed this process many times and had always managed to thwart that pervert's efforts. After all, that freak always hangs around here whenever he challenges the Ascension Tribulation. Does he really think I don't know what you're thinking? You want to take me down in one fell swoop before I even get to the next tribulation? Don't even think about it. And the facts proved exactly as the Ecuadorian mother had predicted. When the 2 immortal clones broke through the numerous barriers and arrived here, it was indeed impossible to tell which crack they had squeezed into. But what does it matter? Without the replenishment of natural energy, how long can you hide there? 1 month or 2 months? At most 2.5 months, right? The immortal body clone has its own internal world cycle, unlike ordinary clones which need to interact with the outside world. Basically, it is not affected at all in this cosmic void that devours spiritual energy. In the past, if you could run fast in a blitzkrieg, that was fine, but now in a war of attrition, you're doomed. I'll wait as long as you try to hide. We'll keep waiting until you come out on your own. Chen Yi has never been one to hold grudges. The fact that the evil mother has kept him in his thoughts for 200 years is already quite remarkable. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been wiped out on the spot long ago. Thus, after leaving 2 immortal clones to ambush in the depths of the cosmic void, Chen Yi's main body focused its attention on the clone that had made the deal with Mu Chen. Okay, let's start with these 10. Tell them to get ready to move to the new place. Temporarily. How much more do you want? Mu Chen's heart ached again, but he still honestly tagged the 10 lucky winners in the group. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 98 to Yu Sheng Xing Chen. It's been almost half an hour and the help request hasn't been triggered yet. What is the group admin doing? Wasn't it supposed to be a real visit from some big shot? Time building infrastructure in another world. Is it possible that the powerful figure who visited the real group owner was actually the Empress who was cheated on by the group owner, and that the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from the group owner's throat? Expand for details, I don't know. That makes sense. The Yu Sheng Xing Chen. The group owner is indeed a bit handsome, but still not as good-looking as me. At 10 members who have turned their backs on the masses, at villain's self-redemption, at I don't eat cilantro, at fallen genius, at demon lord's little wife, at I want to build a harem, at I'm building infrastructure in another world, at please prepare to join group 108, that the villain is seeking redemption? The Yu Sheng Xing Chen. Wait, no, group owner you. I don't know. What's going on? Group owner, what happened to you? This didn't trigger a help request. Why did you kick these guys into group 108? Isn't that a newbie group? I don't eat cilantro. Group owner, what do you mean? You want me to move your lovely group members to a new group. The time building infrastructure in another world. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the birds are all gone, the good bow is put away. Group owner, are you sure you want this? I want to build a harem. Damn group owner, I've worked my way up with you, and you just want to sell me off like that. What do you mean? Are you afraid my world level is too high, and I'll cause trouble you can't handle? Mu Chen was already annoyed by the real incident, and now he was being criticized by the group members without any explanation, which made him even more upset. With my back to everyone, stop cursing. Do you think I want to send you all away? I have no choice. The person who came to my door to tell me is the group owner of Group 108. He's a powerful figure who has transcended tribulation. I can't afford to offend him. He needs people and wants me. So do you think I can refuse? The villain's self-redemption. He wants it, so you give it to him. To go with his back to everyone. He insists. The members of Group 98 did not believe the group owner's nonsense. After all, how could a newly established newbie group like Group 108 possibly have a powerful being at the tribulation transcending stage? Unless they were transported to the immortal realm from the very beginning, starting from a very high level, that would be impossible. This damn group owner lies, without even thinking, claiming that the group owner of the newbie group is in the same realm as him. So you're really not going to act anymore, are you? He just wants to sell out the group members. What a heartless bastard! I don't eat cilantro. Group owner, I'm curious. What price did the group owner of Group 108 offer for you to sell me to him? I'm building infrastructure in another world. How rich can the admin of a newbie group be? He probably just doesn't like it anymore and decided to fire us for the sake of the group's stability. The villain's self-redemption. I even went to cause trouble for the protagonist as soon as I heard you were in danger, but it turns out I was wrong. How I want to build a harem. Ha ha ha. In my past life, I desperately socialized to avoid being laid off and ended up drinking myself to death. I never imagined that even after transmigrating, I still couldn't escape the fate of being laid off. How boring, really boring. Mu Chen, we've known each other for 30 years. We've fought together. We've washed feet together. I've always considered you a brother. And what about you? I guess I misjudged you. Mu Chen felt very sad. Yeah, at this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name 1219999. We've clearly sent you to Group 108, a group with a higher level, better benefits, and a powerful leader like a transcending tribulation expert as the group leader, ensuring maximum safety and stability. Why doesn't anyone believe it at all? We've known each other for over 30 years. Would I ever harm you? Don't go in and say, "It smells so good." When you get there, I'll... Mu Chen was furious and too lazy to explain to them anymore. He turned around and muted everyone, then packaged up the 10 selected brats. "Brother Yi, I'm all ready. Let's go online in the public zone and start trading," Mu Chen said with a slightly serious expression. Chen Yi nodded slightly, indicating that the operation would be carried out simultaneously on his end. Although Xiao Mu seemed a little unhappy, it didn't matter. He could just give him a few small trinkets containing his own Taoist principles after the transaction was completed. After all, this child suffered a lot in this secret realm before he was lucky enough to obtain a futon that he had sat cross-legged on hundreds of years ago. He treasured it and hid it away. Did you think he didn't know? To be honest, this little thing is really stubborn. Even if it wants something, it won't come to him. He can just pick out a stone in the illusionary star cave heaven, and the Tao intent contained on it is more concentrated than this futon. I turn your back to all living beings. Group 98 owner. Initiated a group member trade with TMD. Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Group 108 owner. Aiding. This transaction violates the public zone peace agreement. To protect the rights of all levels of group chats, please resubmit. Violation. Higher level groups are prohibited from trading with more than 3 members of lower level groups. Higher level group owners are strictly forbidden from coercing or bribing lower level group owners. Huh! Mu Chen's body trembled, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. He feigned difficulty. Brother Yi, what do you think we should do? Trading with 10 group members would be very damaging, but only 3 is perfect. After all, it's just that the world behind those 3 group members is quite tricky. This chat group really suits my taste. Chen Yi. Now it was his turn to be unhappy. Did he coerce or entice Mu Chen? Is it possible for brothers to exchange information through coercion or inducement? Jiao Mu, do you think I forced you? Or is the price of 10 million points per group member too low? No! Mu Chen immediately declared righteously, "It was all my younger brother's voluntary act of filial piety towards his elder brother, but unfortunately, the rules of this public area are like this, and I'm quite distressed. I'll believe you if you can suppress the corners of your mouth. I was even thinking of rewarding you, but now..." Chen Yi shook his head. 3 it is fine. I want the world's top-tier villain's self-redemption. I don't eat cilantro. And the fallen genius. Okay. Bro, no problem. Mu Chen nodded without hesitation. Because these were precisely the 3 group members, he dreaded the most. They were high-level in the world and capable of causing trouble. Selling them off would solve everything. The 3 group members were quickly and efficiently packaged and immediately uploaded to the public area. I turn your back to all living beings. Group 98 owner has once again initiated a group member trade with TMD. Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Group 108 owner. It approved. The please pay 30 million points to complete the transaction. Payment successful. All right, Mu Chen, this matter is settled. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me again. After the transaction was completed, Chen Yi stopped pretending and turned to leave without any hesitation. Mu Chen was left standing there, sighing deeply. What do you mean by, go to him only when you're in trouble? This is clearly telling me not to bother them unless necessary. When they need someone, they affectionately call them Jiao Mu, but when they don't need them, they coldly call them by their full names. Well, you've truly shown your lack of gratitude to the fullest extent. Mu Chen felt quite resentful about Yi Ji's sudden estrangement, but at the same time he knew that Yi Ji still kept his promise, and leaving these words meant that he had a chance to ask Yi Ji for help. Is it worth selling 3 group members at a low price to get this opportunity? It's definitely worth it. Mu Chen's eyes flickered, as if he was brewing a bold plan. At the same time, the 3 group members who had just been sold to Group 108 stared wide-eyed. Holy crap! The group is level 32, and the group owner is a powerful player with 900 million combat points. He's sharing 2 top-tier cultivation techniques, worth 1.3 billion points for free in the group files. Is this still a newbie group? What did you give me? The 3 group members, one a veteran and the other a newcomer, were so shocked they felt their scalp tingle. Logically speaking, this group of 188 only has 5 members, and the earliest group message dates back 10 days. No matter what, it should be a group of newbies. But things have been acting strange ever since the current group admin joined the group 3 days ago. In just 3 days, he led a few newbies to rampage through the game, directly raising the newly established newbie group to level 32, which is 4 levels higher than the 98 group that has been established for more than 30 years. This is truly a divine intervention. The 3 group members, realizing they seemed to have latched onto a super powerful figure, immediately became excited. The old group owner is dead. A new one must take the place. What group number 98? I don't even know what it is. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 108. The group owner invited Villain's Self-Redemption to join the group chat. The group admin invited Don't Eat Cilantro to join the group chat. The group admin invited the Fallen Genius to join the group chat. The 3 consecutive notification sounds immediately broke the quiet atmosphere in the group. As the only member who wasn't banned, Feng Zhang, who was chasing after a certain supreme hammer while carrying the Zhengxing seal, immediately stopped and logged on to express his welcome. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Welcome new. Oh, not a newbie. A few of you have been registered longer than me. What's going on? The Villain's Self-Redemption. Hey, it's all just talk. I'm just a newbie in this group. I still have to call you senior. The Villain's Self-Redemption. The group leader is the coolest. The user. Villain's Self-Redemption received a password-protected red envelope and earned 60,000 points. The Villain's Self-Redemption. Sorry, I'm so afraid of being poor. I instinctively grab any red envelope I see. Humble JPG. I don't eat cilantro. We were all sold from the 98 group, so please take care of us in the future. Cute GPG. I don't eat cilantro. The group admin is the coolest. The user. I don't eat cilantro. Earned 40,000 points. The Fallen Genius. I'm not good with words, but everything is conveyed through my actions. Salute.gpg. The Fallen Genius. The group owner is the coolest. The Fallen Genius has secured 100,000 points. Only one red envelope containing 320,000 points left, sent by the group admin, remains. Please claim it as soon as possible. It will be returned if not claimed within the specified time. Damn group admin! Just 2.5 minutes away. Just 2.5 minutes away from lifting the ban. My points! 150, 149, 148. Why is the countdown so slow? I'm determined to get those last 30,000 points. The group members who were still under a ban were so anxious that they jumped up and down, staring at the countdown, with bloodshot eyes, regretting it to the core. The instigator, Liu Ruyan, became increasingly angry as she thought about it, wondering if she had done anything wrong. All I posted were a few pretty photos. That jerk of a group admin even wants to see the videos. I've done everything I asked, so why am I still being banned? Did I offend you? Does being strong give you the right to be unreasonable? Especially since I was the last one to be banned. The last remaining password-protected red envelope is definitely out of the question. You should know that during the time she was banned, she spent all her time browsing the Myriad Realms Mall. She wanted so many things, but unfortunately, she was short of money and only had the minimum guarantee of 200 points from today's sign-in. I was originally waiting to use the points from the password-protected red envelopes after the ban was lifted, but I never expected that this bastard group owner would suddenly invite new people to join the group. Wasn't he in a bad mood? Does he look like he's in a bad mood? It's better to rely on yourself than on others. And the minimum living allowance I get from signing in takes at least 10 days to buy the items I need for self-protection. I can't wait that long. I'm going to buy them today. I'm going to take these 30,000 points. Even Jesus can't stop me. When a reckless thought arises, the world suddenly seems vast. A fierce glint flashed in Liu Ruyan's large, watery eyes. She immediately stood up, took light steps, and charged headlong towards the Imperial guards watching over her. Chen Yi had no idea that the pretty female group member he had banned would be so brave. At this moment, he was still happily chatting in the group. At TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. 3 newcomers are our group and the 98 group getting to know each other better. As they were all time travelers, the 3 newcomers quickly picked up on the joke. The villain's self-redemption. You are so beautiful. How can 98 compare to you? 8AA fallen genius. How could 98 possibly compare to you? I don't eat cilantro. I'm a bad student, not very good at writing fancy words, but I love to tell the truth, and the group admin is the coolest. ATMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Ha ha ha, okay, you guys introduce yourselves first. Everyone get to know each other. At Fallen Genius, you go first. After sending this message, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. There was no other reason than that he learned from Mu Chen that this person also had the surname Jiao, and that their destinies were quite similar. However, before this fallen genius could even begin to introduce himself, the group announcement popped up first. Ding! Request for help has been generated. Group member, the Cold Palace holdout has transmigrated into the body of a discarded concubine in the Cold Palace. Due to her unparalleled beauty, the Emperor has ordered her to be buried alive with him. She is currently being forced to commit suicide by the Imperial Guards. The situation is critical, and she is unable to break this deadly predicament. Please, capable group members, lend a helping hand. The mission combat power requirement, 50 million or more combat power. A task rewards, 60 million points, 3 million group experience points. I have this. Post will be uploaded to this group simultaneously. All members have 30 seconds to choose whether to accept the assignment. If the time limit is exceeded, the post will be uploaded directly to the public area. Although Liu Ruyan didn't send a single message, she firmly captured the attention of all the group members. Just like when she posted her selfie, it instantly captured everyone's attention. It was also at this time that the duo who had been banned first were unbanned. These 2 disappointing individuals didn't immediately try to grab the password-protected red envelope. Instead, they expressed their concern first. The runner-up in the cultivation world. Baby, hang in there, The group admin will be here to save you soon. The god of light is currently unemployed. Baby, don't be afraid. The group admin is here. Everything will be all right. Chai. Is it really true that it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature? If you care so much about them, why don't you two go and do it yourselves? If you can't do it, don't use me to brag. I get angry just looking at you too. E.S. Sword Immortal with clean sleeves. Baby, promise me you'll take good care of yourself. Ahaha, so you're saying they didn't mention you? Huh? Trying to get attention? Chen Yi was so angry he laughed, and immediately rewarded the user with another set of silence packages. The group owner has muted the following members for 24 hours. Runner-up in the Immortal Cultivation world, Unemployed God of Light, and a Sword Immortal with clean hands. ATMD's Ascension. Tribulation is still chasing me. With new members joining the group, I'll say it again. Sycophantic behavior is strictly prohibited in this group. The group owner has accepted the task and will soon initiate spatial teleportation. Seeing that the three new group members were too scared to say a word, Fang Zheng felt it was necessary to step forward and explain. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Three brothers, don't be afraid. The group leader means that normal pursuit is fine, but you absolutely can't stick to them like glue. Those three disappointing guys have made you laugh. D the villain's self-redemption. It's okay. I've checked the history. I absolutely support the group admin's decision. I don't eat cilantro. If you really need anything, feel free to come to me. I specialize in the yin-yang harmony Dao, so if your combat power is too low, forget it. Attached is a selfie. Click to view photo. D the fallen genius. The pure-hearted lady upstairs is absolutely stunning. No less beautiful than this Cold Palace resident senior. I strongly suggest the other three seniors go find her to hone their mental fortitude. The stubborn resident in the Cold Palace. The group admin is the coolest. Be the stubborn resident in the Cold Palace managed to accumulate 30,000 points. The 320,000 red envelopes sent by the group owner have all been claimed. Lucky King. The fallen genius. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Wait, isn't the group admin here yet? You're probably hanging yourself right now. How come you're still in the mood to grab red envelopes? You're the resident who's stuck in the Cold Palace. So what? I'm not going to hang myself anytime soon. Isn't it normal to grab a red envelope to calm my nerves? ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. At runner-up in the Immortal Cultivation world. At Unemployed God of Light at Sword Immortal with clean sleeves. 3 simps, do you understand now? You care about her, but she only cares about red envelopes. Seeing that the group leader had taken the initiative, Fang Zheng immediately followed the group without thinking. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. That's right, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive you. Wake up, you lot! She's a woman who's been in the Imperial harem. You can't possibly control her. Stop fantasizing. Be a Sigma man and don't fall into women's traps. Either the resident who's stuck in the Cold Palace. Hey, what are you doing? How can you talk to them like that? They were just following the group admin's instructions to teach them a lesson. Different worlds, same silence. The 3 silenced people felt like they had just broken up. Their chests felt tight and painful. At the same time, Liu Ruyan's eyes rolled back as she was strangled, and the suffocating feeling, like being coiled by a python, gradually blurred her consciousness. She miscalculated. She didn't even have time to use the points she got. and almost 2.5 minutes had passed. Why hadn't that bastard group admin arrived yet? Wasn't it quick to rescue Fang Zhang? She wanted to urge them in the group chat while she was still lucid, but she inexplicably lost focus and couldn't open the chat interface at all. Could it be? Is she really going to die? Realizing she was likely to die, Liu Ruyan finally panicked. Driven by a surge of survival instinct, she began to struggle with all her might, trying to tear off the white ribbon around her neck. However, this 3-foot-long white silk ribbon was a magical artifact produced by the royal family, which had the effect of suppressing Yuan power. With her meager strength of only 5,000 combat power, she was unable to shake it at all. Instead, it tightened more and more, making her pink tongue stick out. Her consciousness became increasingly scattered, and just as she was about to fall into endless darkness, her mind suddenly began to replay her life experiences. So it turns out that a person really does experience a life flashback when they are near death. I'm so unwilling to accept this. I've only just transmigrated, and I'm already going to die again? You bastard group admin, I'll haunt you even in death. I hate you. As her last, resentful thought faded, Liu Ruyan felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness, endlessly plummeting. Only after she believed herself to be dead did Chen Yi slowly emerge from the void. Chen Yi had actually arrived much earlier. It took less than 2.5 seconds, very fast. The reason they haven't shown up is because Liu Ruyan didn't report it and acted on her own without orders. If he was forced into it, it would be understandable, since he had no choice in the matter, and Chen Yi would naturally not blame him. But tomorrow at noon is the final moment. During this period, no one forced her. She went up there to her death on her own. What's wrong? Do you think I, the group owner, am some kind of summoned beast that you can call upon and dismiss at will? If we don't teach her a lesson, she'll be climbing on the roof and tearing the tiles off the house in the future. Only by getting infinitely close to death can one understand the true meaning of life. Chen Yi glanced disdainfully at Liu Ruyan, whose long pink tongue drooped, but who still retained her charm, and with a wave of his hand, he slapped her already dissipating spirit back into her still warm court. Everything happened in an instant. Only then did the 2 Imperial guards, who were watching over Liu Ruyan's suicide, notice the sudden appearance of Chen Yi. Who goes there? Anyone who trespasses into the inner palace shall be put to death. The 2 castrated Imperial guards had rather soft and sharp voices, but their movements were extremely fierce and domineering. They charged over, brandishing their gleaming broadswords. Chen Yi glanced at the 2 men with interest, then swept his divine sense across them. The 2 Imperial guards seemed to be frozen in midair, as if a pause button had been pressed, leaving the central gate wide open. Tieske. The laws of this world are quite interesting, with the imperial dynasty's fortune as the foundation of cultivation, and the emperor's edict as a special sub-rule recognized by the heavenly Tao, even if one reaches a combat power of 90,000, which is roughly equivalent to the late Golden Core stage and the ability to regenerate severed limbs, one still cannot grow a yang root. No, that's not right. The rule is that no gun is allowed in the harem except for the emperor. No, you even want to castrate me? You have some nerve. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, and his immense will instantly crushed the special rule power that was stirring around him. The blocking power of the chat group will only block the perception of the heavenly Tao, not the power of rules that are only applicable within the imperial palace. If any group member with a combat power of less than 100 million were to carry out this task today, they would probably experience the heartbreaking loss of their beloved member. Although Chen Yi's ordinary one-star clone did not suffer any loss, it still felt extremely offended, especially at this time. After that special rule was crushed, it revived from the vast imperial fortune, even manifesting as sharp knives, determined to cut off anything that should not appear in the harem. It's hardened. Its fists are hardened. Chen Yi's gaze instantly darkened. Originally, I wanted to just complete the task quietly and leave it at that. There was no need to confront the heavenly Tao of this world head-on. After all, this world was of a rather high level. If things really got out of hand, the damned tribulation of immortality would definitely come to join the fun. But unfortunately, the other party not only didn't know what was good for them, but also took advantage of their kindness. They even want to castrate him. They really can't tell the difference between the king and the queen. Remember the fastest online novel website. 110. Roll! Chen Yi spoke the word, heavenly law, and instantly a halberd appeared, crushing the castration blade formed by the special imperial laws, like a plow sweeping through a field. Then, its momentum continued unabated, striking the dragon vein of this place with immense force. Buzzing, the earth trembled, and the dormant imperial fortune was instantly revived. Above the magnificent palace, a dazzling golden dragon head, symbolizing the nation's destiny, slowly emerged, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Its blazing dragon eyes stared directly at Chen Yi, who was in the inner palace. By decree of the great Zhao Emperor, men are forbidden from entering the inner palace. Those who disobey will be castrated. A deafening sound, like thunder, erupted as the dragon, head of the nation's destiny, opened its mouth and spat out thousands of castration blades that shot towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi said calmly, "Your word doesn't count. My rules are the only rules." After he finished speaking, his aura was no longer concealed and was revealed the peak of the tribulation transcending stage. In an instant, the form of the golden dragon of national fortune suddenly trembled and became less solid. Rumble, rumble, rumble! At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky, and rolling dark clouds gathered in an instant. At the same time, the chat group notification sounded. A warning! Your arrogance has exceeded the chat group's blocking capacity. The heavenly Tao of this realm has detected you. Please protect the relevant group members, otherwise the mission will fail. I don't care about this or that. I won't be at peace until I tear the tendons out of this evil dragon that threatens the nation's destiny. Chen Yi immediately closed the notification box, but still casually cast a protective shield on the lying corpse Liu Rian before taking out 2 purple beads, crushing them, and summoning 2 spare 1-star clones. Of course, this is not for the purpose of merging and sublimating into it to a 2-star avatar, as that would directly attract the damned tribulation of becoming an immortal. Instead, these 2 1-star avatars are tasked with withstanding the pressure from the heavenly Tao of this realm. In this way, the 1-star clone carrying out the mission had no more scruples and directly condensed a 10,000-foot-tall Dharma image. Then, it grabbed the neck of the Great Zhou National Fortune Golden Dragon and pulled it out of the Great Zhou Qi Fort C. Stop! It wasn't until the Golden Dragon of the nation's fate suffered a calamity that the Great Zhou royal family finally reacted, and several majestic figures soared into the sky from the depths of the palace. The second prince of Zhenbai is here. Traitors and treacherous officials, seize your rampage. 13 of Emperor Taizu's grandsons are still alive. Anyone who rebels against the Great Zhao shall be executed by imperial decree. Whoever takes his head will be granted the title of a king of the first rank. General Lingling requests permission to fight. Within the imperial city, some fierce warriors stepped forward, charging menacingly towards the towering, 10,000-foot-tall Buddha statue. Unfortunately, numbers cannot bridge the gap. They are just a bunch of ants with combat power fluctuating in the tens of millions. Chen Yi's attempt to reach a combat power of 900 million is tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. If the great Zhao Emperor were still in his prime, he might have been able to exchange blows with Chen Yi, thanks to the immense national fortune. But those who inherit destiny cannot live forever. Now he is old and frail, unable to even get out of bed, and even the national destiny of the Golden Dragon is waning, allowing Chen Yi to seize his fate with ease. Roll! It's still just one simple and direct word. In an instant, regardless of whether they were descendants of the great ancestor of the king of Zhenbei, they were all blasted away, their fates unknown. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yi, whose ferocity had been aroused, turned around. Slap! Slap! Two large slaps were delivered mercilessly to the head of the golden dragon of national fortune, shattering its protective essence. Then, the emperor cruelly shoved his hand directly into the dragon's body and forcibly extracted a dragon tendon formed from the will of the great Zhou royal family. The imperial edict that men are not allowed to enter the harem was then imprinted on it. In an instant, the legitimacy of the descendants of the great Zhao dynasty was dealt a devastating blow. Without the blessing of the dynasty's fortune, the great Zhou royal family cultivators, who had just been roared away and were seriously injured and were sitting cross-legged to recuperate instantly, lost most of their power. They only had time to let out a wail before they died on the spot. Those generals from Lingling who were ordered by the emperor to suppress the rebels also suffered a backlash, their injuries worsening instantly, their vitality waning to an extreme degree, and it seemed they would not live much longer. The great Zhao dynasty will become a thing of the past at this moment. If Chen Yi hadn't been here to suppress everything, this immense fortune would probably have already scattered and sought another powerful ruler. Boom! Seeing that their home had been turned into a mess by these visitors from another world, the heavenly Tao of this world was furious. In an instant, the clear sky was covered by incredibly thick dark clouds, but the light did not disappear. Instead, it transformed from sunlight into lightning that was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. The heavenly Tao of this world has gone mad. It will use all the power of the world to annihilate this damned visitor from another world. Sensing the reckless madness of the heavenly Tao, Chen Yi realized he might have gone too far. If we really want to fight head-on, 3 1-star clones combined into a 2-star clone can suppress it, but doing so will inevitably bring about the tribulation of becoming an immortal. However, he has not yet completed his mission and cannot open the teleportation channel to escape in time. If they get caught by that damned Ascension Tribulation, these 3 1-star avatars will definitely suffer terribly and might even be destroyed. The price was too high, and Chen Yi didn't want to bear it, so he could only try to appease the maddened heavenly Tao of this realm first. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi turned his hand over and kneaded the golden dragon of fortune into a round bead, then held it in his palm and calmly stared into the depths of the sky. Wait, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. The heavenly Tao didn't care about any of that and directly unleashed a bolt of lightning brimming with destructive power. This strike, which unleashed the full power of the world, was something even those at the tribulation transcending stage wouldn't dare to withstand head-on. However, Chen Yi, who had been baptized by even more abnormal tribulations to become an immortal multiple times, and whose resistance to heavenly lightning was already at its maximum, remained unmoved. His 3 clones stood side by side, enduring the massive heavenly lightning head-on. There was no other way. After all, little heavenly Tao was very angry. If he couldn't even be struck, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger and would not calm down. A moment later, after the power of the first heavenly lightning dissipated and the heavenly Tao calmed down a bit, Chen Yi calmly spoke. "Stop throwing your tantrums when you've had enough. You don't want the world to be in chaos, with warring factions vying for supremacy, do you?" Rumble, rumble, rumble. A muffled rumble echoed from the sky, but no more lightning struck. Instead, a grand, discontented wail was conveyed. "What exactly do you want?" Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly. The foundation of this dynasty is still intact. As long as I help suppress the national fortune and support a new emperor to ascend the throne and stabilize the court, it will only be a little turmoil, which will be quelled in an instant. The heavenly Tao remained silent for a moment, then hesitated before asking, "So, what is the price?" Chen Yi smiled calmly. "Just beg me. Impossible. The heavenly Tao is supreme and will never submit to anyone, especially visitors from another world. Then there's nothing we can do. We don't know which great ruler will ultimately obtain this national fortune pearl. The people suffer terribly. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Chen Yi shook his head, no longer suppressing the turbulent fortune within the national fortune pearl, letting it slowly drift out. "Wait, stop releasing it. Heaven couldn't resist and stop Chen Yi." Chen Yi glanced at the sky unmoved. "Stop. Stop." The heavenly Tao cried out urgently, its voice booming and shaking. "You are an honored guest of this realm, and all your reasonable needs can be met. This is the greatest concession we can make. Is that acceptable?" "Of course." Chen Yi nodded slightly, and with a thought, he suppressed the turbulent fortune back into the national fortune pearl. Seeing this, heaven itself yielded, immediately dispersing the heavy dark clouds to reveal a clear blue sky as a sign of goodwill, and at the same time asked, "So, who do you intend to recommend for the throne?" Chen Yi smiled without saying a word, but simply pointed to Liu Ruyan, who was still lying dead. Liu Ruyan felt like she was dead, but it also felt like she wasn't completely dead. She could clearly feel that her heart had stopped beating, her blood was no longer flowing, her body was cold, and even a little stiff. But her brain was still functioning normally, allowing her to keep having random thoughts, just like being paralyzed by a ghost. Apart from being able to think, she couldn't do anything else. "I don't know how long I lived like that, half dead." Sudden, an incredibly warm energy flowed into her heart, and a surge of boundless vitality burst forth instantly. Thump, thump, thump. The dormant heart began to beat, the congealed blood resumed flowing, and the cold body gradually warmed up, soon becoming somewhat hot. He. The long tongue that had been stretched out when she was hanged suddenly retracted, and Liu Ruyan immediately woke up. She sat on the ground with her mouth open and kept dry heaving, and a large amount of foul blood that had accumulated in her throat gushed out. How did it feel? Not good, huh? Will you dare to act on your own again next time? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the side. Liu Ruyan subconsciously looked up and saw a young man wearing a blue-green Taoist robe standing not far away. Those sharp yet gentle sword-like eyebrows, those deep, starry eyes, that high, straight nose, thin lips, and a sharply defined jawline. He's so handsome. Wrong. What did he just say? He seems to be that jerk group admin. After realizing what had happened, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. She understood. She figured it all out. It turns out that the teleportation channel wasn't too slow, but rather the dog group owner's punishment for his disobedience. Is it that you don't want to listen? It's because you didn't give me a chance to speak. Don't think that just because you're strong you can do whatever you want. He's so handsome. Why is he such a dog? Suddenly I've lost interest in handsome guys. Hey! Stop spacing out. Come and put this on properly. Chen Yi gave a light shout and casually transformed the national fortune pearl into a phoenix crown, which he then placed on Liu Ruyan's head with a snap. Before Liu Ruyan could react, she felt a sharp pain on the top of her head, followed by a massive influx of information into her mind, which began to churn rapidly. The great Zhao is dead, the great wind shall rise, the year is Jiazi, great fortune will come to the world. Inheriting the nation's destiny and wielding the emperor's power, the first year of the Great Wind era began, with Emperor Taizu Liu Ruyan. I was stunned, completely stunned. Wait, I just took a nap. How did I become the founding empress? A bewildered Liu Ruyan scratched her head, wanting to ask the damn group admin what was going on. But the bastard group owner just smiled without saying a word and waved his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. In the blink of an eye, Liu Ruyan found herself wearing a dragon robe and sitting on a dragon throne. Below was a magnificent, golden hall, where civil and military officials knelt on the ground, trembling and shouted in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Liu Ruyan was truly bewildered, but looking at the dark mass of people kneeling on the ground below, a feeling inexplicably welled up from the bottom of her heart and began to grow wildly. She subconsciously raised her hand. "Dear in-laws." She realized she had misspoke halfway through her sentence. Her pretty face flushed red, and she quickly corrected herself. "Oh, gentlemen, please rise." However, the officials ignored her completely and remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Liu Ruyan thought her voice was too soft, and they hadn't heard her, so she blushed and said loudly, I tell you to rise." This time the sound was loud enough that a clear echo reverberated throughout the Golden Palace. However, the officials remained as if they were deaf, kneeling on the ground and not daring to utter a sound. Liu Ruyan was confused again. Had she opened it wrong? Family members, what should I pay attention to when I become an empress for the first time? I need help urgently. The officials of the Great Zhao Dynasty. No, now it should be the Great Wind Dynasty. All their current status, power, and even cultivation depend on the dynasty's fortune. In this situation, the emperor, who possesses absolute authority, could demote them to commoners with a single word. Why then did they dare to ignore the words of the reigning empress, Liu Ruyan? Of course, it's because she, this empress, is all show and no substance. A true emperor inherits the dynasty's destiny and shoulders the heavy responsibilities of the dynasty. Therefore, he can make his words lawful and control all things. A single edict becomes the rule as soon as it is issued. And what about Liu Ruyan? She's nothing more than a vase, wearing a phoenix crown symbolizing the nation's destiny. What is an empress? In front of that person, an empress is nothing but a toy. She was able to ascend to the throne because she was beautiful and caught the eye of that man. The officials weren't fools. They could naturally tell who the real kings and queens were. If that person doesn't speak, which idiot would dare to get up and listen to the empress? The imperial court fell into an awkward silence. The empress above was blushing and at a loss for words, while the civil and military officials below knelt with their heads bowed, unable to utter a word. Chen Yi watched from the shadows without interfering. In fact, this is exactly the situation he wanted to achieve. Okay, enough pretending. When he discovered the special law in this world that the more luck one receives, the faster one's cultivation speed, then group member Liu Ruyan was destined to become Emperor Ruyan. As for the so-called castration blade, it was just a prelude. He had many ways to make the fate of the great Zhao dynasty obedient. The reason for choosing the simplest and most direct path was mainly to force out the heavenly Tao of this realm to engage in dialogue. After all, heaven has imposed a prohibition on immortality. As the emperor of the dynasty that has been blessed with the most fortune, he must bear the will of the nation's destiny with his body. Therefore, he cannot cultivate. He can only exercise the power on behalf of heaven within his territory. His words are law, and he controls all spirits. This is the emperor. Although it sounds impressive, once outside the territory he rules. He's just an ordinary person with no strength to even kill a chicken. As Liu Ruyan was one of his subordinates, she was supposed to work for him for the rest of her life. How could she abandon her cultivation after becoming empress? Fake combat power chat groups are not recognized. Only verified combat power can accept missions. To this end, he went to great lengths to persuade the heavenly Tao of this realm to refine the phoenix crown of national fortune, transferring the emperor's authority from the person, so that Liu Ruyan would not be bound by the immortality restriction, and could also enjoy the immense fortune that would enhance her cultivation as an empress. It's fair to say that Chen Yi went to great lengths to gather the 3 team members needed to start the exorcism dungeon as quickly as possible. It was at this moment, after a stalemate of 150 seconds, that Liu Ruyan's nervousness about becoming an empress for the first time eased, and her chaotic mind was finally able to calm down and think things through. She may seem a bit big-breasted and brainless, but she's actually quite intelligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to protect herself in the cutthroat world of the imperial harem. She quickly figured out the situation and sent a message directly to the chat group. The Cold Palace holdout at TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Group admin, I know you're here, but how do I deal with this mess? This is my first time being an empress. I have no experience. I don't eat cilantro. Sister, you've become an empress. What's going on? D, the villain's self-redemption. Hiss. Has Emperor Ruyan truly become Emperor Ruyan? I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. At Cold Palace, a stubborn resident. Stop asking the group admin about everything. Learn to handle things yourself. Don't always let the group admin clean up your messes. Believe me, I'll make you fly. The fallen genius. Lord Fangzheng, are you right? You're the Cold Palace holdout. Group owner, say something. You destroyed the great Zhao dynasty, leaving me with this mess. None of them listened to me. They all seem to disobey me. These treacherous officials are definitely plotting to kill me. Group owner, don't you want your lovely group members to... I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. As expected of the group leader, it hasn't been long, and you've gone from an abandoned concubine to an empress. What an immense favor that must be. At least one person can fight against a nation, or even an entire realm. I must say, my admiration for the group leader is like a surging river, endless and unstoppable, like the Yellow River overflowing its banks. Expand for details. D, the fallen genius. Senior. Fangzheng, hold on a second. Let me handle this. I don't eat cilantro. Sister, if you became an empress, would you have a harem? Sister, do you want to learn the Tao of yin and yang harmony with me? It feels so good. A TA resident refusing to leave the palace. Thanks for the invitation, but I'm not chatting. I'm still a virgin. I don't eat cilantro. Huh? Sister, you. The Cold Palace holdout. Yes, that old woman is long past her prime. I can hardly believe it myself. She was a concubine for 3 years and was still a virgin. The group admin has enabled a full mute. Chen Yi couldn't stand it anymore. This was getting increasingly outrageous. Did they really think the chat group was their own home? How could 1 or 2 people chatting like that possibly pass censorship? At the same time, Liu Rian on the other side smiled slightly. I'm not afraid of getting criticized by the group admin. I'm just afraid he won't react. If he doesn't care about this mess, then I won't care either. With this thought, Liu Rian felt a sudden sense of relief and then leaned back lazily in the dragon throne, elegantly crossing her legs. Seeing her listless, good-for-nothing demeanor, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Just be a mascot and sign documents. The whole dynasty will function the same whether she's there or not. She's already taken care of everything. The Empress tells you to rise, so rise. If you have any issues, consult her for a signature. If not, the court is adjourned. As long as the nation's fortunes continue to rise steadily, then do as you see fit. A calm voice echoed softly within the Golden Palace. Although the person was not seen, all the civil and military officials knew who it was, and immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Heavenly Venerable One, for your grace. Seeing this, Liu Rian couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. If he is the Celestial Venerable, then should I, the Emperor, call him uncle? Or father? Or grandfather? All the civil and military officials kept their eyes down and pretended not to hear, except for a few department heads who reluctantly stepped forward to present memorials that required the Emperor's personal approval. The Heavenly Venerable commands that Your Majesty review and sign this document. Haha, so you're not even going to act anymore, huh? If you all listen to that bastard, Heavenly Venerable, then what am I? The Empress. The national destiny crown is still on my head, believe it or not. Never mind. I'll give that bastard group admin some face. Anyway, I have no idea how to rule a dynasty as an Empress. But this bastard group admin seems to be doing me a favor. Liu Rian took the memorial with a bad attitude, glanced at it haphazardly, and signed her name. Immediately afterwards, the phoenix crown of national fortune began to glow slightly, leaving a mark to prove that it was personally approved by the Emperor and had validity. After she used the Emperor's authority for the first time, the chat group task system briefly crashed before finally managing to provide a task settlement evaluation. Ding. Due to the group owners exceeding the task requirements, group member the Cold Palace holdout has ascended to the throne, making history by becoming the first female emperor, and has gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao of this realm, thus securing her position. Task rewards are being recalculated. Please wait. Uh-oh? There's an unexpected surprise. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling instantly relieved. It has to be said that Chen Yi has spent the most energy on Liu Rian. Even when he caused a huge disturbance in the Western Sea realm where Enlan was, he was not this exhausted. First, he summoned the Golden Dragon of National Fortune to invite the Great Chu to its death. Then he reasoned with the heavenly Tao of this realm, and finally, he captured all the fleeing officials of the Great Chu to appease the people. Although this added a cultivation accelerator to Liu Rian, and she could put it into use soon, it still felt like something was missing. After all that effort, the final reward was only 60 million points and 3 million group experience points, which wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. It still felt a bit like a loss. Fortunately, the chat group was quite understanding and didn't let him work for nothing. Eating. Mission rewards have been recalculated. The reward for exceeding the target has been updated to 1 billion points and 40 million group experience points. The task reward has been sent to your personal account in the chat group. Please check your account. A friendly reminder. The heavenly Tao of this realm has discovered you, but has not expelled you, so you may choose to return at any time. Chen Yi was really enjoying himself. Because after this wave of action, the account's points balance will reach 1.5 billion, which can be converted into 7,500 immortal essence stones. Based on the standard that each one-star clone needs 100 pills to nurture its immortal body, all clones can be brought to the same level. Without the slightest hesitation, in the past the chat group would urge him to return, but he would dawdle and refuse to come back. Now it was his turn to urge the chat group to quickly open the teleportation channel and send his 3 clones back. He was in a hurry. Liu Ruyan was acting as an emotionless signing machine when she suddenly felt that the weight of the National Destiny Phoenix crown had increased, followed by a strange emptiness in her heart. She paused for a moment, then vaguely guessed what was going on. She immediately stood up, looked around, and confirming that the dog owner seemed to have really left, put her hands on her hips and burst into laughter. Ahaha, my lords, your heavenly venerable one is gone. Now the world belongs to me. Come, say it again. Are you listening to me or to the heavenly venerable? The civil and military officials exchanged glances, and in unison, with remarkable tacit understanding, shouted, Your Majesty, the heavenly venerable has decreed that we need not worry. We may speak frankly and offer our advice. If you wish to dismiss us, you must report to heaven and obtain its permission. Liu Ruyan's smile froze instantly. It's pointless. Being an empress is really boring. Within the illusionary star cave, after the clone that had completed the mission returned, Chen Yi then claimed the reward. Eating. 1 billion points have been credited to your account. Your current points balance is 1.53315 billion. Diruding. 40 million group experience points have been added to the 108th group level system. The next second, group system messages started flying around in the chat group where everyone was muted. Eating. The group owner has claimed the task reward. The group's experience points have increased by 40 million. This group has reached level 36 and is still over 7 million experience points away from level 37. Please keep working hard. The group's daily sign-in system rewards have been upgraded. Group members can now receive 3,600 points for signing in daily. The group red envelope system has been upgraded. The daily maximum limit has been increased to 360,000 points. The function section, Super Comprehension, is now available. Group members can pay a certain number of points to activate Super Comprehension. Overclocking the primordial spirit will not present any problems. It consumes 10,000 points per second. Oh! This feature is pretty good, but it's a bit pricey. Other group members probably can't afford it. Chen Yi frowned, pondered for a moment, and then lifted the silencing spell on everyone. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. The new feature is pretty good. Here are some points for you guys to try it out. The group admin sent out a lucky draw red envelope containing 360,000 points. After sending the red envelopes, Chen Yi turned on Do Not Disturb mode, too lazy to listen to the group members' excessive praise and flattery. Instead, he opened the Myriad Realms Mall interface, ready to make a good purchase. Should I spend 1.2 billion points to exchange for 6,000 immortal essence stones? A friendly reminder. This transaction may not be very cost-effective. We recommend directly exchanging for 1 drop of Panga's blood essence, worth 1 billion points, which would be more efficient. Chen Yi. Hey, you know what? He usually ignores those overpriced display items, but he never expected to accumulate enough points to spend without even realizing it. But then again, Pangu's essence blood only costs 1 drop for 1,000,000,000 points? Is the product genuine? You keep trying to fleece the great god Pangu. Does the great god Pangu have that much essence blood that you just take? Chen Yi curiously clicked on the product details page. Pangu's essence blood. Exchange points 999999999 yen. Function introduction. This is the essence blood of a chaotic demon god who created a vast world. It contains immense chaotic energy and fragments of the great Tao laws, and has wondrous uses such as nourishing the body, enhancing blood and Kai, and aiding in the comprehension of the great Tao. Hiss, this thing is so pure. It is indeed quite tempting. Okay, cross it out. Chen Yi closed the details page without much hesitation. Although this thing is pretty awesome, it doesn't apply to him. After all, the main body dares not use it, and the clone cannot use it either. He didn't want to create a miniature Pangu clone that was far beyond his current level, lest the heavenly gang truly reversed and a power struggle arise where the strongest was the original, which would be a headache. Reopen the Immortal Essence Stone interface, ignore the system's friendly prompt, and click Confirm Exchange. The payment successful. Items have been delivered to your personal space. Please check. Extract all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled, and a crystal-clear mountain made of immortal stones appeared out of thin air, instantly filling the entire illusionary star cave with a rich aura of immortal energy. The next second, Zui Tiandao, smelling the scent, came over like a dog. Brother Yi, this is such rich immortal spiritual energy. Is it for me? I'm sure I can evolve it again. Get lost, I need this. Okay. Ziwei Heavenly Tao swiftly withdrew its will and thoughtfully sealed off the illusionary star cave heaven to prevent Yi Ji from causing too much commotion, lest it attract the tribulation of becoming an immortal. After all, he and Yi Ji had been partners for so many years and were very familiar with each other. If Brother Yi succeeds, I can immediately take off with him. Even if he doesn't succeed, no, Brother Yi will definitely succeed. Pew! Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his slightly agitated emotions. He then waved his hand, leaving behind 480 immortal essence stones for later use. He then divided the remaining 5,520 stones into 46 portions, each containing 120 stones, and inserted them into 46 ordinary, one-star clones, including the one that carried the chat group system. Refine your immortal essence and transform your immortal body. It's happening now. Under normal circumstances, the minimum standard of immortal energy required for a peak tribulation transcending cultivator to cultivate an immortal body is 100 immortal energy stones. However, Chen Yi is not in the normal tribulation stage, and his clone is not a proper clone either, so his minimum standard is higher, starting at least 120 immortal essence stones. After all, there's a story behind his clone. It wasn't sustained by the natural energy of the Zui continent, but rather by the generous support of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. You must know that the Zui continent has long since become obsolete after countless changes over the years. At its current level, it can only support a maximum of 3 tribulation transcending stage cultivators. How could it possibly support Chen Yi's 49 one-star clones? It still has to be this old friend, the Ascension Tribulation, that can continuously provide terrifying thunder power, and Chen Yi is also extremely good at refining heavenly thunder into the purest primordial energy. Unfortunately, although the lightning that descended during the tribulation to become an immortal was of a very high level, It was entirely condensed from the power of destruction. It could only be reversed into a powerful force of creation, which did not meet the conditions for nurturing an immortal body. That is why he needs to seek ordinary immortal spiritual essence to nourish his immortal body, and the demand is far greater than that of a typical tribulation transcending stage cultivator. If it weren't for the chat group, he really wouldn't know where to find so many immortal essence stones for cultivation, since the lower realm is truly barren. Now that he had plenty of ammunition, Chen Yi immediately began an immersive tempering of his clone. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. With an ample supply of immortal essence stones, the 46 one-star avatars achieved perfect immortal bodies. The initial advantage of the 3 clones that transformed into the immortal body was completely lost. Once all the clones were on the same level, they naturally became one, which the main body could control with a single thought. There would be no more clones having their own ideas. At the same time, the inner worlds of the 49 avatars began to circulate and generate their own spiritual energy to nourish the main body. In an instant, Chen Yi felt the traces of the erosion of time on his body completely disappear, and the powerful spiritual energy of his body formed a thick barrier, keeping the power of time out. It can be said, as long as the immortal body of the clone does not degenerate, he will no longer age and will achieve a special state of immortality. Yiding, your strength has been detected. Your combat power has been updated to 100,000, 1.8 billion. The chat group notification sounded, accurately detecting the combat power of the possessed clone. At that moment, Ziwei Tiandao, who was paying attention to this place, immediately sent his greetings. Brother, you're amazing! I also feel like I've suddenly become capable again. How about we try again? I'm 90% confident I can re-evolve the secondary immortal laws. Chen Yi ignored him, still immersed in comprehending the changes in his clone. A moment later. The basic attributes of the clone have been greatly improved after nurturing the immortal body. If it is then fused into a 4-star immortal body clone, it can roughly increase from having 60% of the original body's strength to about 80%, but that's still a bit insufficient. It seems we still need to find a way to break the 4-9 extreme number and try to synthesize a 5-star immortal body clone. Chen Yi's true form had a profound gaze, and his will instantly transcended endless time and space, descending upon the 2 1-star immortal body clones guarding the void of the universe. Half a month had passed since the evil mother hid in the space-time rift. During this time, it did show itself once, but it was too cautious. It abandoned 2 mature demons to cover its retreat, and then turned back to hide. But now that its hiding place has been exposed, how long can it stay hidden? But they're like turtles in a jar. If the situation behind the space-time rift hadn't been so complex, and if its 2 1-star immortal body clones hadn't gone in one after another without finding anything, it probably would have been brutally killed long ago. But it can hide for a while, but not forever. Now Chen Yi wants to find a way to break the extreme number of 4 and 9, and the evil mother body that can divide into thousands of demonic clones is of great reference value. Even if it were to be worn down and die in the space-time rift, it wouldn't matter. Chen Yi would send out 49 immortal body clones to dig 3 feet into the ground to find it. The point is, we need to see the person alive or dead, but a living being is always more valuable than a dead one. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Yi didn't want to push it too far and risk it turning into a corner. If it really turned into nothingness, he would end up with nothing. Thinking of this, Chen Yi pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and transmitted his voice to the spatial rift where the creature was hiding. I know you can hear me. You're about to give up, aren't you? Here's a deal. You tell me everything you want to know, and I'll guarantee your true spirit won't perish, and you can be reborn in the Ziwei continent. Upon hearing this, the Eurasian mother fell silent. It was truly about to give up. It had just devoured the last mature demon as food, but all it gained in return was the spiritual energy to last another 2.5 hours. If it continues to hide, it will die on its own without Chen Yi having to do anything. Do you want to make a deal with him? Putting everything else aside, at least in terms of credibility, this pervert is passable. Can we trust him? May I? After much hesitation, the extremely weak body of the Eurasian mother finally gave the answer. You swear an oath with your Taoist heart. A hoarse voice came from the space-time rift, its source unclear and impossible to pinpoint. Chen Yi didn't care and smiled calmly. All right, I swear, as long as you answer my questions, I will ensure your true spirit is not destroyed and you are reborn in the Ziwei continent. I will also not try to kill you again. If I break this promise, my Tao heart will be tainted. The evil mother was silent for a moment, then said, What about the purple star heavenly Tao? Just because you don't kill me doesn't mean he can't kill me, right? Your heart isn't sincere, so I can't trust you unless I add conditions that bind the purple star heavenly Tao. Chen Yi's expression darkened. Don't push your luck. Now it's your turn to ask me for help. The Eurasian mother's attitude was firm, believing that this freak had even sworn an oath. His request must be extraordinary, and the advantage lay with her. Sigh. Chen Yi sighed softly. It's a pity. We can't keep him. His biggest concession was to let the true spirit reincarnate and then leave it alone. As for how the Calamity Mother body should face the heavenly Tao of Ziwei, that would depend on its own abilities. It was not certain to die, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope. But the other party just had to court death. It dares to negotiate with me. Although living beings are more valuable, corpses are not unanalyzable. It just takes more time to decipher them. Having made up his mind, Chen Yi's main body in the illusionary star cave immediately waved his hand, and apart from the clone that carried the chat group, the other 46 one-star immortal body clones were instantly dispatched. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 46 meteors streaked across the sky, shooting towards the outer reaches of space. Such a magnificent sight immediately excited the Ziwei heavenly Tao. The direction that Yi Ji's clones were heading was the lair of the extraterrestrial demons. For 80 million years, the extraterrestrial demons have harassed the Ziwei continent. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth plundered by them is countless. The Ziwei heavenly Tao only clearly remembers that they devoured 958, 40, and 7 and 2006.8 ton 652 of its own beings. Those are all kids I've raised with so much effort. Ziwei heavenly Tao was angry and resisted, but in the end, it could only let things slide, as it really couldn't do anything about those beasts and evil creatures. But now, they've raised an outrageously strong Yi gear, and their doom has come. Finally. 80 million years of grievances and 80 million years of blood and tears have finally been released. The next moment, rain fell from a clear sky, and a rainbow appeared in the clouds. It was both crying and laughing. Compared to the jubilation of the Ziwei heavenly Tao, the evil mother body was completely panicked. Chen Yi. Say something if you agree or disagree. All right, I'll compromise. I won't let you control the Ziwei heavenly Tao anymore, and I won't reincarnate into the Ziwei continent. As long as you let me go, I will leave this world on my own. Is it going to work or not? Why aren't you saying anything? Do you really want me to die? What did I do to you? Chen Yi! The evil mother was hysterically transmitting her voice when she suddenly noticed several figures darting through the void, rushing toward her location at breakneck speed. Spicy! That freak didn't reply for so long. He really wanted to kill me. All you did was make a slightly unreasonable request. It wasn't like you said you couldn't bargain. Why did you have to start a fight over something so trivial? The Eurasian mother turned and left, as if she had made up her mind, never looking back, leaving. But unfortunately, she couldn't leave. Chen Yi is everywhere outside. It's surrounded. Chen Yi finally saw the appearance of the Eurasian mother body. This is a creature that is about 200 meters tall. Its upper body is a spiral shell that looks like poop, and its lower body has 8 long tentacles. The head protrudes from the lower edge of the shell, resembling a turtle's head, but it has a pair of human-like eyes, with large pupils containing smaller ones. These are the same double pupils that almost instantly killed Chen Yi's 18 ordinary one-star clones in the past. The Eurasian mother was also observing the figures surrounding her. There were a total of 48 clones, each with a restrained aura, making it impossible to discern their strength. Compared to the previous clones, they had undergone a complete transformation. He seems to have become even more monstrous. He can suppress himself without needing to create a higher-level clone. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just give me a chance. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to start a new life. Realizing the situation, the Eurasian mother body chickened out. Its abnormal power was simply unfathomable. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. It's too late. My heavenly Tao asked me to pass on a message to you, saying that the blood debt of 958.478.20.658.52 lives must be repaid. So you want me to die? The evil mother slowly retracted her head, tentacles swirling beneath her, and streaks of blood-red marks slowly lit up. Ready to fight to the death? Come on, let me see. Chen Yi didn't expect it to surrender easily, so he immediately commanded his clones to rush forward in groups. You're too arrogant! The evil mother roared, shrinking her head, and her outer shell shone with an incomparably intense blood-red light. While defeating this monster is unrealistic, burning everything might offer a glimmer of hope. It was going to take a gamble, betting that Chen Yi wouldn't be able to stop it without merging with the clone. 2.5 seconds later, 7 of the 8 tentacles were severed, and the evil mother, whose hardest outer shell had been shattered, shrank into a ball and was carried back by a certain immortal clone wielding a gun. Yes, he's still alive. He managed to control his power in the end, and I believe his own heavenly Tao will like this gift. Rumble! As it turned out, Zhui Tiandao really liked the gift, and was as happy as a child who was hundreds of millions of years old. Yi Gear, 3 days, just 3 days, and I will definitely be able to decipher all the information about this evil mother. Chen Yi smiled and shook his head. No rush. Take your time playing with it. You can analyze it later when you're tired of it. Okay. Thanks, Brother Yi. The heavenly Tao of Zhui was overjoyed, couldn't wait to imprison the mother of the calamity in the heavenly Tao. Space. First, it kindly replenished the mother with some spiritual energy of heaven-earth to keep her alive. Then, it began to stuff countless bolts of heavenly lightning into the space as if it were free. The Ecuadorian mother, who had committed countless blood crimes, was suddenly subjected to terrible torment on the other side. After dealing with the heavenly Tao, Chen Yi reluctantly spent 100 million points to exchange for 500 immortal essence stones to replenish the damage to his immortal body clone. Unfortunately, nurturing an immortal body and maintaining an immortal body are not the same thing. The immortal body consumes immortal energy, not ordinary heaven and earth energy. To replenish it, one can only replenish immortal spiritual essence. Replenishing it with ordinary spiritual energy will only cause the immortal body to degenerate. To nurture it again, one will have to consume even more energy. It's like buying a luxury car. If you drive it often, you can't afford to maintain it. If you don't drive it, then what's the point of buying it? Looking at the 2,253,15 million points balance in his chat group account, Chen Yi suddenly felt a lack of security. Each of the 49 immortal body clones requires at least 2 immortal essence stones to nourish. Based on the price of 200,000 points per immortal essence stone, this amounts to an expenditure of nearly 20 million points. 250 million may seem like a lot, but it's only enough for a year's expenses. This is only based on the premise of maintaining health, not training, and not fighting. If any unexpected situation were to occur, wouldn't this meager wealth lead to bankruptcy? Do you want to break the 4-9 extreme number and refine more clones to synthesize a 5-star? Did he even want to try and dodge the tribulation to become an immortal again? Dream on! Without storing hundreds of billions of points, you have absolutely no ability to withstand risks. Feeling insecure, Chen Yi immediately canceled the Do Not Disturb mode and entered the chat interface that had been dormant for more than half a month. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 180 Kai, really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zheng, 1.8 billion combat power, doubling in strength. Who else but the group? Admin could do that. Cultivation world runner-up, Chen Bo. It's been half a month since I've seen the group admin post. I miss him, as Zhao Zheng. The group leader gained 900 million combat power in half a month of seclusion, while I only gained 9,000 combat power in half a month of seclusion. I'm a piece of trash. The god of light is unemployed. Adolphe Enlan. Don't try to compare yourself to Tongshin Dai. One of them will remain silent. Liu Ruyan, a resident of the Cold Palace. Family, I signed 18 more national policies today. I feel so tired. I haven't had time to cultivate at all. I only gained 30,000 combat power today. I'm so useless. Crying JG the fallen genius, Jiao Chunan, Versailles. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the great Emperor Rian. I don't eat cilantro. Lai Yuan. Sister, is this right? I did dual cultivation 7 times today, and my legs even cramped up. But I only increased my combat power by 8,000. You villain's self-redemption. Zhao Gao, you're all big shots. And I'm just a piece of trash. I only gained 3,000 combat power in half a month. I'm crippled. I'm a damn useless person. You guys are really amazing. ETMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. Shut up, everyone. Surprise test. The group member who shows the least improvement during my 2-week absence will be punished. The group admin's sudden announcement caused the entire group to fall silent. At that time, none of the group members could have imagined that the group owner, who had been offline for half a month, would conduct a surprise inspection as soon as he came back online. During his seclusion, everyone missed him quite a bit, remembering the large red envelopes he sent every day and the top-tier cultivation techniques he shared. In his absence, everyone seemed to have lost their backbone, becoming listless and just getting by. I'm afraid he won't come, but I'm also afraid he'll cause trouble. Why do we have to conduct checks as soon as he goes online? Damn it! I've been indulging myself too much lately, and my cultivation progress is slow. I'm going to get in trouble. That day, not a single group member dared to speak loudly. Of course, besides the best group member, Fang Zheng is also the one who initiates the group. I really didn't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, Fang Zheng. Ha ha ha, how difficult is it for a person to persevere in a less than ideal atmosphere for spiritual practice, with everyone in the group indulging in carefree fun. I did it. All that remained in my heart was perseverance. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. Thumbs up. A Chen Bo, runner-up in the cultivation world. No, Lord Fang Zheng. You, the fallen genius. Jiao Chunan. This little devil will come right up with a scratch. This book is first published on 101senin.com, providing you with a reading experience free of errors. Disordered chapters. The villain's self-redemption. Zhao Gao. This good-for-nothing dares not speak. As Zhao Zheng, the sword immortal with incorruptible hands. I think there's a traitor among us, but I won't say who. It is. I don't eat cilantro. Lai Yuan. Brother Fang Zheng, wanna hang out? The Cold Palace holdout. Liu Ruyan. An assessment? Interesting. I am the Empress. The entire world rests on my shoulders. Bring it on. I'm not afraid at all. The ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. The test begins now. All group members, please truthfully report your combat power growth data, cultivation progress, and a brief overview of your current situation. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner, and I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zheng, you go first. Fang Zheng was pleased to be called out by the group leader, but he was somewhat embarrassed to answer the question about the actual increase in combat power. After all, I had kept some information hidden in the group, and I was afraid that if I went too fast, it would dampen the enthusiasm of the group members. Take that runner-up guy, for example. He said he was gaining 1,000 combat power every day, and he was confident he could catch up. But what if he was exposed for actually gaining 100,000 combat power every day? What if he was desperate? Without him constantly clamoring in the group chat to reclaim the runner-up position, I'm afraid I'll miss out on a lot of fun. But then again, I've received so much favor from the group leader. If my combat power doesn't increase as expected, wouldn't that mean the group leader is bad at judging people? Yes, the group admin is definitely right. He will not allow the group admin's wise and mighty image to be damaged in any way. With this in mind, Fang Zheng no longer hesitated and answered directly. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zheng, reporting to the group leader, everything is currently stable on my side. The heavenly Tao has sealed off the space, and the 24 supreme beings can't escape. They are being chased around by me with the Zhengxing seal. If you want to start a help request mission, I can go up and cause trouble at any time. As for the combat power growth data over the past 2 weeks, it was 1.5 million 15 days ago, and currently, it is 3.2 million. Among them, the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique has been cultivated to level 5, the Controlling God technique to level 6, and the Fighting Word technique has been partially completed. Not bad. I really like your square shape. Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction. At his current pace, without considering any bottlenecks, he could reach a combat power of 30 million in a year at most. Unfortunately, it's not easy to break through from a million-level combat power to a 10 million level one. This is equivalent to moving from the nascent soul stage to the body integration stage. Although the laws of the world and the cultivation systems are different, they lead to the same goal. to harmonize the primordial spirit with the physical body and achieve a state of spiritual and physical integration, becoming one with the body. This process is incredibly grueling. For example, Mu Chen, the leader of the 98th group, was stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage with 9.5 million combat power, even with the help of the chat group. He would definitely not be able to advance without decades of training. Even Chen Yi took a full 30 years to succeed. Although he took many wrong turns, it's still necessary to be slow. However, with his guidance, Fang Zheng is sure to avoid going astray. It won't take 30 years. 3 to 10 years is a more reasonable estimate. Well, it seems that Fang Zheng has already secured a teammate spot in the exorcism dungeon. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Fang Zheng is great. I'll answer according to his format. Who's next? A runner-up in the cultivation world. I'll take the runner-up in the cultivation world. I thought I was hiding it well enough, but I didn't expect Lord Fang Zheng to hide it even better. Let me first say, Fang Zheng, you dog. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Sorry, I lost my composure. Here's my reply. Reporting to the group leader, the situation on my side is not very stable. The friction between my sect and the hostile forces is becoming increasingly intense, and a sect war is about to begin. If you want to do a request for help, I will go and pick a fight with the hostile forces prodigy right away and start the war. The combat power growth data for the past 2 weeks is as follows. 32,000 15 days ago, now 200,000. Although the combat power is low and the growth seems small, the increase is as high as 625%, which should be considered more powerful than Lord Fang Zheng. I still have a chance to catch up. It primarily relies on the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique, which is extremely suitable for those with innate spiritual bodies. Currently, it's at the 4th level. The Controlling God technique is slightly lower, only at the 3rd level. The Fighting Word technique is unavailable. I want it. It's indeed quite good, but it's not good enough for the fighting technique. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. Unlike other martial arts techniques, the fighting technique is a top-tier offensive secret art. It becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents, with an unknown upper limit. It allows for the continuous accumulation of fighting spirit during battle, and can unleash power up to 10 times greater than normal. The only drawback is that misuse by those below the nascent soul stage can damage their foundation. It is precisely because there are thresholds that Fang Zheng only allows downloads to those who meet the combat power requirements, not because he can please me, and that's why I can have it all too. Myself. ATMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me, group owner. Want the battle technique? Download now if your battle power reaches 1 million. The group admin has changed the download requirements for the shared file, The Art of Fighting. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. I've qualified for 2nd place. Who's next? The Fallen Genius downloaded the file. The Art of Fighting, The Fallen Genius, Jiao Chunan. So sorry I was too quick. I guess I'll have to take the torture. The Fallen Genius, Jiao Chunan. Reporting to the group leader. Although my situation was already explained when you went into seclusion, it doesn't prevent me from saying it again in front of you. My name is Jiao Chunan. I transmigrated into the body of the young patriarch of the Xiao family, one of the 3 major families in Black Earth City, Ghana Empire. Because of my extraordinary talent, I was betrayed and murdered, resulting in the destruction of my Danshin and making me a fallen genius. My fiancée even came to my door to annul our engagement. A very familiar script. Of course, none of that matters. What matters is that our Xiao family has something to say about it. Not only is it a fallen imperial clan, but the clan also possesses a rare treasure that can unlock the Spirit Emperor's secret treasure. If the group leader wants to do a help request quest, I'll take the clan's treasure and parade it around town right now. Finally, here's the combat power growth data for the past 2 weeks, 930,000 15 days ago, and currently 300,000. This significant progress is mainly thanks to the group leader for sharing 2 advanced cultivation techniques: the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique and the Controlling God technique, both of which have been cultivated to the 4th level. Chen had already heard Mu Chen talk about Xiao Chunan's past, and it was quite similar to the experience of a certain Xiao Huohuo. However, this was the first time he had revealed that his clan possessed any extraordinary treasures that could unlock the Spirit Emperor's secrets, and he probably didn't even know that Mu Chen, the former group leader, knew about them. However, it's understandable. After all, Mu Chen is quite incompetent, only at the peak of the nascent soul stage with 9.5 million battle power. He simply doesn't have the ability to take on Xiao Chunan's big project. According to Mu Chen, Xiao Chunan's world level is not low. There have been experts with a combat power of hundreds of millions, also known as the Spirit Emperor. In the present world, there are also spirit saints with a combat power of tens of millions. With his combat power of 9 million to 500,000, he would be a complete waste to go there. Of course, this might be very difficult for Mu Chen, but it's nothing to Chen Yi. After all, the powerful figures in Xiao Chunan's world would fight to the death and risk their lives just to seize the secret treasure of a Spirit Emperor with a combat power of 100 million, while Chen Yi's casual immortal body clone has a combat power of 1.8 billion. Therefore, Xiao Chunan dared to reveal the news of the Spirit Emperor's treasure without any scruples. If it were Mu Chen, the inferior former group leader, he definitely wouldn't have dared to do so. If the risks posed by a group member exceed the group's capacity, the optimal solution is to remove that member from the group chat. Fang Zheng is a prime example. Besides Chen Yi, who else would dare to bail him out? Similarly, Xiao Chunan dared to speak out precisely because he believed that he, as the group leader, could protect him. ATMD, the Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Chunan is not bad either. You're qualified. As for the matter of the Spirit Emperor's treasure, we'll arrange it later. Don't act recklessly like some people. Now, next, the Cold Palace holdout, Liu Ruyan, group admin, who are these people who don't listen to orders? Could it be me? The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. You know perfectly well why. Report back quickly, or the punishment will be severe if your growth, under the immense blessing of fortune, is unsatisfactory. The resident who's been sidelined in the Cold Palace. Wah, so how are? You going to punish me? Will you use a little leather whip? I'll welcome you with open arms. Shy JPG'd. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. PA resident stubborn in the Cold Palace. Does the group admin like uniform fetishes? I can wear a dragon robe. Dragon knights are so handsome. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Go get treatment if you're sick. Stop acting like a jerk. If you keep being indecent, you'll be banned for 3 days. Cold Palace holdout. Reporting to the group leader. You know my situation, so I'm too lazy to say more. Anyway, the Empress, am just a heartless signing machine. My combat power has increased quite well in the past 2 weeks. 15 days ago, I had 5,000 combat power. Now I have 550,000. With the blessing of the national fortune, my cultivation has progressed rapidly. I've reached the 5th level of the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique, and the 9th level of the controlling God technique. How about it? Can I give it an excellent rating? Hiss, honestly, that speed is terrifying. Data may not be very intuitive, but it becomes a different story when it comes to perspective. This is equivalent to breaking through from the 5th level of foundation, establishment to the mid-stage of nascent soul in 15 days. Although Fang Zheng's combat power increased significantly, in reality, he only broke through from the early stage of the nascent soul realm to the middle stage. Even Chen Yi didn't expect this woman to be so awesome. I originally thought it would be good enough if she could break through a major realm once, but I didn't expect her to break through twice. One can only say that he truly lives up to the title of Emperor Ruyan. He is indeed terrifying. OTMD's Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Excellent. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Next one. Ada the resident who's been sidelined in the cold palace. Just a little praise. I want a reward. Yet the group admin has banned member Cold Palace Stubborn Resident for 2.5 hours. Humph. The group admin is still as despicable as ever. Empress Liu Ruyan curled her lip, looking disgusted. Anyway, she's a regular user who's been banned from commenting, so it won't affect continued viewing. As Zhao Zheng, the sword immortal with clean sleeves, reporting to the group leader, my situation is a bit precarious. To put it simply, I am the warehouse manager of the sect's Department of Materials. Before joining the group chat, I was a front man for a certain sect leader. Originally, I had connections above me, so no one dared to investigate me. But now that the highest-ranking person above me has run into trouble, the sect leader is furious and wants to investigate thoroughly. And then that group of corrupt officials below me are going to push me out to take the blame. They're shameless. I had only just reached the foundation establishment stage, and they insisted I had embezzled 200 nascent soul pills, 1,000 core formation herbs, 30,000 foundation establishment pills, and all sorts of magical artifacts and spiritual treasures. I'm so ashamed. The enforcement hall, whose own hands are not clean either, is currently investigating me. I've been detained, and they're just waiting for them to complete their chain of evidence, so they can't prove anything. If you want to do a help mission, I'll just expose all that mess, and those guys will definitely try to kill me to silence me. Finally, here's the combat power growth data for the past 2 weeks, 18,015 days ago. Now only 35,000. I've only comprehended the 2nd level of the 2 cultivation techniques. I've been delayed in my cultivation due to miscellaneous matters. I apologize to the group leader. Chen Yi, you're quite the opposite, aren't you? He cultivated a reputation for incorruptibility, yet engaged in rampant corruption. When his crimes were finally exposed, he received the least amount of ill-gotten gains, but bore the brunt of the blame. Isn't this choosing corruption over integrity? Ouch. That's terrible. How would you live without me? TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. You failed this assessment, but considering the circumstances, the punishment is temporarily suspended, and you are allowed to escalate the situation. Be a sword immortal with clean sleeves. Thank you, group leader. I'm off to deal with those bastards. After sending the message, Zhao Zheng's profile picture went dark. While waiting for things to develop, Chen Yi continued to assess the remaining 3 group members. The tribulation to immortality is still chasing me. Who's next? I don't eat cilantro. Is nobody coming? Then I'll go first. I don't eat cilantro. Reporting to the group leader, my name is Li Yuanyuan, the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect. I am neither black nor white, and I have connections with people from both the righteous and demonic paths. My current situation is stable. If you want to do a help request mission, I can seduce the only son of the leader of the righteous path, or castrate the grandson of the demonic giant. These are all high-quality missions that require at least tens of millions of combat power. There's also the combat power growth data over the past 2 weeks. 15 days ago, it was 500,000, and now it's 650,000, an average increase of 10,000 per day. Moreover, you've comprehended the 6th level of both cultivation techniques you shared. I must say, the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique is truly amazing. Every time we cultivate together, I completely drain my partner. It's so perfectly in line with the great Tao of yin and yang harmony. Combined with the soul control technique's enhancement of the primordial spirit, my charm techniques have reached their peak. Every time I can hypnotize my partner, making them believe it's their own inadequacy. Not that I'm absorbing too much. Chen Yi? Wait, is it really possible to use it like this? How come my 2 perfectly legitimate martial arts techniques seem to have been distorted into heretical and evil methods by you? Is this reasonable? The union of yin and yang is also a great principle. It all depends on how the cultivator chooses to embrace it. Mutual complementarity is righteous, while harming others for personal gain is evil. Although Li Yuanyuan's methods are somewhat unorthodox, they cannot be called evil since they are based on mutual consent. However, no matter what, her path has indeed narrowed. Such cultivation may have a high lower limit, but its upper limit is far less than that of perseverance step by step, especially with the support of a large supply of resources from the chat group and 2 top-level cultivation techniques. She deserves a brighter future, not to wallow in this shameful present. It has to be said that Chen Yi's deep-seated desire to persuade prostitutes to reform themselves has resurfaced. But after a moment of contemplation, he let out a soft sigh. Sigh, let her go. This is the path she chose, and there's no turning back before she reaches the end. At TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Li Yuanyuan, you've passed. But the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique is too forceful and domineering, and not suitable for the yin-yang union. Use this instead. The group admin shared the file. The inner canon of transplanting flowers and grafting trees, and designated group member. I don't eat cilantro to download it. In a pink room. With a romantic atmosphere, Li Yuanyuan, with skin as smooth as jade and incomparably alluring, suddenly sat up, her beautiful, watery eyes filled with complex emotions. She originally thought that using 2 legitimate cultivation techniques on shady paths would displease the group leader, and she was prepared to be scolded. Unexpectedly, he didn't mention it at all. Not only did he not look down on her in the slightest, but he was even quite concerned and passed on a cultivation technique that was more suitable for her. Group owner, you bastard. Since transmigrating, Li Yuanyuan has been powerless to control her own destiny, forced to submit to humiliation and forced to smile despite the abuse. Tears welled up in her eyes. If she hadn't been forced into it, why would she willingly degenerate? She had no choice. She couldn't turn back. She had stayed in the dark corner for too long and had become accustomed to the cold and dampness. The long-lost sunlight would only burn her. She couldn't go back. The beautiful past was gone forever. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, 101 Rating Network. 101kkstots.com. Super thoughtful, but dear group leader, is it because you understand me that you chose to pass on the cultivation method to support me, rather than offering a kind of redemption-like? Persuading a prostitute to reform? Wah-ah! Li Yuanyuan burst into tears, as if she wanted to vent the grievances that had been suppressed in her heart. On the other side, seeing that she hadn't downloaded the cultivation technique for a long time, Chen Yi shook his head and shifted the group's attention away from her, tagging the last two group members. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. At God of Light is unemployed at Villain is in the process of self-redemption. It's just the two of you left. Who's going first? D. The villains. Self-redemption. Zhao. Senior, why don't you go first? D. The villain's self-redemption. Senior. The villain is seeking redemption. The villain's self-redemption. Reporting to the group leader. My name is Zhao Gao. I am a member of a collateral branch of a large family. The wicked young clan leader stole someone else's childhood sweetheart fiancé and sent me to eliminate that scoundrel named Lin Hao. However, after my investigation, I discovered that this young man named Lin Hao is not simple. No matter how I ambushed or attacked him, he always escaped death by the skin of his teeth. In fact, he even had many opportunities during his escape, which greatly increased his cultivation level and allowed him to turn the tables and kill the thugs I brought with me. In a critical moment, a help request was triggered, but even the former group leader Mu Chen couldn't do anything to him. If nothing unexpected happens, this Lin Hao is the protagonist of this world, and I am just the villain's lackey and cannon fodder. This discovery made me panic. I wanted the clan to send an expert to eliminate him, but the stupid young clan leader was too brainless. Instead, he thought I was useless and couldn't even kill a small insect. He even told me to get lost and wouldn't let me go back until I caught Lin Hao. I really cursed that brain-dead idiot. There's nothing I can do. My family can't be relied on, and the protagonist also holds a grudge against me, wanting to get rid of me as soon as possible. Although my cultivation level is higher than his, I can't beat him at all. I'm being chased around and constantly triggering help requests. That damn former group leader, Mu Chen, is having a blast farming points, but I'm about to be gone. Fortunately, when I was at my most desperate, you were like a ray of light that pulled me out of the darkness. What kind of bullshit protagonist is this? In front of you with your 1.8 billion power, you are nothing but a chicken and a dog. As long as you give the word, I will go and take on the protagonist. To add to that, the reward for forcing the protagonist to retreat is 2 million points. I can trigger this help request twice a day, while the reward for killing him is 1 billion points. Whether you want sustainable development or to make a big profit is up to you, and I will follow your arrangements. Finally, here's the combat power growth data for the past 2 weeks. 15 days ago, I had 800,000 combat power. Now it's 820,000. I've only comprehended the second level of the 2 cultivation techniques. My aptitude is a bit lacking, sorry. Tsk. Forcing someone to retreat only earns 2 million points, but killing them would reward you with 1 billion. Interesting. Chen Yi's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Based on his years of experience dealing with the heavenly Tao, it wasn't hard for him to guess that the protagonist of destiny that Zhao Gao mentioned, Lin Hao, was most likely the chosen one. Carefully cultivated by the heavenly Tao of that world, prepared to suppress the basic laws of heaven and earth, or to lead the world to advancement. So it's okay to force him to retreat. Anything that doesn't kill him will make him stronger. Everything is a test. Therefore, when heaven is about to entrust a great task to someone, it will first test their mind, strain their muscles and bones, starve their body, leave them destitute, and thwart their endeavors, so as to strengthen their resolve, temper their character, and increase their abilities. But if we were to kill him, we would be going against the will of heaven. If Lin Hao were to truly face death, the will of heaven would surely come down to settle scores. This is similar to the situation when Chen Yi stripped away the dragon tendon of the great Zhao dynasty's national destiny and shook the foundation that suppressed the laws of heaven and earth. The local heavenly Tao was enraged and did everything it could to kill him. It's normal to receive a reward of 1 billion points for achieving the goal by single-handedly resisting the backlash from the heavenly Tao and defying the power of an entire realm. However, compared to a one-time billion points, Chen Yi prefers the 2 million points that can be earned sustainably. Twice a day, 2 million points each time, and you can harvest 1 billion points in just 250 days. After that, it's pure profit. Even a fool knows which option to choose. Although it was a bit troublesome, the advantage was that Chen Yi didn't have to do it himself. After all, Fang Zheng, with over 3 million combat power, is no longer a weakling. Moreover, the combat power panel in the chat group only measures the strength of the group members themselves and does not take into account the enhancement of magic weapons. With the star-suppressing seal bestowed upon him, he is not afraid even when facing a powerhouse with tens of millions of combat strength. If such a capable group member doesn't come to work, wouldn't his initial investment be wasted? Let Fang Zheng take on the task, and he, as the group owner, can sit back and wait for his 50% cut to roll in. Wouldn't that be wonderful? With this in mind, Chen Yi immediately gave a reply. "TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me, Zhao Gao. Although you failed this assessment, considering the complexity of your situation, the punishment will be waived. Prepare yourself, adhere to the principle of sustainable development, and we will make specific arrangements after the assessment. Await further notice. Next, However, 2.5 minutes passed, and An Lan, who was called out, still did not respond, and it was unclear what she was doing. Chen Yi frowned and spoke again. "TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. At God of Light, you're unemployed. What's wrong? Is your cultivation progress too bad to face me? Speak up." 2.5 breaths passed before An Lan hurriedly replied. "The God of Light, currently unemployed, Adolphe An Lan. I'm so sorry, I just finished." "I'm guilty, I apologize." Chen Yi's face darkened upon seeing An Lan's outrageous statement. Without even a second thought, this guy must have been playing some exotic game again. If they dare to play around in such a serious setting, then they must be even more outrageous in private. I knew he was no good the first time I saw him. His cheeks were thin and his eyes were sunken. Despite being a priest known for his healing skills, his body was abnormally weak. What? After practicing the powerful and domineering Great Evolution, Devouring Heaven technique for a few days, you think you're all that anymore? The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Is this fun? On a large, erotic bed, An Lan, who had just been cleaned, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat again and couldn't stop. Shivering. Spicy! The group admin seems angry. I should have stopped right away. Why couldn't I control myself? The God of Light is currently unemployed. Group owner, please listen to my excuses. I can explain. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. It's your right to do what you want. I only care about the results. If you fail the assessment, the punishment will be a 1-year account ban. If you still fail, you'll be kicked out of the group chat. Every word is piercing to the heart. And Lan was truly scared this time. I used to think that the group owner was approachable and easy to talk to, and that we were fellow transmigrators like myself. So I felt a sense of belonging to our hometown, which made me let loose. Little. But it was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that this group leader was not a kind-hearted person, but a tribulation stage expert who was being struck by lightning everywhere. To have grown to such a level, heaven knows what he went through. Would someone like that still care about a little bit of hometown sentiment? If you don't demonstrate any value, you'll likely be ruthlessly discarded. Upon thinking of this, and Lan's pupils shrank instantly. She immediately pulled up her pants and left, while giving a sincere reply in the chat group. The god of light is unemployed. Reporting to the group leader, my situation is not very stable. Ever since you came and caused a great disturbance last time, the god of light has reappeared in the world and ordered all levels of temples and churches to search for extraterrestrial demon spies who have infiltrated the world. My little church has also received orders, and a third order holy light envoy has been sent down to supervise. I know that the ghost they are looking for is me, but I dare not reveal myself before receiving your orders, so I can only cooperate with the work honestly and patrol the towns and villages in the county every day. If you're doing a help request task, I can self-destruct at any time. Finally, regarding my combat power growth over the past 2 weeks, I'm truly sorry. Because the third-tier Holy Light Envoy above is keeping a close eye on me, I haven't dared to cultivate other techniques, and my progress has been very slow, only increasing from 12,000 combat power to 13,000. I'm really ashamed to face the group leader. Sigh. Chen Yi shook his head and sighed, his slight dissatisfaction with Lan slowly dissipating. Regardless of the circumstances, Lan was the first to surrender to him. Back then, the group's level was low, and 2 out of the 3 group members didn't trust him, the new group leader. Only Lan dared to risk her life to trigger the help request. That was the first request for help triggered by Group 1-8. At that time, no one knew what would happen. Even if Chen Yi's combat power was as high as 900 million, he only had 1 life. Who would dare to risk it and experiment? Chen Yi always cherished this affection, so no matter how despicable he was, as long as he didn't betray them, he would always have a place in this group. As for the warning of being kicked out of the group, it's just a matter of being disappointed in someone. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Considering there were extenuating circumstances, I'll let this test slide this time. Try your best to meet the requirements next time, or you'll bear the consequences. Huh? And Lan's dim eyes suddenly lit up. We were all prepared to get a beating, but it turned out to be all bark and no bite. Which idiot said the group admin is heartless? The clown is actually myself. Smack! He slapped himself hard, reflecting on his mistakes and vowing to himself that if he ever became addicted to women again, he would become a eunuch. The god of light is currently unemployed. Group owner. Don't worry, I'll definitely satisfy you in the next assessment. ATMD's Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Well, with the exception of a few group members, everyone basically passed this assessment. Keep up the good work. The group admin sent out a red envelope containing 360,000 points. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. 150,000 points. The god of light is unemployed, has collected 70,000 points. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Thank you, group admin. Thank you, group admin. Plus C6 Liu Ruyan, who was still under a ban, could only watch helplessly and kept cursing the dog group owner. At TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Stop, everyone. Remember this, I have the following arrangements. First, Fang Zheng should temporarily refrain from provoking the Supreme One, allowing them to recover and grow stronger before making a move. Second, adhering to the principle of sustainable development, Zhao Gao, you go and cause trouble for the protagonist. When the request for help is triggered, Fang Zheng will take over, and the rewards will be split between you and him on a 30-70 basis. Third, Xiao Chunan immediately took out a rare treasure from his clan and used it as bait to lure all the big fish over. He then waited in place until I gave him my instructions to haul in the catch. Fourth, and Lan continued to lie low, waiting for orders. Fifth, Chen Bo remained cautious and waited for orders. The remaining group members diligently practiced their skills. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I understand. I am the villain in the process of self-redemption. I understand. Understood +5 Liu Ruyan, who was banned from speaking. You dog! Soon, the group members who had been assigned tasks took action efficiently, and 1 or 2 of their avatars went offline. Meanwhile, inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi was also warming up his clone. After all, his trip to the world of the group members was not just to complete tasks and earn points, but also to select reserve teammates with the foundation for rapidly improving combat power. For this, he might need to have a friendly exchange with the local heavenly Dao. As I said before, the points you can earn from completing tasks are always limited. The right way is to gather 3 teammates with a combat power of over 30 million as soon as possible and unlock the Exorcism Dungeon at the same time. Azure Continent, Holy Void Sect, Hall of Law Enforcement. Little Zhu, you know what to say when you see the sect leader later, right? Think about your 2 delicate younger sisters. Don't think that just because they've joined Saintus Peak, we can't do anything about it. An elder of the law enforcement clan whispered menacingly in Zhao Zheng's ear. Zhao Zheng, however, remained expressionless and even said rather calmly, "Don't worry, I know what to say. Just watch my performance." It's so frustrating. From the moment he reached out his hand, he knew this day would come. But there's nothing you can do. You can't fight City Hall. If he doesn't listen, someone else will naturally replace him with someone more obedient. The question now is whether he can handle it. If he can't withstand the pressure, then the bigwigs above will naturally make him withstand it. Now that the chain of false evidence is complete, he has been branded as a spy for a rival sect, and all the resources he embezzled have been taken over by the other side. Is this reasonable? Unreasonable. But it can only be reasonable once Zhao Zheng admits it. No matter how furious the sect leader is, he will have no choice but to accept it reluctantly. At this point, some people might raise an objection. Why not use the simplest method, such as soul searching? Don't be ridiculous. Zhao Zheng's primordial spirit was already under a restriction before the incident. If they dare to search, they will blow it up. Then there will be no way to prove anything. Unfortunately, all of this was based on the premise that Zhao Zheng was not a time traveler and had not joined the chat group. Zhao Zheng wasn't panicked at all. In fact, he even felt like laughing. Previously, his biggest backer was just a deputy sect leader in the nascent soul stage. Not only was he unreliable, but he also tripped up himself. And now, his backer is an invincible figure in the world, who has survived multiple tribulations to become an immortal, and is the strongest and most benevolent tribulation stage group leader. If you don't understand the difference in strength, you won't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Prepare to face my righteous iron fist. Soon. Zhao Zheng was then taken to the Holy Void Hall. Ironically, this was his first time stepping into the sect's supreme temple, but unfortunately, he didn't enter openly and honestly. Instead, he entered as a spy from an opposing force. Zhao Zheng, do you plead guilty? A dignified shout came from the high hall, and Saikong Xuan, the then sect leader of the Holy Void sect, cast a complicated glance at him. Speak! Didn't you hear the sect leader asking you a question? The head of the enforcement hall, who was sitting to the side, spoke up immediately. His honest face was filled with a resolute and unyielding expression, as if he were irreconcilable enemies of evil. Zhao Zheng's lips twitched, and then he walked forward expressionlessly without moving. I don't know how a mere Foundation Establishment Level 8 steward could have amassed such a large amount of resources right under the noses of Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and even deity transformation. Cultivators. Qian Wuduo, the deputy hall master of the Siwu Hall, changed his expression and said in a deep voice, Zhao Zheng, you broke through from the 8th level of Foundation Establishment to the 3rd level of Golden Core in 1 month, and the cultivation method you practiced was not of the Saint Void sect. The evidence is conclusive. Now you still want to argue and slander us. Shut up, Sect Master Sikong Xuan shouted in a deep voice, his powerful aura suppressing the entire scene. He coldly said, Zhao Zheng, you can continue speaking now. Think it over before you speak. Zhao Zheng continued to move forward fearlessly. I don't know if you, sect leader, are pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth, or if you're afraid the truth will be too cruel and shake the foundation of the sect. I have no idea how the Enforcement Hall, which is known for its impartiality, could collude to frame me as a spy for the Tianyuan Holy Land on trumped-up charges and produce a series of so-called evidence that I have never heard of before. Upon hearing this, the head of the Enforcement Hall, Gongsheng, could no longer remain seated. His gaze sharpened instantly, and he said coldly, Are you saying that I am not strict in enforcing the law? Then today, in front of the sect leader, I will thoroughly investigate this matter, and will definitely remove all those connected with you from their posts. Faced with this blatant threat, Zhao Zheng remained unmoved and even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it's rotten from top to bottom. The surface looks so shiny and beautiful, but the inside is full of decay and filth. Threatening me? You dare to threaten me? The head of the Enforcement Hall, known for his impartiality, takes 20% of the profits, which are then laundered by Elder Sima Tiaming of the External Affairs Hall. Shut up! The head of the Enforcement Hall, Gongsheng, stood up abruptly, declaring with righteous indignation, I have always acted with integrity and uprightness. How can I allow a spy with irrefutable evidence to slander me? I think you're about to die, so you're making baseless accusations against us high-ranking officials in an attempt to sow discord. The sect leader is wise. I request that this official be executed, with Gongsheng taking the initiative. Qian Wuduo, the deputy hall master of the Siwu Hall, Sima Tiaming, the elder of the External Affairs Hall, and a group of high-ranking officials who were listening in all followed suit. Our sect leader is wise. Please execute this official. Our sect leader is wise. Please execute this official. Sikong Xuan, the sect leader of the Holy Void sect, closed his eyes in deep sorrow. The truth is no longer important now that things have escalated to this point. For the sake of the sect's stability, he could not possibly eliminate all the high-ranking officials involved. They originally wanted to catch a big fish to make an example of, but they never expected that their community of interests was too solid, and they only managed to put forward a small fry with no backing to take the blame. As the new sect leader, he was destined to lose all his prestige. He launched such a large-scale corruption case, but in the end, only a grassroots steward died. What could be more ridiculous than this? Zhao Zheng, don't blame me. Blame yourself for not having any connections. Having made up his mind, Sikong Xuan weakly raised his hand. Then let's end it here. Case closed. The execution of the Tianyuan Holy Land spy. Zhao Zheng is permitted. The words had barely left his mouth. A burst of wild laughter, tinged with a hint of sorrow, echoed within the holy void hall. Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? Not so easy. Zhao Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the entire room with a disdainful gaze, showing no fear whatsoever, only an indifferent disdain for everything. Just as the sect leader made the final decision, the chat group immediately detected that he was in a life-or-death crisis, and the request for help was triggered instantly. Yiding. Detection indicates you are facing a life-or-death crisis that cannot be resolved by your own strength. TA request for assistance has been generated. Group member 2 Sleeves of Integrity is a sword. Immortal is in danger due to involvement in a major corruption case within their sect. We request that capable group members offer their help. It a mission combat power requirement, 50 million or more. At task rewards, 80 million points, 30 million group experience points. D Group Admin has accepted the task and is expected to arrive at the scene in 30 seconds. Listen to that. What a pleasant sound. The strongest cultivator present, even a nascent soul stage sect leader, had a combat power of just over 10 million. It was unclear how strong the Supreme Elder, who was in seclusion in the Forbidden Area, was, but judging from the combat power requirements of the mission, he would not exceed 50 million at most. And what about my most respected group admin? A total of 1.8 billion combat power. Everyone thinks I Zhao have no powerful backing, right? Ha ha ha. As I said before, if you don't understand the difference in strength, you won't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. If a road is impassable, open it with your fists. From this day forward, I will never allow anyone to raise their voice at me again. A deathly silence suddenly fell over the holy void hall. All the high-ranking officials present are at least in the late nascent soul stage. How dare Zhao Zheng, a mere golden core stage 3, make such outrageous remarks? Killing you isn't that easy. To put it bluntly, any one of you here could easily kill you, as easily as crushing a small insect. The head of the enforcement hall, Gongsheng, couldn't help but sneer. Heh, you've really gone mad. Guards, take him out and execute him. Don't defile the sect's sacred ground. Yes. 2 senior deacons of the enforcement hall, both at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, immediately stepped forward. However, at this moment, the silent sect leader Sikong Xuan suddenly spoke up. Wait, the cultivation technique this fellow is practicing is unusual. In just 1 month, he broke through from the 8th level of Foundation Establishment to the 3rd level of Golden Core. Your enforcement hall should try to bypass the primordial spirit restriction and replicate the cultivation technique he is practicing. Gongsheng immediately understood. Sect master is wise. I had the same idea. Please leave it to the enforcement hall. As they were speaking, the void above Zhao Zheng's head suddenly twisted, and a dazzling spatial vortex slowly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of ethereal energy dissipated, like an invisible hand that instantly gripped the hearts of everyone in the hall. This aura! How is this possible? Sect Master Sekong Xuan leaned back instinctively, greatly shocked. Ha 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 ha, nothing is impossible. My backer has arrived. Do you think you can still kill me? After holding back for a full 30 seconds, Zhao Zheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. The next second, a young man dressed in a blue-green Taoist robe slowly emerged from the spatial vortex. After a brief system outage, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Holy Void sect changed drastically. The man possessed an exceptionally refined and otherworldly aura, and his Taoist charm was ethereal. Although he was clearly suspended there, divine sense could not perceive him in the slightest. He could only be seen with the naked eye. What does this tell us? This shows that his cultivation level is far above everyone else's, making him an invincible being. Oh no, it seems he's the backer Zhao Zheng invited to support him. Isn't this a disaster? Who said Zhao Zheng has no background and can be manipulated at will? This guy has some serious connections. The previously arrogant, high-ranking members of the Holy Void sect began to feel fear and retreated behind the sect leader without prior arrangement. There's no other way. He's the strongest here. A sect leader must take responsibility. If the sky falls, who will hold it up if the tallest one doesn't? Beasts! A bunch of beasts. Saikong Xuan cursed us inwardly, but he still had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward to negotiate. Senior, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Chen Yi glanced at him indifferently. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Why didn't you say it was a misunderstanding when you were bullying my Zhao Zheng, because he had no backing? Now that I'm here, it's a misunderstanding? Zhao Zheng's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Group owner. Before he'd finished speaking, Chen Yi interrupted him. This is none of your business. Just stay quiet and watch from the sidelines. The experience he learned from Liu Ruyan taught him that he absolutely could not follow the mission requirements. To maximize the benefits, he had to make things bigger. Therefore, Zhao Zheng can simply remain silent and act as a tool, watching him operate. Saikong Xuan, standing to the other side, was immediately drenched in sweat. You're not even listening to the opinions of the victims, Senior. What are you trying to do? If we had known that Zhao Zheng had such a powerful backer, who would have dared to let him take the blame and settle accounts? Even if he really did embezzle that much, it's to be expected. Saikong Xuan was very perceptive and readily agreed. I apologize, Senior. It was my fault. I was under pressure and hastily closed the case without investigating it thoroughly, thus slandering Steward Zhao Zheng. I will investigate it again and will definitely give him justice. So you admit it was your fault? Chen Yi pointed out the problem incisively. Yes, you're absolutely right. Saikong Xuan nodded vigorously. The hall masters at the nascent soul stage might only feel that this man is very strong, because their cultivation levels are not high enough. However, he has already entered the integration stage, and facing this man is like facing a bottomless abyss. Not to mention him, even the Supreme Elders within the sect's forbidden area would react the same way when facing this person. The trembling, stemming from an uncontrollable life instinct, was impossible to fake. He even thought the man before him was not human. It's a legendary immortal. He was just a mortal at the early stage of the integration realm. What could he say to a being who seemed to be an immortal? What could he dare to say? All right. Then you can step down as sect leader. Let Zhao Zheng take over. Chen Yi gave the instructions succinctly. Saikong Xuan was very decisive, without even the slightest hesitation. No problem, we'll do as you say. I'll abdicate now and convene a sect assembly to announce Zhao Zheng as the sect leader. This statement immediately drew criticism from some people. The head of the enforcement hall, Gongsheng, immediately stepped forward and said with righteous indignation, Sect Master, how can we be afraid of petty villains? At worst, we will activate the sect's grand formation and awaken the Supreme Elder to fight to the death. We, the disciples of the Holy Void sect, will only live standing up, not die kneeling. Shut the hell up, you son of a bitch! Saikong Xuan cursed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Especially when he saw the corners of the immortal in front of him suddenly curl up in a subtle arc. He felt a chill run straight up his spine to the top of his head. Spicy! All spicy! Just as expected, the next second, he moved. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the Holy Void sect's protective formation inexplicably activated on its own. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic handprint that blotted out the sky appeared out of thin air above the Holy Void sect, instantly crushing the protective barrier formed by the sect's protective array. Then, without stopping, they ventured into the sect's forbidden area. After a series of terrified and desperate roars, everything returned to calm. Thump, thump, thump. The Holy Void Hall was filled with 18 Supreme Elders at the Integration Realm, who were thrown in like dead dogs. Thump, the most sensible sect leader, Sekong Xuan, immediately knelt down. His kneeling immediately triggered a chain reaction. Thump, thump. Those high-ranking members of the Holy Void sect, who had initially harbored rebellious intentions, soon knelt down as well. Only the proud and upright head of the enforcement hall remained standing in place. It wasn't that he didn't want to kneel, but rather that his body was bound by a force of energy, making it impossible for him to move. Seeing that terrifying man suddenly smile slightly at him, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly died. Indeed, I shouldn't have been the one to stick my neck out. The next second, the terrifying man said, "Zhao Zhang, go up and slap him twice to vent your anger and prevent any resentment from lingering in your heart, since he's just a tool for the main task." The more enjoyment he generates, the richer the task rewards will be. Huh? Me? Zhao Zheng stood there blankly, his golden core stage brain still immersed in the terrifying scene from just now, unable to process it for a moment, seeing Zhao Zheng's pathetic appearance. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. His assessment was that it was inferior to Founder. You should know that when he went head-to-head with the heavenly Dao, Fang Zhang dared to stand next to him and remained clear-headed and rational, even after being directly hit by the aftershocks of the heavenly Dao's pressure. Although Fang Zheng's cultivation level is indeed higher, he also far surpasses Zhao Zheng in terms of the pressure he can withstand. It can be said that in terms of mental fortitude, Fang Zheng is far superior to Zhao Zheng. It should be understood that one's aptitude for cultivation only determines the lower limit, while to climb to the peak one must have an unwavering heart for the Tao. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns and fog. If one cannot hold fast to one's original heart and understand one's true nature, and becomes demonic due to some setbacks and frustrations, then no matter how high one's aptitude, or how strong one's talent, one will only get lost halfway and stop moving forward, or even fall to the bottom. It has to be said that Zhao Zheng is really lacking in this aspect. He's still a novice and needs more practice. Shaking his head, Chen Yi pointed his sword at Zhou Zheng's brow, instantly splitting open his chaotic sea of consciousness and bringing his still disordered primordial spirit back on track. At the same time, he also cleared away some of the primordial spirit restrictions left by the clay chickens and clay dogs. Zhao Zheng was immediately jolted awake, and his dazed eyes slowly regained their clarity. "Oh, isn't this my beloved group admin? What did you just ask me to do?" Chen Yi. "What should we do with this child?" After a long silence, he gestured for Zhao Zheng to look at the upright and distinguished head of the law enforcement hall, Gongshang, in the distance. "Go, slap him twice across the face, and restore his dignity as a man." Okay, having just undergone such a thorough cleansing, Zhao Zhengyuan's nerves were now somewhat like those of sensitive skin, reacting with exceptional agility. In a flash, he appeared before Zheng Gong and raised his hand without hesitation. Slap! Slap! Those two slaps, delivered so directly and frankly, must have been very satisfying for Zhao Zheng. in order to make me cooperate obediently. This old man even went so far as to sneak into Saintis Peak and retrieve the personal tokens of his two younger sisters to threaten me. Such behavior directly touched Zhao Zheng's sore spot and was practically a death sentence. From that moment on, he secretly made up his mind that once the group leader was invited, it would be the time for this old man to die. Dear group owner, thank you. Just as he was about to ask the group leader for help, Zhao Zheng suddenly realized that his volume button seemed to be locked. Although his mouth was open, he couldn't make a sound. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard the calm voice of the group leader coming from behind him. Don't say anything. Don't ask anything. Just quietly step aside and watch me do it. Although he didn't understand, Zhao Zheng was happy to comply. After all, the group owner is a powerful figure, and he must have his reasons for doing this. I, as a lazybones, should just relax and enjoy myself. However, what happened next was far beyond Zhao Zheng's expectations, and even had a great impact on his weak mind. With a flick of his sleeve, the group leader first woke up all the supreme elders of the Holy Void sect, who were sleeping on the ground. Then, with a flick of his palm, a terrifying suction force burst forth, instantly pulling out the primordial spirits of everyone present except Zhao Zheng. Ah, why? I cooperated so much. Why are you still killing me? Saikong Xuan felt extremely wronged, and his primordial spirit trembled as he roared. Wait, can someone tell me what happened? When did our Holy Void sect offend this powerful senior? The group of elders were utterly bewildered. They had been peacefully nurturing themselves in the spiritual vein, but were inexplicably dragged out and tormented. Anyone would be dumbfounded in this situation. Soon, the high-ranking members of the Holy Void sect present at the scene provided the answer. Fairness? You. Whatever the senior says goes, and you jump out to stick your head out. Fairness. Putting aside the facts, don't you bear any responsibility? If you didn't want to fight back, why didn't you stop me? I really will. The team leader, showing no weakness, retorted with a powerful counterattack. His language was so foul that it was impossible to tell that he was an old man who had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years. He had no manners whatsoever and was even worse than a crude woodcutter from the mountains. In the end, no matter how terrified and rebellious they were, their primordial spirits were still captured in Chen Yi's palm. Immediately afterwards, 5 fingers, white as jade, came together, and the sky instantly darkened. Just when they thought my life was over, and were desperately waiting for my soul to be crushed. The sky suddenly brightened again. And not only did it get light, but his primordial spirit returned to his physical body perfectly intact? It is indeed perfectly intact, exactly the same as before, with nothing added or missing. After conducting a self-examination, the senior members of the Holy Void sect had rather strange expressions. What exactly is this powerful senior up to? They pull the primordial spirit out, do nothing with it, and then stuff it back in. Are they kidding me? Or is he displaying divine power to intimidate us? With your strength, we wouldn't dare to make a move even without you demonstrating it. Those involved are often blinded by their own perspective, but Zhao Zheng, the only bystander, sees things very clearly. He watched as the group leader grabbed the souls of the higher-ups and refined them in an instant. Although the body was later completely put back into its physical form, a phantom light ring inexplicably appeared in the group leader's palm. On that ring of light, countless tiny phantom spirits floated, bound tightly by chains of light, unable to escape or resist. With just one glance, Zhao Zheng guessed the significance of that light ring. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as one possesses that light ring, one can control the life and death of all the powerful figures of the Holy Void sect, and even do whatever one wants to them, turning them into whatever shape one desires. A genuine master's ring. The thought of that scene immediately ignited a burning passion within Zhao Zhang. He knew the group owner wouldn't stay long, so this master's ring. It's very likely that it was prepared for him. I was initially worried about how I would protect my two younger sisters after the group leader left. After all, according to the requirements of the request for help, even if the Holy Void sect is not destroyed, it will definitely be severely damaged. At that time, the hostile force, the Heavenly Origin Holy Land, will certainly not sit idly by and will be very willing to lend a helping hand, and is ready to enthusiastically take over the Holy Void sect's legacy. At that point, he wouldn't care. He could always try to get the group admin to come over, but whether his two younger sisters would be safe amidst the turmoil was uncertain. What if Zhao Zhang, a doting brother, cannot accept this situation? Fortunately, the group leader, a great god, turned the tide and, without losing a single soldier, even made him the father of the Holy Void sect. In that case, wouldn't his two younger sisters be the aunts of the Holy Void sect? Then, within the Holy Void sect, who would dare to speak loudly to my two younger sisters? The thought of being able to provide his younger sister with a better living environment filled Zhao Zhang with overwhelming excitement. So, group owner, when are you going to give me that ring of the master? Zhao Zhang looked at Chen Yi expectantly. However, Chen Yi didn't even glance at him, and turned to walk towards the sky. Stepping on empty air, I slowly moved forward. Gradually, his aura was no longer concealed and poured out. At the same time, a huge handprint-like image slowly emerged and gently patted the azure sky. Snap! The feeling was like slapping the backside of the heavenly Tao and giving it a friendly greeting. Little heavenly Tao, come out and greet your guests. The local deity felt as if he had been harassed by hooligans. Rumble, rumble, rumble! A thunderous roar echoed from the sky as the enraged heavenly Tao unleashed its will, quickly locking onto Chen Yi's location and immediately unleashing a massive bolt of heavenly lightning. Warning! Could you please not be so arrogant? Please complete your mission before provoking the heavenly Tao of this realm. Okay. A friendly reminder. The chat group blocking function has been removed. Please be mindful of the safety of group members and refrain from any offensive behavior. The system notification in the chat group conveyed a sense of helplessness. Chen Yi, however, paid no attention. He casually closed the notification box, then spread his arms and let the heavenly lightning wash over him. It must be said that after cultivating the immortal body, the lightning resistance attribute was also greatly improved. In the past, when heavenly tribulation of this level descended, it would take an ordinary clone 2.5 seconds to refine it, but an immortal Bodhi clone could refine it in an instant. A ball of heavenly thunder essence containing the aura of the heavenly Tao condensed, and Chen Yi flicked his finger, stuffing it into Zhao Zhang's mouth below. Oh my god! Group admin, what did you give me to eat? It's so hot. Zhao Zhang's eyes were glazed over. Like a boiled shrimp, his skin was flushed, and wisps of white smoke rose from his body, which even smelled a little fragrant. Gurgle. The group of Grand Elders in the integration stage inside the main hall couldn't help but swallow hard. This aura of the heavenly Tao is so incredibly fragrant. If they could obtain it, it would save them hundreds or even thousands of years of effort, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to even reach the pinnacle and transcend tribulations. This is not an exaggeration, but a real and tangible result. After all, who else could refine such terrifying heavenly lightning so casually like that person? Even after removing the terrifying destructive power within, it still retains the aura of the heavenly Tao completely. Ah! What merit or ability does Zhao Zheng possess to gain the favor of such a powerful figure? He casually bestows such precious essence of heavenly lightning. Does he even know how to use it properly? Giving it to him would be a complete waste. He smells so good. I really want to eat him. Shut up. Are you out of your mind? That person is still here, but it smells so good. Hey, just because you guys can't doesn't mean I can't. Dual cultivation can also bring in quite a bit of benefits. Heh, he's only at the golden core stage. How could he possibly break through your nascent soul stage? Give it a try. Seeing the three female elders, whose hair was already white, but whose faces were still pink and youthful. Casting their wolfish gazes at him, Zhao Zheng, who was still digesting the essence of heavenly lightning, couldn't help but shiver. Oh no, why does my lower back feel a little cold? Marula, it's after my kidneys. Dear group owner, please grant me the master's ring. I really don't want to be chewed up by that old bull. Unfortunately, Chen Yi didn't have time to pay attention to him at that moment. The heavenly Tao of this realm has a rather fierce temperament. Knowing it is no match for the heavenly Tao, it still stubbornly resists to the end and refuses to sit down and have a proper chat. Stop what you're doing. I'm giving you one last chance to sit down and talk things over, or I'm going to lose my temper. The only response Chen Yi received was a thick bolt of bronze-colored lightning. The way of heaven will never yield. Its will is filled with the determination to crush everything. Alas, the young heavenly Tao is impulsive and has never been beaten up, so he doesn't know how to be tactful. Chen Yi shook his head and sighed softly. If it were an ordinary one-star clone here, perhaps apart from merging with a two-star clone, there would really be no way to suppress the heavenly Tao of this world, which has already evolved into the laws of the tribulation transcending stage. After all, the heavenly Tao is a level higher, and being able to evolve the tribulation transcending law means being able to suppress cultivators in the tribulation transcending stage. But standing here now is a celestial body clone whose strength far surpasses that of an ordinary clone. Unaware of the difference in strength, how dare you challenge a celestial avatar? Buzz! In an instant, he vanished from the spot. The next second, suddenly an enormous humanoid Dharma image appeared in the void outside this realm. With just one palm, it could cover the entire continent of this realm. Without a doubt, if he wanted to, he could even refine the entire world. Sensing that terrifying pressure, the heavenly Tao's thoughts immediately became clear. Why are you hiding your abilities if you have them? If I had just taken it out earlier, wouldn't I have behaved? I'm so sorry, esteemed guest from afar. What would you like to discuss? Chen Yi smirked. See, isn't this how you talk properly? But I still prefer your arrogant self from earlier. Why don't you try to change back? That's what they say. But anyone who believes that is a fool. The heavenly Tao, which governs all things and all living beings, is not stupid. It remained respectful, even somewhat humble. I was ignorant and confused just now. My apology seemed insincere. It all comes down to the matter at hand. Just give me your orders. I will do what I can, and I will do my best even if I can't. Seeing that the heavenly Tao was indeed sensible, Chen Yi stopped pressing him and slowly said, "Wouldn't it have been over sooner? It's just asking you to change someone's fate. What a big deal. Why go to so much trouble? Yes, it's all my fault. I wonder whose fate you want to change." Tiandao's attitude was very sincere, and he dared not mention that it was Chen Yi, who had been harassing him unreasonably. Sacred Void Sect, Zhao Zheng. Chen Yi pointed out his target. Unbeknownst to them, The heavenly Tao was slightly flustered upon investigation and replied in an even more humble manner. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this person possesses the power of creation, which is outside my jurisdiction, and I cannot modify their destiny. Chen Yi had anticipated this and immediately gave clear instructions. Just forge a false destiny for him. Within your jurisdiction, transmigrators are all unregistered and generally not under the jurisdiction of the local heavenly Tao. Basically, unless they are exceptionally outstanding, the heavenly Tao will not even notice them. Just like Chen Yi, who was invited to join the Ziwei heavenly Tao because he was too outstanding. Even if it was a fake destiny, it could still prove that he was from the Ziwei continent. Similarly, Fang Zheng and Li Ruyan, although neither of them were outstanding, because of Chen Yi, the heavenly Tao could only politely invite them to join the organization. The benefits of being included in the official ranks are self-evident. With the special favor of heaven, one's path of cultivation is virtually unobstructed. But to Chen Yi's utter surprise, the heavenly Tao of this world was also so outstanding. How do you forge a false destiny? Chen Yi. Hey buddy, are you really that honest? There has never been a discrepancy in the accounts. 6. As we all know, the great Tao is 50, the heavenly Tao is 49, and humanity escapes to 1. This statement roughly means that the way of heaven is incredibly powerful, possessing the fundamental laws and principles governing all aspects of the world, including heaven and earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements, the changing seasons, and the cycle of life. However, it hasn't become completely awesome yet, because there's still a tiny bit of variable that it hasn't fully grasped, which means that the development of the world can't possibly follow the predetermined course of nature. To put it more simply, the Tao of Heaven is like an excellent system development software, while all things in the world are the supporting basic hardware. If the heavenly Tao wants to improve its performance, it must continuously optimize itself and develop the world, allowing the supporting hardware facilities to unleash greater potential and provide computing power. In this process, due to the uncontrollability of variables, various errors, defects, and malfunctions will inevitably occur. These problems may cause the software Tiandao to malfunction or even crash directly. Therefore, in order to prevent the collapse of the heavenly Tao, once a problem is discovered, it will patch it up. That is, when the accounts do not match, some data will be forged to fill the loopholes. Of course, these loopholes cannot be patched up by heaven's will. There must be a very solid foundation to keep the world running normally when problems occur, so that heavens will have time to check the accounts. This is where the importance of a powerful cultivator becomes apparent. The more outstanding the cultivator, the more powerful the component they are. Just like Chen Yi to the Ziwei heavenly Tao, because of Chen Yi's presence, the basic foundation of the world's laws is as stable as Mount Tai. The Ziwei heavenly Tao has endless trial and error costs, so no matter how recklessly it acts, there will be no major problems, and it can slowly deal with any backlog of bad debts. If Chen Yi were to leave, the Ziwei heavenly Tao would not be able to survive. It could even be said that Chen Yi disappeared 1 second ago, the Ziwei heavenly Tao collapsed the next second, and the end of the world arrived in the 3rd second. Of course, all that rambling wasn't to prove how awesome Chen Yi was, but rather to illustrate that any heavenly Tao with ambition will generally master the art of forgery to make something out of nothing. But the heavenly Tao of the flying star continent before us doesn't seem to know it. Does he lack ambition and simply develop in a step-by-step and honest manner? That's unlikely. Without ambition, it's impossible for the world's energy to be so shallow, evolving the laws of the tribulation transcending stage in less than 100 million years. So is it because there haven't been many bad deaths? That's even more impossible. Its evolutionary direction is the same as that of the Ziwei continent, both belonging to the cultivation side, and it has the most messy accounts. Moreover, there's Zhao Zhang, this unregistered transmigrator, who can take on most of the bad debts. It can't be that because the core business is strong enough. It doesn't matter if bad debts aren't dealt with, right? That shouldn't be the case. Although there are more nascent soul stage cultivators on the flying star continent, there isn't a single one who has transcended the tribulation stage. How stable can it be? After eliminating all the impossibilities, only one answer remained. There's something to it about the heavenly Tao of this flying star continent. Then let me ask you, when uncontrollable variables appear, causing widespread disorder of cause and effect and destiny, and greatly impacting the fundamental laws of the world, how do you as the heavenly Tao handle it? So, we need to set things right, get to the root of the problem, adapt to the changing circumstances, and reshape cause and effect to make up for the deficiencies. Hiss, I have to say, you're pretty awesome. Chen Yi gasped and asked again, can you always find the source? Sure, isn't that a simple thing? The flying star heavenly principles are perfectly reasonable, as if this were just a trivial matter. Chen Yi then asked, the world is so big and variables are constantly emerging. You can't possibly control everything, can you? Take Xiao Zhang, for example. If I hadn't mentioned him, would you have noticed? It is indeed impossible to control everything, but small variables do not affect the overall situation and may even be beneficial to promoting world development. Therefore, I usually wait until the scope of the variable's influence expands and only deal with it when it hinders the operation and development of the world. Are you just going to let it expand? Chen Yi's breathing quickened slightly as he asked urgently, aren't you afraid that everything will spiral out of control and ultimately lead to the complete collapse of the world? Fei. Xing Tiandao paused, slightly puzzled, and said, I don't quite understand what you mean. As long as we make corresponding adjustments based on the variables, how could the world collapse? Is there ever a time when you can't handle it? Yes, but I can't handle situations like this. Your strength is beyond my capabilities, so I can only avoid your sharp edge and seek peace. Chen Yi began to feel a chill run down his spine. No, why do you take it all for granted? Are you still a normal heavenly Tao? All other heavenly Taos evolve from 49, but yours evolves from 49 and a half. Controlling variables, utilizing variables, even manipulating variables. What? Is this escaped variable your toy? I originally thought that Ziwei Tiandao, who had fallen from the pseudo-immortal realm, was already brave enough, but I didn't expect there to be other experts among them. The fact that one can reach the stage of evolving the tribulation transcending law simply by honestly and diligently following the steps is enough to prove that the original operating mechanism derived from the flying star heavenly Tao is superior, more efficient, and smoother than the purple star heavenly Tao. In particular, after the Ziwei heavenly Tao dropped in level, it frequently applied fake patches, making its core source complex and cumbersome. It can be said that apart from the fact that its historical aura is far superior to that of the Fixing heavenly Tao, it has basically been completely overhauled in all other aspects. To put it more simply, the Ziwei heavenly Tao is a software program made up of a messy and chaotic mountain of code. Apart from being experienced and well-suited to basic hardware, it is utterly useless. And what about Flying Star Heavenly Path? It's a top-tier engine with excellent optimization, but unfortunately, people don't know how to use it properly, and its performance is less than 1/10 of what it's capable of. However, if the advantages of both are combined, then one's own Ziwei heavenly Dao can quickly return to the pseudo-immortal level, and if given more time, it is not impossible for it to evolve into a perfect basic immortal law. Then will I still have to pitifully knock on the gates of the immortal realm, only to be chased and bitten by that barking dog, called the Immortal Tribulation? Hurry up and go to your Immortal Tribulation. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's Dao heart, which had not been stirred for many years, was suddenly agitated, and the long-lost feeling of surprise at encountering a supreme treasure welled up in his heart. At the same time, within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi himself immediately called upon the purple star heavenly Dao. Ziwei, come out here. I have something to ask you. Wow, that's fast. Ziwei Tiandao replied instantly. Yes. What does Yi want to ask? Chen Yi calmly said. After variables arise, can you not make up false patches, but instead conduct a comprehensive review, take advantage of the situation based on the source of the variables, reshape cause and effect to make up for the defects, and restore everything to rationality? Ziwei Tiandao paused for a moment, then became excited. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The workload involved would be so immense that would drive me to the brink of collapse. Even if you suppressed the fundamental laws of the world and could quickly revive me, it wouldn't work. I would still collapse at the slightest touch. It's simply impossible. Chen Yi remained non-committal, simply saying calmly, but the heavenly Dao has done it. Not only is its foundation far less solid than yours, it's so inexperienced that it can't even put up a fake patch. The purple star heavenly Dao paused for a long time before suddenly becoming intense. Brother Yi, are you saying you've discovered a young heavenly Dao with an exceptionally superior fundamental mechanism? Where is he? As long as I can obtain his fundamental principles, I will surely be able to eliminate the accumulated problems of the past years and regain my status in the pseudo-immortal realm. Yi Jie, you'll help me, won't you? I want seeing his own heavenly Dao. In such a useless state, Chen Yi shook his head with slight disdain. Wait, I'll bring it to you. Flying Star Continent. After a moment of silence, Chen Yi's one-star immortal body clone finally spoke. Give me a share of your core essence. This is a declarative sentence. Feixing Tiandao fell silent. What is the core essence? That's source code. If it were given out and he fully comprehends it, then he could do whatever he wants to alter and manipulate his own heavenly Dao, and the entire Flying Star Continent would also take on his shape. In principle, the Flying Star heavenly Dao cannot give it. But now, the principles are in his hands. Refusing to give them up means being instantly annihilated, whether you want to give it or not. If he insists, then I have no choice but to give it to him. Feixing Tiandao, with a very clear understanding, was quite decisive and directly split off a core source. Rumble! In an instant, the Flying Star Continent shook violently, reflecting the harm caused by the loss of the core essence of the heavenly Dao. Please remember the website 101tvvv.2 for the fastest chapter updates. However, the Flying Star Heavenly Dao's performance was truly amazing. The entire continent only shook slightly before returning to normal. Seeing this, Chen Yi carefully put away the core origin of the Flying Star Heavenly Dao, and then took out the 7 star-suppressing seals he was carrying. Don't worry, I won't take this for nothing. Here, take these. Since the other party was so decisive, he naturally couldn't be stingy. Such a promising path to success is well worth investing in. After all, if their own Ziwei Heavenly Dao fails, there's still the Feixing Heavenly Dao that can salvage the situation. Huh? These treasures formed from the stars, are they really for me? Fei Xingtiandao was quite pleasantly surprised. I thought it was a freebie, but I didn't expect to get something in return. This treasure, crafted from 7 large stars, is more than capable of suppressing the fundamental laws of the world when they are slightly turbulent, and it can even free up more power to deduce higher-level laws. I must say, this visitor from outside the region is quite nice. Chen Yi waved his hand. I'll give it to you as I say. I'll also teach you a technique that can accelerate the evolution of the world's laws. Do you want to learn it or not? Fei Xingtiandao paused, then tentatively asked, Is it the method of forging destiny that you just mentioned? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Forging a destiny is just one method. The mystery of this method lies in making the fake real, aiming to give full play to the subjective initiative of the heavenly Tao, accelerate the process of law deduction, and reduce the cost. Errors. I studied. Without the slightest hesitation, Fei Xingtiandao immediately expressed his firm will. Although he used variables to build a very solid foundation for himself, he was also limited by variables. The deduction of the laws has stagnated, and there is even a hint of regression. The method described by this distinguished guest from abroad is extremely suitable for solving the current predicament. How could he not want to learn? Chen Yi nodded slightly. All right, listen carefully. This method of turning falsehood into reality has different wonderful uses in different heavenly Taos. What I want to pass on to you is the profound experience derived from the Zhui heavenly Tao, which has undergone billions of years of vicissitudes, buzz, buzz, buzzes, the sky above the flying star. Continent trembled slightly. The Tao of heaven had become clear to him, and he felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. 2.5 hours passed. This process of teaching honest people to be bad should have just come to an end as a senior heavenly Tao expert imparts heavenly Tao experience to a novice. After a quick practice session, the one who had learned the flying star heavenly Tao respectfully said, "Thank you, sir, for imparting the Dharma. You should be the teacher of this world." A magnificent celestial sound resounded throughout the entire flying star continent. Countless beings looked up at the sky in bewilderment, and a blurry, towering figure inexplicably appeared in their eyes. His true face was not seen, and his voice was not heard. All that was known was that this person was the celestial master of this realm. Wow, I don't know why, but I suddenly really want to swear. Celestial master, master of heaven's way, we must kowtow to you, the master of God. Then I definitely have to kowtow to him, celestial master. Celestial master. Countless creatures chanted loudly, starting sparsely, but gradually becoming more unified. The immense sound swept across the universe, shook the earth, and stirred up ocean waves. Chen Yi hadn't expected flying star heavenly Tao to pull this stunt. It's kind of embarrassing to admit, but after venturing into several worlds, some called him Celestial Venerable, some called him Heavenly Emperor, and some even called him Heavenly Demon. Being called Celestial Master feels pretty good. Celestial Master, now I understand. What destiny do you intend to assign to Zhao Zheng? And what should be done with his 2 younger sisters? Fei Xingtiandao asked respectfully. Chen Yi said calmly, just give him the destiny of an unparalleled genius. I need him to improve his cultivation quickly so that I can put it to use, but we can't force him to grow too fast. As for his 2 sisters, you can decide what to do with them. I understand. Fei Xingtiandao first affirmed, then hesitated and said, but his current condition doesn't seem very good. Should we help him? Chen Yi lowered his gaze, glanced at Zhao Zheng, who was being pulled into a fusion stage by 3 old women in the fusion stage, and gently shook his head. No need. I'm not in a hurry to leave anyway. I'll take this opportunity to help him abstain from lust, so that this guy won't be unable to move when he sees a woman. After saying that, she accidentally muted Zhao Zheng in the chat group. Then, that day, Zhao Zhengning's unyielding back broke. There's nothing else to it. It's just that the Tao body of a nascent soul cultivator is too hard. A light touch would shatter a golden core cultivator. He was like a rotten piece of seaweed, limp and helpless, manipulated at will, tears of regret streaming down his face, until sunrise the next day. After Chen Yi had largely finished analyzing the core essence of the flying star Heavenly Tao and confirmed that nothing had been missed, he then contentedly tossed the life soul ring to Zhao Zheng. Only after the suicidal subject, who had lost all will to live, finally managed to escape their misery, did the chat group task system reluctantly provide a settlement evaluation. Ding. The group owner has exceeded the task requirements again, and the process was much more difficult than the original task requirements. The task reward is being recalculated. Please wait. It's a friendly reminder. The request for assistance has been completed, and the heavenly Tao of this realm has also discovered you. Do you wish to return immediately? Open the door quickly. It's okay to claim the mission rewards later, but the heavenly Tao itself is already extremely anxious. The optimization was already poor. If it dragged on any longer, Chen Yi was afraid that he would break down from anxiety. He's nearly 10 billion years old, yet he's still as impatient as a young man. That's so lame. The way of heaven is omnipresent and takes countless forms. It could be an inconspicuous stone by the roadside, a drop of ordinary fresh water in the ocean, or even a hoe being swung in a field. But most likely, she'll remain like she is now, transforming into a fluffy little gluttonous cat, circling around Chen Yi, constantly licking her tongue and meowing. It has to be said that it's really hard to resist the cuteness of nature. Cute is a common adjective, but the way of heaven is cute itself. Even Chen Yi's Tao heart, which had been tempered through countless trials, was melted by the cuteness. You actually resorted to such despicable tactics. Haji Tendu, you bastard. When nature itself acts cute, no one can resist. Therefore, when the immortal avatar that was carrying out the mission returned, Chen Yi's main body immediately stuffed the core essence of the flying star Heavenly Tao, which had already been refined. Once, into the mouth of the purple star Heavenly Tao. Meow! The heavenly gluttonous cat let out a satisfied groan, patted its belly with its pink paws, then lay down on the ground and went straight to sleep. Unfortunately, his core driving force was far too complex and cumbersome to simultaneously govern the world and load the flying star Heavenly Tao core driving force for self-optimization. Simply put, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao needs to shut down for a system upgrade. So here's the question. With the main program of Heavenly Tao going offline, will the world host also crash? Logically speaking, this was an inevitable result. But Ziwei Tiandao remained completely calm and slept soundly. Chen Yi remained silent, only sending out his immortal clones. Although he doesn't have the ability to freely control the laws of heaven and earth like the Heavenly Tao, he still has some strength. One celestial avatar pushes away the sun, another celestial avatar chases away the moon. A single immortal avatar can subdue the 4 seas. A single immortal avatar can suppress the 8 wastelands. The remaining clones sit alongside the main body in the center, suppressing the turbulent fundamental laws and ensuring that the entire world can function normally, even without the intervention of the Heavenly Tao. It must be said that maintaining the operation of a world is far more troublesome than directly refining a world. But there's no other way. The mess left behind by the Heavenly Tao must be shouldered by oneself, at the same time. As the aura of the heavenly Tao faded away, the venerable Yuji emerged and overwhelmed the entire world, causing cultivators on the Ziwei continent to feel apprehensive. Inside an ancient hall, dozens of powerful cultivators gathered, with the lowest cultivation level being the late stage of the integration realm. Those who had just entered the integration realm, or even the middle stage, were not qualified to participate in this gathering. Indeed, these are the old guys who have suppressed their cultivation for 10,000 years and dared not break through. Some are the ancestors of great sects, some are emperors of alien races, and there are even a few old monsters who survived from the era of ascension. Every single one of them was a peerless genius with a stellar reputation in the past. Although the Ziwei continent has dropped in level, it is still a giant, and its talented people are still plentiful. The wind is quite noisy today. An elder of a great sect picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and spoke with a rather indifferent tone. I just don't understand. Wasn't that kid so close to Tiandao that they were practically inseparable? Why did he suddenly cause this commotion today? Could it be that he's trying to bring Tiandao himself? The White Tiger King, who had lived for 8,000 years yet still possessed boundless vitality, was filled with astonishment. Who knows? Maybe it was something he felt while undergoing his 81st tribulation to become an immortal a while ago. You all know him. He always manages to pull off some incomprehensible tricks. An elder from an ancient holy site shrugged. But speaking of which, he's really a monster. A few days ago, I went to the outer realms to find materials for refining weapons, and guess what I saw? An elderly man, shirtless and revealing a back full of explosive muscles, suddenly spoke. Mysteriously. Explain in detail. I also sensed a great commotion outside the realm, but I really don't know the specifics of what happened. Stop keeping me in suspense, or I might drag you outside for a one-on-one fight. The group of old folks immediately became interested. They used to love chirping that cricket kid when they had nothing to do, but lately he's been inexplicably quiet, and they're running out of things to talk about. They desperately need some new material to liven up their boring lives. The muscular old man grinned and said succinctly, "That kid only needed to send out 2 clones to wipe out the lair of the extraterrestrial demons." After a brief silence, the enthusiasm followed. "You're bragging. I admit that kid's clones are indeed quite something, but how many times has he raided the demon's lair? Every time, he's deployed more than 10 clones. Do you think 2 are enough? Hiss, it seems like he's playing us. Damn it, you dare to mess with me? Let's go outside and fight one-on-one." The Black Dragon King, known for his volatile temper, immediately tried to attack him. However, the muscular old man merely smiled contemptuously, slapped away the Black Dragon King's claws, retreated to the back of the hall, and looked down on the entire scene, exuding an air of being the only one sober in a world of drunks. Heh, you bunch of blockheads, haven't you noticed that kid is getting more and more freakish? I can tell you with certainty that everything I saw was real. I even secretly approached the evil one's lair and took a look. Not a single demon was left inside. Especially just 2 days ago, I had just found the materials to return from deep space, and I happened to run into him carrying back a lump of rotten flesh with a gun. If nothing unexpected happens, then that should be the mother of the demonic offspring. I dare say that his 2 clones are definitely not ordinary clones. Their auras are extremely ethereal, and they even directly entered the depths of the cosmic void that devours spiritual energy. Therefore, I suspect that after failing to become an immortal for the 81st time, he found an alternative way to become an immortal. Brothers, Anyone have any ideas? How about we go over there and gang up on him, force him to reveal his thoughts? I'm not bragging, but if I just punch him once, he'll be kneeling down. Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present gasped, their eyes widened like saucers, and with trembling hands, they picked up their cups and simultaneously lowered their heads to drink their tea. Especially the Black Dragon King, who was just shouting about wanting a one-on-one fight, moved incredibly fast, sliding back to his seat like an eel, looking down at his claws. Hiss! Those claws are really claws. Hey, wait, he can't hear us cricketing here. Do you guys have to be so scared? The muscular old man looked surprised. Weren't these old folks usually all big talkers? Why are they all acting so serious today? What? Could it be that kid is here? Huh. Don't be ridiculous. This ancient hall was left over from when the Ziwei continent was still a pseudo-immortal realm. It contained some immortal restrictions. Even that kid would have to knock before he could get in. Did you hear a knock on the door? Anyway, I didn't hear it. Wrong. The old man, whose muscles were so developed that he was a bit slow on the uptake, suddenly realized what was happening. In this world, who can make this group of old people, who have already reached the pinnacle of their abilities, become obedient and lovable? That's right. Who else could it be but him? Spicy! I just said that. How could I forget again? This kid has become more and more abnormal since he failed his 81st attempt at becoming an immortal. It makes perfect sense that he can come in without knocking. Unfortunately, he realized this a little too late and could only accept it. Because a calm voice had already drifted from the main entrance. Sect leader of the Extreme Dao Weapon Sect, it's been a long time. I think I just heard you say that I would kneel down after just one punch? It's all over. The arrogant mindset of the Supreme Dao Weapon Sect leader has completely collapsed. You beasts! You bunch of damned beasts! Why didn't you warn me when you knew that kid was coming? Aren't we all buddies? We always call each other brothers when we're joking around, but now that we're in trouble, you're the first to stab your brothers in the back, right? Zhang Kuang cursed venomously in his heart, but forced a bright smile onto his old face. Venerable Yuji, I wasn't finished speaking. What I really wanted to say was that if I threw one punch at you, you would have to kneel down and beg me not to die. Despite being somewhat dim-witted, he was not stupid. In fact, he was quite quick-witted and soon managed to make up for his boast. Chen Yi didn't take it to heart. After all, these old folks had been secretly cricketing at him for quite some time. As long as they weren't bragging in front of him, there was no need to pursue it, but he took the matter to heart. After all, he had caught old Deng red-handed, so he couldn't pretend he hadn't heard anything. He immediately went up to Zhang Kuang and shook hands with him. What are you saying? If I ever need your help in the future, why would I kill you? Click, click. A chilling sound of bones breaking echoed through the ancient hall. Some of the assembled veterans couldn't bear to look directly at him, so they turned their gaze away. But Zhang Kuang was a tough guy. Even with the bones in one of his arms completely shattered into powder, he didn't utter a sound, and even responded with a beaming smile. Not at all, not at all. If there's anything you need from me in the future, just let me know. Chen Yi was not going to mince words and spoke bluntly. The heavenly Tao is going to re-establish the laws of immortality. All of you seniors here can no longer hold back. Please all break through and transcend tribulations. This is also a declarative sentence. The assembled veterans at their peak immediately fell silent. Breaking through the tribulation is something you make up so easily. But what about my life? I ask you, who among you can withstand a single bolt of purple, heaven divine lightning? Even if some can withstand the first wave, what about the remaining 48 waves? Oh right, it's not just the 49 purple heaven divine lightning bolts. We also have to thank Venerable Yuji for risking his life to prove that 49 purple heaven divine lightning bolts are not the limit. The secrets of heaven have been updated once again, and there are still 32 chaos divine lightning bolts to come. Who would dare to face such a terrifying tribulation to become an immortal? Do you really think everyone is as twisted as you? If you want to undergo the tribulation to become an immortal, then undergo it. If you don't want to, then run away. If it were them, once they were locked onto by the tribulation of becoming an immortal, there would be no other outcome but death and annihilation. But looking at the Venerable Yuji, who was blocking the gate with a smile and no words, if I dared to disagree, would I still be able to go home today? The group of combined level elders struggled to look at the Taizhou Holy Land Patriarch, who had a close personal relationship with Chen Yi. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Since you're close to him and can talk to him, you should try to persuade him. We don't want to die, and neither do you, right? The Patriarch of the Taizhou Holy Land simply sighed softly, put down his teacup, and stood up. Ah, I knew my left eyelid had been twitching lately, so this was what was waiting for me. He suddenly changed the subject and said with righteous indignation, 7,003, 8,004. Now this old Taoist has lived for 8,821 years. And only 1,000 years of lifespan is left. Rather than prolonging my life, I would rather live towards death. It is our duty to help heaven restore the immortal laws. Of course, I have one request. When I break through to the tribulation, nothing related to you is allowed to appear. Backstab, and backstab again. Did you, old Deng, secretly plot with that pervert a long time ago? Are they just waiting for this tea party to start, so they can take them all down at once? Ha ha ha. Chen Yi laughed and cupped his hands in greeting. Senior Xuangsu is still so insightful and righteous. When the heavenly Tao reopens the immortal path, I, Chen, will certainly assist you in forging an immortal body. The hearts of the group of old Deng, who had been hanging in suspense, were finally dead. The terms have all been agreed upon, and you still say you're not plotting something. Well, I never expected that someone as venerable as Xuangsuzi would do something so shameless and ruthless. Bah! We are ashamed to be associated with you. Xuangsuzi paid no attention to the resentful looks, and instead smiled and pointed at Chen Yi. Then I'll take your good wishes. If this old Taoist survives, I'll be chasing after you for this immortal body if you don't give it to me. Chen Yi remained silent, simply continuing to demonstrate. Sizzle. In an instant, a powerful aura of immortal energy filled the entire hall, and a small mountain made of immortal stones appeared, emitting a hazy and dazzling light that instantly blinded the eyes of the group of peak nascent soul cultivators. Hiss! What's this? It smells so good. I want some. This? Could this be a celestial essence stone? Ah, this feels so good. With an excited heart and trembling hands, my body moved forward uncontrollably. Bang! A dark halberd suddenly pierced straight into the front of the immortal essence stone mountain, and a terrifying force swept out, instantly repelling the old men of the integration realm, who couldn't help but reach out. Chen Yi calmly surveyed the group and said indifferently, "Everyone, as I said, please undergo your tribulation first." Only the strong can enjoy the fruits of victory. The group of old men who had reunited fell into a deathly silence once again. While condensing an immortal body is desirable, their lives are clearly more important. They still have a long lifespan ahead of them, and don't want to take such a big risk. Seeing how easily these two scoundrels could resist temptation, Chen Yi was utterly disappointed. If he were a true and upright member of the Ziwei clan, why would he need the help of these spineless cowards? He could single-handedly elevate the Ziwei heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He was a time traveler. No matter how well or flawlessly the fake destiny was arranged, it was still fake. Although he was not born of the Ziwei continent, he could help the Ziwei heavenly Tao suppress everything, but he could not help it improve its ability to deduce the laws of immortality. We still have to rely on these cowardly old men. To be honest, the heavenly Tao of Ziwei has been too lenient with them. If they don't want to break through, they don't have to, allowing them to occupy the position without doing anything, consuming a lot of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is this correct? In the past, Chen Yi had turned a blind eye to things because of Ziwei Tiandao. The heavenly Tao of Ziwei is asleep now. The opportunity has already been given. Since you don't want to be dignified, then we'll help you be dignified. I'd like to see who can protect you now. Ziwei heavenly Tao is like a loving mother. No matter how naughty her children are, as long as they don't cross the line, she will usually choose to be tolerant. But Chen Yi is different. If the child misbehaves, he'll pull out 7 wolves. Don't let his young age fool you. He might not even be as old as the grandsons of these old men who have all joined forces. In this world, strength is the standard that determines one's potential. Since they just can't see the situation clearly, then let's fight. Since it seems you're all unwilling, I won't force you. I urge you all to give it your all. Perhaps there's a way out. The words had barely left his mouth. The halberd is swung. In an instant, a terrifying force field distorted the void, causing the group of combined-level old men to sway precariously. Wait! The old men's eyes suddenly cleared. It was a simple choice: be struck by lightning or be brutally beaten to death. After all, going through the abnormal tribulation to become an immortal is a perilous journey with a slim chance of survival, but at least there is a glimmer of hope that one can disintegrate and rebuild as a wandering immortal. But facing this monster would mean certain death. You would be brutally beaten to death. Zhang Kuang, the leader of the extreme Tao weapon sect, spoke first. I think Senior Xuangsu is right. Rather than die in silence, we should burn our remaining years to create a moment of brilliance and assist the heavenly Tao. It is our duty. Hey, as expected of a great sect leader, his face changes so quickly, and he's got a whole repertoire of pretty words. The other members of the team, including Old Deng, did not dare to delay and immediately expressed their opinions. Indeed, everyone must die eventually. It's better to die a glorious death than to die quietly. Being the fool who challenges the immortal tribulation is akin to being reckless, but it's closer to courage than cowardice. Only by helping heaven to reopen the immortal laws can we survive. Otherwise, we will only become a pile of bones 100 years from now. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. All 27 peak stage cultivators, without exception, expressed their unwavering determination to help the heavenly Tao reopen the path to immortality. That's excellent. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction and slowly sheathed his halberd. These cowards are just despicable. They won't listen to reason. They'll only submit when you put a halberd to their necks. What? You think you can play the ostrich and get your heavenly mother to plead for you? Don't be naive, he won't wake up anytime soon. Tisk, why are you doing this? Xuangsuzi, who was the first to surrender, shook his head and remained seated leisurely in his chair, even taking a sip of tea. Unlike those who blindly bid for their prizes, without understanding the situation. There was a reason why he was able to strike up a conversation with Chen Yi. For example, when Chen Yi greeted him just now, he agreed without hesitation. Although we often tease this kid, he's really decisive when it comes to real trouble. He was like a wild beast that never stopped running, and anything that dared to block his way would be mercilessly smashed to pieces. Whether you get bombarded by the Ascension Tribulation or by him, you're going to get bombarded anyway. Why not take advantage of the fact that he's still giving you a friendly look and obediently do as he says, and maybe even win him over? If you're lucky enough to survive the pressure of the Ascension Tribulation, you might be able to get on the good side of the Tribulation controlling Venerable. As a result, one or two of them seemed to have lost their minds and insisted on holding hands and awkwardly blocking the way, really thinking that he would indulge them like the way of heaven. Therefore, there are reasons why they don't get along with Chen Yi. Compared to these guys, my sense of propriety should carry more weight in his eyes, right? Thinking of this, Xuangsuzi immediately put down his teacup and said naturally, "Yi Jie, since everyone agrees to contribute to the reopening of the immortal laws of the heavenly Tao, then please return to the illusionary star cave heaven to temporarily avoid the limelight." After all, the tribulation of becoming an immortal recognizes people, and if you are there, we will be under great pressure. Well, I know what I'm doing. You just need to go and break through near the lair of the extraterrestrial race. There are cosmic voids there that can conceal your aura to the greatest extent. Also, if you break through together, it will greatly distract the Immortal Tribulation. As for how many of you will survive in the end, that's up to fate. Chen Yi nodded slightly and calmly presented his solution. Strictly speaking, the tribulation transcending stage is not a realm, but rather a state that beings in the lower realms achieve after breaking through the limits of mortal beings, a state that is close to immortality. In this state, its power has exceeded the tolerance of the ordinary world, so the upper realm sends down the tribulation of immortality to test. If it passes, it will ascend to immortality. If it fails, it will die and its path will be extinguished. There's no way to hide. The aura of living beings in their near-immortal state is particularly intense and obvious. In the perception of the heavenly Tao in the upper realm, they are like a fireball in the darkness, both bright and hot. The reason Chen Yi was able to dodge was mainly due to the fact that when he was first beaten during the tribulation of becoming an immortal, he felt the gaze of the heavenly Tao eye of the immortal realm amidst the great terror of life and death. Now that we know, he locks onto us through this special vision that spans all the heavens and myriad realms, things become much easier. Chen Yi immediately developed a method to absorb this vision. Without the visual feedback, the heavenly Tao of the upper realm would naturally lose sight of its target, which is why it was able to run away immediately whenever it sensed something was wrong during a challenge. However, this method cannot be taught to others, because not everyone can perceive this special gaze like he can. Moreover, after failing to kill him 81 times in a row, the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm has become increasingly sinister. Even Chen Yi would fall victim to it if he was not careful, let alone those who cannot see these gazes, so everything depends on them. All Chen Yi can do is force them into it and tell them where there are fewer people around. It's completely impossible for this bunch of oddballs to survive the tribulation to become immortals, but if they're lucky, they might be able to survive. However, Xuangsuzi Lading completely ignored his well-intentioned reminder and instead felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He didn't object to me calling him that. Doesn't this mean that if the old Taoist priest survives this time, they can become even closer, perhaps even be allowed to visit his illusionary star cave? Who knows? Maybe he can even make some reasonable requests. Thinking of this, Xuangsuzi's fear of the tribulation to become an immortal vanished instantly, and he immediately waved his sleeve. All right, thank you for the reminder, Yaijir. I'll be going now. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into the outer realm. He could have broken through his limits long ago, but he didn't have the courage to face the monstrous tribulation of becoming an immortal, so he suppressed his cultivation and lived for thousands of years. Now that Yaijir has given him courage, why should he be cowardly? Anyway, everyone is breaking through together, and the immortal tribulation may not kill everyone. After the old Taoist Xuangsuzi led the way and left, Chen Yi turned to look at the still hesitant old men who had reached the integration realm. And you guys? Are you going to have to wait so long for me to pay you? The 27 peak level combined experts shivered in unison. No, don't move, I can walk by myself. Let's go. There's no more fun. Let's do it. They had considered hiding and waiting for the storm to pass, but if they did that, they would face Chen Yi's cruel revenge. Could the gentle heavenly Delper protect them? Well, let's go anyway. Since everyone is breaking through together, the Ascension Tribulation may not kill everyone. Swish, swish. 27 streaks of light streaked across the sky and disappeared into the vast, boundless depths of space. Chen Yi stood there silently for a long time, finally letting out a soft sigh. Ziwei, if you couldn't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it for you. Don't blame me. Since we chose optimization, we can only see it through to the end. That day, thunder roared through the deep sky. This caused a tremor even on the Ziwei continent, hundreds of millions of miles away. Although people were a little panicked, they were not in chaos and continued to do what they were supposed to do. Only some elderly people had the leisure to sit down and chat. Wow, Venerable Yuji is moving quite fast lately. Yes, it used to happen once every 10 years or so, but now it happens twice in less than a month. Venerable Yuji is getting more and more powerful. He can always make such a big commotion. I heard he's only about 800 years old. He's definitely more powerful than those immortals who are thousands of years old. It's great to be young. I could make quite a stir when I was young. Old Wang, you're joking again. I live right next door. Every night I'm either exhausted or sleepy, and I've ruined your wife's temper. Sigh. It's all tears. I have to say, your partner is still the gentlest. Mu Chen overheard the idle chatter of the old men at the entrance of a village. Unlike ordinary people, he, as a peak nascent soul cultivator, saw things much more clearly. The thunder coming from the outer space was not caused by Venerable Yuji, but by the annihilation that those poor peak integration realm seniors were suffering. What exactly is Yi up to? Isn't he usually a recluse in the illusionary star cave, keeping a low profile and not showing off? Why have you been so flamboyant lately? First, he coaxed the Heavenly Dao to sleep so he could take control of the world. Then he forced the peak stage integration realm experts to break through and transcend tribulations. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning again during the tribulation of becoming an immortal if you're so arrogant? Hiss? Something's not right. It's definitely not right. Mu Chen felt his eyelids twitching, which was not a good sign. After much deliberation, I decided to send a private message to a former group member. Back to all beings, group owner of Group 98, Chu Nan, are you there? The other party quickly marked the message as read, but remained silent for a long time without replying. Mu Chen's lips suddenly twitched violently. So this is what it feels like to have your message read, but not replied to. How pretentious! No wonder Yi wanted to come and be himself. Even he himself couldn't stand it. But unfortunately, he needed someone's help, so no matter how unhappy he was, he could only continue to send messages in a humble manner. Back to all beings, group owner of Group 98, Chunan, I know you're here. Sending you there was a last resort, but didn't it turn out well? You must be doing better in your new home than in your old one, right? With his back to everyone, Chunan, I know you're angry with me. Have you forgotten? Who saved you in your time of need? Who helped you fend off Lin Hao multiple times? We were once like brothers, how have we become strangers? Or have you forgotten your brothers back home after moving to a new place? After reading the message and remaining silent for 2.5 minutes, Xiao Chunan couldn't help but reply. The fallen genius, Xiao Chunan, like brothers, ha! I won't even mention how you used me, but when I went to accept a mission, you took 50% of the group owner's commission, and then insisted on taking another 50% as a handling fee. Is this what you call like brothers? I'll give you a piece of my mind, to fallen genius, but I really have to thank you. It's because of you that I was able to join such a great group chat. Everyone here is talented, speaks so nicely, and even their backstabbing is done openly and honestly. The group admin is also incredibly generous. Not only does he never take a cut of projects, but he also provides tons of benefits. This group chat is nothing like the one you manage. Everyone's scheming and backstabbing, even worse than the shady workplaces of my previous life. It's a miracle I transmigrated. Otherwise, you heartless boss would be hanging from a lamppost sooner or later. Mu Chen remained silent for a moment, offering no rebuttal. Isn't that how everyone does it? If the rewards for group members are not taken, how can the group owner improve their performance by relying solely on the 50% extra share? And where is this commission high? Don't talk nonsense. Being a group leader is very difficult. Compared to other groups, my commission is considered very low. Sometimes you should look for the reasons within yourself. Have your cultivation levels increased over the years? Have you been taking on tasks seriously? But no matter what, it's a good thing that he replied. Mu Chen continued to send messages with a shameless grin. With his back to all beings, Chunan, there hasn't been anything big happening in your group lately, has there? You know, I'm in the same realm as your group leader, and he seems to be acting a bit strange lately. The fallen genius. No comment. Also, please don't message me anymore. I'm afraid the group admin will misunderstand. With his back to everyone. Wait, I genuinely saved your life. You can't even grant me this small request. With his back to everyone. Chunan, why haven't you read this? Did you turn on Do Not Disturb? With his back to everyone. No, Chunan! Aye! Mu Chen was a little red hot. Not only did he fail to find out any information, but he also got scolded for nothing, which made him feel terrible. At the same time, after setting up the Do Not Disturb mode, Xiao Chunan felt refreshed. It wasn't that he didn't want to block the old group owner directly, but rather that his permissions weren't high enough to block a group owner level figure. However, it's also nice to have Do Not Disturb mode enabled. At least there are no annoying notification sounds to affect your mood. Now he is using the clan's Spirit Emperor treasure to build a nest, just as the group leader requested. This is like dancing on a knife's edge. Without clear instructions from the group leader, he dares not reveal himself and close the net. He will not tolerate any interference from outsiders. The group owner seems a bit off. Do you think I wouldn't know if my own group admin is acting right? He just sent a red envelope in the group as encouragement. On another note, He messaged me privately to ask for information and tried to discredit the group admin. Should I tell the group admin about this? Etc. Wrong. There are 2 other old friends in the group, so he couldn't possibly only message me privately. I need to report this quickly, otherwise the credit will go to someone else. Thinking of this, Xiao Chunan immediately brought up the group chat interface. Unfortunately, he was too late. A mind burdened by affairs can never turn as fast as someone who lies down and cultivates themselves. A chat group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 118 don't eat cilantro. Group owner. The group owner of Group 98 just messaged me privately. He not only wanted to find out the group's secrets, but he even said that you've recently encountered a serious problem and suspects you might not live much longer. Xiao Chunan. Zhao Gao. Goodness, it has to be you. You know how to exaggerate things. This is a fancy dividing line. This morning, I was hit with a deadly attack that sealed my path, leaving me somewhat disoriented and almost causing me to crash. Fortunately, I managed to refine the forbidden power in time, thus escaping unscathed. Finally, group member I really don't want to be sacrificed has changed his name to Fangfang. Please be aware that if anyone still uses the original name, please at the author and have him instantly refined. Having their credit stolen, Xiao Chunan and Zhao Gao, who were a step behind, shared some soup with the bystanders. The villain's self-redemption. Zhao Gao. Sister Yuan is right. The group owner of Group 98 has ulterior motives. Please investigate. D. The fallen genius. Xiao Chunan. This is the evidence. Chat screenshot to GG. I don't eat cilantro. Li Yuan. I'm also attaching evidence. Chat screenshot to PG. E-villains. Self-redemption. Zhao Gao. +1. Screenshot of chat log to GG. As it turns out, if you and your group members are truly on the same page, they won't try to outsmart you. Chen Yi glanced at the chat screenshot. Although it wasn't as outrageous as Li Yuan had said before, Mu Chen's intention to find out about his recent situation was still very obvious. However, it's understandable, since the recent commotion has indeed been quite significant. Ordinary people and low-level cultivators may not feel anything, but high-level cultivators, like those at the nascent soul and integration stages, are all feeling insecure. Unable to discern his own intentions, it's understandable that Mu Chen would try to find out about his current situation through the group members. Ignore it. On the contrary, he was deeply moved by the tragic past experiences of the 3 new group members. Looking at the heartbreaking words in those chat screenshots, it's unimaginable what kind of grievances they suffered in Group 98. After encountering such a heartless former group owner, it's no wonder that I've always been so cautious since joining this group. My humility is palpable. If they really suffer and dare to exploit my group members, then if they ever have the chance to visit the Ziwei continent in the future, I will definitely ask Mu Chen to come and give them a proper welcome. It should be known that the greatest taboo in spiritual practice is harboring resentment and not seeking revenge for every injustice suffered. The best way to get revenge on Mu Chen, that heartless group leader, is to exploit them by relying on his cultivation level. The best way is to surpass him in cultivation, then sit there with dignity and let him serve tea and water and greet you with a smile. Only this silent yet powerful form of revenge can thoroughly erase the dark experiences of the past. What? You said that Mu Chen's cultivation level is far higher than that of the 3 group members, and he is also the group leader with a lot of resources to improve, making it difficult for him to catch up and surpass? Just kidding. How bad could the resources be for someone who follows Chen Yi? To put it bluntly, just 3 minutes ago, Even the lowest scoring one of them managed to grab a 50,000-point red envelope. Although his income is slightly less than that of Mu Chen, who is the group owner, this is the limit of the chat group, not the limit of Chen Yi as the group owner. Leaving aside the various hidden benefits, just the free download of the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique, worth 800 million points, is enough to make you, Mu Chen, think twice. Moreover, following Chen Yi, the group leader, it's normal to eat 9 meals in 3 days, and sometimes, if you're lucky, you can even eat 9 meals in 1 day, just like now. Claim the reward from the last mission. Chen Yi, now that he had some free time, immediately began operating the system. The reward for the group member 2 Sleeves of Integrity is a sword immortal, who exceeded the request for help has been updated to 800 million points and 30 million group experience points. Ding! 800 million points have been credited to your account. Your current points balance is 1.1333 billion. Ding. Group member I really don't want to be sacrificed has completed the request for help. The group owner has credited 4 million points to your account. Your current point balance is 1.07 billion. The next second, system announcements popped up one after another in Group 108. Ding! The group owner has claimed the task reward. The group's experience points have increased by 30 million. Ding! Group member I really don't want to be sacrificed has claimed the quest reward. 500,000 experience points for this group. This group has reached level 39 and is still over 2 million experience points away from the next level. The group's daily sign-in system rewards have been upgraded. Group members can now receive 39,900 points for signing in daily. Now the group red envelope system has been upgraded. The daily maximum limit has increased to 390,000 points. Today's limit has been updated. Fang is quite capable. Wasn't it only 2 million points per round? The group owner gets an extra 50% cut, which is 4 million. Does that mean he made 8 million this time? Interesting. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing a hint of confusion, but more so, admiration for this group member. How difficult is it for a person to persevere? Fang Zheng can then answer this question. He was an unregistered transmigrator, lacking the destiny of this world, and thus often suffered from the machinations of the powerful forces, leading to a life full of hardships. The cheat code that was supposed to help him get through the beginner stage was also banned, and he could only rely on himself to survive in the turbulent environment. Despite this disastrous start, he was still able to cultivate to a combat power of 300,000 in just 20 years, making him comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator. If he hadn't been so incredibly unlucky, accidentally getting approached by the protagonist's son and causing the whole situation to collapse, he could have lived a very comfortable life without even joining the group. Rather than saying that his son Fang Fan is the protagonist, it would be more accurate to say that Fang Zheng is the true protagonist. What kind of skill is it to rise rapidly against the heavens by being favored by the heavens? You should know that when Chen Yi was young, he fought against the main characters. Even those who were not the main characters could not meet him. He eventually climbed to the top step by step, and finally conquered the lofty Ziwei Heavenly Dao, the protagonist. If it weren't for the fact that your father, Fang Fan, is Fang Zheng, I wouldn't even give you a second glance. It could be said that Chen Yi saw a reflection of his past self in Fang Zheng. Both had to rely on themselves, and both had to persevere and work hard. The only difference was that Chen Yi had higher cultivation aptitude and was able to quickly get through the difficult early survival period, while Fang Zheng was not. His aptitude was mediocre, And if it weren't for the protection of his family, he probably wouldn't have even made it through the novice period before perishing. Therefore, Chen Yi's high regard for Fang Zhang was not without reason. But then again, what exactly did this kid do with Zhao Gao? A request for help that normally requires 2 million points was turned into 8 million. There must be a reason for this. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me, and I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zhang, what's going on over there? Are you all right? As the group owner's most loyal follower, Fang Zhang, who had just arrived home and hadn't even caught his breath, naturally replied instantly. I really didn't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Thank you for your concern, group leader. I'm all right. This time, it was all thanks to the star-suppressing seal you bestowed upon me. Otherwise, Zhao Gao and I would have been in danger. It's clear that Fang Zhang was still shaken. Otherwise, according to his usual practice, he would have definitely added a bunch of praise for the group leader. Zhao Gao also quickly came out to explain. The villain's self-redemption, group owner, this turn of events was completely unexpected. 1 second Brother Fang was still taking down Lin Hao, and I was hiding behind him cheering him on, even having the mood to chat in the group. Unexpectedly, a crazy Saint Realm expert suddenly appeared a second later with a combat power of 20 million. He mistook Lin Hao for his long-lost son and charged towards Brother Fang. I was so shocked by that terrifying aura that my heart almost stopped. But Brother Fang is indeed Brother Fang. Despite the immense pressure, he remained calm and composed, even pushing Lin Hao aside before pulling out the star-suppressing seal bestowed upon him by the group leader and smashing it over the head of that Saint Realm old man. Seriously, that was awesome. The old man was smashed in the head and was bleeding profusely. He screamed and ran away on all fours, not even bothering to look after Lin Hao, his long-lost son. The above is the course of events. The increase in rewards was due to the change in the difficulty of the task. Finally, allow me to say this sincerely. Brother Fang, I think I've fallen in love with you. What should I do? After reading Zhao Gao's account of what happened, Chen Yi frowned and opened the task. Feedback panel. My group members defeated a powerful opponent with 20 million combat power, and the mission reward is only 8 million points? Can't you afford to give us points? A system busy. Please try again later. Of Chen Yi. After a moment of silence, he quietly closed the task panel and reopened the chat interface. At this moment, Fang Zhang felt slightly unwell. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, Zhao Gao. Don't mess around. I'm straight, and I already have a son. You'd better not become like Zhao Gao. The god of light is unemployed. Oh dear, our Lord Fangsang is panicking. A runner-up in the cultivation world. What's going on? Is my house haunted again? A swordsman with clean hands. Life is like a dream, the mortal world like an illusion. When I have weathered the storms, I have finally seen through everything. My heart is like a calm lake, with only my sword silently floating in the water. The cold palace holdout. Zhao Zhang, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you always sending out these weird and strange sentences? Have you seen through the illusions of life? I don't eat cilantro. He seems to be in a state of sanity all the time, but I have no proof. The fallen genius. Group owner. A big fish has gotten into my group. A great completion spirit saint with 66 million battle power. Shall we close the net? ATMD's Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. No rush. I'll continue to gather resources and await further instructions. For now, Chen Yi needs to focus on optimizing Ziwei Heavenly Dao to avoid any mishaps. he should put aside the matters in the chat group as much as possible, and only send a clone over to handle them if necessary. The fallen genius. Alright, I'll stay on standby then. KIA resident languishing in obscurity. Group owner. Group owner, look at me. I'm almost at 1,000,000 combat power now. Any work for me? I'm just signing in and training all day. I'm practically going moldy from boredom. I want to do some projects too. Liu Ruyan was truly terrified of poverty. Being an empress was a dull and boring life. Although she possessed the entire world, none of her ministers listened to her. She had no chance to indulge in luxury, so she would just browse the Myriad Realms Mall every day to relieve her boredom. But the premium beauty serum in the store is so expensive that I can't afford it with the basic allowance I get from signing in. The daily red envelopes from the group leader are just enough, and it's not satisfying at all. With her current combat power, she could easily earn hundreds of thousands of points by working on a single project. Doing several more would allow her to freely purchase top-tier beauty serums, and dozens more would even provide enough for a bath. Just thinking about it makes me happy. So, you damn group owner, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and give me some work to do. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Your current task is to focus on cultivation. If you want to do projects, wait until you reach 30,000,000 combat power. The group admin sent out a lucky draw red envelope with 390,000 points. Wow, that was fast. The cultivator's hand speed was no joke. The red envelope was gone as soon as it appeared. I really don't want to sacrifice myself to the heavens. Ha ha ha, thank you so much, group leader. Your vision is truly magnificent. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and unstoppable, like the yellow river overflowing its banks. The remaining 300 words can be expanded to TA resident stubborn in the cold palace. Thank you, group admin. I love how often you send out red envelopes. They're the fallen genius. Wow, I haven't even finished the project yet, and the group admin is already paying me. Just thinking about those awful days makes me want to cry. The villain's self-redemption. It's all in the past. Everything will be all right. With the group admin's help, I swear I will make something of myself and make those who once looked down on me look up to me. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. By the way, Zhao Gao, I haven't given you your share of the mission rewards yet. 30% of the 8 million is 2.4 million, but the group red envelope can only send a maximum of 390,000, so it will take 7 transfers to finish. If you're not in a hurry, I'd like to transfer it to you tomorrow. The villain's self-redemption. Brother Fang, do you need it urgently? If you do, use it first. If it's not enough, I'll go find Lin Hao again right now. I really don't want to sacrifice myself to the heavens. That's not what I meant. I was thinking that today was my first time working on a project, and I earned so many points. This wouldn't have been possible without the group leader's guidance. Seeing the group leader struggling with the daily limit on red envelopes and unable to give more benefits to the brothers in the group makes me feel bad. Today, I finally have the ability to work on projects and earn points, so naturally I want to help the group admin out. Therefore, I'd like to send out another full amount red envelope on behalf of the group admin. The villain's self-redemption. Brother Fang is a true friend. I can't let you pay for all of this. I'll take half from my share. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. You're such a jerk. But with your share, you should keep it for yourself. I get the lion's share, so this little bit won't bother me. They're the villain's self-redemption. Brother Fang, do you think I'm the kind of person who does odd jobs? You have to pay half the score, or I'll get mad at you. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. No need for further words. You can calculate your share yourself later. Let me handle it. This time, a group member I really don't want to be sacrificed sent a red envelope containing 390,000 points with the password. Group owner is the coolest. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. The group owner is the coolest. The group admin has secured 30,000 points. The villain's self-redemption. The group leader is the coolest. It's key. Your square shape really pleases me. Chen Yi was very pleased. He was usually the one sending red envelopes, and this was the first time he had ever received one. Although it was only 30,000 points, which was just a drop in the ocean for him, the feeling of being honored by his own child was exceptionally comforting. They've really grown up. ATMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Okay, let's leave it at that this time. Consider it sharing the joy of my first project. Don't post about it next time, since you didn't earn that much. Wait until you can easily earn hundreds of millions of points before posting. It won't be so difficult. And I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. The group admin is right. I will definitely work harder in my cultivation in the future, and strive to share more of your burden as soon as possible. The villain's self-redemption. Fang, G's nature, group admin, and I'm the same. I don't eat cilantro. Wow. Not only is the group admin so generous, but brother Fang Zheng is also very generous, getting so many points while I haven't contributed anything. I'm so ashamed. Here's what we've heard. Once the chat group reaches level 40, the location sharing function will be unlocked, allowing for offline meetups. Everyone can come find me then, the runner-up in the cultivation world. Really, baby? Anything is fine. The group owner has muted member runner-up in the Immortal Cultivation world for 30 hours. The God of Light is currently unemployed. I can't wait any longer, baby. God of Light withdrew a message while unemployed. Ye light God, unemployed. Wrong post. I meant to say thank you to the group admin for providing such a wonderful environment. Every time I think of the group admin's imposing figure, I can't help but want to bow down to him. My admiration is like a surging river, endless and unstoppable, like the yellow river overflowing its banks. Really, group admin, believe me. I'm not a simp. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. The group owner has muted member Light God, unemployed for 30 hours. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. My two. Brothers, listen to my advice. Beauty is harmful to your health. Give it up if you can. Women will only slow down your sword drawing speed. I don't eat cilantro. Zhao Zheng, something's really wrong with you. You used to be saying you wanted to see my legs all the time. Why have you become so unfamiliar lately? A swordsman with clean hands and a pure heart is nothing more than someone who has weathered many storms. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. What's wrong with you, kid? How come you're even stealing my lines? A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Don't ask, it's all thanks to the group admin's good intentions. I've been reborn, and all that's left in my heart is perseverance. Oh, damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Cultivate well. Your environment is good. By the way, please give my regards to the Flying Star Heavenly Tao. Tell it that his core essence is very useful, and if I succeed, I will share my experience with him. The sword immortal with clean sleeves. Okay, I have conveyed your message. He said it was his honor to be able to help you, and you are welcome to come back as a guest if you have time. You will always be the celestial master of the Flying Star continent. The ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation, is still chasing me. Okay, I understand. After sending the message, Chen Yi closed the chat. Interface stopped chatting in the group and instead looked up at the sky. At this moment, the booming thunder gradually subsided, and the terrifying pressure of the Ascension Tribulation, which had been faintly visible, began to slowly recede. I wonder how many of those combined old men will survive. Surely there can't be none. Long ago, the tribulation to become an immortal was very gentle. At most only 9 ordinary heavenly lightning bolts would descend. If one could not withstand it, a few more might be reduced to show the leniency of the upper realm. It can be said that as long as one's foundation is relatively solid, it is easy to ascend to immortality. Therefore, countless great cultivators flock to it, and even some nascent soul stage cultivators with flawed foundations dare to take a gamble. If they are lucky, they will succeed. Even if they fail, they can disintegrate and rebuild as a tribulation-dispersed immortal. In other words, the previous path to immortality was very easy, so easy that even the most unremarkable people could pass through it. But things are different now. The abnormal tribulations to become immortals are becoming increasingly abnormal. They don't care about this or that. Even if the quality is far superior to that of ancient cultivators, it's not acceptable if one of them is worth 5 or 6 deformed and broken dates from the past. A single bolt of lightning shattered my dream of becoming an immortal, making people exclaim that I'm at the fusion stage. This is the true picture of the 28 peak stage nascent soul cultivators on the Ziwei continent. No. It should be said that they are in their final form after breaking through to the tribulation transcending stage. There was no way around it. The Ascension Tribulation was simply too abnormally powerful. Even though all 28 of them broke through at the same time, greatly dispersing the pressure on each of them, the power of the purple, heaven divine lightning was still too fierce. Extremely fierce and powerful. It destroys everything. Even if you want to disintegrate and rebuild your immortality, it's impossible. As long as your primordial spirit dares to leave your physical body, it will be melted by the scalding yang lightning power. Under such high pressure, flaws that are not easily noticed in normal times are magnified infinitely. Even though they are all at the peak of the fusion realm and are undergoing tribulation, there are still differences between them. People like Zhuangxuzi, the patriarch of the Taixu Holy Land, have a solid foundation in Tao and profound cultivation. Even when facing the high pressure of the tribulation to become an immortal, they can still move freely. With a furrowed brow, they quietly protect everyone in front of them. Take, for example, the arrogance of the leader of the extreme Tao weapon sect. He is known for his arrogance, and naturally he has the right to be arrogant. Remember us, HononOneCanshu.com. Don't be fooled by the fact that Chen Yi easily shattered one of his arms. In reality, he possessed a body that had reached the great perfection of the horizontal refinement Tao body, making him incredibly resilient. In the era of ascension, even immortals who had undergone tribulation and ascended would find it difficult to shake him. There's also El Barang, the Black Dragon King whose true dragon blood boils, and Baiyu Mountain Lord, the Emperor of 10,000 demons, who are also beings capable of defying true immortals in the era of ascension. Apart from these few top-tier guys, the rest of the peak combined stage veterans are slightly inferior. It's not that they aren't strong. Anyone who can stand out from the talent-rich Zui continent is strong. It's just that they aren't as prominent in this era. This is the best of times, with a wealth of talent emerging. Even the top geniuses of the Ascension era can only barely reach the threshold of meeting them. This was also the worst of times, with the immortal Ascension Tribulation suppressing them, preventing them from ascending, and forcing them to stop at the peak of the integration stage. What's even more frustrating is that an even more twisted pervert is forcing them to move forward. Oh, heavens, how cruel are you to us? The moment the tribulation of becoming an immortal reveals its claws, right and wrong become nothing. Therefore, when Chen Yi's immortal avatar descended here, not a single hair remained. Sigh, I'm still too incompetent. Not a single one escaped. Chen Yi sighed softly and summoned the 28 tombstones that had been prepared beforehand. But at that moment, a subtle fluctuation emanated from within the void of space. Ye Jir, is that you? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and looked up at the empty universe. There, 5 weak primordial spirits shrank and expanded, cautiously peeking out with half an eye. Seeing this, Chen Yi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and his heavy mood eased. It's good that they didn't all die. Although they all disintegrated into scattered immortals, their primordial spirit realm is still intact, and they can still assist the Ziwei Heavenly Tao in its deductions, saving him the trouble of recruiting late-stage fusion realm cultivators as laborers. As soon as he crushed the tombstones corresponding to the 5 primordial spirits into dust, Chen Yi slowly spoke. It's me. Come out, you're safe now. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the 5 primordial spirits could no longer restrain themselves and rushed over in a rush. Yi Jir, quick, I need it. Zhuangxuzi, who was at the forefront, was about to ask for the immortal essence stone to reshape his best physical body, but before he could finish speaking, he saw Chen Yi's lips inexplicably curl up. In an instant, his primordial spirit suddenly shivered. Before they could react, a large white jade hand appeared out of thin air, grabbed the 5 weakened primordial spirits, and instantly made them lose consciousness. After a long period of restarting, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao has finally been revived. He immediately took over the burden of ensuring the world's normal operation from Chen Yi, and then maximized his performance to begin clearing up his own messy and bad debts. Really good. The driving kernel of this little flying star Heavenly Tao is really good. Wait, where did all my lovely peak-level fusion masters go? Jaeger, have you seen them? Faced with the question from Ziwei Heavenly Tao, Chen Yi calmly opened his palm. Here, looking at the 5 primordial spirits sleeping peacefully in his palm, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao fell into deep thought. You mean to say that of the 28 good babies I've accumulated over tens of thousands of years, only these 5 remain? And it's not even complete. Yi Jir, what have you done? Yi Jir, you must be kidding me, right? You clearly promised me you wouldn't lay a hand on them. Ziwei Tiandao dared not lose his temper, so he could only secretly feel resentful and aggrieved. Chen Yi remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. They all did it voluntarily, choosing to stop suppressing their cultivation in order to help you reopen the path to immortality. As he spoke, he raised his hand and recreated the scene of the old men who had united and stood together with righteous indignation. Ziwei Heavenly Tao, this looks quite plausible, but why are they trembling? Are you sure this wasn't something you were forced to do? Oh dear, my poor little one. Never mind. If it's gone, it's gone. At least Yi Jir is still willing to comfort himself. Although it's a bit difficult to raise such a group of outstanding kids again, he can just spend more time and manage to do it. Moreover, Yi Jir also obtained such an excellent flying star Heavenly Tao core-driven source for himself, which greatly enhanced his abilities. It's normal to pay a price for this. Moreover, brother, Yi forced them to break through to the tribulation realm for his own good, knowing that he couldn't bear to part with them, which is why he took action during his reboot period. Ziwei Tiandao quickly calmed himself down and became happy again. Yi Jir, I feel very smooth now. The accumulated problems of the past years can no longer affect me. Do you want to try again? This time, I am 98% confident that I can re-evolve the secondary immortal laws. Is it 98%? That's indeed very high. But if it's not 100% perfect, what's the difference between that and failure? The previous mishaps had severely damaged the Zhui Heavenly Tao, so this time we absolutely cannot let him act recklessly again. After a moment's consideration, Chen Yi shook his head. No, you should first refine the primordial spirits of these 5 guys into loose immortals under the Heavenly Tao. This will at least increase this chance by 0.1%. I'll think about the rest later. Zhui Tiandao hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, Yi Jir, is this really a good idea? Once we refine them into Heavenly Tao loose immortals, they will be forever locked to me, and will never have a chance to ascend to the upper realm again. Shouldn't we ask them for their own wishes? Zhui Heavenly Tao is good in every way, except that it is a bit too benevolent. He spent so much time and effort cultivating so many outstanding talents, yet he didn't use them. Instead, he willingly sent them to the upper realm. As long as his own children could live better lives, he was content. At first, Chen Yi didn't understand this approach, but after spending more time together, he gradually got used to it. It was precisely because of Zhui Heavenly Tao's selflessness and gentleness that he lowered his guard, was willing to communicate with it on an equal footing, and even dared to risk the tribulation of becoming an immortal to cooperate with it in attempting to reopen the path of immortality. If it were any other powerful Heavenly Tao, Chen Yi would never have been so lenient. If the Heavenly Tao is powerful, then he will only be more powerful, and might even refine it in an instant. So, facing such a gentle and benevolent Heavenly Tao, Chen Yi really couldn't be assertive. If he was a little strict, it would hide away and sulk, feeling wronged. If he wasn't strict, it would always act like a saint. What should we do? It's impossible that. He just killed most of his children whom he had painstakingly raised, and was heartbroken, and then forcefully forced him to do something he didn't want to do, right? He must have been sad for quite some time. We must appeal to their emotions and reason. Thinking of this, Chen Yi lowered his gaze, looking at the 5 sleeping primordial spirits in his palm, and sighed softly. Alas, they have already been tainted by the aura of the ascension. Tribulation. Even if they rebuild their cultivation, they cannot escape the reckoning of the ascension tribulation. You know the power of the ascension tribulation. Do you think they can escape it after rebuilding their cultivation? It shouldn't be, right? Then why don't you refine them into Heavenly Tao loose immortals? That way, the immortal ascension tribulation won't lock them within your direct jurisdiction. But their dream has always been to go to the immortal realm? Dreams? You only have the right to talk about dreams when you're alive. You don't have that right when you're dead. You wouldn't want your child, whom you've raised with so much care, to be lost forever, would you? Why don't we wait until they wake up and ask them? They should know. You're asking because I disagree. Listen to me. Practice. Okay, don't be angry. I'll refine it. Seeing that Zhui Tiandao had obediently finished refining the 5 primordial spirits, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. In fact, after undergoing the baptism of the tribulation to become an immortal, these 5 primordial spirits were not tainted by any aura at all, and would not be chased and attacked. As long as they stop increasing their primordial spirit power to provoke the tribulations of becoming immortals, they will be free and unfettered immortals, no longer suffering from the decay of their physical bodies, and can go anywhere in heaven and on earth. This is the advantage of having withstood the trials of becoming an immortal. Therefore, as long as they are conscious, They will never agree to become a free-spirited immortal bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, Chen Yi would not let them wake up. In any case, Ziwei Heavenly Tao did not understand the tribulation of immortality as well as he did, so whatever he said was law. Not long after, the 5 heavenly immortals who had miraculously survived the ordeal finally awoke. They were all smiles. After all, they had escaped the tribulation to become immortals this time. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the future, they would achieve a different kind of immortality and could do whatever they wanted, and even the heavenly Tao couldn't stop them. But when they discovered the immense bond they had with the world, they immediately stopped laughing. "You bastard Chen Yi, you're amazing. Not only did they not give us the promised immortal essence stones, but they also forced us to bind ourselves to the heavenly Tao, making us slaves to this world. You're amazing!" Facing 5 resentful gazes, Chen Yi asked calmly, Do you all dislike your new identities? What are you saying? To become a heavenly immortal, to live as long as heaven and earth, to be immortal as long as heaven and earth exist, to be invincible when heaven and earth are at their peak, to be able to contribute to this land that gave me birth and nurtured me. I'm more than happy to do so. How could I not like it? Xuangsuzi was as perceptive as ever, being the first to express his opinion. The remaining 4 wandering immortals, who still wanted to complain to the heavenly Tao, immediately lost their temper. The leader of the extreme Tao weapon sect laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, it's extremely good. It's absolutely fantastic." Black Dragon King Alberang, along with the 2 ancient monsters from the Ascension, Era, Bai Yujing and Feng Tianyu, also expressed their approval. "There's nothing we can do. It's a done deal, and filing a complaint won't change anything. Could we really expect the weak and yielding heavenly Tao to go head-to-head with the monstrous Chen Yi? Let's save our breath. The very laws of heaven are practically taking his shape." It's kind of you to have this kind thought. Chen Yi nodded slightly and raised his hand to exchange for 500 immortal essence stones. These will be used to rebuild our physical bodies, so that we can better uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Now that the 5 of them have transformed from bad kids into good kids, a reward is a must. The stronger they are, the greater the blessing that the Purple Star Heavenly Tao will receive, so Chen Yi will naturally not be stingy with a little bit of immortal essence stone. After all, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. He's not some heartless capitalist. The 5 heavenly immortals, upon seeing the immortal essence stone they had once dreamed of, suddenly lost much of their desire, because what they lost far outweighed what they gained. "Chen Yi, you're utterly inhuman. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye." Within these 3 days, with the support of the powerful driving core of the Flying Star Heavenly Tao and the strong assistance of Chen Yi, the Purple Star Heavenly Tao completely cleansed up its own long-standing problems. So that morning, Ziwei Heavenly Tao confidently sent an inquiry. "Yai Jir, I feel great right now. The success rate of re-evolving the secondary immortal laws is as high as 99%. Why don't you give it a try?" Chen Yi shook his head again. "Does a 99% success rate guarantee it will work?" "Wait, let me get a copy of the Pseudo-Immortal Realm's Heavenly Tao origin first. Oh, then I'll let it settle for a while longer." Ziwei Tiandao didn't ask any further questions and obediently withdrew. Once the Heavenly Tao's attention shifted away from the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi's true form's gaze suddenly darkened. The chat group was unusually quiet at this moment, and the atmosphere was particularly heavy, because Enlan's last message had greatly angered the group owner. "The God of Light is currently unemployed. Dear group owner, It seems the God of Light discovered me a long time ago. The reason he only arrested me now is because he guessed the basic logic of the help-seeking quest. He's now preparing to use me to set a trap to ambush you. Please be very careful. Please be very careful. After sending this message, and Lan's profile picture turned gray the next second. As if sensing the offense, the task system still generated a request for help, even though Lan was not in immediate danger, and the reward was much more generous than before. I wasn't feeling well, had some writer's block, so the update is late, and Lan's discovery and arrest were entirely within Chen Yi's expectations. After all, he made too much of a commotion back then. As long as the Western Sea Heavenly Tao investigates thoroughly, and Lan, this unregistered transmigrator, will eventually come to light. But he never expected that the Heavenly Tao of the Western Sea would be so courageous. After enduring a chaos divine lightning strike during the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, it still dared to plot against him. Who gave him the courage? And isn't this just a coincidence? He also needed a copy of the pseudo-immortal realm's Heavenly Tao origin as a reference sample. He had originally planned that if the other party didn't discover it soon, he would have Lan expose herself so that he could reach out and take action. Now that he insists on doing things his own way, he can't blame Chen Yi for being unreasonable. How many heads do you have to mess with my people? The group task system clearly thinks so too. Eating. Group member Light God Unemployed has been detected trapped in an illusion and is being coursed by the Heavenly Tao and the supreme beings of light and darkness of this realm. They are attempting to exploit the basic logic of the task system to target group members performing tasks, causing extremely negative impacts and severely damaging the rights and dignity of the chat. Group. A free quest generated. Rescue group member Light God is unemployed and severely eliminate those who harm the group's interests. A mission combat power requirement. Over 3 billion. A task. Rewards. Depends on task completion rate with no upper limit. Yeah, this post will be uploaded to this group simultaneously. All members have 30 seconds to choose whether to accept the role. If the time limit is exceeded, the post will be uploaded directly to the public area. Hey, wait, you're asking for such high combat power. Are there any experts of that level in other groups? Chen Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. They were all ready to go and destroy the God of Light and the Heavenly Tao of the Western Sea, but suddenly their combat power was restricted. It's acceptable, after all. The Heavenly Tao of the Western Sea is a pseudo-immortal realm level, capable of evolving secondary immortal laws. According to the Heavenly Tao being one level higher, it possesses at least the power of a true immortal. If one's combat strength is too low, going there would be suicide. But he didn't quite understand. After all, that's 3 billion. What kind of level is that? Before the clone is tempered into an immortal body, only a 2-star ordinary clone can meet the standard, but that would directly invite the tribulation of becoming an immortal. What does that mean? This means that a combat power of 3 billion is definitely that of a true immortal. If there were experts of this caliber hidden in the public area, why didn't anyone accept the Dark Turmoil quest triggered by the 6th group? Are they looking down on a mere 300 million points? Or is it simply not there at all? For a fleeting moment, Chen Yi really wanted to put this special free mission in the public area to see if there were any big fish hiding in the water. But it's just a thought. What if someone actually accepts it after it's released? What will happen to his 108 groups? The task is too difficult, and the level drop will be severe. A certain group has already set an example, and it was so serious that the group number was cancelled, disbanded, and reorganized. Even though I might be able to become the group owner in another group, I absolutely cannot let the group members I've worked so hard to cultivate go to someone else for nothing. Updates take time and effort, so please remember to share 101kanshu.com. With this in mind, Chen Yi no longer hesitated and directly operated his one-star immortal body clone, which carried the chat group system, to head to the outer space with 5 colorful orbs. After all, the illusionary star cave heaven was already struggling to support the main body, and adding another terrifying 2-star immortal body clone would cause it to collapse instantly. He didn't want to incur the tribulation of becoming an immortal and bring annihilation to the Ziwei continent soon. In less than 2.5 seconds, the 1-star immortal body clone carrying the chat group arrived near the cosmic void. Without hesitation, he crushed the 2 colorful beads and summoned 2 more 1-star immortal body clones. Merge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the void trembled. The fundamental laws governing the universe could not withstand this weight, and began to collapse and annihilate inch by inch outward from the 2-star immortal body clone as the origin. To be honest, having a 2-star immortal body clone is still too much. Although the formation of a self-circulating spiritual energy within the body will not trigger the tribulation of becoming an immortal, it will cause the entire world to collapse, because the fragile laws of the lower universe cannot bear it. Hey Ding, your strength has been detected. Your combat power has been updated to 6,600,000,000, 66 billion. Soon, as the chat group notification sounded, confirming that his combat power met the requirements and that he was qualified to accept the mission, Chen Yi immediately disintegrated his 2-star immortal body clone and intervened to stop the collapse of the fundamental laws of the universe. Immediately afterwards, the mission teleportation channel opened, and apart from the immortal clones that carried the chat group and repaired the surrounding laws, the last immortal clone immediately entered with 2 unused colored orbs. Yi Ding, you have chosen to perform the mission as a clone. Upon inspection, the clone's combat strength is insufficient. Unknown error. Rechecking, confirmed to meet the requirements, initiating teleportation. At the same time, the group chat was in an uproar. I thought this was the end of us. The task required 3 billion combat power, but the group leader only had 1.8 billion combat power. That's a huge difference, and the task was so difficult. I'm afraid Group 108 will have to go bankrupt and be reorganized like some other groups. Having finally joined such a harmonious and loving community, they really didn't want to go to other unfamiliar and unknown group chats. Especially for the trio who had just landed, it was so nerve-wracking they could hardly breathe. If they had never seen the light, they might have been able to get used to the darkness, but having already experienced warmth, how could they endure the cold? Oh, heavens, how cruel you are to me! How cruel you are to me! However, just when they felt that their lives had fallen into the darkest moment, the group leader seemed to suddenly open up, shattering the heaviest darkness in a completely unreasonable way. In just 2.5 seconds, his combat power surged from 1.8 billion to 6.66 billion. He's absolutely amazing. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, Fang Zheng. Ha ha ha. I thought I was the best at hiding my strength in the group, but I didn't expect the group owner to be the real master. I only hit a few 100,000 combat power, while he, our group owner, hid 4.8 billion. The villain's self-redemption. Zhao Gao. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly soared. For a moment, I couldn't feel excitement or joy. All I felt was boundless admiration for the group leader. I don't eat cilantro, Lai Yuan Yuan. Family, do you know that feeling? It's like being driven to the brink of despair, but suddenly sprouting wings and taking flight. I really love the group admin to death! Voice cracks. The fallen genius, Xiao Chunan. Exciting, so incredibly exciting. My emotions have been on a roller coaster. Going up and down sounds so much that I'm speechless for a moment. Zhao Zheng. What's so surprising? I never doubt the group leader's abilities. Although he far exceeded my expectations this time, it feels quite normal. After all, the group leader can't be judged by ordinary standards. The Cold Palace holdout, Liu Rian, 6.6 billion combat power. Wow. What level is that? The cultivation world runner-up, Chen Bo. Hey everyone, I've discovered something interesting. You know, the group admin's combat power is directly detected and announced by the chat group, but he can hide as much as he wants and increase it as much as he wants. Look, the group admin's combat power has returned to 1.8 billion. Doesn't this mean chat groups can't accurately assess the group owner's true capabilities? Or that chat groups are just toys for the group owner? ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Chen Bo, shut up. Don't talk about things you shouldn't. Currently, the chat group is hosted by a clone, which is separated from Chen Yi himself by a protective shield, creating a situation where neither knows the other's true intentions. Overall, it was quite easy to use, so Chen Yi didn't want to break this delicate balance. Naturally, he prohibited group members from discussing their fluctuating combat power to avoid causing dissatisfaction in the chat group. After all, judging from the incident where An Lan was coursed, the chat group system does have a temper. Normally, if they pretend not to see Chen Yi's fluctuating combat strength and live in peace, that's fine. But if they keep bringing up this topic and chatting about it, then the chat group can no longer turn a blind eye. If they piss them off, they'll really get back at them. After being warned, runner-up Chen Bo's eyes quickly cleared up. The runner-up in the cultivation world withdrew a message. The runner-up in the cultivation world. The group owner is awesome. The group owner is invincible. I'm just blindly praising him. Fang Zhang, who was following the group's lead, was also so very quick to take charge and immediately started to set the pace. I really don't want to be sacrificed. Yeah, the group leader is already ridiculously strong. We can't hold them back anymore. Gaozi, Lin Hao should be recovered by now. I'll take him down. The villain's self-redemption. To hell with everything else. As long as I'm alive, I'm going to find him and cause him trouble. A fallen genius. I envy you guys who can get. Project's done. Unlike me, I can only keep stirring things up. I don't eat cilantro. I envy you guys who have projects to work on. Unlike me, I can only lie around, cultivating every day. Seeing that the group chat had returned to normal, and there were no other reactions, Chen Yi finally closed the chat interface with peace of mind and turned his attention to the West Sea world. Although Ziwei Heavenly Dao is 99% confident of regaining its pseudo-immortal status, if it can score 99 points, why not just ask for a reference answer and aim for a perfect score? It's not like we can't get it. If Chen Yi insists on having it, would the Western Sea Heavenly Dao refuse West Sea World, in the desolate realm of the gods? Adolphe Anlan lay peacefully asleep on a colorful altar. Further away, the god of light, now in his divine and demonic state, half black and half white, gripped the demon spear tightly, his expression somewhat uncertain, and asked, "Lord, can we really capture and refine that extraterrestrial demon by doing this?" The heavenly Tao of the Western Sea gave an affirmative reply. "Child, I am here, and I am not alone." When the Eye of Punishment from the upper realm left, it left behind a bolt of lightning. As long as that extraterrestrial demon is lured to the designated location, he will never be able to escape again. Upon hearing this, the god of light felt somewhat relieved. His grip on the gun loosened, and he let out a long sigh. That's good. I trust God's judgment. As long as I can capture that extraterrestrial demon, I will definitely use the demon-slaying spear to plunge it deep into his body and suck his blood, then cut off his head and make it into a wine cup. As they were talking, the god of light suddenly shivered again, and then looked at the colorful altar with a panicked expression. At this time, above the sleeping Adolf Enlan, a colorful spatial vortex is condensing. God, this isn't right. Why did he suddenly come ahead of time? Didn't he say he wouldn't show up unless Enlan was in mortal danger? The golden pupils of the god of light trembled, but the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea had no time to respond to his question. It immediately activated the colorful altar beneath Enlan and amplified all the energy above it to the maximum. Although it was a bit rushed, and the time when the world's life force was at its peak, and the power of the heavenly Tao was at its highest, was not yet reached, this demon-slaying plan had been rehearsed countless times. Even if he entered the scene early due to unforeseen circumstances, it would never affect the final outcome. Rumble! Outside the Western Sea, a dormant, colorful, chaotic thunder dragon instantly awakened. As a result, Chen Yi's immortal clone sensed that familiar aura before even stepping out of the teleportation channel. Heh, I knew you dared to challenge me. It turns out you got the courage from the Ascension Tribulation. Unfortunately, you were still too hasty. Chen Yi smiled coldly, crushed the two colorful beads in an instant, and summoned two more one-star immortal body clones to fuse and sublimate them. The next second, buzz! The two-star immortal body clone reappeared in the world, and then instantly rushed out of the teleportation channel, like an unstoppable meteor crashing into the Chaos Thunder Dragon with speed and ferocity. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There was no devastating aftershock. The two-star immortal body clone hugged the Chaos Thunder Dragon and began to suck it in fiercely. As I've said before, Chen Yi, this venerable of tribulation control, is most skilled at refining lightning. So what if it's a tribulation to become an immortal? Thunder is his to control. Especially when the immortal body's avatar's spiritual energy is self-circulating. Even the most sensitive dog knows of the main body undergoing the tribulation of immortality cannot smell it. As long as it doesn't come over, Chen Yi can breathe freely and inhale deeply. Soon, the chaotic thunder dragon, which was tens of thousands of feet long, became shorter and shorter. Such a terrifying scene immediately caused the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea to crash, because this was far beyond his plan and fell into a completely incomprehensible realm. Only because the basic laws of the pseudo-immortal realm are relatively stable, they can barely withstand the weight of Chen Yi's two-star immortal body clone. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea would not have just crashed, but would have collapsed instantly. On the other hand, the god of light was terrified. Wait, didn't that extraterrestrial demon flee in a sorry state last time, too afraid to face the chaos divine lightning? How come you've become so powerful in just a few days? Not only did it ignore the terrifying power of lightning, it even directly grabbed the main body of the chaos divine lightning and began to devour it. Good heavens, are we really fighting against ordinary extraterrestrial demons? Spicy. The god of light wanted to run away, but he was firmly imprisoned in place by a terrifying force and could not move. He could only weep silently for himself. The time it took to refine the Chaos Thunder Dragon far exceeded Chen Yi's expectations. It took 2.5 hours to barely remove the destructive power contained within. However, this is understandable, since it is only a 2-star immortal body clone, and the power it can exert is limited. It could not suppress the Chaos Divine Lightning well, and it resisted for a long time before it weakened. But correspondingly, the more it resists, the more abundant the pure lightning power it contains, and the more excited Chen Yi becomes. After all, they used to absorb Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, and they were already tired of it. Now that it's replaced by Chaos Divine Lightning, which is hundreds of times more powerful, one can't even imagine how rich its essence must be. After a thorough and easy-to-understand experience, Chen Yi recognized the essence of the Chaos Divine Thunder. I have to say, it's really moisturizing. If the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning is the most extreme destructive power that can appear in the lower realm, then the Chaos Divine Lightning should not be something that can originate in the mortal world. This is a divine product. Its purity is not only hundreds of times that of the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, but it also contains very high-level fragments of the Thunder Dao Law. From a proportional conversion perspective, the immortal energy contained in a drop of Chaos Divine Thunder essence is comparable to that of 1,000 immortal stones. However, because its properties are too fierce and domineering, it is difficult for ordinary people to refine and absorb it as an essence of immortality. But coincidentally, Chen Yi was no ordinary person. Having been struck by lightning so many times, he had long since become the shape of lightning, or rather, lightning had become the shape of him. For ordinary people, the essence of Chaos Divine Thunder is like a bowl of strong liquor. Drinking it might make them feel intoxicated, and the body generally has difficulty digesting and absorbing it. But for Chen Yi, it was a stimulant. The more he drank, the more energetic he became. Originally, the 2-star immortal body clone had consumed a lot of immortal energy while resisting the Chaos Divine Thunder. However, after absorbing half a drop of Chaos Divine Thunder essence, it quickly recovered to its peak state. What's this wave called? This wave is called eating to become an immortal, drinking to become an immortal, and after eating and drinking to their heart's content, they still want to fight to become an immortal. Chen Yi carefully stored the remaining 202.5 drops of Chaos Divine Thunder essence within his immortal body clone, intending to use it for his main body. Compared to the mysteriously obtained immortal essence stones in the chat group, I feel much more at ease using this kind of immortal essence snatched from the tribulation to become an immortal. After doing all this, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, waking up the West Sea Heavenly Tao, which was still in a state of malfunction. I do not want to commit indiscriminate killing. Give me the origin of the secondary immortal laws you have evolved, and this matter will be over. This is still a declarative sentence. The implication is simple. Either you give it voluntarily, or he does it himself. Heaven does not lie, so it chooses silence when faced with power. He didn't actually want to choose anything. After hundreds of millions of years of hard work, it finally blossoms and bears fruit. And this extraterrestrial demon reaches out and tries to pluck it. Who would be willing to do that? But what can you do if you don't want to? Should we fight this extraterrestrial demon? Forget it. He even absorbed the chaotic divine lightning that could destroy the Western Sea realm. Even if we used all the power of heaven and earth to fight him, we probably wouldn't escape the fate of being refined in an instant. If you give it up voluntarily, even though the world will drop in rank, the foundation will still be there, and there is still a possibility of turning things around. But I'm so unwilling to accept this. Hundreds of millions of years of effort destroyed in an instant. Fate is merciless. How cruel is it to the Western Sea? All right, esteemed visitor from beyond the borders, I agree to your request. As the grand heavenly sound resounded, the entire Western Sea great world began to tremble violently. Rumble! Mountains collapsed, rivers burst their banks, and the oceans overflowed. Countless lives screamed in terror, and cries of anguish echoed through the sky. The world never falls into a new level silently. It is always earth-shattering, even like the end of the world. The violent fluctuations in the fundamental laws were simply too much for a single god of light with a combat power of 1.2 billion to suppress. Sigh. Chen Yi sighed softly, raised his palm, and threw out 3 star-suppressing seals, forming the small heavenly cycle world suppressing array, forcibly suppressing the turbulent fundamental laws, and stabilizing the Western Sea world again. Is this kindness? Not necessarily, but when he hears the cries of countless living beings, he is reminded of his own heavenly Tao, which is extremely protective of its offspring. Perhaps because they had spent so much time together, Chen Yi had also picked up his compassionate nature and could no longer remain indifferent. After all, it was the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea and the God of Light who caused the trouble, so it's really not right to blame those innocent beings. Thank you. A grand celestial sound resounded, and the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea felt extremely stifled. It was clearly this guy who caused the world to be in turmoil, yet we still have to thank him for helping us. Isn't this bullying the honest forces of heaven? No need to thank me. These 3 star-suppressing seals aren't for nothing. Chen Yi waved his hand, then turned to look at the God of Light, who stood like a statue in the distance. I'll take his life. Any objections? This guy once severed the arm of my ordinary 1-star clone, so it would be too wasteful to use a 2-star clone to bully him, so I'll just remember it for now, and not post it. Now that the 1-star avatar immortal body has been formed, and we are both in the same pseudo-immortal realm, let's not talk about bullying or not. If you're weak, don't play. This is the immortal essence you requested. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. The heavenly Tao of the Western Sea did not give a direct answer, but simply endured the pain of parting with something precious. After all, only the opinions of the strong are valued, while the weak have no voice. Rather than humiliatingly and humbly compromising, it's better to let go of everything and pretend not to see it. Having obtained what he wanted, Chen Yi quickly inspected it and, after confirming there were no problems, nodded slightly. This matter is over, our grudges are now settled. After saying that, the 2-star immortal body clone disintegrated on the spot and redivided into 3 1-star immortal body clones. After all, the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea has already fallen in rank and can no longer bear the weight of the 2-star immortal body avatar. If it continues in this state, the laws of the entire world will collapse. After splitting back into 3 1-star immortal body clones, Chen Yi immediately had 2 of the clones stand by, focusing only on one at a time, before calmly gazing at the God of Light. Now it's your turn. It's time to settle the score for the past favors you made. Come, grip your magic spear tightly, and like that day, bring it on with all your might. As soon as he finished speaking, the power that had been binding the God of Light suddenly vanished. However, the poor God of Light dared not move an inch and was terrified. This terrifying extraterrestrial demon is extremely monstrous, and the weak heavenly lord has also chosen to back down. Now that he is isolated and helpless, how dare he show his fangs? If you dare to bare your teeth, you're dead. You didn't even dare to make a move when I gave you the first chance. Chen Yi glanced at him disdainfully and said in a deep voice, I'll give you 3 more breaths. If you don't move, you die. The god of light closed his eyes in anguish. To remain still is to die. To move is also to die. No, why should I? You were the one who arrogantly and unreasonably broke into my house to steal things, and after being caught red-handed, you got angry and made a scene, leaving a mess everywhere. Why are they coming back for revenge now? The god of light was destroyed, and he also regretted it. They shouldn't have listened to God and tried to capture Lan. They even claimed they had the advantage and would make sure he never returned. I really believed your lies. Now I'm gone, and there's no going back. There's nothing I can do. There's really nothing I can do. In an instant, the god of light considered countless ways to escape, but in the end, he decided to be brave for once. I never expected to encounter such vile and vulgar creatures as goblins here. What bad luck! In the name of the god of light, I curse you! May fate take your life, you freak born from beyond the realm. You have no manners whatsoever. You are utterly inelegant. 3 breaths passed, and he did not make a move, but instead indulged in his verbal sparring. Even if they die in the end, they will die with a smile on their face. At least they didn't die unwillingly in endless despair, having exhausted all their strength in the final moments of their lives, but still failing to break through the heaviest darkness. God of light, hey, he's getting desperate. As expected, only the purest personal attack can break through his defenses. If he hadn't acted so quickly, I might have even been able to speak up. Doding! The group owner has excellently completed the free task. Rewards are being calculated. The reward for free quests is 1 billion points and 100 million group experience points. The task. Reward has been sent to your personal account in the chat group. Please check your account. Should I choose to return? Chen Yi was completely bewildered. Looking at the task prompt that suddenly popped up, he couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating. Is this correct? The task was still in progress, and you suddenly settled the task ahead of schedule, which is one thing, but why is the reward so small? You limit my combat power to 3 billion, but only give me a 1 billion reward. Are you kidding me? You think you can get help from a master with over 3 billion combat power with such a small number of points? You wish. No wonder it's called a free mission. It means it rewards freedom. Is the system online? I'd like to say hello. Feeling as if he had been taken advantage of, Chen Yi immediately opened the task feedback interface, ready to submit his request. A system busy, please. Now don't ask. Each group member can only obtain a maximum of 1 billion points in the world. This rule is to prevent the group owner from using group members to farm points without limit. Currently, the level of Group 188 is level 39. If you want more, please go to the exorcism dungeon. Chen Yi. Well, I thought it was going to run away again, but it actually gave a seemingly reasonable explanation. Why didn't you say this rule existed earlier? I expect you made it up on the spot. System busy. Please try again later. It's a password. They're using this trick again. After a long silence, Chen Yi quietly closed the task panel. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of the Western Sea was a little flustered. This guy just got a severe scolding from the God of Light, and he's been silent for so long. Could he be angry? Honorable guest from afar, is there anything else you need our assistance with? Please feel free to ask. Chen Yi snapped out of his daze and suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. I originally wanted to put some effort into Lan, so that the reward settlement would be more generous. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly pulled this stunt, rendering all his reckless efforts futile. Is it because he doesn't want to open the exorcism instance? The group members are just too bad. As for cooking, you need to practice more. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately asked, "Then let me ask you, normally, how long would it take Adolf Anlan to cultivate to the 7th level mage level?" Xihai Tiandao remained silent for a moment, then hesitated before replying. "I don't know what you mean by normal." Chen Yi calmly said, "Of course we should go as fast as we can, but we must not use external force to infuse our abilities. We must maintain our current level even after leaving this world. The chat group system is very accurate in detecting combat power. Forcibly initiating a cultivation level to artificially increase one's strength is useless. If you can't win, you can't win. Relying on external objects like Fang Zheng is equally useless. Once the Zhengxing seal is out of his hands, he will only die without a burial place. Mountains may crumble, trees may run away. When you go out to do projects, the only one you can rely on is yourself." Xia Tiandao naturally understood Chen Yi's meaning and quickly replied, "Rest assured, I will do my best to support him and grant Adolf Anlan the destiny of the new God of Light, so that he can inherit the fortune of the previous God of Light and truly break through to the 7th level of life. It will only take about 20 years at the fastest. Look, this is something a seasoned heavenly Taoist should know, unlike a certain young heavenly Tao, who knows nothing and needs to be taught." "All right, 20 years it is. I'm entrusting it to you. Don't let me down." Chen Yi nodded slightly, his gaze quite profound. Everyone in the group knows that Anlan is a womanizer, and it's hard to get him to concentrate on cultivation. He always ends up going to someone else's bed to cultivate. However, since the Western Sea Heavenly Tao has given a precise deadline, there must be a complete plan. Hopefully, Anlan can live up to expectations. After all, he was the first player in Group 108 to dare to risk his life to start a team fight, and Chen Yi, the group leader, certainly doesn't want him to fall too far behind. Having arranged everything, Chen Yi returned without hesitation with the origin of the secondary Immortal Tao laws. Although the two worlds have evolved in different directions, with the foundation of the second Immortal laws, no matter how much the Ziwei Heavenly Tao acts recklessly, it will not harm itself. This is equivalent to using the soil of the Western Sea to plant your own tree. If the tree survives, you can transplant it back to your own soil. If it fails, you've simply wasted a precious source of secondary immortality. Anyway, Chen Yi still has a chat group that connects all the worlds. With a little more effort, he can find another pseudo-immortal realm to target. It's not impossible that they could even steal some of the fundamental laws from the true immortal realm. After all, the chat group dared to issue a task requiring 3 billion combat power. Chen Yixin didn't believe there wasn't a big fish hiding in the public channel. Thinking about it this way, he actually became a little excited. Even if the immortal realm is the best it can be, if it doesn't welcome him and even sends him to face the tribulation of immortality, Chen Yi doesn't care about it anymore. It has to be my own Ziwei Heavenly Tao, so obedient and kind. If I could raise it until it could move freely without suppressing its power, then why would I want to go to that damned immortal realm? No matter how luxurious a place is, there's no place as comfortable as your own little nest. At this moment, Chen Yi had another grand goal besides overcoming the tribulation to become an immortal. That is, to upgrade the Ziwei Heavenly Tao until it catches up with, or even surpasses, the Heavenly Tao of the immortal realm. Whether it can be achieved depends on how effective the chat group is. Soon, once the mission was completed, the clone returned to the illusionary star cave through the teleportation channel. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When Chen Yi took out that precious tertiary immortal origin, a special fluctuation of laws immediately rippled outwards. The next second, Ziwei Tiandao followed the scent of the dog. Yi Jir, I smell the aura of a secondary immortal's origin. Is it for me? It's for me, isn't it? I want it, Don't rush. Let me erase the other heavenly Tao imprints inside first. Then hurry up. Meow. The heavenly Tao of Ziwei is still as despicable as ever. It actually transformed into a cute beast that squatted next to Chen Yi's true form, licking its tongue and meowing incessantly. This forced Chen Yi to speed up the refining process. There's no other reason than, seriously, so cute. If it were any other heavenly Tao, they would be fine. If they dared to urge him, Chen Yi would simply slap them, and they would behave. But he happens to be the heavenly Tao of Ziwei, and he was certain that Chen Yi wouldn't turn against him over such a trivial matter. That's despicable, Haji Ziwei, you bastard. With Chen Yi himself taking action, the effect was naturally extraordinary. What the clone could not do, the main body only took less than half a minute to refine this primordial essence, containing 3 major cultivation directions, 9 divine cultivation laws, and 36,000 deductive rules, completely removing its unique attribute imprints from the Western Sea realm, leaving only the most basic framework. All right, take it. Without hesitation, Chen Yi stuffed the tuft of secondary immortal essence, with all its barbs removed, into the mouth of the Ziwei heavenly Tao, and casually patted its furry head. I must say, it truly lives up to its reputation as a manifestation of the Tao of Heaven. The exquisite feel of this miniature is really quite impressive. Meow, Yaijir is the best. Ziwei heavenly Tao jumped up excitedly, then quickly returned to the world with the secondary immortal origin in its mouth. With the support of the powerful driving core of the flying star heavenly Tao, the Ziwei heavenly Tao's performance was maximized, and it quickly began to redevelop the secondary immortal path based on the fundamental framework of this origin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky was trembling slightly as the purple star heavenly Tao frantically invoked various laws to perform deductions. Remember the fastest online novel website, huananler1can.com, compared to the previous attempts to reopen the laws of the secondary immortal path. This time the commotion was much smaller. There was no earthquake, nor was the sun and moon reversed. Ordinary people and ordinary cultivators didn't feel anything and continued doing what they were doing. Only a few cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage or above noticed that something was wrong. This includes Mu Chen, the group owner of Group 98. He started to panic again. Hey, wait a minute. What are Yaiji and Tiandao up to now? The laws are concealed, cause and effect are disordered. Does this seem to be the reopening of the path to immortality? This should be a good thing, but why do I have this ominous feeling? Mu Chen felt increasingly uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up witnessing this historic moment and find a low-level group to avoid the storm. But just as he was about to take action, sudden buzzu ripples spread through the void, and an old man dressed in a purple robe with the Tai Chi yin-yang symbol, exuding an ethereal Taoist aura, slowly emerged. Mu Chen's body trembled as he quickly recognized the powerful loose immortal who had survived the ordeal. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "This junior greets Senior Xuangsuzi of the Taixu Holy Land. Don't try to get close, it's useless." The heavenly Tao immortal, Xuangsuzi waved his hand slightly, then looked intently at Mu Chen. "Finally found you, huh? You shouldn't exist in this world. Tell me, what is your purpose in being reincarnated in the Ziwei continent?" The immense pressure caused Mu Chen to break out in a cold sweat. "Spicy. My identity as an extraterrestrial demon has been discovered. They even asked me what my intention was in being reborn into the Ziwei continent. I don't know. I just hit the jackpot, and then somehow I ended up here. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I have never done anything immoral or unethical. Isn't Yi also extraterrestrial demon? Why are you looking for me instead of him? Brother Yi, save me! Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chen immediately sent a private message to Chen Yi. Back to all beings, group owner of Group 98. Brother Yi, help! Next 3 important things should be said 3 times. Unfortunately, Chen Yi was currently helping Ziwei Heavenly Tao maintain order, and he ignored all private messages except for important information in this group. So, looking at the unread message, Mu Chen swallowed hard and forced a smile, saying, "Senior Xuangsuzi, there might be some misunderstanding here. You and I," he hadn't finished speaking. Buzz! The void rippled violently once more. Immediately afterwards, a burly man, shirtless, with bulging muscles and exuding explosive power, rushed over. Old Swan, why are you wasting your breath talking to him? The Heavenly Tao is at a critical juncture right now. Let's just deal with it directly. Mu Chen trembled again. This was also a ruthless person. He was a powerful rogue immortal who had also been forced to undergo tribulation and survived. He was Senior Zhang Kuang, the sect leader of the Extreme Tao Weapon Sect. Good heavens, he's after me too! Without any hesitation, Mu Chen roared, "No, you can't kill me! Venerable Yuji is my brother!" "Shut up!" With a flick of his sleeve, Xuangsuzi swept Mu Chen to the ground. Zhang Kuang, standing to the side, cracked his neck, grinning and showing his big teeth, and said, Lao Xuan, this is the 18th person to say he's related to that kid. I just don't understand. Kid stays in the illusionary star cave all day. Where does he get so many connections? Xuangsuzi shook his head and chuckled. Who can blame him when that kid has the biggest reputation? Who wouldn't want a big brother who's the best in the world? Despite being pinned to the ground, Mu Chen stubbornly raised his head and roared, No, Chen Yi is really my brother. He calls me Xiao Mu. You can ask him if you don't believe me. However, the 2 heavenly immortals looked at him as if he were a fool. Shut up, you extraterrestrial demon. One after another, you claim to be connected to Chen Yi. What? Are you betting that we won't dare to confront him directly? Zhang Kuang shouted in a deep voice, then bulged out his muscles, and with a crackling sound, his powerful hand grabbed directly at Mu Chen. I'm telling the truth. Mu Chen's eyes were bloodshot. However, it was unable to resist the terrifying power of the Heavenly Tao Immortal and was grabbed by Zhang Kuang, who was about to refine it on the spot. Xiao Zhang, don't be too rough. He can't withstand your manipulation. Let's get to the bottom of things first. Xuangsuzi calmly reminded him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Kuang nodded slightly, then gave Mu Chen a cruel smile. Eating. You have been detected as being threatened by a powerful individual, and you are unable to resolve the situation using your own strength. A request for help has been generated. The group leader of Group 98, back to all beings, has transmigrated to the Ziwei continent. His unregistered transmigrator status has been discovered by local powerhouses, and he is now in grave danger, about to be refined. He cannot resolve the situation on his own. He requests assistance from capable group members to the mission combat power requirement. Over 1 billion. AIDA task rewards. 1 billion points, 100 million group experience points. A note. Due to the group owner's special status, the task rewards are exceeded. Completing the task will grant double the rewards. This task is beyond the capabilities of all members in Group 98. Please upload it directly to the public area. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The usually quiet public area suddenly erupted into chaos. Zihui, group owner of Group 69. Holy crap, maximum rewards. And it's even a double bonus for a group owner. Is Group Owner 98 really that unlucky? Jin Jun, Group 91 owner, marking this. The Zhui continent is extremely dangerous. Shadow 9527, Group Owner of Group 96. Tiesk. The requirement is over 1 billion combat power. It's not something we lower-ranked group owners can handle. Just looking at it makes me a little nervous. Exuanyuan Hongxiu, Group Owner of Group 86. Breaking the limit with 1 billion points means 2 billion points, which isn't a small amount. It should be enough to attract 1 or 2 powerful players. Yi Mushroom Destroyer, Group 41 Honor. We're a bit lacking in combat power. We can't handle this. There's nothing we can do. Abixiu Miao Ai. Qiyu, Group 33 Owner. I don't know if I can hold on. Top Predator, Group Leader of Group 8. Everyone step back. I'll handle this. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, Group 78 Owner. Holy crap! A real big shot has appeared. A member from Group 2, just a little bit of frost, has accepted the mission. This member's combat power is 1.25 billion, which meets the requirement. Teleportation channel activated. It's ruined. It's really ruined now. Looking at the mission he had triggered, Mu Chen felt that his future was bleak. There's an unwritten rule in the public area. No matter which group caused the trouble, if you want experts from other groups to solve it, you have to pay a price. 2 billion points is manageable. The system will advance the payment first. With some extra effort in the future, and considering the nearly 10 million points earned monthly by Group 98, we can tighten our belts and work hard for 20 or 30 years to pay it back. But those 200 million group experience points would be a huge loss. In over 30 years of building groups, we've only managed to accumulate less than 20 million group experience points. The system might determine that we can't repay them, thus deducting all the experience points and breaking up and reorganizing the 98 groups, just like the 6th group back then. What should this incompetent group leader of the 98 groups do? With such a commotion, low-level groups are hesitant to take him, and high-level groups look down on him. He'll probably end up being relegated to the dark, unregulated free channel. Will Brother Yi help himself out? However, being in the same realm, the value he can provide is very limited. In fact, after giving away 2 billion points, his value has already been squeezed dry. Would he really waste a precious group member spot on him? No, it's definitely possible. Brother, Yi probably doesn't want transmigrators from other worlds to cause trouble in the Zhui continent, so he definitely won't leave himself alone in the free channel. Moreover, Brother Yi had promised me something, so there's still hope. You 2 old fools. Just you wait. When that big shot who took on the mission comes over, or even when my brother, Yi, comes over, I'll make sure you know why flowers bloom so red. Mu Chen, who was being refined by Zhang Kuang, immediately felt reassured and no longer panicked. He even dared to glare fiercely at Zhang Kuang. Oh! This little extraterrestrial demon is pretty arrogant, huh? Giving me that glare, huh? I'll show you. Just as Zhang Kuang was about to deliver a severe blow, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation emanating from Mu Chen. The next second, a dazzling spatial vortex unfolded, instantly unleashing an incomparably powerful aura. Not good. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xuangsuzi immediately stepped forward, despite the unfamiliar pressure, and pulled Zhang Kuang out of his frozen state. At the same time, Chen Yi, who was helping Zhui Heavenly Dao deduce the laws, was also suddenly startled. He then looked up and gazed into the distance. his gaze instantly traversing billions of miles of mountains and rivers, directly landing on the scene of the incident. Heh, daring to cause trouble on my turf. You really have a lot of nerve. Ziwei Tiandao, whose senses were blocked by the chat group's blocking power, was quite puzzled. Yi Gear, what's wrong? What happened? Chen Yi shook his head slightly. Never mind, keep pushing. Oh. Ziwei Tiandao didn't ask any more questions, focusing on being obedient, and continued to seriously deduce. Chen Yi acted as if nothing had happened, calmly helping to refine the details. However, in a corner where no one was paying attention, one of his immortal clones silently disappeared into the illusionary star cave heaven on the other side. An immense pressure confined the space within 100 miles, suppressing the two fleeing celestial immortals and causing them to fall heavily into a deep blue lake. Covered in blood, Mu Chen slowly walked over, his gaze shifting between anger and uncertainty as he looked at Xuan Suzi and Zhang Kuang, who were floating on the water. Behind him followed a young man dressed in a black Taoist robe. This person stood suspended in midair, his clothes fluttering, his silver hair falling over his shoulders. His eyebrows and eyes were delicate, yet he carried an air of indifference towards all living beings. From his restrained aura and his Tao body that did not interact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is not difficult to guess that this person who has already tempered his immortal body is none other than the old man from the second group, who came to support Mu Chen with a combat power of 1.25 billion, but he has only been through a few storms. Kid, what are the mission requirements? I'm in a hurry. I need to finish this so I can get back. Mu Chen hesitated and looked at him. Senior, the mission requires us to kill these two loose immortals, but we can't kill them. Oh, the black-clad pseudo-immortal glanced at him sideways and asked casually, why? Mu Chen was silent for a moment before replying, because if you kill them, it will be difficult for you to return intact. Upon hearing this, the black-clad pseudo-immortal's gaze sharpened immediately. What do you mean? With the solidity of the laws of this world, even the heavenly Tao cannot do anything to me. Tell me, why can't I leave intact after killing them? Mu Chen remained silent for an even longer time this time, until a private message arrived, at which point he let out a long sigh of relief and slowly said, Senior, I'm sorry, but whether you kill them or not, you can't leave now. The black-clad pseudo-immortal frowned, a sudden unease creeping into his heart. He asked in a deep voice, what exactly do you mean? The next second, a calm voice suddenly rang out, answering in place of Mu Chen. Nothing more than a token gesture. Who? Who's there? The black-clad fake immortal shuddered and turned around in fear. A man dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, with an equally restrained Taoist aura, had appeared not far behind them at some point. In an instant, the black-clad pseudo-immortal's instincts convulsed wildly, and his mind trembled uncontrollably. Oh my God! Given the evolution of the laws of this world, how could such a powerful being possibly appear? To be able to appear silently behind you, doesn't that mean he has the ability to easily assassinate you? Spicy! At the same time, the task system notification sounded in his mind. The warning. You have been discovered by a powerful figure in this realm. The system has determined that you are unable to defeat him. Mission failed. Do you wish to return immediately? A yes. Without the slightest hesitation, the black-clad pseudo-immortal immediately chose to return. This person is terrifying. This place is not safe to stay. However, he was destined not to leave. As someone who shares the same interests, Chen Yi is also very familiar with the methods used in chat groups. So, as soon as the return passage showed signs of opening, he rushed forward, grabbed the black-clad pseudo-immortal, and tore through the void, heading straight for the outer space. Mu Chen was left standing there, stunned, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Logically speaking, this man, who had only experienced a little hardship, was here to help him, so he shouldn't betray him no matter what. His conscience was tormented by such an ungrateful act. But he had no choice. Mu Chen raised his head, looked up at the azure sky, and said softly, "I'm sorry, Chen Yi is my brother. As a senior in the second group, I can only trouble you." Yes, this is a trap to lure the enemy into a snare. In his quest to ascertain the depths of the public area, Chen Yi became somewhat ruthless, though he had always been this way. Xuangsuzi and Zhang Kuang, the two heavenly Dao-Luce immortals, are also excellent actors. They not only perfectly lured Mu Chen, the unsuspecting bait, into the trap, but also attracted a big fish. This merely weathered individual is just a member of the second group. The group leader, who is the highest cultivation level, hasn't even shown his face yet. This is enough to prove that there are even bigger fish lurking in the seemingly calm public area. A simple probe yielded so much information. It has to be said, Mu Chen is truly a useful younger brother. In the deep space beyond our domain, Chen Yi's gaze was fiery. He directly crushed the rebellious man, who was just a little weathered, with 3 powerful punches. After his eyes cleared up a lot, he began to question him. "Don't even think about sending messages through chat groups, or I'll annihilate your soul in an instant." "How did you know I had a chat group?" "Bang, bang, bang. This is a warning. If you dare to try again, you will die. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. What's your name?" "I didn't call out." "I'm asking you your real name is." "Oh, my name is Jack Chan. Bang, bang, bang!" Chen Yi's gaze darkened, and he delivered 3 more punches without any hesitation. If the chat group didn't automatically block all relevant information in the member's consciousness, and the violent soul search would only yield nothing, why would he waste so much time talking to this guy? Behave yourself. My name is Chen Zhen." "Hey, you dare to play me? Why don't you just say your name is Brother Zheng?" "Huh? No. How did you know that?" "Bang, bang, bang." Stop hitting me. My name is Gu Yuan. Really, you have to believe me. My name really is Gu Yuan. A few hardships completely quieted down and dared not continue rambling. Through his swollen eyes, he cautiously sized up the ruthless man before him, feeling utterly hopeless about his life. Although this guy even knows such an old joke as Zheng Ji, he is definitely not a time traveler. It must be that damned group admin of Group 98 who gave us this information. That beast betrayed the chat group, betrayed all the fellow transmigrators, and chose to side with this powerful local. They even went so far as to use themselves as bait to lure themselves out and be slaughtered. Grass. Why are there such powerful experts in this seemingly ordinary Ziwei continent? And you, the group owner of Group 98, you beast, I've been so close to you, and you're trying to outsmart me? Seeing his dejected look, Chen Yi immediately smiled kindly and said, "Don't be nervous. I can tell you that I am also a transmigrator, and I have also joined the Transmigrator Mutual Aid Group of all realms." Gu Yuan, however, was already prejudiced and didn't believe it at all. He simply asked expressionlessly, "How can you prove it?" Chen Yi glanced at him sideways. "For example, you're from Group 2. What's your nickname in the group? Just a little bit of wind and frost? Are you here to carry out a mission? I don't believe the guy you used as bait would know these things, unless you send me a private message in the public area. Bang. Chen Yi punched him again, shattering his temper. Do you believe me now? Gu Yuan's eyes immediately regained their clarity. Does it matter whether he believes it or not? The other person could clearly kill me, yet they're still willing to talk back. Doesn't that prove they weren't lying? Not sending private messages is definitely because they want to hide their identity. Haha, looks tough, but is actually afraid of its own group owner? With this in mind, Gu Yuan's thoughts suddenly became clear. Hey, it's easy if you're a group member. All that talk is just about getting compensation, isn't it? I'll just give it to you, won't I? Gu Yuan let out a long sigh and said rather humbly, "It was my fault for being so abrupt. I accepted the mission without asking clearly in the public area. I never expected that you would be in the same realm as the group leader of Group 98. I have taken away the reward you planned. I am really sorry. How about this? You can anonymously list any item in the Myriad Realms Mall, and I'm willing to offer 2 billion points as an apology." I hope you'll understand. Gu Yuan spoke lightly, but in reality he was bleeding inside. Not only did the mission fail and they gained absolutely nothing, but they also had to spend their own savings to apologize. It hurts so much. Group owner of Group 98, I am? Oh? Pretty rich. Chen Yi's gaze intensified, filled with satisfaction at his prey. Gu Yuan felt a little uneasy under his gaze, and quickly flattered him. Oh dear, how could I be as rich as you? I can only earn a few 100 million by working myself to the bone in one dungeon run, while you can earn billions just by participating in one peak demon extermination trial. This 20 billion points is a bit too little to make amends. I hope you won't find it offensive. Oh? The peak demon extermination trial? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. This was yet another thing he had never heard of. To be honest, most of the old guys in these high-level groups are usually lurking in the public area, acting unusually aloof, and always keeping their messages on Do Not Disturb. They have no idea about the deeper developments in the chat groups. Now that they've finally caught an old man from Group 2, Chen Yi will absolutely not let him go unless he squeezes every last drop of value out of him. You don't know? Gu Yuan was immediately shocked, feeling as if his judgment had been wrong. How could a powerful figure with combat strength far exceeding his own, at least 1.5 billion, not know about the peak demon extermination trial? Isn't he in the chat group that's on the top leaderboard? What is the peak ranking? Chen Yi suddenly asked. The top rankings? Of course. No! Gu Yuan was saying when he suddenly realized something, his pupils dilating in shock as he exclaimed, "How do you know what I'm thinking?" Chen Yi remained silent, simply staring calmly at him. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. If he could read his own thoughts, then what was real and what was fake? He couldn't tell them apart. He really couldn't tell them apart. After a moment of confusion, he finally gathered his scattered thoughts and said expressionlessly, "Are you really a transmigrator? You said you also joined the mutual aid group, so let me ask you, when you reach level 5, you'll unlock the daily reward sign-in. And how many points can you receive each day?" Chen Yi's lips curled slightly as he calmly said, "I seem to remember that the welfare sign-in system was unlocked when the group level reached level 3. At that time, you could receive 100 points every day, and after that, you would receive daily welfare points at a rate of 10 times the level for each level you gained." Gu Yuan is numb. He's really numb. To prevent his inner thoughts from being read again, he even lied to himself, not only leaving traps in his questions, but also constantly reciting the wrong answers in his mind. But this person still revealed the correct answer. It's important to know that the secrets of the initial stage of such mutual aid groups are unknown even to ordinary group members. Even if the group leader of the 98 groups knew, he certainly wouldn't emphasize such insignificant details unless he had his soul searched. But if the group leader of Group 98 is subjected to soul search, then this task will not only require 1 billion combat power, but at least 1.8 billion combat power or more. Otherwise, who can defeat this guy? Therefore, he must really be in a chat group, and he might even be an early member who joined shortly after the group was created. But Gu Yuan couldn't understand it. With such veteran members whose strength has already surpassed the heavens, even if the group tries to recruit more members, it's impossible for them not to make it onto the top rankings, right? How come this person doesn't know anything? It's impossible that he possessed a powerful being who had condensed an immortal body as soon as he transmigrated, and then was pulled into a newbie group that was ranked extremely low, right? This is outrageous. The soul that just transmigrated is extremely weak, yet it tries to possess a powerful immortal body? Even if the primordial spirit of a powerful figure perishes, it won't matter. The spiritual consciousness that arises from the immortal body itself can easily annihilate it. What nonsense are you spouting? Now, I'll ask, and you answer, Chen Yi suddenly shouted, interrupting Gu Yuan's increasingly divergent thoughts. Gu Yuan is truly behaving himself this time. He answered every question, his swollen face even bearing a hint of obsequiousness, as if afraid of being hit a few more times. How many people are in the second group? A full complement of 60 people. Roughly what level is your strength? Middle to lower tier, around 40 or so. What is the group owner's combat power? 38 billion, a genuine mid-staged, true immortal cultivation level. Chen Yi's eyes lit up immediately. Is he in the immortal realm? Gu Yuan glanced at him with a surprised expression. Wait, why are you so excited? You're getting excited just because you think you can beat our group admin. If it weren't for the status lock caused by the mission failure, I would have already called the group owner over and killed you. Answer me. Chen Yi's eyes sharpen. Damn, I forgot this guy can read minds. Gu Yuan quickly gathered his thoughts and honestly said, I don't know if the group leader is in the immortal realm or not. He usually ignores us weak group members, except when he's recruiting people to participate in the Peak Demon Extermination Tournament. He's very mysterious. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little regretful, so he punched Gu Yuan once before continuing to ask. When we were down there, you mentioned that evolution of the laws in our Ziwei continent is not perfect. Does that mean your world is very advanced? How advanced? Gu Yuan rubbed his swollen face and grumbled. It's not very high. I've only evolved a half-step true immortal level law so far. The main problem is that I'm not qualified to participate in the demon extermination trial. I can only pick up some fragments of immortal laws in low-level exorcism dungeons. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, a flash of inspiration striking his mind. He then said thoughtfully, Speaking of which, aren't you in the group too? With your strength, even if you can't participate in the demon extermination trial, the exorcism dungeon shouldn't be a problem, right? Why didn't you pick up some immortal laws to help improve the heavenly Tao of this realm? Is it against the will of heaven? Or... Bang! Chen Yi punched him again with his backhand and said in a low voice, Did I tell you to ask? Answer me, what's in the exorcism dungeon? What are the demon extermination trials and the Peak Demon Extermination Tournament? What conditions need to be met to unlock them? Gu Yuan's head was buzzing a little, and he subconsciously replied, The exorcism dungeon is a special secret realm, inhabited by many mindless evil. spirits. Defeating them will drop fragments of immortal laws. The Peak Demon Extermination Tournament is a merger of two functional sections, the Demon Extermination Trial and the Peak Competition Ranking. The Demon Extermination Trial requires players to reach level 50 to unlock, while the Peak Competition Ranking requires level 60. The significance of the Peak Demon Extermination Tournament is to select 5 top players from within the leaderboard chat group to compete in the Demon Extermination Trial section. The group with the highest output will rank higher, and the higher the ranking, the more reward points they will receive each day. Please remember 101kjg.kjuk for the fastest chapter updates. Hiss! That sounds interesting. Chen Yi's heart stirred. Then let me ask you, is there a minimum combat power requirement for teammates in the Demon Extermination Trial? Gu Yuan was taken aback. He finally grasped the flash of inspiration that had crossed his mind and slowly said, "The Demon Exorcism Trial is a large-scale exorcism dungeon, so the minimum combat power requirement is 30 million. However, if the group chat level reaches level 50, basically no member has a combat power below 100 million. Why would you ask such a question? Could it be you're in a newly established newbie group? Group 108. Group 108. The group has only been established for 2.5 months, and it has already jumped to level 39. No one but a top-tier expert could do that. I remember the nickname of the group owner of Group 108. It's yeah, the damn Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Holy crap! Bro, you're saying you even dared to undergo that insane tribulation to become an immortal? Gu Yuan's pupils constricted, greatly shocked. Sigh. Chen Yi sighed softly. Why are you so smart? What good does knowing so much do you? Gu Yuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Brother, please don't kill me. I can prove my worth. I can be your undercover agent, just like the group leader of Group 98. Trust me. Chen Yi stared at him for a long time, until Gu Yuan was on the verge of collapse, before slowly saying, "Do you want to live?" "Yes!" Gu Yuan nodded vigorously. All right. Chen Yi nodded slightly, then took out 19 colorful beads, crushed one of them, and summoned a celestial avatar to stand in the void and display his strength. See these colored beads? Each one has the same effect and can pass through the return portal normally. After returning, once the mission failure lockout is lifted, you should know what to do, right? After saying that, the 18 colorful beads instantly transformed into a necklace, which was placed around Gu Yuan's neck in an instant. Whether he can catch another big fish is another matter, but he is determined to have the source of the half-step true immortal laws of the world behind Gu Yuan. This is a level that even the Ziwei Heavenly Tao has never reached before, and it is also an essential path for the advancement of one's world status. Gu Yuan, whose fate was now sealed by the throat, suddenly widened his eyes like copper bells. A single colorful bead contains an avatar with the same combat power of 1.8 billion? Even exactly the same? Does this mean that the one who just beat me up was also a clone? So the real person hasn't appeared at all? If even a single clone can completely overwhelm me, how terrifying must the original body be? Oh my god, is this even possible? How could the mere Ziwei continent, which isn't even a pseudo-immortal realm, possibly contain such a terrifyingly powerful expert? Most importantly, this person seems to have joined the chat group in the last 2.5 months. Although we don't know if he has any other cheat codes or special abilities, he is definitely not simple to have reached this level all by himself. Can the group owner with 3.8 billion combat power defeat him? Oh no, it seems he's lost faith in his own group admin. Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely do this job better than the group leader of Group 90A. Gu Yuan went back wearing a plain-looking necklace of 18 colorful beads. Although the mission failed and they gained nothing, their lives were unfortunately in someone else's hands. Of course, these are all minor matters. What Gu Yuan truly admires is that guy. No, that guy. He clearly holds his own destiny in his hands, with life and death hanging in the balance, yet the chat group makes no comment. He didn't even detect that something was wrong with himself, and he was completely unaware that he had already amassed a string of 18 powerful clones with a combat power of 1.8 billion around his neck. What does this tell us? This shows that the chat group was just a toy for him. You can trigger a task whenever you want, or you won't know what happened if you don't want to trigger the chat group. Gu Yuan boldly speculated that the reason that guy was able to cause trouble right under the noses of the chat group, even to the point that the chat group judged his clone as a powerful figure from this realm, rather than just a member of the same group. There is a greater than 90% chance that the chat group was not bound to that person's main body, but was transferred to his clone, turning the cheat into a cheat. Most importantly, that guy only recently joined the chat group. Normally, he shouldn't have any cheat codes like a system. Even if he did have other cheat codes, what kind of heaven-defying treasures could that barren place, the Zhui continent, possibly produce? Therefore, it is highly likely that he forcibly opened up the world bottleneck with his own fists, and even dared to provoke the extremely abnormal tribulation of becoming an immortal. Although I don't know how he did it, he's absolutely amazing. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of reverence welling up within him, a feeling as boundless as a surging river, as unstoppable as the Yellow River overflowing its banks. Brother, can you hear me? Gu Yuan lowered his head and spoke softly, a hint of flattery on his face, which had already recovered from the swelling. Even though he was on his own turf, he still bowed and scraped. Soon, a slight fluctuation of thought emanated from the colorful, beaded necklace around her neck. Lie low for now and await orders. Okay, bro. It's that group chat where they keep talking about me. Can I use the group? Allow! All right. After receiving clear instructions, Gu Yuan immediately opened the chat interface with peace of mind. At this moment, the group was buzzing with discussion about his failed mission. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 2 would do crow on an airplane. At just a little bit of frost, Yuanzi, how did you fail such a simple task? Did the local heavenly Tao discover you? A dark night, everlasting light. The mission only requires a combat power of 1 billion. The opponent's highest level won't reach the pseudo-immortal realm, so the Zhui continent hasn't even reached the threshold of the pseudo-immortal realm. Even if the commotion is too great and the heavenly Tao discovers it, the mission shouldn't fail. Other the withered leaves have fallen in the wind. I guess it's just that Yuanzi was unlucky, like. He happened to encounter an invasion by extraterrestrial demons or something, and then he couldn't protect anything, so the mission failed, right? A strawman with 1,000 faces. That makes sense. Those guys are indeed not to be trifled with, but speaking of which, it seems the group owner of Group 98 wasn't banned. How can this be considered a failure of the source mission? Could there be some unforeseen event we don't know about? Indeed, the withered leaves have fallen from the wind. It's not impossible. Yuanzi hasn't been online for half a day, and he's still stuck in the Zhui continent after failing the mission. What is he doing? The Changqing, who likes bamboo bears. Is it possible that Yuanzi has been captured? But why didn't he ask us for help? Even if the mission failed and the status bar is locked, the basic functions are still usable. Couldn't he just share his location? Is it because he doesn't want to pay? Or is he unable to ask for help? Damn it, stop guessing! Gu Yuan was a little panicked. These old guys were all incredibly shrewd. If they kept pushing things along, they might get closer to the truth. If this attracts the attention of the group admin, wouldn't his undercover operation be over before it even began? How can this be allowed? I swear, I will do a better job than that beastly group leader of Group 98. Thinking of this, he quickly went online to stir up trouble. Just a little bit of hardship. Thanks for your concern, guys. I'm fine. Either leaves have fallen from the wind. What's the situation on your end? However, a little bit of hardship. Ugh. Don't even mention it. This time I'm really angry. The mission was almost a success, and then 3 mature-stage demonic offspring appeared. They smelled my immortal body and yelled something like, "I smell so good," and started chasing after me to bite me. A scarecrow with 1,000 faces. And then what? Just 3 mature demonic offspring. They're troublesome, but not enough to cause your mission to fail, right? However, a little hardship. Their mother also arrived. I didn't have time to care about the 98 group leaders anymore, so I abandoned them and ran away. The system then directly judged my failure. A hidden cultivator, group owner. This doesn't make sense. I'll give you one more chance to explain. When the group admin, who usually never speaks up, suddenly starts talking, many group members immediately delete the content they have already typed and are ready to send and dare not utter a sound. Gu Yuan was also sweating profusely at that moment, but after a quarter of an incense stick has burned, the group leader will completely believe him because he has decided to tell a perfect lie. Though weathered by a few storms, sigh, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, group admin. Please kick me out of the group. I'm so sorry. The hidden cultivator, group owner. What do you mean? Stop stammering and answer me. Although I've sworn an oath with my Tao heart, I cannot reveal it openly, but I can tell you that on the Zhui continent, there isn't only one transmigrator, the leader of Group 98, but also a formidable figure who dares to challenge the tribulation of immortality. In the center of a blessed land shrouded in celestial energy, where dazzling starlight suppressed the laws of heaven and earth, Yi Wuchen, the leader of the second group, slowly opened his eyes on a futon made from a galaxy. Not just one transmigrator, but also a formidable individual daring to challenge the Ascension Tribulation, and enough leverage to betray me. Could it be a group of those old geezers called the Tribulation Transcending Celestial Venerable? That's right. Ranked 30th on the individual peak list, with a combat power of 4.1 billion, your improvement speed is far slower than mine. Are you afraid that if I surpass you, you won't be able to receive 10,000 immortal essence stones for free every day? You old codger, it's one thing to improve slowly, but you're also blocking my way? Are you using the ancient source to target me? Heh. You really think I only have 3.8 billion combat power? Yi Wuchen's eyes were deep, as if they contained an infinite galaxy, and they also shone with a light that feared nothing. There was no other reason than my complete confidence in my own abilities. The 3.8 billion combat power displayed in the chat group was merely the limit of power he could achieve with his own fists. If he uses the Tao of deep space as a foundation, drives the power of the stars, and wields the Milky Way for attack, how would you deal with it? It should be noted that during the demon-slaying trial, His peak attack killed a high-level demon with a combat power of 7.8 billion, the celestial venerable who has transcended tribulation. It's as if you can actually overcome that insane tribulation to become an immortal. He's just a rogue immortal who survived by relying on chat groups after his body was destroyed. His combat power is only 4.1 billion. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Hidden cultivator, group owner, Gu Yuan, you don't need to say anything or ask anything. Just do as he says. I want to see just how capable he really is. Hey, he actually believed it, and even transferred his hatred to a group of people. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smirk, and he immediately began to gloat and take credit. Brother, I need to talk to you about something. Chen Yi was also taken aback after listening to Gu Yuan's report. Are the group admins of these two groups really that brave? With only 3.8 billion battle power, he was not afraid of a group of tribulation, transcending celestial venerables with 4.1 billion battle power. It seems this person has hidden strength. Their true combat power should be more than the 3.8 billion shown by the system. Just like Fang Zheng, whose displayed combat strength is only around 3 million, he can still fight against a powerhouse with a combat strength of 10 million while holding the Zhengxing seal. However, the boost from external factors is always limited, and the maximum increase will not exceed tenfold. Even if we calculate based on the maximum increase of 10 times, and the second group leader relies on external supreme power to achieve a level equivalent to 38 billion combat power, Chen Yi is not afraid at all. Although the 18 one-star immortal body clones from the ancient source could only be fused and sublimated into 2 3-star immortal body clones, each 3-star immortal body clone only had 36 billion combat power. But this is based solely on pure, inherent strength. If Chen Yi also uses external objects, how should the group leader of the second group deal with it? As everyone knows, Chen Yi was not fond of fighting, but rather of resolving conflicts. In order to overcome the prejudice against him during the tribulation of becoming an immortal, he practiced everything, including but not limited to talismans and formations, swords, spears, clubs, the sun, moon, and stars, and the laws of nature. But no matter how much he practiced, the skill he was most comfortable using was still wielding the halberd. Fierce and domineering, powerful and heavy, nothing can stop the halberd when it is swung down. Updates take time and effort, so please remember to share 111kanshu.com. In particular, the tribulation-controlling halberd, which was forged using the essence of the purple heaven divine thunder, is extremely well-suited to Chen Yi's attributes and can maximize his power. Even those facing the immortal tribulation would be troubled by it. Unfortunately, because no one has been able to force Chen Yi to use his weapon for so long, the tribulation-controlling halberd is only useful when facing the tribulation of immortality and otherwise. It just sits in the treasure vault collecting dust. To be on the safe side, Yi sent out 18 one-star immortal body clones carrying the tribulation-controlling halberd. Hopefully, the group admin of this second group will give me a surprise. However, before that, the most urgent task is to elevate the status of Ziwei Heavenly Dao. Thinking of this, Chen Yi gave Gu Yuan a brief word of encouragement and then ordered him to continue to lie low and await further instructions. After doing all this, he turned all his attention to the Ziwei Heavenly Dao. At this point, the basic framework of the secondary immortal laws has been completed, and only the operation and debugging are needed before it can be transferred to the Ziwei continent. Chen Yi was very cautious about this, because his experience of repeated failures had taught him that even with a high success rate, uncontrollable variables could lead to total failure. Fortunately, the Western Sea Heavenly Tao kindly provided the secondary immortal source this time, so even if something goes wrong, it won't affect the Purple Star Heavenly Tao. Therefore, the current Ziwei Heavenly Tao has become somewhat unrestrained. Brother Yi, this time the immortal source is not your own, so there will be some deviation. I think transplanting it to your native land will eliminate this rejection reaction. Look, you're in a hurry again. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. The ascension of world status can be described as a mighty and unstoppable process. Every living being is in the midst of this torrent. Any change in the process could lead to a sudden change in the storm, with endless dangers. Whether we can land safely depends on how we handle it. Looking at the past is far clearer than looking at the future. Excitement and confusion will be inevitable. You need to know yourself, so you don't end up crying and complaining about how many of your babies died. Ziwei Tiandao immediately calmed down and said meekly, Yi Jie, I know I was wrong. I will listen to you. I will find out the root cause of the rejection deviation right away. Okay, I'll help you. Chen Yi nodded slightly, then focused intently on finding the problem. The search lasted for a full 30 hours. During this period, Mu Chen, the group leader of Group 98, has also completed a magnificent transformation of his identity. Yes, it's finally here. Once the request for help is posted in the public area, I'm sorry, but regardless of whether the task is ultimately completed, the points and group experience points paid by the system will still be credited to Group 98. The following judgment is given. This group lacks the ability to cope with unknown risks and has poor risk resistance. Even after deducting the 2 billion points awarded for the help mission and 200 million group experience points, and reducing the group level to its initial state, it is still insufficient to repay its debts. Therefore, it declares bankruptcy and is undergoing restructuring. Before Mu Chen could even properly say goodbye to his dear group members, the chat interface suddenly turned gray. Ding. As the group owner, you have the power to choose which group chats to join. You can choose to join one of the following 3 group chats that are not yet chats. They're Group 37, 37, 5860, a Group 91, 4660, a Group 118, 960. When Mu Chen saw that Yi Ji's Group 18 was also available, he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. If you go to other groups, you'll definitely be kicked out instantly, and you might even suffer some ridicule and sarcasm. Then wait in the dark and hopeless free channel for Brother Yi to come and rescue you. But joining Yi Ji's group is different. He has many acquaintances there, so it feels like coming home. Ga, Chu Nan, Yuan, and Gao Zi, here I come. Buy it without hesitation. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 18. Turn your back to everyone has joined the group chat. I'm building infrastructure in another world has joined the group chat. Die. Want to build a harem? Join the group chat. The arrival of 3 newcomers immediately triggered the unique welcome mechanism of Group 18. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Who's here? I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Welcome the newcomers. The God of Light is currently unemployed. Looking at these nicknames, they're all brothers. Brothers are fine too, newbie. Post a picture. Excitedly slaps table, JPG. I don't eat cilantro. Oh wow. They're all acquaintances. Didi the fallen genius. Didn't we say we shouldn't contact each other anymore? Why did you just walk in? The villain's self-redemption. Hey guys, long time no see. I've missed you terribly. Forget about that Mu Chen guy. I want to build a harem. This is tough. I was really happy to join this group with such powerful figures, but I didn't expect this bastard to come along too. I'm building infrastructure in another world. Haha, everyone. I've admired you all since our time in Group 98. I hope you'll get good care of me in the future. Wait, with my back to everyone. Brothers, please don't do this. I've already reformed. Please stop giving me the silent treatment. Also, I'm not bragging. I'm just stating a fact. The group admin is my brother, and we're in the same realm. From now on, please show me some respect. 3 newcomers joined the group. As the group admin, Chen Yi, despite being very busy, still had to take some time to deal with them. It has to be said that it is too difficult to wait for the system to make arrangements on its own. Apart from the 3 veterans and Liu Ruyan, none of the newest members were invited by the system normally. They were all snatched by Chen Yi through legitimate and legal means. Of course, there's nothing wrong with slowly and cautiously developing the group and nurturing new members from the bottom up to ensure their loyalty. However, inviting some experienced group members would open up even more possibilities for Chen Yi. ETMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me, group owner. Mu Chen, shut up. There are no special privileges in this group. If you want to gain respect, you have to rely on your strength. New members, please give a brief self-introduction first. Away with his back to everyone. Bro, I'm just a little too excited, aren't I? You know me. I always behave myself in the group, so I won't waste any more words. My name is Mu Chen, late-stage nascent soul. Current combat power is 9.85 million. Can I earn everyone's respect? Time building infrastructure in another world. Dear group owner, my name is Wang Jian. I've transmigrated to a primitive world and am now the leader of a tribe. Because I created the 5 elements ash-dissolving path, guiding the evolution of civilization and enabling the weak human race to gain a foothold in a world of myriad races, I won the favor of heaven and received the 5 elements body tempering method. My current combat power is 5.21 million. I want to build a harem. Ahem. Group owner, don't let my seemingly unserious nickname fool you. It's just a name I made up when I first transmigrated, out of ignorance. I'm actually very serious. Okay. Here's my self-introduction. My name is Shen Lang, a free-range, holy son of the Enlightenment sect. Although I have many female confidantes, I have always maintained my integrity. My current combat power is 6.66 million. I hiss on the Tianshu continent. Fang Zheng, who had just finished his daily cultivation, couldn't help but gasp, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, heroes are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Today, not only did I fail to retain my runner-up position, but I also lost 3rd and 4th place. Ha ha ha, good, very good. I will definitely take back everything I lost today. After laughing, his gaze suddenly became as firm as a rock. To be honest, he has been quite lax in his cultivation lately, practicing only 10 hours a day. Besides going to Zhao Gao's place to work on a project, he also has to take time out to handle family affairs. It's decided. Let's hand over the heavy responsibility of the family head to Fang Fan ahead of time. That brat is focused on cultivation without any distractions. He's always exploding with spirit stones or resources. His improvement speed is even faster than mine. It's time to temper his temper. And so, the profile picture of "I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens" quietly turned gray. At the time, no one noticed it except Chen Yi, who keenly perceived this change. However, he didn't say anything. Only a subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sometimes, pressure can be a motivator. Fang Zheng is indeed lagging behind, but his potential and ceiling are far beyond those of the others in the group. Given time, the gap is only a little, and he will catch up and surpass him sooner or later. Never giving up, never getting discouraged, having great perseverance and persistence, why Chen Yi has always admired him. In contrast to Founder, the group of oddballs in the group are quite different. With his back to everyone, Shen Lang, you're talking utter bullshit. When I went to help you out, you dragged me to a foot massage parlor without a word, and you went all out, and now you call yourself virtuous. You son of a bitch! Mu Chen finally got the chance to vent the resentment that had been building up in his heart. When Brother Yi asked for people, he couldn't refuse, so his good brother Shen Lang was also among those being sold. Although he didn't manage to sell it to him in the end, he still got a thorough dressing down from that guy. If we hadn't known each other since we first joined the group, and hadn't shared over 30 years of experiences from fighting to washing feet together, and hadn't developed a fairly deep bond, he would have kicked this bastard out of the group chat long ago. See Chapter 29 for details. Damn it, all I did was touch your sore spot. Isn't the ultimate goal to help you achieve better development? Brother, we're heart to heart, yet you don't understand me at all. Now I've finally got my chance. You still want to pretend to be innocent? Then don't blame your brother for stabbing you in the back. You're just pretending. I want to build a harem. Mu Chen, you bastard! Duh, I don't eat cilantro. Shen Lang, I'm still here. You say you're virtuous and self-disciplined, is that right? The resident who's stuck in the cold palace. Oh, there's some gossip. Sister, tell me more. I want to build a harem. Ahem, Sister Yuan. The past is the past. The present is the present. I've really given it up. The god of light, currently unemployed. Brother, understand you, but abstaining is really impossible. I've only gone a few days, and I already feel terribly uncomfortable. Like ants crawling on me, it's unbearable. A runner-up in the cultivation world. That's quite a life. EA's sword immortal with. Clean sleeves. Is it really that hard to quit? Not necessarily. I quit, guys. Take my advice. Lust is a double-edged sword. It will only wear down your willpower. A fallen genius. Brothers, I think you might have misunderstood the group admin's meaning. I have to say something fair. Group admin, may I? Fang Zheng, the initiator, temporarily went offline, and Xiao Chunan, who was in the back row, immediately came up to ask for screen time. To be honest, Chen Yi really wanted to see what insights he had, and whether he could deeply understand his meaning like his predecessor, Fang Zheng. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. 1. Upon receiving the approval, Xiao Chunan was immediately overjoyed. After secretly learning from Master Fang Zheng for so long, it's finally his turn to perform. If you're not going to seize this opportunity to please the group leader, then let me do it. The fallen genius. After repeated and in-depth reflection, the group leader's meaning is very clear. He doesn't actually forbid us from finding cultivation partners. He just doesn't want to see us distracted by romantic love. A cultivation is the foundation of life. While seeking pleasure and relaxation is acceptable, it shouldn't lead to neglecting cultivation. In other words, this group forbids sycophancy. Just like Sister Yuan cultivates the great Tao of yin-yang harmony, and the group leader didn't blame her for practicing dual cultivation every day. In fact, he even supported her. So, everyone really doesn't need to be afraid of dual cultivation. As long as you keep your Taoist heart focused, the group leader won't blame you. Group owner, do you think what I said is correct? Tsk. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. How should I put it? It's somewhat disappointing. Although that's the gist of it, the way Xiao Chunan said it just didn't sound as right or proper. Sigh, Perhaps this is talent. Fang Zheng is probably hard to surpass in this field. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. 1. After giving Xiao Chunan a simple affirmation, Chen Yi closed the chat interface and opened his personal account section instead. There's still an unclaimed reward from a free quest. I was worried that leveling up too quickly would alert the big fish in the public channel, so I hesitated and didn't claim it. After all, the gap between level 39 and level 40 is like an insurmountable chasm. The most obvious sign is in public areas. Level 39 people have white names in group chats, while level 40 people have very conspicuous red names. For a newly established newbie group, this is too high profile. Anyone with a brain can tell there's something wrong with this group. Once they caught Gu Yuan, this big fish from the second group, and learned that the old guys from the higher level groups had already noticed him, there was no point in hiding anymore. You should know that only straight hooks can catch big fish. If you don't believe me, come and try. Just then, the Zhui Heavenly Dao underwent a readjustment and resolved the problem of rejection and deviation in the origin of the secondary immortal path. Once the immortal laws are successfully transplanted to the Zhiwei continent, what will be needed is an even higher level of true immortal law origin. It's time to prepare in advance, and start preparing the nest early. Claim your free mission reward. Yuding. You have claimed your free quest reward. 1 billion points have been credited to your account. Your current points balance is over 1.936 billion. 100 million experience points are being added to the 108 group level system. The next second, the lively group chat suddenly fell silent, with only system announcements popping up frequently. Ding. The group owner has claimed the free quest reward. Group experience plus 100 million. This group has reached level 40 and is still 98 million experience points away from the next level. A group sign-in. Rewards upgraded. Group members can receive 4,000 points for daily sign-in. The group red envelope system has undergone a major upgrade, with the daily maximum limit increased to 40 million points. Today's limit has been updated. Public area channels are no longer restricted. Regular group members can now speak using white names, while group owners will use red names. The location. Sharing feature is now available. Want to experience the fun of meeting up in person? No need to trigger help requests anymore. Simply pay a certain amount of points to use the teleportation channel. Chen Yi frowned, looking at the red envelope system with its significantly increased limit, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is this the original rule, or is it specifically targeting me? I've only mentioned the limit a few times, haven't I? Why did it suddenly rise so high? How am I supposed to send out red envelopes at the maximum limit? With a balance of less than 2 billion points, how many times can you send out 40 million points at a time? The group was completely silent, with no one speaking for a long time, as if everyone was waiting for something. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Hunter1K1K1K1. Damn it! Chat group, you've made me lose face. In critical moments, founder is still the best choice. I really don't want to sacrifice myself. I'm tired of saying how awesome our group leader is, but I still have to say it. Our group has gotten to where it is today, entirely thanks to our group leader. He not only always saves us from dire situations, but he also provides us with extremely favorable cultivation conditions, subsidizing us out of his own pocket every day. Yet we haven't been able to achieve outstanding results, which is truly shameful. Dear group admin, I think we need some encouragement. We can't always rely on your subsidies to live. Living off others without working will only erode our motivation, make us lazy, and turn us into useless people who only think about lying around and receiving handouts. Therefore, I humbly request that you stop sending red envelopes in the future. If we want points, we should work on projects with our own hands, just like my collaboration with Zhao Gao, where we split the profits 30-70. Points earned this way will feel more secure and will also motivate us more. Come on, Gaozi. We've completed 9 missions in the past few days, earning a total of 38 million. According to the profit sharing, I should give you 11.4 million. I transferred 2 million to you a few days ago, and now that the limit is lifted, I'll transfer the rest to you. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Sent a targeted red envelope containing 9.4 million points, designated for group member villain's self-redemption to claim. Yi, the villain's self-redemption. Brother Fang's true colors. Yeah, the fallen genius. Brother Fang is. Right, I think so too. I'd whip his back to everyone. I'll fight you bunch of naturally gifted players to the death. Feeling so comfortable, Chen Yi felt incredibly comfortable. As soon as Fang Zheng took action, the atmosphere in the group returned to normal. He can now declare that this track is the champion MVP, and no one else can help. Your uprightness truly delights me. At TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Fang Zheng, want to work on a bigger project? Come over here in a few days. I'll give you some good stuff. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I dare not refuse the group leader's gift, and I will definitely work harder to be of help to you as soon as possible. Why? Seeing the group owner's extremely high praise, Xiao Chunan, who was busy building his nest, couldn't help but let out a desperate sigh. Lord Fangsang, why are you so outstanding? I thought I had mastered your essence, yet I received no favor from the group leader whatsoever. You, on the other hand, with just a slight movement, have already reached my unattainable limit. Ha ha ha. Why was Nan born if Zheng was born too? Regardless of what other group members think, Chen Yi's appreciation for Fang Zheng will not change. I closed the chat interface and glanced at the public regional channel. Well, things are still calm, and it seems that the 108-member group's ascension to level 40 red names has not caused any sensation. But the 99+ private messages prove that there is a turbulent undercurrent beneath the calm surface. Ajin Jun, group admin of Group 91, has sent you a private message request. Edilan Jia Yi Yu, Group 95 owner, has sent you a private message request. When dreams take flight again, Group 11 owner, has sent you a private message request. Ignoring these irrelevant, harassing messages, Chen Yi's gaze finally fell on a very significant private message. Either reclusive cultivator, Group 2 owner, sent you a private message. A hidden cultivation. The group owner of Group 98 has joined your group. From the group owner of Group 2, ranked 31st in personal rankings, with a group level of 64 and unparalleled prestige. Looking at the other person's colorful, dazzling message bar, and then at his own plain red name frame, Chen Yi's eyebrows suddenly twitched sharply. I must say, the chat group is pretty clever. This kind of prestigious status effect, which looks high class and actually rewards you with a lot of immortal stones every day, is really tempting. I learned from Gu Yuan that the top 10 on the individual peak ranking can receive 100,000 immortal essence stones per day. The top 30 can receive 10,000, and the top 50 can only receive 1,000. If this were converted into points, it would be an astronomical figure. How could Chen Yi not be tempted? His clone needs a supply of immortal essence and stones to continue strengthening his immortal body. So, dry. We have to do it. I'll subdue these two group leaders and get them to send me a few tools to start leveling up in the exorcism dungeon. I'll also check if there's anything the Ziwei Heavenly Dao needs in their world. However, before the undercover agent Gu Yuan detonates, we still need to keep this honorable second group leader calm. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group admin of Group 108. Yes, he's with me. Is there a problem? A hidden cultivator. It's good that he's here. Don't kick him out of the group chat yet. Your group is level 40 now, so get him online in the public channel. I want to talk to him. From the group owner of Group 2, ranked 31st in personal rankings, and with a group level of 64. This is a declarative sentence. It means that if I say something, you have to obey. Chen Yi frowned, feeling that his thoughts were suddenly a little unclear. It should be understood that equal dialogue is based on a balance of power. Being bossy is the arrogance of the strong giving instructions, while being obsequious is the helplessness of the weak expressing submission. Simply put, if you're better than me, then arrogance is fine, but you're just so-so. I'm already being kind enough to have an equal conversation with you, and yet you're acting arrogant? ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group 108 owner. Who do you think you are? You dare to give me orders? I've got the Group 98 owner under my protection. Come at me if you dare. The group leader of Group 2, Yi Wuchen, was shocked. The group leader of Group 108 really had a lot of nerve. Is he just a clueless naivete, or does he truly have the confidence to face any challenge? It's one thing to disregard the risks and forcibly take over as the group owner of Group 98, but to even dare to mess with me. Undeniably, he does have some skill. In just 2.5 months, he was able to elevate a group of newbies to a level that was beyond his own. His combat strength should be higher than that good-for-nothing Gu Yuan. According to his speculation, this guy is very likely one of those lucky ones out of trillions who obtained some kind of heaven-defying opportunity as soon as he transmigrated, which led to a surge in combat power and even attracted tribulation of becoming an immortal. So after being detected by the chat group, he adopted such a strange nickname and then acted arrogantly in the newbie group. With the help of the huge resources provided by the chat group, plus his own talent, he condensed a celestial body, so they became so arrogant that they thought they were invincible? Heh, he'd seen plenty of people like that, but without exception, they were all charlatans. They might have high combat prowess, but it was all a facade. They were like paper tigers, intimidating to look at, but easily broken if touched. You'll behave yourself after the group of old devils standing behind the group admin of those 98 groups take care of you. Hidden cultivator. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Remember, there are always higher levels to reach, and some things aren't as simple as you imagine. From an individual at their peak. Expand for details. After sending the message, Yi Wuchen immediately blocked him, too lazy to waste any more words with this arrogant and conceited person. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Can you call yourself a young person if you're not impetuous? Tell me, how exactly is it not simple? You have been blocked by the other party, and you cannot send them private messages. Chen Yi. That's very impolite. You chose to initiate the private chat, and now you don't even give me the most basic courtesy. Even if the conversation doesn't go well, shouldn't you at least express your attitude? Blocking someone just like that, you've really never seen a black person before. Unable to make sense of it, Chen Yi immediately prepared to awaken the undercover agent Gu Yuan. He wanted to find out exactly why things weren't so simple. However, at this moment, the slightly excited voice of Zui Tiandao came. Yi Jir, it's done! After readjustment, the discrepancy has disappeared, and we can now transplant this perfected secondary immortal origin to our homeland. This time you can't say, I was impatient. I've tested it 9 times in total. There's definitely no problem. Chen Yi. Alright, you're lucky, old man. I'll let you enjoy yourself for a while longer. Once you're done with this, you'll be in for a world of hurt. After calming himself down, Chen Yi smiled warmly and said, Since there are no problems, let's go. Zui Tiandao paused, then said with difficulty, Ye Jir, it seems there's another problem. Have you forgotten about the evil mother? It's still locked up in that dark room. If we don't get rid of it, it might enjoy the benefits of the world's advancement. Also, I haven't been able to extract the information you're looking for. Speaking of this Zui heavenly Tao makes me angry. This evil mother's mouth is really hard. No matter how you try to pry it open, you can't get it open. She clearly promised Brother Yi that she would analyze all the information soon, but she has dragged it out until now and still hasn't completely broken through the protective wall of her memories. Brother Yi went to great lengths to find me the super driver core and the secondary immortal Tao source. Yet I can't even handle such a small matter. I'm truly ashamed of Brother Yi. Chen Yi was taken aback, then shook his head slightly. It's all right. Since we can't solve it, then we won't. What do you want to do with that dirty thing? The initial idea was indeed to break the 49 extreme number of clones by drawing on the special clone technique of the evil mother. However, as the clones were used more frequently, and the Ascension Tribulation generously provided a ball of chaos divine thunder essence, the bottleneck of the clones reaching the 49 extreme number naturally dissipated. Basically, once you get more divine thunder essence, during the next tribulation and immortal ascension tribulation, you'll be able to break through the 49 extreme number and condense a brand new 1-star immortal body avatar. Therefore, if Zui Tiandao hadn't specifically brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about the evil mother. Brother Yi, here's what we'll do. You temporarily seal that thing outside the domain. Once my rank is upgraded and my abilities are greatly enhanced, I'll definitely be able to break through its memory protection barrier and dig out what you want. The heavenly Tao of Zui gave a resolute answer. Sensing his resolute attitude, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Really, it's not necessary anymore. I've already found the answer to the problem. If you want to erase the evil mother, then erase her. Okay. Thanks, Brother Yi. The heavenly Tao of Zui was overjoyed. If it weren't for the fact that it hadn't yet fulfilled Yi Ji's request, it would have already used this evil mother body, which had committed countless blood debts, to appease the nice 5d6, 120d6 fan, 2 5d6 sounds 522. Dead beings. Soon, a deafening roar of thunder echoed through the sky. With the culprit brought to justice, Zui Tiandao, who personally took action, finally gave an explanation to those children who had not been protected. The next moment, a dazzling rainbow stretched across the sky. Seeing that the Zui heavenly Tao had reached its optimal state, Yi naturally had no reason to miss the opportunity and immediately began to transplant the origin of the secondary immortal laws. Buzzing, the earth is gradually awakening. Deep within the ZY continent, the immortal spiritual veins that had withered for countless eras began to beat anew. The fiery laws are pulsating. The 5 heavenly immortals who were expanding their territory on the edge of the world shone brightly. Ha ha! It worked! It actually worked. Zhang Kuang laughed loudly, then shattered a small asteroid with a backhand elbow strike, instantly refining the scattered rocks and soil, which were eventually integrated into the Zhuai continent. Ahaha, soaring through the 9 heavens is just the beginning. I have a feeling that I will be able to travel through the 33 heavens in the future. The Black Dragon King Ao Burang frantically twisted his powerful dragon body, constantly capturing moisture from beyond the realm and ferrying it back to the Zhuai continent. I told you all long ago that Brother Yai would definitely not stop here. The end of the heavenly Tao is definitely not here, and our fate will not be like this forever. Zhuangsuzi was also all smiles. He raised his hand and used the power of heaven and earth to refine the violent radioactive energy in the void, and then fed it back into the world to increase his foundation. He's really something. Even Bai Yujing, the ultimate ancient being who had lived for over 100,000 years, had a slight smile on his lips. When he first discovered that he had been forcibly bound to the heavenly Tao, he felt that his life was ruined. He had no freedom and was forced to work. What was the difference between him and a walking corpse? So after being assigned to be a deity in charge of the cause and effect of love in the world, he just lazed around and didn't put any effort into anything. As a result, many ethically questionable cases have emerged in the world involving male-male relationships, female-female relationships, transsexuals, human-beast relationships, and monsters, etc., which violate the laws of nature. If it weren't for Zhuai Tiando quietly cleaning up his mess, Chen Yi would probably have skinned him alive if things had blown up. Of course, that was in the Xin past. Now, it smells so good. There are differences even among loose immortals. He is a heavenly Tao loose immortal. The stronger the heavenly Tao is, the stronger he is. He loves his work, and his work loves him. Tisk. The territory has expanded, and the blazing sun and bright moon aren't enough. I'll train a few more. Feng Tianyu, who was also an old hand, started to work hard. The path she cultivated was the way of yin and yang. After becoming a celestial immortal, she was assigned to manage the principles of the alternation of the sun and moon. It was one thing to just muddle through at first, but now we can't afford to take advantage of the situation anymore. After all, she is now revered by the world as the goddess of the sun and moon, and her fame in the mortal world is even greater than that of the venerable Yu Jai. How can you not work diligently? She loves her job. The 5 celestial immortals each performed their duties diligently, contributing to the enrichment of the Zhuai continent. Unfortunately, the quantity is still too small. The bulk of the work still needs to be undertaken by the Zhuai Heavenly Tao, although it is powered by the powerful driving core of Flying Star Heavenly Path. The load is still a bit heavy. This is only the burden of returning to the pseudo-immortal realm. How can the Zhuai Heavenly Tao withstand the subsequent higher-level advancements? Looking at the constantly trembling sky, Chen Yi's eyes were incredibly deep, and a bold plan began to brew in his mind. First, the Zhuai Heavenly Tao needs more Heavenly Tao loose immortals to share the pressure, but to become a Heavenly Tao loose immortal, the prerequisite is to break through the limits of mortal body and undergo a qualitative change in primordial spirit. Otherwise, one will only be assimilated by the grand will of the Heavenly Tao. As everyone knows, the tribulation to become an immortal is extremely domineering. As long as a living being dares to break through the limits of mortal life, it will inevitably descend. This is the will of the higher realms, which the lower realms cannot disobey. What immense official power! Therefore, in order to cultivate a wandering immortal, one must resolve the tribulation of becoming an immortal. According to Chen Yi's personal experience, there are only two ways to avoid the tribulation of becoming an immortal. One way is to blind the eyes of the Ascension Tribulation, like him, so that it cannot discover him, thus allowing him to do whatever he wants. The second method is like Gu Yuan's. Enter a special dungeon through a chat group, break through the limits of mortal form and condense an immortal body inside, and then come out without being detected by the Ascension Tribulation. The first method was out of the question, as no one else could learn it except him, so he set his sights on the second method. If we could bring people into the dungeon of the chat group, then with the abundance of talent on the Ziwei continent, it would be no problem to create 100 or 80 more beings who have broken through the limits of mortal beings. In this way, the heavenly Tao of Ziwei will have an easier time. But the key question is how to fool the chat group's detection system. This thing isn't as easy to fool as the Ascension Tribulation. It directly anchors the sea of consciousness and cannot be used by primordial spirits of different origins. Unless it's like his clone, which, when not activated, resembles a magic weapon and has no fluctuations of primordial spirit. However, it is impossible for a cultivator to be without fluctuations in their primordial spirit. If even this most basic thing is gone, then there is only one possibility: death and annihilation. Therefore, if you want to use chat groups freely, you need to find the possible loopholes and then create the corresponding conditions so that you can do whatever you want with the chat groups. Unfortunately, Chen Yi's greatest talent is exploiting loopholes. He can even exploit loopholes in the Ascension Tribulation, so there's no reason he can't exploit loopholes in chat groups. He already has a few immature ideas in mind, but whether they will work or not still needs to be tested and verified. With this in mind, he immediately sent a message to Gu Yuan. Prepare, begin the operation, on the other side. In the Xuanji world, Gu Yuan, having received the order, immediately began his performance. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group Tuyib, just a few hardships. Group owner, I'm in danger. Come save me. A knowing smile at Ji Jia. The emojis at the end are quite meaningful. Yet at this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, huananriwangan.com. Yi Wuchen immediately understood. Hidden cultivator, group owner. Don't be afraid, I'm always here. Smiling face.pg. Gu Yuan has excellent self-control and doesn't laugh easily. But when I saw the group admin of the second group